Chapter 421 Punish the Scumbag. At noon the next day, the bell for the end of get out of class just rang, and everyone went to have lunch. At this time, Makoto Ito, who was sitting in front of Naruto, also got up and quickly left the classroom. Just when he arrived in the corridor, Naruto suddenly stopped him behind him. "Makoto Ito, wait a minute." Makoto was slightly shocked, turned around, and a reluctant smile appeared on his face. "Naruto-kun, what's the matter with you?" Naruto's eyes were flat and his face was expressionless, making it impossible to see what he was thinking at this time. At this time, there was no one in the corridor. Looking at him with a calm face in front of him, Makoto Ito suddenly felt a little flustered. "Naruto-kun, if there's nothing else, I'll go to eat first." Makoto Ito said goodbye and planned to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Naruto said, "Ito Makoto, why are you walking in such a hurry? Don't you want to see me so much?" "No, it's not Naruto-kun, you misunderstood, we are classmates, how could I not want to see you?" Makoto Ito tried to squeeze a smile on his face, but there was already contentment in his eyes. What is he trying to do? Why do I feel like I'm facing a majestic mountain, which makes people a little breathless? Naruto walked towards him slowly. Makoto Ito couldn't help but take 2 steps back. He was stared at by Naruto's sharp eyes, but he didn't dare to look at him. He did that kind of villainy thing yesterday, and he was already in his heart in a guilty conscience. At this time, the aura of a strong man exuding from Naruto's body also caused a fear that he had never had before in his heart. Who the hell is this guy? Why do I feel like my legs are weak just by being looked at like this? Naruto-kun. Ito Makoto couldn't help shedding a cold sweat on his head. Humph. Suddenly, Naruto snorted coldly, causing Makoto Ito to lean against the wall behind him, his back soaked with cold sweat. Naruto stepped forward step by step, came to him, and stared at him with clear blue eyes. "I said earlier, please don't have any illusions about Yanyi. It seems that you didn't listen at all." He punched the concrete wall beside Ito Makoto's ear with a bang, and the whole wall suddenly rang out. Couldn't help but tremble slightly, and a slight crack appeared on the wall. Makoto Ito's pupils shrank suddenly, and he almost fell to the ground in fright. The roar of the punch kept echoing in his ears. "Naruto, Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Makoto Ito stammered, looking at him with fear in his eyes. "This guy is so scary. So scary. Is he going to hit himself? If you punch him in the face like this, you will definitely be killed, right?" Naruto stared at him and suddenly smiled. "What I hate most is the guy who is behind the scenes. You know what you did. I will spare you today. Yanyi is now my girlfriend. There is a limit to your patience. I'll give you a little punishment today." He suddenly stretched out his hand and patted it on Makoto Ito's shoulder. The only trace of chakra in his body quickly penetrated into Makoto Ito's body through the palm of his hand. When he turned around in his body, Makoto Ito only felt a slight pain between his legs, and then he went back again. Back to normal. He stared blankly at Naruto and turned to leave. When he reacted, his crotch was already wet. Own was actually scared to pee. Ito Makoto looked around in a hurry, and found that everyone was eating at this time, and there was no one in the corridor, so he hurriedly left the place and ran to change his pants. After Naruto left, he came to the rooftop. A quiet figure in front leaned on the railing and looked at the distant scenery. His profile was as white as jade, and his long black hair was casually placed on his bulging chest. "Yanyi." Naruto stepped forward and greeted with a smile. "Naruto, you're here. I've been waiting for a while." Yanyi also smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and took out a beautiful bento to show in front of Naruto. "Very good, Yanyi." Naruto took the bento, opened it and sat down with Yanyi to taste it slowly. Seeing the happy and contented smile on Yanyi's face, Naruto immediately felt that his previous decision was correct. Using chakra to enter Ito Makoto's body stimulates the cells and meridians in his body, making it endocrine disorders, so that he cannot secrete sex hormones, that is to say, he will become inhumane. Although it is a bit cruel to do so, Naruto does not regret it. Ito Makoto has always liked Yanyi before, which is nothing, but when he and Yanyi confirmed the relationship between boyfriend and girlfriend, he still did not give up, and stayed on the sidelines. Bad fight, and even secretly planning to compete for words. Yanyi is not Naruto's private property, but Yanyi must not be hurt by the insidious uncertainty of Ito Makoto. Naruto can only be cruel, make him lose his function unconsciously, and kill this danger. In the cradle. This is the first time Naruto has taken the initiative to deal with another man for the sake of a woman, and it is also the first time that he has used such a sinister method. But this is also a way to protect Yanyi, even if it is not very bright. Because, being able to protect Yanyi's pure smile at this time in this way, what if the means were a little worse? He never fails to advertise himself as a messenger of light, he is just a ninja in the dark night. He will do whatever it takes to protect him. Hey, Naruto, are you free this weekend? I want to take my sister out for a shopping trip, and I'll introduce you to me by the way. Then, will I go to your house at night? Suddenly, Yanyi said with a slightly Yuhi expression on his face. Road. Naruto smiled and nodded when he heard the words. Okay, I have long wanted to meet your ghostly sister. By the way, teach her a good lesson for Yanyi, who has been bullied all the time. Ah, Naruto, my sister is still young and ignorant, so don't be too harsh. Yanyi said in shock. Haha, you're nervous, I'm joking. Seeing Yanyi's nervous look, Naruto couldn't help but reached out and pinched her nose. Naruto, it hurts. Yanyi broke away gently, threw his pink fist and slapped him lightly. Not far away, the world was silently looking at the two flirting with each other. The expression on her face became very complicated, and after a long time, she let out a faint sigh. At this moment, another crisp voice sounded behind her. World, do you like Naruto? Ah, Sha, you, why are you here? The world suddenly looked startled, and hurriedly turned around to look, only to see that Momo was standing behind him at some point, and those big brown eyes were staring at her unblinkingly. Chapter 422 Transfer. World, you are very strange these 2 days. In the past, you used to chat with Makoto Ito every time after class, but now you look at Naruto behind your back every day. We are good friends who have been together since childhood. How can you escape your worries? My eyes. Instant said lightly. The look on Shiji's face darkened slightly. In an instant, what do you think I should do now? Naruto's current girlfriend is Gue Yanye. Do you really want to get in? Shanna didn't answer the question. The world sighed slightly. I don't want to destroy their feelings. Then leave him and don't think about him again. Suddenly said. It's better to get rid of this pain earlier than to have a crush on him like now. But you still can't let go. Instant frowned. The world nodded slightly. I can't forget him anymore. I have fallen in love with him deeply. I can't extricate myself. Moment. Seeing the troubled and confused look on the world's face, he instantly shook his head, sighed helplessly, and left silently. The night before the weekend, Naruto was sitting at home silently cultivating the chakra in his body, but he had not made any progress for a long time, so he could only helplessly get up to drink water after practicing for a while. At this time, Naruto's cell phone rang suddenly, and Naruto opened it to see that it was Mommy who was calling. Connected. Naruto smiled and said, Mommy, are you coming back tomorrow? Naruto. However, Mammy's voice on the phone was no longer as relaxed and happy as before, and there seemed to be a hint of heaviness in her tone. What's wrong? Naruto frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice. Naruto, I want you to transfer. Mommy said suddenly. Transfer. Why is that? Naruto couldn't help but be surprised. Why did Mommy want to transfer by herself for no reason? There must be some reason for this. Thinking of this, he quickly asked aloud. Unexpectedly, Mommy said something that surprised Naruto. Naruto, I'm so sorry, I accidentally let my parents find out. Mommy said quietly. Found? What did you find? Naruto was taken aback. The contraceptive pill in my bag, was seen by my mother yesterday. Under her pressure, I accidentally told me about you and me. I'm sorry Naruto. Mami's apologetic voice came from the microphone. Naruto was stunned. Mommy used to have sex with Naruto almost every time she came here before. Love, the two of them enjoyed it very much, they were very comfortable, they were happy every time, and Mommy never asked Naruto to wear a cover every time. She took the contraceptive pills after the incident, which caused her to carry the contraceptive pills in her bag. I didn't expect that it was because of this that she was accidentally discovered by Mami's mother. Knowing that Mommy has always been a virgin mother, she couldn't help but keep on ask. Mommy couldn't beat her mother, and in the end she could only tell her about Naruto and herself. After learning that her daughter was still in contact with the boy, Mami's mother was very angry and reprimanded her on the spot. But Mommy was determined to be with Naruto. No matter how much she tried to persuade her mother, it was useless to scold her for being unsatisfactory. In the end, with Mami's unswerving attitude, her family could only compromise. After all, her daughter's attitude was too tough, and they didn't want to push it too hard. In that case, it's better to just follow nature. However, under the secret investigation of Mami's family, it was found that Naruto actually had a girlfriend in Jinno Academy. Her parents immediately told Mommy about the incident. Mommy did not believe it after learning about it. Do not accept this reality. However, she still has Naruto in her heart. She knows that Naruto must still like her, so she did not directly ask Naruto about these things, but chose to use another method, which is now she is asking Naruto about things. Use transfer to test Naruto's love for him. If he agrees, it proves that he loves him even more. If he refuses, it proves that he really likes the girlfriend at school. Naruto, will you promise me? Mami's tone was trembling. She was longing for an answer. Naruto came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. Can you tell me why? Mommy, this is your parents' decision. No, it's my decision. Mommy said softly. Naruto touched his nose and felt a little conflicted in his heart. He deeply felt that Mommy was kind to him, but he was still a little reluctant to leave Jinno Academy now. Am I going to go to your place after the transfer? Naruto sighed. Well, I'll help you arrange it then. Naruto, I'm sorry, I know it's embarrassing for you, but I really can't help it. Mami's voice was full of struggles. You know what? My family has already found a marriage partner for me. If you can't get my family's approval, they will ask me to marry that person. I'm so scared. Naruto, come and accompany me. Mommy begged. Naruto frowned, and the next moment, he nodded heavily and promised, Mommy, I'll come right now. Where are you? Be sure to wait for me. I won't let you leave me. No one can stop. Really? Naruto. Mommy heard the words, her voice full of surprises. As expected, Naruto, you like me the most. Mommy is very happy. Naruto smiled slightly. Mommy, you're my woman, of course I like you. Wait for me, I'll be right over here. Naruto, you are so kind. After asking Mommy for the address, Naruto put on his clothes, ran out of the house, and went outside to take the tram to Bed Main City. However, just when he was about to get on the tram, a charming figure suddenly walked down from the tram, and Naruto was stunned when he saw it. Mommy. Looking at the beautiful woman in a police uniform in front of him, Naruto was completely at a loss. Aren't you in the Bed City? Mommy had an apologetic smile on her face. Naruto, sorry, I couldn't help but come to you first. After finishing speaking, Mommy rushed towards Naruto's arms desperately. Naruto quickly grabbed her fragrant tender body, and said in a daze, Mommy, then what you said before was playing with me. No, what I said is true, it's just that I want to see you now. Mommy hugged his waist and said coquettishly, Naruto, I'm really happy. Chapter 423. See you. In the room, on the big white bed, Naruto pressed on Mami's delicate body. Her body was constantly moving, and large drops of perspiration continued to flow down Mami's face. Naruto, Mommy can't do it anymore. She let out a burst of coquettish exclamations, gasping for fragrance, every inch of her body trembling with the tidal pleasure. After a long time, the clouds cleared and the rain dispersed. Mommy lay weakly on Naruto's chest, curled up in his arms like a cute kitten, her body still trembling. Naruto, you're about to kill me. Mommy gave him a charming look. Naruto smiled, kissed her and said, Mommy, you said you wanted me to transfer, what the hell is going on? Mammy's eyes flashed slightly, and she said, because our affairs were known to my parents, so this is what my parents meant. In fact, she panicked a little. It was not what her parents meant, but it was her own intention, a method that she deliberately won for herself and Naruto. Because if you don't do this, you can't be with Naruto, and sooner or later you will be married to someone else. Only by living with Naruto 1010 can your parents have nothing to say. This is already a sinking ship. Naruto frowned slightly and asked, where should I transfer to next? I've already contacted it. It's Fujimi College, which is not far from the city where I live. Mommy stretched out her pale jade fingers and drew circles on his chest. Fujime Academy. The environment of that school is much better than that of Jino Academy. There are various clubs, so you shouldn't be bored there. Mommy seems to have thought about everything for him. When will you turn around? Next semester. Mommy said with a smile, if you go to school there, you can 1010 come to the main city, then I can rent another house outside, and we can 1010 together. Okay, I promise you. Naruto gently stroked her soft hair and sighed secretly. That's great. Naruto. Mommy pressed Wei Yuhi's profile to his chest with a happy face. The next morning, Naruto woke up. Today is Saturday, and he promised Yanyi to let her come over, but with Mommy at home, this plan could only be aborted. However, just when Naruto hadn't woken up and was lying on the bed with Mommy, Yanyi called. Naruto glanced at Mommy who was asleep and answered the phone. Yanyi. Naruto, are you up yet? Yanyue came from there with an excited voice. Naruto smiled bitterly. Not yet. Ah, did that disturb your rest? Yanyi's tone was slightly panicked. Naruto smiled. It's okay, I'm going to get up too. At this time, Mommy didn't know whether it was intentional or not. A jade leg suddenly straddled Naruto's waist, subconsciously rubbing against the high bulging thing below Naruto. Naruto's body moved. The lower part was already firm because of Chinbo, but being stimulated by her, it became even harder and swollen, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. What's wrong with Naruto? Yanyi asked strangely. It's nothing. Naruto responded hurriedly, wiping cold sweat on his face secretly. One hand quietly raised Mammy's jade leg, and carefully put her aside, but she didn't want Mommy to turn over at this moment. Suddenly the whole body all pressed against Naruto, and Naruto's firmness was just caught in front of the infinitely soft Taoyuan valley between Mammy's legs. Wrapped by two round and white thighs, Naruto almost moaned comfortably, groaning out, glaring at Mommy secretly. Seeing that she still seemed to be asleep, he couldn't help shaking his head helplessly. Hey, Naruto, hurry up, we made an appointment to go shopping together today. My sister Gui-shin can't wait. Yanyi smiled happily. Okay, Naruto agreed. Yeah, then it's settled. I'll wait for you at the commercial street in the city. After hanging up the phone, Naruto got up and got dressed. At this moment, Mommy, who had been pressing on Naruto, suddenly opened her big clear eyes and stared straight at Naruto. Naruto, are you going out? She said with a hint of resentment in her tone. Naruto smiled bitterly. Did you hear it just now? Mommy nodded slightly. Is she your girlfriend at the academy? She was silent for a while, and finally said quietly, are you going out with her? An embarrassed look appeared on Naruto's face, and then he finally nodded. Mommy, I think I should clarify some things with you. Actually, Suddenly, Mommy put her hand on his mouth, preventing him from continuing to speak, only to see her shaking her head gently. Naruto, don't say it. I can understand. A good person like you. No matter what, I wouldn't be surprised if anything happened. Do you know? Naruto was stunned. Mommy giggled. Yes, Naruto, I really want to meet your girlfriend. I want to have a good talk with her. How's it going, Naruto? Naruto. Don't worry, I won't make you embarrassed. I just want to see her. Mommy said with a smile, and immediately got up and got dressed to wash up. Naruto had no choice but to comply with her request. After the two got up and washed up, they went out of the house together and went to the city center to find Yanyi. In fact, Naruto still felt a little inappropriate in his heart. Mommy and herself had already had a physical relationship, and the intimacy between the two was incomparable to Yanyi, but Yanyi was Naruto's nominal girlfriend. Although people haven't really done it, the relationship between them is also very good. Naruto also didn't want Mommy and Yanyi to have an unpleasant commotion when they found out their identities. At this time, in the center of Jinyei, Yanyi was standing quietly under the green light of Yuhi, waiting for Naruto to arrive, and beside her, a 12 or 13-year-old loli was looking around her excitedly. She looks 7 points similar to Yanyi, but compared to Yanyi, she looks more youthful, and her hair is not as long as her sister's, but she is cute, and she looks very lively. Shin, don't run around, be careful. Hey, I really shouldn't have brought you out. Seeing his sister walking around, looking around from time to time, Yanyi couldn't help sighing. Chapter 424 Make Things Difficult. Wow, sister, look, isn't that Naruto's brother? Huh, there's a beautiful sister next to him. Suddenly, Shin exclaimed, pointing at Naruto and Mommy who got off a bus not far away. Yanyi turned his head to look, and couldn't help but be stunned. In the coffee shop, under the soft and smooth music, the four Naruto sat opposite each other. Naruto and Mommy sat on the side, Yanyi and Shin sat on the side, and there was a cup of coffee on the table in front of the four of them. With a touch of heat. Brother Naruto, I have to tell you very seriously. What you are doing is wrong. Shin suddenly stood up and pointed at Naruto's nose. Shin, don't do this. Yanyi on the side hurriedly pulled her. Sister, don't be accustomed to him all the time. You see he can bring other women to date with you now. How can this be possible? Shin stubbornly retorted. Mommy, who was on the side, suddenly laughed softly. Little guy, it's not right for you to say that. Since your sister is dating Naruto, why are you here? Me, I'm my younger sister, so it's normal to take care of my elder sister. Humph. Oh, I'm Naruto's older sister. It's okay to be the gatekeeper for Naruto's younger brother, right? Mommy said with a wink at her. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, looked at Mommy puzzled, and suddenly noticed that Mammy's hand was shaking his own under the table. Is that so, Naruto brother? Mommy turned to look at Naruto. Naruto came back to his senses and nodded slightly to express his acquiescence. Although he said that he was the 6th generation of Hokage, it was a little uncomfortable to be called a younger brother, but at this time, he had to follow Mammy's meaning. Is this true? Shin looked at Mommy and Naruto suspiciously. I don't believe you are siblings. How do you look alike? Ah, we are half-siblings. Mommy continued. Yanyi took her sister's arm. Okay. Heart, I met Miss Mommy for the first time today, how can you do this? Only then did Shin pouted and sat down steadily, but her eyes glared at Naruto and Mommy from time to time, looking very hostile. Brother Naruto, Shin suddenly called out to Naruto after a few people drank coffee for a while. What's wrong, Shin? I suddenly remembered that I have something to buy. Could you come with me? She said, standing up. That's fine. Okay, leave it to the two sisters, we'll be back soon. Shin pulled Naruto's big hand and ran out of the cafe. Only Yanyi and Mommy were left to stare at each other quietly. At this time, Shin, who was dragging Naruto out of the cafe, was dragging Naruto around aimlessly on the street. After being pulled by her for a few turns without a word, Naruto finally stopped and asked, Shin, what do you want to buy? Shin suddenly turned her head and looked up at him with an angry look on her face. brother Naruto. I didn't come out to buy things. Can't you see it? I was creating opportunities for two sisters. What? Naruto was stunned. HMPH, don't think I don't know. Brother Naruto, do you want to peddle two boats? I've already seen it. Guishin pointed at Naruto and said righteously. I put after you pay, the two of them will make it all clear. Then they will make a choice. It's really a little devil. After hearing Guishin's words, Naruto couldn't help but sighed while covering his forehead. Humph. Sure enough, the more handsome the boy is, the more attentive it is. Guishin snorted, looking at him with contempt. Naruto gave a helpless smile. Well, he really cares a lot. There have been many women in the Hokage world. In this world, mommy will never be the only woman, because he will not refuse a kind girl who likes him, and he can't bear it. It's just that in modern society, polygamy is not allowed, and Naruto's behavior has become a kind of alien and despised object in everyone's eyes. So, do you want me to leave your sister? Naruto said, looking at her. No, I want you to leave sister mommy. Guishin stared at him and said, once a person as stupid as elder sister falls in love with a boy, he will not change it again, so I will never change it. Allow her to be hurt for not being able to get you. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. What an understanding sister. I'm so happy for Yanyi to have a sister like you. Humph. After being praised by Naruto, Guishin's face turned a little yuhi, but immediately snorted and ignored him. Hurry up and accompany me to the supermarket. She took Naruto's arm and took the lead into a supermarket. Naruto followed her. Wandering around the supermarket, Guishin seemed to be looking for something. The two came to a shelf. Naruto couldn't help but look embarrassed when Guishin suddenly ordered, Brother Naruto. Help me get that off. Naruto looked up and spread his hands involuntarily. Shin, you can't take this kind of thing yourself, why should I take it? I'm sorry. Guishin's face turned yuhi, and immediately urged, hurry up. Do you have to listen to me if you make a mistake? This girl is really too arrogant, right? Naruto smiled bitterly, and he reached out his hand to hit her on the head and give her a shudder, but seeing her cute appearance, he couldn't do it, not to mention that he was at a loss, so he had no choice but to do it. Reached out and took the soft package down. Guishin's face turned yuhi slightly, and then she showed a satisfied smile. Seeing her smiling smugly, Naruto suddenly lowered his body and leaned into her ear with a smile. I said Guishin, didn't your sister ask you to buy this package? Yeah, I bought it myself. What's the matter? Oh, so, Guishin is starting to grow up too. I will use this. Naruto smirked and glanced at her flat chest, a look of ridicule flashing in his eyes. I hate it. Big brother Naruto, how can you say that? Guishin's face turned pale immediately, stomping her feet fiercely, and punching Naruto with a fist. Naruto grabbed her little hand with a smile and shoved the bag back into her hand. If you say anything bad about me, I won't pay for you. You, damn it. Guishin's tender face rose to yuhi's. If it wasn't for my monarchy that night, I was afraid that my mother and sister would find out, but I didn't dare to buy sanitary pads by myself, so I wouldn't have asked Naruto to come over. I didn't expect him to be so bad. You keep making things difficult for yourself, damn it. Chapter 425 Let's open a room. The end. Naruto helped her go to the counter to pay the money. As the 6th generation of Hokage, this is the first time to buy sanitary pads for a girl. Naruto shook his head and smiled bitterly. Looking at Guishin's cute smile next to him, he already regarded her as a little devil with two small horns on his head. Okay, for the sake of seeing you helping me so much, I don't blame you. But I have to warn you. You can only treat my sister alone in the future, you know. At the time, Guishin turned back and said to him with a serious look. Naruto spread his hands undecided. Damn it, you foolish fellow. Seeing this, Guishin couldn't help but be very annoyed. I will definitely remind my sister. Stay away from you, Humph. When they returned to the cafe, Naruto found that Mami and Yanyi were still sitting opposite each other. When the two saw Naruto coming back, they couldn't help but smile at him. Naruto carefully looked at the expressions on their faces, but couldn't help it. See something. After sitting down, several people continued to taste coffee, chatted for a while, and then prepared to leave. When they left, Yanyi kept looking at Naruto's figure and hesitated. When the four of them went home separately, Yanyi couldn't say a word to Naruto, and the expression in his eyes was extremely struggling. Naruto was a little worried about her, and when he got home, he sent her a text message. Yanyi, what did Mommy tell you before? Are you all right? After a while, the text message came back. Brother Naruto, my sister cried so much that her eyes were swollen. What did she say to her sister? Naruto was stunned when he saw this text message. This is from Guishin, is Yanyi crying? He has a big head. It seems that Mommy has already told everything about herself and her. Yanyi must be sad and disappointed with herself. He had the heart to ask Mommy, but he didn't know how to say it. Seeing Mommy busy preparing dinner at home, he couldn't blame her. Mommy returned to Bedlord City on Sunday. Naruto wanted to go to Yanyi's house to see her, but she never answered the phone. On Monday, Naruto saw Yanyi in the tram. On the tram, Naruto looked at her with her head lowered and looked lonely, and stepped forward to her side. Yanyi felt someone approaching, raised his head slightly, and saw Naruto's distressed look. His heart trembled greatly. Naruto, I heard about it. Suddenly, she said faintly, are you going to transfer? Naruto was stunned. Yesterday in the cafe, Mommy and Yanyi talked about Naruto, but she didn't talk about her special relationship with Naruto, only that Naruto was about to transfer to Fujimi College, which made Yanyi it was like a bolt from the blue, and it was unbelievable. She was very uneasy. After returning home, she hid in her room and cried for a long time. After being seen by her sister, she misunderstood Naruto and hurt her heart. She even replied to Naruto's past text messages. Yanyi sighed. Naruto, Sister Mommy told me that you are going to transfer to Fujimi College next semester. I don't know why you want to transfer, but I really miss you. When I think of you I'm so scared to leave, so scared. Yanyi, are you crying because of this? Naruto also sighed slightly. For Yanyi, she will definitely be hit hard when she leaves Jinyei Academy, but Mami's affairs cannot be ignored. After getting out of the car, Naruto gently held her in his arms and comforted her softly. Yanyi, you don't need to be unhappy. Even if I go to Fujimi College, I can still see you every week, and we can too. Call every day, and you can live together after you graduate in the future. Quote. I know all this, but when I think about leaving you soon, I feel very uncomfortable. I really want to transfer to Fujimi College with you, but my family doesn't agree. Yanyi leaned against him. On her chest, she began to cry softly again, dripping tears slowly dripping down her soft cheeks onto Naruto's clothes. Naruto stretched out his hand gently, lifted her chin that was smooth and tender, raised her pear blossom and rainy face, lowered his head and kissed it. Lips kissed her slightly swollen eyes, kissed her tear-stained face, kissed her soft lips that were trembling quietly. Naruto could only use this method to soothe the unease in her heart. Yanyi was gradually immersed in Naruto's tenderness. Although it was the first time he had such a close contact with Naruto, it was no longer important. Compared with the pain of Naruto about to leave him, his little resistance was nothing. What? Even if she devotes herself to Naruto immediately, she has no regrets. After the bitter kiss, the two stood in front of the station. Yanyi's face was full of red yuhi, and he whispered softly, Naruto, after school, let's open a room. Naruto was stunned when he heard the words. He thought he had heard it wrong, so he couldn't help but ask again, Yanyi, what did you say? Yanyi's face was full of embarrassment. Yuhi's heart was beating wildly, but she was too embarrassed to speak, covering her face and hurried to the school. Looking at her back as she ran away, Naruto couldn't calm down a bit. On this day, Yanyi was destined to be unable to concentrate on her studies, because she made a bold decision. In fact, she had already prepared herself mentally before, but due to various accidents, Naruto never went to her house. And this time, after getting the news that Naruto was going to transfer, she knew that she and Naruto Tenten had few chances to be together, but so far she has never given anything, and her precious body has not been taken by Naruto. Touched. So, this time, she decided to give her most precious things to Naruto. Even if Naruto transferred schools, they would still deeply remember the beauty of the past. She believes that even if a person as good as Naruto goes to a new academy and meets a new beautiful girl, as long as she has had that kind of relationship with him, she will still be her girlfriend. As long as Naruto doesn't abandon her, she will never give up. Finally, after school, Yanyi stood at the door of Naruto's classroom waiting for him as scheduled, but this time, they didn't just go home together. The two walked out of the gate of the campus holding hands. Yanyi was slightly excited. She was both looking forward to and afraid of what was to come, but she did not regret making this decision. At the gate of the school, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang looked at Naruto's slowly leaving figures, and the expressions on their faces were full of doubts. Chapter 426 Tail Line Conspiracy. In an ordinary hotel, Naruto and Yanyi walked into a dimly lit room under the ambiguous and envious gaze of the waiter. Naruto didn't feel anything, but Yanyi seemed a little nervous, and kept pulling Naruto's arm gently. When they entered the room, Yanyi saw that the room was well equipped, and there was even a box of condoms on the table. Immediately Yuhi looked ashamed. Naruto, are we going to open a room like this? Yanyi was sitting on the sofa in the room. There was only one double bed in the room. Seeing this big bed, Yanyi's heart pounded like a deer. What are you doing? Do you really want to do that kind of thing with Naruto? She was a little scared in her heart, but she was looking forward to it. Doing that kind of thing with Naruto would definitely be very comfortable, right? And since then, she is Naruto's woman. Thinking of this, Yanyi was no longer afraid, but looked forward to it even more, and there was a faint feeling of excitement in his heart. Under the dim light, Naruto poured 2 glasses of water and handed it to Yanyi, saying, "Yanyi, are you really ready? Don't you regret it?" Yanyi put down the water glass, looked at Naruto seriously and said, "Well, I have made a decision. I want to be one with you. In this case, even if we are separated in the future, I will never forget it. We were together." Looking at Yanyi's serious decision, Naruto felt that this was a bit inappropriate. It wasn't because he was in a hurry, but because Yanyi was in a hurry. Could she just be impulsive? Will you regret it after doing it? Naruto didn't want her to feel sorry in her heart, and she didn't want the two to finish those things in such a hurry. With a slight sigh, Naruto suddenly lost his interest. Yanyi's body can indeed give men a desire to conquer, but this does not mean that he is the same. He has seen too many women. If every time if a girl wants to conquer, if she wants to have a physical relationship with them, wouldn't she become a beast of desire and desire? Naruto, what's wrong with you? Yanyi noticed Naruto's strangeness and couldn't help asking. No, it's nothing. Naruto shook his head and smiled at her. Yanyi, let's watch TV first. Yeah. Yanyi nodded lightly. Yian turned on the TV, then came back and sat on the edge of the bed, with a pair of jade arms around Naruto's waist, his head resting on his shoulder, his face slightly Yuhi, his eyes flickered, looking both nervous and expectant. While the two were adjusting the atmosphere, 2 sneaky figures suddenly appeared in the corridor outside. It is Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga. Before the two of them saw Yanyi and Naruto at the school gate not taking the tram home after school, but leaving in the direction of the city, they were very curious, so they secretly followed, and happened to see 2 people. People entered the hotel. The two were immediately shocked, and finally understood the intentions of Naruto and Yanyi. They actually went to open a house. What is the purpose of not going home after school and coming to the city to open a house? As long as people who are not in the dark will understand, and young men like Ito Makoto and Ziyang Taisuke who have read countless H-books and H-movies, they are very sensitive to this kind of thing. Their hearts were broken at that time, especially Makoto Ito, the lover of his dreams, the object of his longing, not only did not leave Naruto, he even went in to open a room with him. I said sincerity, you can't read it wrong, right? Are you sure they are on this floor? Zeong Taisuke asked dubiously when the two came to the third floor, which is where Naruto and Yan Yi's rooms were located. Road. Yeah, I'm definitely not mistaken. Ito Makoto frowned, with anxious sweat on his face, anxious and panic in his heart. Taisuke, do you think they have started now? When I think of my words I can't stand being like Naruto. Zeong Taisuke sighed. It's useless, they have entered the room now, even if we know they can't do anything in the room. Ito Makoto bit Kiba. No, I will never let Yan Yi do that kind of thing with him. Even if he does, it's the right thing to do with me. Okay, since you are so determined, why don't we just do it a little bit more? Zeong Taisuke suddenly said when he saw his determined look. Huh, what did you say? Makoto Ito was slightly surprised. Taisuke Zeong let out a low laugh, and whispered a few words in Makoto Ito's ear. Makoto Ito immediately turned pale when he heard it. This. I'm afraid it's not good to do this. You can't handle that much now. You have to know that if you don't do this, Yan Yi will be ruined by Naruto. A look of struggle flashed across Ito Makoto's face. Finally, he bit Kiba hard and nodded, okay. I'll listen to you. Hey, but, I have one more condition. Honesty. Taisuke Zeong said with a smile, we're on the same boat now. I think I have a share in this kind of thing, right? Ah, this, Taisuke, you. Makoto Ito looked at him in disbelief. How is it? Promise. I've been making suggestions for you for so long. As a friend, can't you meet me even this request? Then you're going too far. But, how can Yan Yi's body be touched by you? It should be only me. Ito Makoto shouted. Chang, haven't you figured it out yet? When the plan is successful, we won't be able to go back. Yan Yi will never like you. Instead, let's do the kind of thing in the comics. Thoroughly let Yan Yi become our plaything. Excited. Taisuke Zeong laughed, and Makoto Ito swallowed quietly, feeling excited for some reason. In the room, Naruto and Yan Yi hugged each other, and there was a boring love drama on TV, but Yan Yi watched it with relish. She looked up at Naruto from time to time, as if she had completely substituted herself into it. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the room. Both of them were slightly taken aback, and when they came back to their senses, Yan Yi hurried forward to open the door. When the door opened, it was a waiter wearing a peaked cap. He was holding a plate of juice drinks and motioned to Yan Yi to take 2 glasses. After Yan Yi was stunned for a while, he picked up 2 glasses of orange juice and said thank you. Naruto suddenly glanced at the waiter, and when he saw his slightly lowered head, a playful smile flashed across his face. After closing the door, Yan Yi returned to Naruto with the juice, and said with a smile, the service in this hotel is still very good, Naruto, there are still people delivering drinks. It's not bad, there may be other programs to send later. Naruto took the juice and smiled lightly. Chapter 427 Punishment for Seeing Through. Outside the door, after the waiter walked out, he came to a corner, and Taisuke Zeong jumped out to stop him. How is it, Chang, has the item been delivered? He asked hastily. It turned out that this waiter was pretending to be Makoto Ito. At this time, there was still nervous sweat on his face. You must know that if this kind of thing is discovered, he will definitely be killed by the powerful Naruto. Fortunately, Naruto didn't seem to find him, which made the two of them's plan half successful, and then, all that was left was to wait. When the drug in the juice broke out, they would be able to knock on the door and go in. At that time. Hey, thinking of what was going to happen next, the two looked at each other and laughed excitedly. The two resisted their excitement and waited in the corridor for a while before quietly approaching the door of Naruto and Yan Yi's room, and put their ears on the door and listened carefully. There's no sound inside. The medicine is working, Makoto Ito exclaimed excitedly. Taisuke Zeyoung immediately took out an iron wire and inserted it into the shrinkage hole. After a few gentle stirrings, the door lock was opened with a click. "Wow, that's amazing," Makoto Ito exclaimed in surprise. Zeyoungtai smiled proudly, and the two opened the door and entered the room. The room was dimly lit, and I saw Naruto and Yanyi snuggling on the bed, without taking off their clothes, and there were 2 half-drinking glasses of juice on the table next to them. Seeing this, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeyoung immediately closed the door again. In the dimness, the two looked at each other, their faces full of lust and hopeful smiles. Naruto is really lucky. A girl as beautiful as Yanyi is willing to open a room with him. It's abominable. Makoto Ito stared at Naruto resentfully with his fists squeezed, and then his eyes on Yanyi again, muttering to the two people walked over. Taisuke Zeyoung smiled. "Don't worry. Sincerely, it's better for us to deal with this guy Naruto first. If he suddenly wakes up later, it will be bad." "Well, that's what I said. After all, the two of us might yell at Yanyi later." "Ha ha ha." Makoto Ito nodded with an excited smile on his face. So the two took another rope, looked at each other, and reached out to Naruto excitedly. "Hey, tell you this guy to be in the limelight. Tell you to snatch my words." Makoto Ito murmured while cursing as he stretched out his hand to Naruto. At this moment, the corner of Naruto's mouth, who had been lying on the bed, suddenly pulled out a sarcastic arc. Makoto Ito stared at Yanyi with integrity, but he didn't notice Naruto's raised corner of his mouth at all. Just as his hand was about to pull the Yanyi in Naruto's arms, Naruto's eyes suddenly opened. There seemed to be a flash of light, and in the next instant, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga immediately felt an incomparably heavy aura envelop them both. "Naruto, why are you awake?" Ito Makoto suddenly saw Naruto's teasing blue eyes with anger, his face turned pale with fright, and his body fell backward. He fell to the ground with a bang, staring at Naruto in despair, as if seeing a ghost. Zeyoung Taisuke wasn't much better, but his heart was ruthless. He suddenly picked up a chair next to him, and slammed it towards Naruto who had not yet sat up. At this time, Yanyi, who had just opened his eyes, was startled by this sudden scene, and screamed in his mouth. The next moment, the chair stopped in midair, because the other end was already firmly grasped by a strong palm. I saw Naruto holding the chair in one hand, and pulling Yanyi with the other hand behind him, got up and sneered, "You two are very good. This juice is delicious. Why didn't you fall into a coma? That's impossible. You guys have already drank the juice." Taisuke Zeyoung struggled hard, but the chair in his hand seemed to be bitten by iron tongs, and he couldn't get it back at all. "Hey, that's so naive. Do you think your little tricks can fool me? It's too childish." Naruto exerted a little force on his hand, only to hear a crackling sound, and the corner of the chair was directly snapped by him. And then stretched out his arm. The moment the chair just landed, he had already grabbed Taisuke Zeyoung's collar. He was dragged over fiercely, and Naruto stared at him coldly. "Poor guy. I didn't want to deal with you, but you yourself challenged my bottom line again and again. This time, I must kill the danger in the cradle. Although you still pose no threat to me." Naruto, you misunderstood. We are not. There is no malice. We are just. Taisuke Zeyoung was grabbed by Naruto. His legs and feet went weak with fright, because Naruto's strength was too great. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free, and the feeling of being slaughtered made him tremble. At this time, Yanyi, who had been standing behind Naruto watching all this, also stood up and shouted angrily at Taisuke Zeyoung and Makoto Ito, "You two scumbags. Naruto and I did such an outrageous thing. I'm going to call the police." Naruto waved his hand to stop Yanyi's angry scolding, and said lightly, "Don't call the police first. These two guys will be handed over to me to punish." After speaking, Naruto glanced at Makoto Ito, who had fallen on the ground and was dumbfounded, and a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, he let go of Taisuke Zeyoung's body, and at the moment when the other party was puzzled, his hands instantly hand seal, and an invisible spiritual force rushed over. Ziyang Taisuke was immediately shocked, and his eyes couldn't help but stay. Suddenly, he turned around and picked up Makoto Ito, who was slumped on the ground, and then punched him fiercely, cursing, "Bastard! You asked me to do all of this, damn it! I won't listen to you anymore. I'm going to beat you to death." With a bang, Makoto Ito was severely punched in the face, and fell to the ground again with a look of shock on his face. "Taisuke, what are you doing? Ah, it hurts." Makoto Ito fell to the ground weakly, raised his head, and his face was full of disbelief. Naruto smiled slightly, pulled Yanyi and said lightly, "It seems that they have something to solve before, I think we should leave here first." Yanyi was stunned. "Naruto, didn't you teach them a lesson? Then let's call the police." "Okay, then call the police." Naruto smiled, took out his mobile phone, and pressed the alarm number. Chapter 428 Makoto Ito is blown away. After calling the police, Yanyi breathed a sigh of relief. "I really didn't expect that they are such people. Naruto, what should I do in the future? I'm a little scared to go to the same school with such people." Yanyi sighed softly, holding Naruto's arm in his arms. "Ken, let go." Naruto sneered. "Yanyi, don't be afraid. I can guarantee that they will never have the opportunity to harass you again in the future." "Really, Naruto?" "Hey, lie to you, I'm a puppy." Naruto gently scratched her nose. At this time, in the inn, after Taisuke Sawayong had beaten Ito Makoto, his face suddenly turned Yuhi. He was panting heavily, and he pulled Makoto Ito, who had a bruised nose and a swollen face, and threw him on the bed. Then abruptly tore off his clothes, took off his trousers, raised the firm thing under his crotch, and sneered at Makoto Ito. "Ah, hey, you, what are you doing?" Ito Makoto vaguely felt something hard against his ass. He. "Makoto, hurry up and give it to me." Taisuke Ziyang ripped open Makoto Ito's pants viciously, pointed his gun at Makoto Ito's heart and stabbed it. Ah. The next day, there was only one person in the world in front of Naruto. Makoto Ito hadn't come to class yet. Besides him, Taisuke Ziyang, who was with him yesterday, didn't come to class either. The head teacher suddenly ran into the classroom angrily and shouted, "Where are Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang? Come out for me." The students all looked at each other and shook their heads in unison. The world turned around curiously and asked Naruto, "Naruto-kun, what's wrong with the head teacher? Why does he seem so angry? Did he have anything to do with them?" Naruto spread his hands and shook his head to show he didn't know. Of course he knew it all. Last night, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga tried to use the drug to stun themselves and Yanyi, and they attacked Yanyi. Fortunately, Naruto saw through the waiter who Makoto Ito was pretending to be, and after discussing with Yanyi, he pretended to fall asleep. Lure the enemy into taking the bait. This was the scene where Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang entered the door and planned to attack Yanyi. However, those drugs had no effect on Naruto at all. Naruto took it into consideration and successfully tore apart the inside of the two of them. Humanity of beasts. After that, Naruto used the only trace of chakra to use a small deceptive demonic illusion on Taisuke Ziyang. Although chakra was insufficient at the time, and Naruto was not good at demonic illusion, but in the Hokage world, as the 6th generation of Hokage, he can be regarded as a well-read, although various ninjutsu are not necessarily grandmasters, but some superficial techniques can be understood at once, and he can easily use a small demonic illusion against ordinary people like Taisuke Ziyang, and the effect is even more powerful than the most powerful hypnotist in the world. Under this demonic illusion, Naruto successfully made Taisuke Sawanaga carry out atrocities against Makoto Ito for more than an hour. Although Naruto and Yanyi left early, he could also imagine what would happen next. Makoto Ito was no match for Taisuke Ziyang at all. He was directly penetrated under his tall body. This vicious scene was not stopped until the police entered the room. This matter was immediately reported on the Hayama News this morning, and the head teacher just saw the news in his office, and immediately became furious after recognizing that the two guys were students in his class. This is the scene of entering the classroom and questioning angrily. However, the head teacher who could not get an answer could only leave angrily, planning to call the parents of the two. How strange, the world muttered. Naruto smiled slightly. Why didn't you make a phone call and ask? He couldn't help but look forward to what Ito-kun would say now. HMPH, I don't want to contact this kind of person anymore. The world snorted softly. Last time he secretly informed Yanyi, the bastard who did this kind of thing, I have already deleted his call. Ah, that's fine. Hey, Naruto, do you want to eat lunch with classmate Yanyi at noon? The world suddenly asked in a low voice. What's wrong? If there is no accident, it should be. Naruto smiled slightly. Oh, that's it. The world lowered his head with a look of disappointment on his face, and suddenly raised his head expectantly and asked, then Naruto-kun, are you free when you are studying Matsuri? Can you dance with me? Academy Matsuri. Dancing. Yeah, Academy Matsuri will be in a few days. Has Naruto-kun figured out what to do then? If not, please dance with me, said the world giggling. Naruto's face could not help dripping a drop of cold sweat. He was not interested in dancing or anything, but when the world invited him, he was too embarrassed to refuse, not to mention that it was just a dance, it was just a small thing for him. Thinking of this, Naruto nodded and agreed to her. Really, Naruto-kun, did you agree? Seeing him nodding, the world immediately showed an overjoyed expression and cheered, yeah. Great, Naruto-kun. Naruto is secretly strange, isn't it just dancing? Why does she look so excited? Shaking his head, Naruto no longer thought about it. After school, Yanyi and Naruto both left the classroom. The world was also about to leave the classroom. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly walked up to her and said lightly, World, you have gone astray now. Huh, what did you say, Momo? The world turned to look at her suspiciously. HMPH, don't think I don't know, I already knew when you invited Naruto to dance before. World, I told you not to get caught up in it, but you're still like this. She said with a frown. The world was stunned when she heard the words, and then she sighed slightly, with a gloomy expression on her face. In an instant, you don't understand, it's hard to extricate yourself when you like someone. Who said I didn't understand? Shanna hummed. Huh, do you also have someone you like? The world was slightly surprised. Instantly said lightly, I used to like it, but now I am lost because he is not as good as before. Who is it? Who do you like? Instantly sighed slightly. Don't talk about me, I won't like him anymore from now on, because what he did is really unacceptable. The world was stunned for a moment, and at this moment, someone next to him suddenly heard some small voices of discussion. Chapter 429 Academy Matsuri. Have you heard? Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong from our class didn't come today. It seems that something happened. Ah, what's the matter? Are you sick? Another asked. No, I just happened to hear the head teacher calling their parents when I was passing by the office. I heard that the two of them had a room in a hotel at night, and they went to each other, SBL things. Later, I don't know why they were arrested by the police. Live. Quote. No way. How is this possible? Is it too exaggerated? I couldn't believe it too, but it really came from the head teacher, and it was broadcast on Hayama News. No way. If I knew I had secretly watched the Hayama News. It's a pity, I miss this kind of thing. Che, I regret hearing such a disgusting thing. I really didn't expect such a good boy as Makoto Ito to do such a thing. I saw that Taisuke Zeong looked pretty good, but I usually see them staying together a lot, so it turns out that there is such a relationship between them. I'm so disgusted, I might have no appetite for dinner tonight. Hey, let's not talk about it, let's talk about other things. The two voices gradually faded away, and the world suddenly came back to its senses, looking at Moan in disbelief. Seeing the helpless and sad look on her face, she seemed to understand something. Ito Makoto is becoming more and more outrageous now. I also liked him very much before. I didn't expect him to become like this. Fortunately, I have seen him clearly now and found someone I really like. The world sighed, slightly breathed. For a moment, he was stunned. For a moment, looking at the happy and distressed look on the world's face, he couldn't help but be very curious. What's so good about that Naruto guy? To make the world care so much, even knowing that he already has a girlfriend like Wei Yanye, he can still love him regardless of everything. Matsuri Academy, the school was very lively. The students were busy arranging classrooms and activity venues. Naruto was lazy and didn't want to work, so he went to the rooftop in a daze. Originally, he wanted to come and chat with Yanyi, but unexpectedly, Yanyi was also assigned the task of setting up the event venue by the teacher, and he couldn't leave for a while. The world, they are the same in the instant. As active members of the class, they couldn't get away from it when setting up the Academy Matsuri. Only Naruto was in a panic, and he was bored watching the scenery on the rooftop. Because the Academy Matsuri was officially held in the evening, everyone started the arrangement in the afternoon, and the official start had to wait until the evening came, so Naruto, who had nothing to do, watched the scenery on the rooftop for a while, and then left the rooftop to go shopping for other parts of the school place. At this time, Yanyi was not by Naruto's side because she had to prepare for Matsuri in the academy. However, with her own strength, she couldn't complete her task at all. She wanted other classmates to do things with her, but every time in the past, these classmates looked at her with repelling eyes, which made her feel very distressed and did not understand what she had done wrong and why every classmate in the class bullied her like that. Especially Kato Otome, since she was humiliated with the help of Naruto last time, she hated Yanyi even more, but she still did not give up the idea of pursuing Naruto, but she was popular in the class. Although she no longer dared to bully Yanyi, she was able to mobilize other classmates to reject her collectively, isolate her, and repay what happened last time in this way. It's just that Naruto didn't know all this, and Yanyi never talked to him. At this time, when Yanyi was alone and didn't know what to do, Naruto, who was wandering all the way, came to her place. Around. Naruto, why are you here? You don't have to help with the arrangement in your own class. Yanyi's face smiled slightly, and she immediately stood up and ran towards him, who was at a loss in her seat. Naruto looked around and found that everyone else in the classroom was gathered around, discussing, chatting, busy, but Yanyi was a vacuum. No one cared about it. He couldn't help but wrinkle slightly, frowning. He looked down at Yanyi and asked, Yanyi, have you encountered any difficulties? No, Naruto, I'm fine. Yanyi panicked a little and hurriedly replied. Naruto looked at her for a while, and suddenly smiled slightly. Yanyi, why don't I help you? What are you going to arrange in this classroom? Naruto, this is not good. You are a classmate of the third class. Should you go to set up the third class venue? Yanyi couldn't help saying. Naruto couldn't help laughing dumbly. Who ruled this? Yanyi is wrong for you to think so. He reached out and scratched Yanyi's little Chong's nose, and his intimacy immediately attracted the envy of a group of people around him. Look. The girls are jealous that Yanyi can get the love of such a good boy as Naruto, while the boys are jealous that Naruto can conquer such a conservative and beautiful schoolgirl as Yanyi. Compared with the others, the two of Naruto seemed a little out of tune. However, these Naruto didn't care, and after teasing with Yanyi for a while, they began to help Yanyi set up the scene. Because of being forcibly humiliated by Naruto last time, Kato Otome and her several female companions are a little afraid of Naruto, but Otome can't control her love for Naruto, and her eyes always fall on him from time to time. At this time, Yanyi asked Naruto to help him go to the equipment room to get something, and Naruto responded and left their classroom. Kato Otome suddenly left the other side of the classroom, and followed Naruto all the way to the equipment room. As soon as Naruto entered, he was about to leave after taking his things, when the door to the equipment room behind him was suddenly closed. The next moment, a soft tender body instantly hugged him fiercely from behind. "What are you doing?" Naruto said lightly. He had long known that Otome was secretly following behind him. If she didn't have any murderous intent when she rushed forward, Naruto would have turned around and punched him. Even so, Naruto was a little surprised and complicated when he was hugged by Otome from behind. He had humiliated her like this last time, why didn't she give up? Turning around, Naruto gently pushed her, only to find that she was hugging him tightly, stubbornly not wanting to let go. "Otome, what are you doing?" Naruto frowned slightly. To be honest, because of the last time she bullied Yanyi, he didn't like her much, and even hated her, but on second thought, Otome bullied Yanyi, no, is it because you like yourself? Chapter 430 Bold Temptation. "No, I won't let it go." Otome hugged him tightly, her head resting on his chest, her eyes closed tightly and motionless. Naruto shook his head helplessly. "Hey, aren't you afraid that I'll get angry if you act like a scoundrel?" "Don't be afraid. No matter what you do to me, I won't let go this time. When I finally have such an opportunity, I will never let you go away from me." Otome suddenly opened her beautiful eyes and raised her head. Staring at Naruto. "Naruto-kun, can you accept me? I really like you. You'd better let it go first." Naruto pushed her. But she saw tears suddenly welled up in her eyes, and she even started to cry. "Naruto-kun, do you really hate me so much? Do you really want to be close to me so much? Am I really that bad?" Woo, it's not fair, Yanyi can like you, why can't I? This is different. When she cried, Naruto really didn't know what to do, so she had to let her hug him, his face full of helplessness. Suddenly, Otome pushed Naruto to the corner of the wall with force, and the two suddenly leaned against the wall. Naruto was stunned, but saw Otome suddenly let Naruto go, and she pressed her body firmly on his chest. "Naruto-kun, I'll prove it to you, I'm no worse than Yanyi." Looking at her firm eyes, Naruto sighed slightly, and at this moment, Otome suddenly stretched out her hand and pulled open the collar of her chest, unbuttoning the buttons of the school uniform on her chest at once. Immediately, the two fronts wearing pure white hoods jumped out and appeared in front of Naruto at once. "Hey, what are you doing?" Naruto jumped. His chest was tightly pressed by Otome, and a fresh fragrance of a girl came, and the two firm and plump white rabbits in sight were surrounded by the white cover covered it, but its round and straight appearance was still visible at once. Otome's boobs are pretty good too. Although it's not as big as Yanyi's big breasts, it's also very firm and cute. It's just that Naruto is only a little excited, he can still control himself, and he won't be tempted by such a woman that he doesn't like at present. She stretched out her hands and held her round and smooth shoulders. Just when Otome thought Naruto was tempted to do something to her, Naruto pushed her away with a calm expression. "Naruto-kun." Otome couldn't help but froze for a while. Naruto smiled lightly. "Someone is coming, you should put on your clothes first." Otome couldn't help but stunned. The next moment, she only felt that her body lightened slightly, and the person was already held by Naruto and came to the back of a large cabinet. At this moment, the door of the equipment room was also opened, and a student with equipment walked in. Neither of Naruto knew each other. Otome held her breath and pressed it into Naruto's arms. Suddenly, a sly look flashed in her eyes, and she opened her mouth slightly. Just as she was about to shout, Naruto grabbed Cherry's small mouth. "What do you want to do?" Naruto whispered, frowning at her. Otome whimpered, looking at him with a look of surprise, and then her beautiful eyes showed a smile again. The next moment, Naruto's body could not help but tremble. He stared at her sternly, his other hand quickly clenched down, and pinched Otome's little hand that was making trouble. However, because Otome's actions were too sudden, Naruto really didn't expect her to do such a bold act. He even stretched that soft jade hand directly into Naruto's crotch and grabbed his big bird at once. Naruto wanted to pull her hand out, but Otome held onto Naruto's big bird and held onto it. Quote dot dot dot. Let go, Naruto whispered. I don't. Otome broke away from Naruto's palm, raised a tender Yuhi face, and replied stubbornly. One hand was still gently pinching on Naruto's big bird, and said with a smile, Naruto-kun, you are so big. Quote dot 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 dot. Hee, it's getting bigger. It's so hard. You have a reaction. Otome stared at Naruto with a wicked smile. Now, she seems to have caught Naruto's handle, with a proud face on Yuhi's face. Naruto was speechless. He was caught by the soft and smooth jade hand, and he was still being trolled. How could he bear that feeling? He really doesn't have such a strong will. At this time, the student who came in to get the equipment hadn't left. He was turning around in the equipment room and suddenly came to the front of the cabinet where Naruto and the two were hiding. Even Naruto had to hold his breath at this time. After all, if this kind of thing were discovered, no matter how thick his skin was, he would be embarrassed. However, when Otome saw Naruto's body motionless at this time, a sly smile flashed in her eyes, and the little hand that made trouble slid harder on Naruto's big bird, causing Naruto to swell up uncomfortably. Moreover, not only that, Otome also stood on tiptoe slightly, raised her head and put her soft lips on Naruto's mouth and kept licking, like a kitten that pleases her master, sticking out her soft tongue constantly. Sucking on Naruto's mouth. At the same time, she also made full use of her open chest, rubbing up and down Naruto's chest. I can't stand it. Damn little leprechaun. Naruto felt that he was about to reach the bottom line of persistence. If he had Hiraition's technique now, he would definitely bring her to his home in an instant and give her a slap in the face. Finally, the student finished taking the equipment and left. When the door was closed, Naruto lifted her and pressed her hard against a small table next to her. Ah, Otome whispered softly. She was facing the sky, and suddenly she felt a body pressing down on her body, and a pair of big hands firmly pressed her hands to both sides. Naruto gasped slightly and called out, Otome, you're playing with fire, do you know that? After Otome was shocked, she saw Naruto's slightly hairy face with Yuhi, and the astonishing bulge under her body. She couldn't help giggling. This is the best, but I'm afraid you won't dare. Naruto frowned. He clearly knew in his heart that the goblin was provoking him, and he didn't know whether he was more angry or lustful and hopeful at this time. There was only an urge in his heart to punish her well. Do you really think I don't dare? Naruto ruthlessly lifted her short skirt, revealing the white little inner, then reached out and grabbed it, pressing it between her legs. Incredibly soft place. Chapter 431 Stubborn Otome. What? Yuhi dizziness appeared on Otome's beautiful face. Well, Naruto-kun, you made me feel so uncomfortable. She said uncomfortable, and she didn't know what she meant. Anyway, Naruto doesn't care. He thinks Otome is self-inflicted, who let her tease him so enthusiastically first. Naruto thought to himself, don't think of yourself as a righteous person, Kunzi. In front of desire and hope, no matter how big the reason will be drowned. Although the current situation Naruto can still control. However, just when he thought of this idea, Otome's face suddenly showed a coquettish look. Her pair of soft jade arms suddenly wrapped around Naruto's neck, which was originally caught after Naruto's surprise attack. The tight legs also immediately and actively opened, which seemed to make it easier for Naruto to touch her. Naruto-kun, are you going to transform into a beast? Otome spit out the fragrant aroma at him with a smile, and the fingers on his neck gently tugged at the back of his neck, teasing. You. Naruto's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. How could this girl do this? A virgin shouldn't have such a reaction. However, Naruto really miscalculated this time. He wanted to scare her and make her run away. It seems that he underestimated the ability of others. What's the matter? Naruto-kun, I'm looking forward to it. Otome winked at him, put her soft lips to his ear, and said softly and seductively, I'm a virgin. Naruto's big hand between her legs trembled slightly. This is the manifestation of his sanity and desire struggling. However, with the slight trembling of his hand, It touched the extremely sensitive nerves under the otome, and a little strange feeling suddenly made her unable to help her lightly, groaned, and moved her body slightly, his body suddenly leaned towards Naruto's hand. Huh. Naruto gasped, this is really unbearable. This seems to be self-inflicted. He thought helplessly. At this moment, Otome's jade hand suddenly slid down from Naruto's neck along his strong chest. It gave Naruto a strange feeling of itchiness along the way. Why don't you move? Otome reached out and gently grasped the huge object under Naruto, opened the zipper, and pulled it out directly. The huge size and the warmth made her cry softly, but immediately, she laughed lowly, it's getting bigger again. I'm really jealous of Yan Yi, she must be very happy, right? Seeing that she didn't act like a virgin at all, Naruto couldn't help but be speechless. She must be lying to herself, so bold, so unrestrained, a virgin wouldn't have it, right? Are you really a virgin? He finally asked. Her face Yuhi, are you doubting me? Am I a virgin? Can you try it? After she finished speaking, she closed her beautiful eyes and bit her slightly, waiting for Naruto's attack. However, Otome waited for a long time, but still did not wait for the thing that she was looking forward to and feared in her heart. She couldn't help opening her beautiful eyes and asked, it's all like this, why are you hesitating? Naruto sighed slightly, whether you are a virgin or not, I have no feelings for you. Why do you have to do this? Otome couldn't help being stunned when she heard this, and then her face showed anger, and she snorted softly, you were wrong. If you didn't feel for me, would you become so hard? This is clearly escaping. You are not at all, I just don't want to face my feelings. Naruto cried out in his heart that he was wronged, no matter who it was. A beautiful woman grabbed his life and tricked him, and then offered all kinds of temptations and verbal stimulation. If he didn't get tough, he would be a eunuch. However, because of the things that Yan Yi was bullied by her, Naruto's impression of her was always a bit flawed. He couldn't see the bullying thing the most. When Yan Yi was bullied, he was really kind of ruthless. The urge to slap the otome twice. Therefore, although he is now seduced by her, he is still struggling in his mind. At this moment, a few figures suddenly approached outside the equipment room. Naruto frowned, Otome also trembled, but immediately she smiled and glared at Naruto and said, Naruto-kun, if I am not satisfied with what I do, I will call. Look, there are people passing by over there. If I call out, I don't know how everyone will feel. Quote. Hey, are you too mean? Naruto stared at her angrily. I dare to do anything for the person I like. Otome stubbornly glared at him. Looking at the unwavering gaze in her eyes, Naruto's heart was suddenly touched. A girl, or a virgin, to this point, how much determination did she make in her heart? How passionate are you? Thinking about it, Naruto thinks that he is really too indifferent to her. Otome, Naruto suddenly called her. Huh. Are you ready? It hurts. Naruto suddenly opened her insides, straightened her body, and entered deeply. Otome opened her sandalwood mouth slightly, and almost didn't inhale it in one breath. The tingling feeling and the thrill of being suddenly enriched made her suffocate for a moment. Come in, come in. After whispering, Otome looked at him in surprise, joy and shame, with a complicated expression on her face. Naruto smiled. Yeah, this is what you asked me to do. A trace of fresh blood ran down Otome's tender and white big legs slowly, mixed with that sticky love-and liquid, dripping onto the ground in the equipment room. Naruto couldn't help but groan and groaned, so tight, so slippery. She really is a virgin. Yuhi on Otome's face, her soft lips biting slightly, and her frowning eyebrows, Naruto opened his mouth and kissed it. Outside the equipment room, a few boys walked past the door giggling, but they didn't know that the things they dreamed were already happening inside. On the other side, Yan Yi, who sat on her seat and waited for a long time, didn't wait for Naruto to come back. She couldn't help feeling a little strange. She turned on her phone and sent him a short message. Naruto, are you ready? Why is it taking so long? Is there something wrong? I have to say that Yan Yi's hunch was very accurate, because Naruto was on Otome at this time. Chapter 432 Conquered. Naruto-kun, I can't do it anymore. Otome held Naruto's chest tightly with a pair of jade arms. Her head shook like a rattle, and her face was full of Yuhi's color. The table in the equipment room was also rattled. Under the impact of Naruto's rapid wave, Otome felt an unprecedented pleasure. She had almost forgotten herself, and was completely immersed in this boundless happiness. Naruto was galloping constantly, and the ashes that had been seduced by Otome before finally burst out at this moment, fast, lasting, and strong. Make Otome want to die. Almost got pissed off. Finally, after a high-pitched long chant, Otome's delicate body, which was full of roses, fell into Naruto's arms weakly, and her jade arm, which had no strength at all, was gently placed on Naruto's shoulder, and the mouth breathed quickly. But at this time, Naruto continued to exercise. Regardless of the peak that Otome had reached, he accelerated again and finally ushered in his peak. The essence of life spewed out. Straight into the depths of Otome's body, the scorching heat and thick viscous flow immediately filled her body, causing her body to tremble violently again. Chi. A fierce water arrow suddenly shot out from between Otome's legs and directly sprayed onto Naruto's clothes. Otome's eyes almost turned white, and she was almost dying. The feeling of happiness about to die has completely conquered her. She never thought that Naruto would be so fierce. 5 minutes later, Naruto held Otome in his arms and helped her organize her clothes. Her delicate body was still trembling from time to time, and the peak pleasure that was created above the peak could not be dissipated for a long time. She leaned weakly in Naruto's arms, letting Naruto tidy her clothes, while panting weakly and saying, Naruto-kun, I'm dying. You are too powerful. Quote. Naruto smiled. You brought it on yourself. Otome rolled his eyes at him, her body trembled again and said, I know I'm a virgin, but I'm still doing such a good job. You obviously want to kill me. Besides, you shot so much. We'll be pregnant. Sorry, I didn't wear a condom when you seduced me. Naruto squeezed her tender face and smiled. That's a man who is not gentle at all. Otome raised her pink fist and slammed him weakly. She already had feelings for Naruto that she couldn't let go of. Before, she just liked him blindly. Adores him, but after having sex this time, she has been completely conquered by Naruto's bravery, the feeling that she wants to die. She really can't do without Naruto. Even if Naruto would call her a lewd, slutty woman, she would recognize her. At this time, Naruto finished tidying her up, looked at the large piece of clothes on her chest that had been soaked by her, and shook her head helplessly. You can't go out to meet people after you made this look like this. Quote. Otome looked so embarrassed that Yuhi was so embarrassed. It was so embarrassing. She was actually peeing out of that happy feeling just now. Also stained Naruto-kun's clothes. He's laughing at himself now. What a shame. Naruto-kun, take off your clothes. Let me wash it for you. Otome said softly. Isn't it necessary? Naruto said. Suddenly he took out his mobile phone and saw the missed text message from Yanye above, and his expression couldn't help but be taken aback. Otome looked over and looked at the text of the text message, but opened her mouth but did not speak. After reading the text message, Naruto suddenly lowered his head and said to Otome, by the way, Otome, you are not allowed to bully Yanyi in the future. Otherwise. Got it. What an eccentric guy. Before he could finish speaking, Otome slapped him angrily, but the power was indeed weak. However, what's our relationship now? You've already done it with me, but you care so much about that guy Yanyi. Could it be that you want to step on two boats? Otome suddenly asked again. Naruto was stunned for a moment, glanced at her, and said lightly, I won't give up Yanyi just because I had a relationship with you. Otome had an aggrieved expression on her face, and Naruto paused and said, but you won't give up on you who have a relationship with me. Do you understand what I mean? Otome could not help but stay. Naruto continued, so I hope you can get along in harmony, otherwise I will be very troubled. Humph. It turns out that you are also a careless person. After Otome heard this, she looked back at him and said angrily, raising her pink fist to hit him. As soon as Naruto stretched out his hand, he held her palm. He smiled and said, "Anyway, you brought it to the door yourself, and now you can't run away if you want to. You must not bully others in the future, you know." I know. It's really unfair to treat me like this for a single word." Although Otome complained, but Naruto grabbed her arm, and she felt the domineering tone that was completely different from before. Couldn't help but get drunk. Even if she was told to die now, she was willing. After getting her assurance, Naruto was relieved. For a girl with a criminal record like Otome, he was really worried about her, but with her assurance, at least Yanyi would not be bullied by her in the future. Of course, if she just perfunctory herself this time, Naruto will take some drastic measures as appropriate. At this time, the sound of footsteps came from the door of the equipment room, and Naruto listened carefully, with a strange look on his face. "What's wrong, Naruto-kun?" Otome lay in his arms and drew circles. Naruto whispered, "It's Yanyi. It's not good for her to see you like this." Otome couldn't help being slightly startled. She hurriedly left his arms with a soft whimper, but because her hands and feet were weakened by Naruto before, she knelt down on the ground at once, and finally stood up, slightly flustered. "Naruto-man-kun, you get rid of her first, I have to hide for a while." With that, she hurriedly got into the cabinet beside her. The door opened and Yanyi walked in. When she saw Naruto standing alone in the equipment room, she couldn't help but wonder a little. "Naruto, why have you been here for so long? Did you receive the text message just now?" Naruto smiled slightly. "I got it. Something was delayed just now. I didn't expect you to come here." He secretly wiped the cold sweat in his heart, looking at her pure eyes. Why did he feel guilty for cheating? Chapter 433 Crazy. When Yanyi came over, Naruto took the equipment she wanted and quickly exited the equipment room with her, leaving Otome to hide inside. After Naruto and the two were far away, Otome carefully came out from behind the cabinet, let out a long sigh of relief, and after finishing her clothes, she left quickly. At this time, Naruto's third class had already set up their own venue, and the world that had been busy for most of the day could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I'm so tired. If only Naruto-kun was next to him now, I could lean on his shoulder." After washing his face, he took a deep breath and muttered to the world in the corridor. "It's almost night. I'll be able to dance with Naruto-kun later. I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, the classmates on the playground in front were slightly riotous, and the world walked over curiously, only to see two figures walking over with their heads lowered. Ito Makoto and Zeong Taisuke. The world couldn't help but be stunned. Didn't they come for several days? And the news that day. Because the news about the two people engaging in BL in the hotel was exposed before, almost everyone in the school knew about them, and they knew that there were these two perverts in the first and third classes of high school, and it has been discussed by everyone until now. This incident has become a shame for the first and third classes of high school, and even the entire school. The world shuddered and quickly backed away from the two pervert guys. However, Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga walked around the playground cheekily towards the world, and the world frowned slightly. The two finally stopped in front of her, and the world said coldly, "What's the matter with you two? World, do you know about that too?" Makoto Ito raised his head and said with a lonely expression. "I'd rather not know that kind of thing. It's so disgusting. I didn't expect you to be such a person." The world stepped back and looked at the two of them. "I advise you to leave school early, otherwise you won't be able to stay in school at all. Stand in front of everyone." Quote. "I know." Makoto Ito nodded. He didn't dare to look at everyone's strange eyes. He was in great pain at home these 2 days. When he thought of that day, he felt like he was having a nightmare. Raising his head, he asked, "I just want to ask you now, where is Uzumaki Naruto?" "What are you asking Naruto-kun for?" The world frowned. I don't think he likes the two of you to bother him now. Hearing this, both of them were stunned for a moment, and when they heard the strong disgust in the world dialect, the thought in their hearts became firmer. Suddenly, Taisuke Zeong raised his head, stared at the world with a terrifying look and asked, "We just want to know where he is now. We're going to kill him." "What? You? What are you?" The world was taken aback by his resentful tone, and he stepped back a few steps and shouted, "Do you want to hurt Naruto? Why, I will never allow you to do this. Quote. Just tell us where he is now. It's between us and him." Makoto Ito said. "HMPH, you two bastards, I won't tell you where Naruto-kun is, and I won't allow you to hurt him." The world snorted and blocked in front of them with open arms. At this time, the surrounding classmates were also attracted and watched by a few people. Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong couldn't stand the criticism from the people around them, so they pushed the world away and ran out. "Hey, what are you two going to do?" The world was startled, and quickly chased out. Listening to their tone just now, it seemed that they wanted to be detrimental to Naruto, which made her a little worried for him. Makoto Ito and the two came to the front of the teaching area. At the entrance of the corridor on the first floor, they saw the figure of Naruto coming, and their faces couldn't help showing a crazy look. The two looked at each other and suddenly rushed towards him. Past. At this time, Naruto had just helped Yanyi set up the classroom, and was about to go out for a stroll, but when he saw these two guys, the expression on his face couldn't help but be taken aback. At this time, the voice of the world came from behind them, "Naruto-kun. Be careful, they are going against you." Naruto couldn't help but glance at her, and out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of two cold white lights flashing out of the hands of Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong. Bastard! Go to hell! The two of them were holding daggers in their hands, and they had fallen into madness, and suddenly stabbed Naruto. These two people have endured the reprimands of their families, the scolding of the neighbors, and the public opinion of the society at home. They have long been unbearable in their hearts. They have lost their calm. The only thing they want to do now is to kill Naruto. This makes them what they are today, the culprit, at this point. Under the impulse of collapse, the two of them did something that they would never dare to think about, but they wanted to use a knife to assassinate Naruto. However, the purpose of the two is doomed to fail, and all this is their own fault. If the two hadn't acted maliciously on Naruto and Yanyi first, Naruto would not have seen through them and then cast demonic illusion. Seeing their crazy expressions, Naruto suddenly laughed. Sad fellow. When the two of them thought that their swords were about to stab Naruto, they stretched out two fingers in their hands to clamp the white dangling blades in their hands. The two were stunned at the same time, and raised their heads in astonishment. They felt that their daggers seemed to be clamped by iron clamps and could not move at all. But when they saw that this was actually due to Naruto's two fingers, they couldn't help shaking. Strange. Monster. Two fingers hold the blade. How is this possible? A trace of confusion, sluggishness, consternation, and deep fear flashed in the eyes of the two of them. Boom. Boom. Immediately afterwards, the two of them only felt a pain in their abdomens, and the next moment they lost consciousness as soon as their eyes darkened. With two dings, the daggers in their hands fell to the ground. At this time, the world rushed to Naruto in a panic. Looking at the two people who fell to the ground and the two daggers on the ground, she couldn't help screaming and covering her mouth. Since the two were facing Naruto with their backs to the world only saw the scene where the two drew their daggers and rushed to Naruto, then suddenly stopped in front of Naruto, and then fell. Naruto-kun, are you alright? She quickly hugged Naruto, and with a nervous expression she reached out to turn over his clothes to check if his body was injured. Naruto shook his head. The world glanced at the two people who fell to the ground, and she hurriedly took out her mobile phone and called, "I must call the police and arrest these two lunatics." Chapter 434 Into the police station. Naruto didn't stop her. These two guys have always been malicious towards Yanyi. Naruto was very upset for a long time. He used demonic illusion to punish them a little last time, but unexpectedly the two of them became more serious. Kill yourself. As the sixth generation of Hokage, if they were placed in the Hokage world, the two would have been killed long ago. Now that he is in a society ruled by law, in order to avoid all kinds of unnecessary troubles, he resisted the urge to kill them, but Naruto wasn't easy to bully either. He was disturbed by these two people over and over again, and he wanted to get rid of this potential danger for a long time. Before, Makoto Ito lost his third leg with chakra by himself, and Taisuke Zeong was also ruined. But as long as they are still alive, the threat is still there. Although Naruto is not afraid of small roles like them, he has to think about Yanyi. Killing is to protect. Naruto thought so. He stretched out his hand to lift the two of them, and a weak chakra split into two and entered their bodies. No accident, the organs in the two people's bodies will start from the third leg within a year. It starts to fail and then slowly dies. Although this approach is a bit cruel, at present, it is also a method that can prevent anyone from seeing that it was Naruto. Matsuri at the academy. The assassination of Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga exploded in the school with the roar of a police car. All the students are scrambling to watch outside the cordon. Naruto and Sakai were surrounded by a group of police officers and several school leaders. Naruto classmate, what is the origin of this incident? Please follow us to the police station to take a record. As a witness, world classmates, you have to go with us too. The police said to the two. The world's face was a little disturbed. It was the first time she went to the police station, and there were so many students watching here, which made her usually a lively and cheerful girl a little bit unbearable. Naruto's hand quietly held her, showing her a reassuring smile. No problem, just go with you. Naruto nodded to the police and said lightly. Several people got into the police car and walked towards the police station. A group of students in the school were still there talking about it. Yanyi, who had heard the news long ago, looked at the back of the police car with a worried expression on his face. Oton was also stunned in place for a long time, and Naruto, who had done a good job with her before, was assassinated in a blink of an eye. Although nothing happened to him, Oton's heart was still frightened. Jumping wildly, if something happened to Naruto, she really didn't know what to do. And for Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong, the two culprits, she was even more annoyed. A good Academy Matsuri was disturbed by this assassination incident. Although everyone was still busy with the Academy Matsuri, their minds were no longer on this. People flew to the police station, and the good boys were talking together. This Academy Matsuri has completely changed its nature. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the Matsuri Academy was still in progress. Yanyi had sent dozens of text messages to Naruto, but no response was received. Oton was also fidgeting, and the female partner beside her invited her to dance with absolutely no interest in agreeing. Finally, Naruto and the world who finished the transcript walked out of the police station. The world took a long breath. Naruto-kun, it seems that today's school Matsuri can't participate. Yeah, Naruto nodded helplessly. It's all to blame for those two bastards. The world said with hatred. Fortunately, Naruto-kun, you are not in an accident, otherwise I would never have forgiven these two guys. Damn, these two pervert and lunatic better spend their whole lives in prison. Even the world that used to have a good relationship with Makoto Ito couldn't help cursing after such a thing happened. Naruto patted her on the shoulder and comforted. Okay, world, it's not worth being angry with this kind of person now. I think it's too late to go back to school to attend the Academy Matsuri. Yeah, Naruto-kun, you're right, I'm not angry. The world heard a smile on his face. You even promised me to dance with me. Yeah, so let's go back to school first, Naruto said. The world nodded. After taking out the phone and turning it on, I called my parents at home, reported that they were safe, and by the way, I told Naruto that I had made a transcript. The parents of the world were very nervous, and they heard that the world had finished the transcript and was ready to go. When I went back to school with Naruto, I was relieved. But they were eager to see their daughter, but they asked her to go home quickly. The world had no choice but to agree to say goodbye to their parents and Naruto to go home. Before leaving, the world took Naruto's hand and reminded him, "Naruto-kun, don't forget, you owe me a dance. Next time, the Academy Matsuri must be returned to me." Naruto promised her with a slight smile. After taking her into the car, Naruto thought about it and turned on his phone, ready to call Yanyi. But after turning on the phone, I found that there were several missed call reminders and a dozen text messages. Most of the missed calls were from Mommy, and the text messages were all from Yanyi, and there were a few others. Unfamiliar number. He didn't expect that it was such a small thing that Mommy and Yanyi cared so much about him, which made him feel a little warm in his heart. Originally, the police wanted to contact Naruto's parents, but because Naruto's admission procedures were handled by the Mommy family, the police contacted the Mommy family. After several calls, Mommy was on her way. First, I called Mommy back. After the call, Mammy's clear and anxious voice came from the phone immediately. "Naruto, how are you? What's going on? How did you get assassinated? Are you all right now?" A series of questions flew over, and Naruto had to explain them one by one with a wry smile, and it took a long time to make it clear to her. Really, I was almost scared to death. Naruto, hurry up and go home, I'm already home. Knowing what happened, Mommy knew that Naruto was in no danger now, so she couldn't help shouting. He breathed, eagerly wanting to see him. After hanging up the phone, Naruto was going to go to school and then go back to see Mommy. After all, judging from the text messages from Yanyi, he must have been worried about himself for a long time. In addition, there were also caring greetings from several girls whose names Naruto didn't know in the text messages, and there were also text messages from Otome. Seeing this, Naruto hurriedly took a taxi to the school. Chapter 435 Go Back Together. Yanyi was sitting in the corner of the playground, with his hands clasped in front of his chest with an anxious face, murmuring as if he was praying for Naruto. Watching the classmates carry out the activities of the Academy Matsuri, she did not have any intention of participating. And Otome, who had just had a relationship with Naruto, didn't have the mind to play at this time, but was pulled by the female companions, but there was no way to do it. While worrying about Naruto's situation, she played with the female companions. "What's the matter? Otome, you seem to be very worried today." A female companion couldn't help but ask her when she saw her sullen face. Otome smiled reluctantly and said, "No, it's okay, let's continue playing." "Is it really all right?" On the other hand, Shenna also called his friend World, and after learning that World had returned home, he could not help but let out a slight sigh. For Makoto Ito actually did something like assassinating Naruto, she was heartbroken, because she remembered that Makoto Ito was not like this before, and also remembered how warmly he encouraged her when she first entered school. Why is it now so, even a little crazy? Is it really possible to be so crazy for a girl you like? She didn't understand, but she knew that it was Makoto Ito who was wrong. Hey, Wei Wei sighed, feeling a little gloomy for a moment. At this time, a familiar figure suddenly came into view, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. It's Naruto. Did he come out safe too? As soon as Naruto got off the car and entered the school, he saw the moment standing on the side of the playground. In an instant, Naruto greeted him. She came back to her senses in an instant and saw Naruto walking towards her. Strictly speaking, she didn't have much affection for him in her heart, but as a classmate, she was in contact every day, watching his interactions with Yanyi, watching the world change. His obsession, she always had a feeling that she couldn't see through this boy. His ignorant appearance when he first entered school, and his disinterested in everything but sleep-like character, seems to be unable to attract the attention of girls at all. However, he has become the dream lover of almost all girls now. His friendly smile, his amazing results in exams, his tenderness towards his girlfriend, and his fearless appearance have made the girls in the school unable to extricate themselves. Among them, her friend World is a typical example. Such a boy is indeed much better than Makoto Ito. However, there are so many things that people don't know about him. Why he can get such good grades in the test while sleeping in class, why he has such strong physical fitness without seeing him exercising, and why. Anyway, there are too many mysteries in him, and she didn't dare to explore or be curious, because she was afraid that she would be as deeply immersed in the world as the world, so she kept persuading the world to stop participating. Such a boy, only a girl like Yan Yi can keep him. Shin, what's wrong with you? Naruto looked up at her blankly, and couldn't help but feel very strange. Ah, no, it's all right. Instantly looked startled. Naruto nodded, smiled at her and turned to leave, planning to find Yan Yi. Ah, wait. At this moment, Shanna suddenly turned around and stopped him. Huh, is there something wrong? Naruto stopped and turned to look at her suspiciously. There was a slight flicker in his brown eyes, and he walked towards Naruto and asked softly, "You weren't injured in the matter of Makoto Ito and Taisuke Zeong just now, right?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He didn't expect that the squad leader, who had always been on the wrong side of the road, suddenly greeted him. He laughed and said, "Thank you for your concern, those two guys can't hurt me." In an instant, Yuhi's expression turned slightly, and he hummed slightly, "Oh, that's all right." Naruto smiled lightly, waved his hand to her, and turned away. Looking at Naruto's back, his eyes flashed for a moment, and he felt a little strange. Why did he ask him this for no reason? This should be considered a greeting among classmates, the normal kind. On the other side of the playground, bypassing the crowded celebration venue, Naruto found Yan Yi sitting quietly. When Yan Yi saw Naruto appear in front of her, she finally plunged into his arms, holding Naruto's waist tightly with both hands, and couldn't help crying. "Ooh, Naruto, you are finally here. I'm so worried about you." She hugged Naruto tightly, the two big mountains of meat squeezed Naruto's chest. Naruto he hugged her gently, smiled bitterly and comforted her softly. "Yan Yi, didn't I send you a text message before? So why are you worried? Nothing will happen to me, you have to believe me." Yan Yi hummed, raised his head and looked at him with tears in his eyes, "But I just can't worry about it. I really don't want such a thing to happen again." Naruto scratched her nose lightly. "Okay, am I fine now? It's so late, we should go back." At this moment, Otome, who was playing with her female companions, suddenly saw Naruto's figure through the crowd. "Ah, it's Naruto-kun," she couldn't help but exclaimed. The female companions around looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Didn't Naruto-kun go to the police station? However, before Otome could answer, she saw her running out like a fly. "Naruto-kun." Otome ran in front of Naruto and Yan Yi, watching Yan Yi holding Naruto's arm tightly, and looking at herself with hostile eyes, the expression on her face she couldn't help being a little embarrassed. Although she had promised Naruto to stop bullying Yan Yi, it was difficult for her to get along with Yan Yi. Now, as soon as the two met in front of Naruto, she suddenly remembered what happened in the toilet at that time. Wei Yuhi, Otome forced herself to stop thinking about those things, and instead asked, "Naruto-kun, the police didn't embarrass you, right?" Naruto nodded slightly. Seeing Yan Yi's hostile gaze, he felt a little embarrassed. He glanced at Otome and gave her a reassuring look. Otome smiled and said, "It's fine if Naruto-kun is fine, haha, then I won't bother you." After she finished speaking, she ran away again, a look of loneliness flashed across her face. At this time, Naruto behind him suddenly said, "Otome, wait a minute, let's go back together." Hearing this, Yan Yi couldn't help but be taken aback. Chapter 436 Christmas is Coming. Naruto's invitation touched Otome's heart. It turned out that she also had a place in his heart, and he did not neglect himself because Yan Yi was here. With joy in her heart, she couldn't help but turn around and laughed and said, "Naruto-kun, I have to buy something later. I'll go home with Natsumi and the others." After speaking, she turned around and ran towards her friends. Naruto smiled slightly, and couldn't help but look at her with admiration. In the past, she gave her the impression of being a little selfish, and she could even bully Yanyi for the sake of being jealous. I didn't expect that she would make such a big concession now, rejecting herself and letting herself and Yanyi go back alone. It seems that after breaking her body, she has indeed changed a lot. After sending Yanyi home, Naruto quickly returned to his home. Mommy couldn't wait in the room for a long time, because Naruto was assassinated by a classmate. She was very worried, although she already knew that Naruto was fine, but if she didn't take a look at it in person, she was still very uneasy. The moment Naruto entered the room, Mommy, who was sitting in the living room, immediately let out a coquettish cry. With a whimper, her delicate body quickly plunged into Naruto's arms, colliding with him. "Ooh, Naruto, I'm so worried about you. What's going on? How can you kill me? Are you okay?" A series of questions came out with her crying, and Naruto picked her up and had to explain them one by one. Mommy had already come home from get off work today. After learning about this, she told her parents and hurried over by car regardless of whether they agreed or not. At this time, after listening to Naruto's explanation, seeing that he was safe and sound, a big stone in his heart finally fell, and he couldn't help but hug him tightly, for fear that he would disappear in the next moment. "Naruto, I really want to be scared to death by you. If something happens to you, I really don't know how to live," Mommy said softly, leaning on his chest with lingering fears. Naruto hugged her delicate body, feeling her fast-beating heart calm down quietly, and couldn't help lowering his head and kissing her tender face gently. Mammy's delicate body shook slightly. She raised her head, her cherry lips opened slightly, her beautiful eyes closed slightly, and her hands slowly climbed up Naruto's neck. That night, the two enjoyed themselves happily. Early the next morning, Mommy set off directly from Kana City to go to work in Bedmaster City, while Naruto continued to go to school. Academy Matsuri. Due to the affairs of Makoto Ito and Taisuke Sawanaga, the school began ideological and moral education, and the management of students became more strict. Naruto was still the same as usual, without any changes. If there is a change, the only change is that his seat has been moved to the seat where Makoto Ito was sitting, which means that he is now at the same table as the world. This is a very happy thing for the world. She became the same table with Naruto, who she was deeply obsessed with. During the day, the two were almost always together. Compared with Yanyi, she spent more time with Naruto. Want more. Although Naruto still sleeps most of the time, thinking about his own business, but the world can already feel it is a very happy thing as long as the world can watch Naruto silently. After school, Naruto often goes home with Yanyi. However, although the relationship between him and Yanyi is already very good, there is always a lack of that layer of relationship between the two. Before Yanyi mentioned that he would give himself to Naruto many times, he was always rejected by various accidentally disturbed, so now she is very entangled, not knowing whether she still wants to mention this to Naruto. After all, it is very rare for a girl to mention this kind of thing over and over again. If she made such a request to Naruto again and again, it would be too lewd and slutty. With such thoughts in mind, Yanyi became very resentful every time he looked at Naruto. Why didn't Naruto make such demands on himself? If it was Naruto, he would definitely agree immediately. But she observed that Naruto's eyes when he occasionally looked at her body also proved that he wanted her. In fact, it wasn't that Naruto didn't want Yanyi, but that he found that most of his time was taken up by Mommy Otome and the world. During the day, most of the school was haunted by the world, and occasionally he was dragged by Otome into a secret place when he took time out. Sex in the corner, love, even if you want to go out and play with Yanyi on weekends, because Mommy is at home on weekends. Therefore, Naruto can only be with Yanyi during lunch or school every day, and occasionally have time to walk home together. The most terrible thing is that Yanyi's family education is very strict. She is not allowed to go out at night at all, and it will be troublesome to even come back late, and Yanyi is a little repulsive to do it outside, love. This caused Naruto to have no relationship with her so far. Fortunately, Naruto usually hangs out with Otome and Mommy, otherwise, surrounded by this group of beauties, he might have been suffocated to death. In addition, the world often invites Naruto to play at her house. If it wasn't for Naruto being occupied by Yanyi every time after school, I'm afraid the world would have already attacked him. Therefore, the sense of crisis in Yanyi's heart became stronger. This busy and fragrant day has lasted for about a month, and finally the tranquility was completely broken on this day. Because today is Christmas Day. It also happens to be Saturday. Early in the morning, Mommy carried the cake into Naruto's room, planning to spend this Christmas with him. On the other hand, the world also took the chocolate cake that he had carefully prepared in the car and headed to Naruto's house. Naruto, who had just woken up in bed, saw Mommy smiling with a big bag of snacks at first sight. "Ah, Mommy, you came so early." Naruto said hello, and turned on the phone next to him to see that there was a blessing and an invitation from Yanyi. "Naruto, Mom and Dad are out for Christmas tonight, can you come to my house when you have time? I've prepared a cake for you." Seeing this text message, Naruto was stunned for a while, then looked at Mommy in front of him, and his head suddenly became big. At this time, Mommy gently put down what was in her hand, quietly climbed onto Naruto's bed, got into his quilt and giggled, "Naruto, why did you get up so late? You were waiting for me to use that kind of thing. Ways to help you wake up." Just as Naruto was about to speak, Mammy's head got under Naruto's bed, fell down between his legs, took off Naruto's trousers, and opened her soft mouth to suck Naruto into it. Oh, Naruto trembled slightly, and he was so stimulated in the early morning that he couldn't help but groaned and groaned. Chapter 437 Go to Yanyi's house. Hee, Naruto, are you awake yet? Mommy raised her head and propped up the quilt, and looked at Naruto with a wink. Mommy, Naruto whispered, reaching out and holding her head, don't stop. Hee, obey, Naruto-sama, Mommy laughed, and continued to lower her head to bite Naruto hard. Naruto immediately felt an unparalleled pleasure, the warm little cavity, the constantly squirming soft flesh, and the silky lilac uvula, which made him completely unbearable. His hands pressed her head and couldn't help speeding up. Speed. Just when the two of them were at a critical moment, the door suddenly rang, and the two of them trembled. Mommy raised her head and sat up, panting slightly and asking strangely, who would it be early in the morning? Naruto shook his head. He was enjoying himself, but it was also very unpleasant to be disturbed at this time, and after being stimulated by Mommy, how could he still be sleepy? However, because someone knocked on the door, the two had to stop. Mommy licked her soft lips, left the bedroom with a slight smile, and went to open the door. Naruto was also ready to get dressed and get up, but the high bulge under him still made him very uncomfortable. After getting dressed, Mommy walked into the bedroom, looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, the world classmate is here. She came to celebrate your birthday with you last time, right? It seems that you have a very good relationship with her. Good. She was a little jealous. Naruto not only has a girlfriend Yanyi at school, but he also has such a good relationship with the world. I really don't want people to think about it. Naruto was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect the world to come. Could it be that she also came to find her for Christmas? With an embarrassed smile, he hurried to wash up. A few minutes later, Naruto walked out of the bedroom and came to the living room, where he saw Shizuo and Mommy sitting on the sofa, chatting with each other. Seeing Naruto appear, the world greeted with a chuckle, "Good morning Naruto-kun." Well, good morning. Naruto also greeted. He found that the world was wearing a long beige dress today. The skirt could barely cover the bend of her legs, revealing two delicate snow-white calves. On the pair of glittering and lovely jade feet, she was wearing a pair of small Yuhi-colored high-heeled shoes. It looks as pure and moving as the sister next door, but it is sexy and cute. Naruto-kun, it's a pity, I brought a cake. Unfortunately I heard that sister Mommy also brought it. I'm afraid we can't finish it. World suddenly shook his head and said, It's okay, you can eat it at night if you can't finish it. Naruto smiled and walked over to open the chocolate cake sent by the world. Anyway, I'm hungry now, so let's start it first. Okay, Naruto, if you like it, you can eat it. A happy smile appeared on the face of the world. Naruto was able to eat the cake she made, which was a very happy thing for her. Mommy on the side also cut it open and put it in her mouth to taste. World, your craftsmanship is really good. It's much better than mine. Mommy exclaimed sincerely. No, it's normal. After eating the world's cake, Naruto's stomach is also full. Originally, Mommy planned to spend Christmas alone with Naruto, because she was going home to spend Christmas with her parents in the afternoon, so she didn't have time to be with Naruto at night. Now that the world has come, it can be said that Mammy's plan has been disrupted again. And the world also wanted to spend Christmas alone with Naruto, and came to Naruto with joy, but Mommy was in Naruto's house again. The world has always been very suspicious about the relationship between her and Naruto, but it is not easy to ask directly. Therefore, she is also very confused. In an atmosphere where both sides were a little uncomfortable, Christmas with the three of them was over. Soon it was afternoon. Mommy said goodbye to Naruto and left, and the world was tired of playing, although she really wanted to stay, but I had already told my family that I would go back early, so I had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Naruto thought that Mommy would stay and live with him. After all, she hooked up her bathing fire in the morning. If she didn't solve it, Naruto would definitely be upset. However, he didn't force it. Although he couldn't spend a wonderful Christmas Eve with Mommy, the thought of going to Yan Yi's house later made his mind alive again. Maybe, today is a good opportunity to. Naruto thought like this, and when he sent the world out, he took a taxi and headed for Yan Yi's house. Yan Yi's parents had strongly asked Yan Yi to go out for Christmas with them, but in order to have a Christmas with Naruto, Yi found all kinds of reasons and refused to go out. She is a girl who never lies, in order to cover up in Naruto. Relationship, rose Yuhi's face and explained to his parents for a long time before barely able to cope. But it has also made Yan Yi's parents suspicious. After getting out of the car at the door of Yan Yi's house, Naruto rang the doorbell of her house. Just after a few rings, the door was quickly opened, revealing a beautiful face. Naruto, come in. Welcome to my house. Yan Yi was wearing a home-style white casual shirt, a pair of loose lavender slacks, and a beige apron around his chest. He trembled slightly, making him seem demure and mature. Naruto was amazed. He closed the door after entering the room, and was pressed by Yan Yi on the sofa. On the table in the living room, a large white cake that had been opened wide was displayed in front of him, exuding the fragrance of cream. Yan Yi, have you been waiting for me? He couldn't help asking. Yan Yi smiled lightly, then brought out a plate of fruit and other snacks from the kitchen and put it on the table, and said, Naruto, I'm the only one in my house tonight. My parents and my sister are out. Let's have a good Christmas for the two of us. After speaking, Yan Yi turned on the TV in the living room, and then sat down next to Naruto's arms, holding Naruto's arms tightly, those towering chests tightly pressed against Naruto's arms, sending him a silent temptation. Naruto, come and eat a grape. Yan Yi happily stretched out a small purple grape and handed it to Naruto's mouth for him to eat. Feeling Yan Yi's enthusiasm, Naruto didn't refuse, and opened his mouth to put the grapes and her green and jade-like fingers into his mouth. Yan Yi's body trembled slightly, a layer of Yuhi dizziness appeared on his face, and he quickly drew back his hand. Yan Yi, when will your parents and sister come back today? Looking down at Yan Yi, who was so seductive, Naruto couldn't help asking. Chapter 438 Yan Yi's Gift. Yan Yi seemed to read something from Naruto's eyes. Hearing that, his body shook slightly, and Yuhi said with a moist face, They should come back in 3 or 4 hours. Really? Naruto couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat. Well, Yan Yi nodded lightly, suddenly grabbed Naruto's big hand, exhaled like a lantern. Naruto, today, I want to give you a gift. Huh? Close your eyes. Naruto shut up according to the words, secretly thinking, she won't kiss herself again, will she? A small voice sounded, and after a while, Yan Yi's voice came, okay. Naruto opened his eyes and looked at Yan Yi in front of him. Forehead. However, in the next instant, he was already there, staring straight at the scene in front of him, and his mind was a little confused. Because the upper body of Yan Yi in front of him took off his apron, unbuttoned the shirt inside, pushed off the lavender hood, and completely presented the two towering and upright Roshan in Naruto's sight. The snow-white skin exudes a Kiba-like luster, and the two pink Yuhi buds on her breasts, which are full of D cups and above, are exposed to the air, quivering gently with her breathing. Yan Yi, Naruto swallowed, staring at her with burning eyes. Yan Yi lowered her head shyly, clasped her hands in front of her chest, trying to cover her body, but she tried hard not to cover it up. She felt Naruto's fruit-eating eyes fall on her, and she was full of love. He jumped violently. Is it too obscene and slutty to do this by yourself? Will Naruto hate himself for this? However, if you don't do this, you and Naruto will no longer make progress. Seeing other girls getting closer and closer to Naruto, how can you be indifferent? Naruto, gift, do you like it? Yan Yi said this, her tender face had already swelled to Yuhi, and her body was trembling slightly. It's so strange. I used to hate this kind of thing the most, why do I expect this so much now? Yan Yi thought to himself. Naruto's body stiffened at an astonishing speed, and then he opened his arms and hugged Yan Yi fiercely into his embrace. Yan Yi, I like it very much, he said softly beside her ear, reaching out and hugging her whole body. Yan Yi snorted softly, her body volleyed into the air, and the two tender white fleshy mountains on her chest trembled violently. She was so frightened that she quickly hugged Naruto's neck with both hands, and the white tender flesh on her chest immediately shook. It was close to Ming's face. Yan Yi, where is your room? Naruto asked in a muffled voice as he was buried between the two Yamanaka buildings. Ah, it's so itchy. As soon as Naruto spoke, the hot breath suddenly sprayed onto Yan Yi's sensitive chest, causing her to tremble slightly. Room. Naruto saw that there were two small doors over there, and regardless of which was Yan Yi's room, he opened one of them and got in. Then, he gently placed Yan Yi on the white sheet. Naruto, I'm a little scared. Yan Yi's pair of jade arms were tightly hooked around Naruto's neck, and he was too nervous to let go. Don't be afraid, Yan Yi, you are going to be my woman today. You should relax and be happy. Naruto nibbled on her crystal clear lips, and one hand already held one of Yi's left breast. The huge size made it difficult for Naruto to hold it with one hand. He could only gently shake the pink bud between his fingers. Ah, Naruto. Yan Yi opened his mouth and groaned softly, his voice so charming. Are you ready, Yan Yi? Naruto quietly took off his clothes and her clothes, and the two embraced on the bed naked. Yan Yi was extremely nervous, and with her beautiful eyes closed, she did not dare to look at Naruto, but her heart was filled with joy and happiness while she was nervous. It's finally here. I finally want to do H's thing with Naruto. I can finally go one step further with Naruto. Tears of happiness welled up in her eyes. Naruto lowered his head and kissed her gently, salty, with a greenish taste. Looking at the slightly trembling eyelashes on her tightly closed eyes, he couldn't help laughing. Yan Yi, relax. Well, I see. Yan Yi's pair of round and tender thighs slowly opened, welcoming Naruto into him. Closing, wrapping around his waist, feeling the burning sensation of that huge fiery thing clinging to his mysterious area, Yan Yi trembled physically and mentally. Naruto, okay, it's really big. She said a little scaredly, will it hurt? Naruto smiled lightly, and his body sank slightly. Don't be nervous, in fact, you will be very happy after entering. Yan Yi opened Yuhiran's small mouth slightly. Naruto's body sank more and more, and he had entered the Taoyuan Valley, with a layer of obstacles blocking the front. Yan Yi frowned slightly and grabbed Naruto's shoulders with both hands. It's a little tight, let's relax a little bit. Naruto lowered his head and covered her soft cherry lips, sticking out his tongue and lingering in her mouth. Yan Yi was slightly lost in his gentleness and relaxed. Suddenly, Naruto's body suddenly sank again. Yan Yi raised his head and screamed in pain. His small mouth suddenly opened into an O shape. A look of pain appeared on his face, and the 10 fingers of both hands were pinched into Naruto's flesh tightly, almost scratching Naruto to bleed. Come. Does it hurt? Naruto asked softly, feeling the incomparable tightness there. Yan Yi opened her mouth and took a few breaths, and then she regained her senses, and when she heard Naruto's gentle voice, she couldn't help shaking her head. No, it doesn't hurt, I'm very happy now, finally, and Naruto. It fits together. A trace of blood flowed down Yan Yi's delicate buttocks onto the white bed sheet, and a beautiful Yuhi plum blossom bloomed. Naruto knew that this was her first time, and Yan Yi's expression was too nervous, not as smooth as Otome and Mami's first time. This point, from the incomparable tightness and suction under her body at this time. Learned. After a while, Yan Yi got used to Naruto's size. Zhao Yuhi said softly with a face. Naruto, you can move now. Naruto nodded slightly, and his big mouth sealed her lips again. In her silent response, her body swayed slightly. From slow to fast, from shallow to deep, under the guidance of Naruto, Yan Yi's body was finally no longer tense, and gradually relaxed, which also brought her infinite joy beyond pain. Chapter 439 Peking Guixin. In the bedroom, there are infinitely beautiful, charming scenery, and bursts of coquettish voices. Yan Yi also finally realized the incomparably fulfilling and joyful feeling after the tension and pain. This feeling made her unable to extricate herself from it and lost herself in it. She never knew that doing this kind of thing would have such a wonderful feeling, and even make her feel so good. Such a conservative person also moaned and groaned freely. Naruto, it feels so strange, it's hot, it's kind, it looks like it's about to pee. Yan Yi whispered, his head resting on Naruto's shoulders for a while, panting weakly. Yuhi's face is full of intoxication and contentment, and even her body is exuding bursts of Tide Yuhi. Her snow-white and tender thighs had already wrapped around Naruto's waist at some point, and her delicate buttocks swayed with Naruto's ups and downs. The sound of water was rushing, and the sheets had already been spilled by her except for blood. Of love, the liquid wets a piece. Naruto, I'm going to lose it. Under the accelerated movement of Naruto, Yan Yi opened his mouth and shouted, his head suddenly tilted back, a small mouth opened slightly, and his body bowed tensely. Followed by a violent tremor. I'm going to die. Naruto, I'm going to die. After a long time, Yan Yi recovered from this peak of pleasure, and before he closed his small mouth, he gasped say. Naruto's hands vigorously rubbed the towering pair on her chest. The 2 mountains of meat were constantly changing in shape in his hands. In addition to bringing Yan Yi an extremely comfortable feeling, she also felt very ashamed. But I never thought that Naruto would take care of her breasts, which are far more developed than their peers. It turns out that the boys really like the older girls here. Thinking of this, Yan Yi couldn't help but be slightly delighted, and the pleasure came to her in waves. At this time, outside the door, a petite figure quietly came to the door, took out the key, opened the door, sneaked into the living room, found the untouched cake on the table, and rolled his eyes. Cannot help but search around. Sister, are you there? She is Yan Yi's sister Guixin. Because Yan Yi didn't go to Christmas with them, Guixin made an excuse to sneak back while her parents were having dinner, wanting to see what her sister was doing at home alone. Did he secretly invite brother Naruto to come over for Christmas? I have to say that Guixin's hunch was too accurate, and she knew her sister too well. Yan Yi did indeed invite Naruto over to spend Christmas together. However, what Guixin didn't expect was that her sister didn't just spend Christmas with Naruto, because at this time they were doing unimaginable things in the room. Guixin shouted a few times. Where would he hear Yan Yi, who was in the throes of pleasure, and Naruto was also immersed in Yan Yi's coquettish whistling and low panting, and did not notice Guixin's voice. Strange, my sister obviously prepared a cake, why isn't anyone here? Guixin murmured with a puzzled look on her face. Suddenly, she turned her ears to listen, and an incredible sound entered her ears. What is that? Following the source of the faint voice, Gui Xin came to the door of her room. Is it here? Reaching out to hold the doorknob, Gui Xin's body suddenly shook. Ah, Naruto, okay, so comfortable, you made me so comfortable. Again, hurry up, hurry up. Is this your sister's voice? Gui Xin's mind immediately went blank, and the sudden change made him suddenly at a loss. Sister is in her room. And Naruto brother is there. What are they doing? Gui Xin is already a junior high school student, and her body has already begun to develop. Since the last monarchy, she has become more and more curious about the opposite sex, and sometimes she even had that shameful dream. Because of this, she secretly bought some adult books and DVDs, and watched them secretly when no one was at home. At this time, what the elder sister's cry in the room meant, after being stunned for 3 seconds, Gui Xin immediately understood. Her tender face instantly turned into a yuhi color. How can you do this? Sister and brother Naruto actually took advantage of everyone's time out to do such things at home. This is too outrageous. Too unbelievable. A woman as conservative as her sister could still make such a shameful cry. At this moment, Gui Xin was stunned, her thighs couldn't help but come together, quietly grinding, and a heart thumped, as if it was about to pop out of her throat. Moreover, her feet seemed to be nailed by nails, and it was difficult to leave. Standing in front of the door, she kept listening to her sister's breathing from inside. Naruto, I can't do it. Naruto, okay, so intense. So intense. Well, yes, it's going to break. Good brother, I'm going. Following Yan Yi's long and smooth moan, Gui Xin's legs softened and she knelt on the floor outside the door. Her delicate thighs were tightly pressed together, and a wet feeling penetrated into the pants along the small inner. Gui Xin is also wet. After a while, the room groaned and moaned again, and Gui Xin stared at the door with disbelief. Finally, her jade hand trembled and reached out to the doorknob, gently, quietly, twisting it. A gap in the door was slightly exposed. Gui Xin leaned over, and a pair of beautiful eyes looked into the room through the small gap. The next moment, she couldn't help but let out a small exclamation, and hurriedly reached out to cover her delicate lips. At this time, Naruto inside was fighting fiercely with Yan Yi, and he didn't notice Gui Xin's peeking. Gui Xin's soft cry just now seemed to arouse his doubts. He paused slightly and murmured, Yan Yi, I seem to have heard other voices. However, Yan Yi was already immersed in that boundless happiness at this time. She raised her pretty buttocks and waved an invitation to Naruto. Well, Naruto, it should be, you heard wrong bar. Seeing Yan Yi lying on the bed, his pouty buttocks gave him a huge temptation. He didn't expect that Yan Yi would be so lewd and slutty when he entered the state. Excited in his heart, he snorted and threw himself again. Go up and enter her body from behind. Ah! Yan Yi raised her head and groaned, her long black hair suddenly raised behind her, and the boundless pleasure made her tremble with excitement. Chapter 440 Strange Atmosphere. Sister, how can you do this? The scenes of this scene brought a huge visual impact to Gui Xin, who was still a minor. Although she had also seen some adult movies and comics, it happened in front of her at this time, and it was still in her room. The scene of her sister and Naruto's brother shocked her little heart. Seeing her sisters groaning and groaning, lying on the bed in an extremely shy pose, Gui Xin felt that it was inconceivable. After a long time, the voice inside gradually fell, and Yan Yi was finally unbearable, and lay powerlessly in Naruto's arms. Looking at the time, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. After doing more than 2 hours of love, Yan Yi, who had broken his body for the first time, was really overwhelmed. Naruto, my parents and sister are coming back soon, let's clean up as soon as possible. Yan Yi said weakly, but he accidentally touched the wound under him, frowned slightly, and let out a coquettish cry again. Fell down. Naruto hugged her gently and smiled. Sorry, it's too intense. Yan Yi, just lie down for a while, I'll just sort it out. Getting up, Naruto looked at the messy sheets and the clothes scattered everywhere, and couldn't help but let out a wry smile. This time with Yan Yi, it went a bit too far. I didn't expect that she was not as conservative as usual when she broke her body for the first time. After letting go, the enthusiasm she showed was completely beyond her imagination, so that she was uncontrollable, and she made several highs and tides. On the other side, when Gui Xin outside the room saw that Naruto and her sister were done, she panicked and quickly stood up to hide. It would be bad if they found themselves hiding outside the door and peeking. When she got up, she realized that her bottom had become wet, and her panties had become sticky there, so uncomfortable. However, in order to avoid being discovered by Naruto and the two of them, Gui Xin couldn't care less about it, and without closing the door, she quietly ran into the living room, then quietly opened the door and went out, knocking again. Hearing the knock on the door, both Naruto couldn't help being startled. Yan Yi was still lying on the bed weakly. Although she was already dressed, the pain under her body still made it difficult for her to move. Not good. Naruto, maybe my parents and the others are back, Yan Yi said in a panic. Although Naruto is not afraid of being known by others, in order to take care of Yan Yi's face, he must also cover up the current relationship between the two from being discovered by her parents. After hiding some traces of things, Naruto helped Yan Yi out of the bedroom, and suddenly found that the bedroom door was not closed. People are in fascination, who cares? After coming to the living room and letting Yan Yi sit down, Naruto went to open the door. The door opened, and unexpectedly, he only saw Gui Xin standing at the door, and their parents did not come back. While Naruto was relieved, he couldn't help but smile at Gui Xin. Gui Xin, why did you come back so early? He didn't know that Gui Xin had already seen everything about the two of them before, otherwise it would be regarded as Naruto's face will also be embarrassed. I came back early. Gui Xin's face was like Yuhi, and she didn't dare to look at Naruto. Well, then come in quickly. Naruto stepped aside and let Gui Xin enter the room, feeling that something was wrong. Gui Xin hurriedly ran into the living room and sat on the sofa. Her heart was beating so fast. In order to divert her attention, she whispered to the big cake on the table, "Wow. Sister, did you prepare such a big cake?" "Yes. Do you want to eat with Naruto brother?" Yan Yi sat on the side with a hint of Yuhi on her face. Her eyes were like water. Her body was sour. She didn't dare to look into her sister's eyes. She smiled and lowered her head and said, "Yeah, you're going out with your parents, I'll be ready. Spend Christmas with Naruto." "Oh, it turns out that my elder sister has already planned it." Gui Xin stepped forward and teased, noticing the charming Yuhiran on her elder sister's face, and in her mind came the idea of her elder sister and Naruto doing it before. Love scene. At this time Naruto came over, sat down beside Gui Xin, picked up the knife and cut a few pieces of the cake, smiled and said, "Since Gui Xin is back, let's eat cake together, I happen to be hungry too." Quote. Gui Xin was very nervous sitting next to Naruto. Her face couldn't help but Yuhi. Her eyes couldn't help falling on Naruto's crotch. Her eyes flickered, she didn't know what she was thinking. Naruto handed her the cut cake, and she was still in a daze. "Gui Xin," Naruto called out. Oh, thank you, Naruto brother." Gui Xin hurriedly came to her senses and came up with the cake. Her fingers touched Naruto's big hand, but she couldn't help but tremble. The jade hand trembled, and the cake fell to her immediately before it was firmly connected. Black skirt and thighs. Ah! Gui Xin let out a coquettish cry, at a loss. Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment, then smiled and took a tissue to help her wipe it. I'll do it myself." Gui Xin hurriedly took the tissue from Naruto's hand and staggered to the bathroom. Naruto and Yan Yi couldn't help but look at each other. A little strange, their Gui Xin always felt a little strange today. After a while, Gui Xin came back again, but she didn't dare to sit back on Naruto's side with her face Yuhi, but sat next to her sister. Naruto had to cut a new cake for her. The three of them finished eating the cake in a very strange atmosphere. and Naruto finally said goodbye and left. Yanyi wanted to send Naruto away, but because of some inconvenience, he sat there and didn't dare to get up. He was afraid that his sister would find something abnormal, so he asked Guixin to go out and send him off. Guixin had no choice but to calmly send Naruto out. After returning, she finally let out a long sigh, looking at her sister with a strange look in her eyes. At this time, Yanyi was also preparing to go back to the room to rest. When she opened the door, she realized that the place where she and Naruto were was actually not her room, but her sister Guixin's room. This is bad. I haven't completely cleaned up just now. If my sister goes to sleep, she will smell something strange. Well, I hope my sister doesn't find out. Yan Yexi leaned against the door with a face, and prayed secretly in her heart. But she didn't know that her younger sister Guixin had taken everything in her eyes for a long time. After returning to her room, she looked at her big bed. Yuhi's face was dizzy. Chapter 441 Burn Rune. 10 days passed. After Christmas, Yan Yi, who had that kind of relationship with Naruto, became a lot more open in the process of getting along with the two, but the time they spent together was still a little bit. Yi's family didn't know about Yan Yi and Naruto, and they still controlled her very strictly. However, because Makoto Ito and Taisuke Ziyang were in prison, everyone knew that Yan Yi was Naruto's girlfriend, and no one dared to harass Yan Yi for a while, although Yan Yi was also the dream lover of many boys in the school, but when they thought that Naruto was so powerful, they could only look up silently. Time passed slowly. It was winter in a blink of an eye, and soon it was time for the winter vacation. And this also means that Naruto is about to transfer. Yan Yi was the first to know about this matter, but she, who had already had a relationship with him, was very reluctant to give up on it, but she already firmly believed that she was a Naruto woman. Even if she was separated for a while, she couldn't erase the feelings between the two, although sad, but my heart is still full of hope. However, the world's reaction was a bit big. When Naruto told her about this, the whole world was stunned, and then the tears couldn't stop flowing. Because for her, although her relationship with Naruto is very good, neither of them have done that kind of thing yet. It can be said that everything is just a secret love of the world's wishful thinking. And Naruto's transfer meant that the world's secret love could not get results, which was unacceptable to her. In comparison, Otome is much more open-minded. She and Naruto have the same relationship as underground lovers. Although Naruto's departure made her feel very lost, Naruto promised to come to Kano City to see her every once in a while. It made her heart very sweet. As long as the two still maintain that kind of relationship, she is already very satisfied. In the evening, in the house, Naruto is holding a fine iron dagger, holding a carving knife and engraving runes on the dagger. This dagger, which he bought at the stall with money, is the best quality dagger he has ever seen on the market. Although a dagger of this level cannot be compared with the Hokage world, it is very important to Naruto. It's better than nothing. After all, in this modern society, with Naruto's existing strength, he basically does not need to fear any danger. He bought this dagger only because the liberation of chakra has reached a certain level recently, and he can activate the Hiraishin spell. For the sake of. At this time, he was also engraving the spacetime spell on the dagger. In theory, as long as chakra is enough to activate this technique, Naruto can use the technique to move in space. At present, after several months of hard work by Naruto, the chakra in the body has finally reached the amount that can be used once the Hiraishin technique. The technique of Hiraishin can use the rune engraved on the target to move for an instant when its own chakra is activated. The amount of chakra used depends on the specific situation. If it is too big or too strong, it will consume a little more chakra. The chakra liberated by Naruto himself is very small, but due to his familiarity with the technique of Hiraishin, even if the chakra that can be used in the body at this time is so small that even Shadow Clone cannot make it, he can still use this space ninjutsu. Although, after using it once, it cannot be used again for a short time, and it needs to be recovered and refined for chakra. But this was already a big surprise for Naruto. After a while, the rune was finally burned, and Naruto let out a slight sigh. With a flick of his arm, Kobo suddenly shot out from his hand and slammed into the door in front of him with a slam. Then, Naruto mobilized the chakra in his body and activated the spell. The next moment, Naruto, who was sitting in the center of the living room, appeared in front of the door in an instant. He gently pulled out Kuei, smiled bitterly and said to himself, although the chakra in the body can already activate Hiraishin once, but there is still a long way to go from completely unlocking chakra. Quote. Moreover, if this chakra is used for the technique of Hiraishin at one time, there is no remaining use for other aspects. He has done experiments before, and based on the amount of chakra that can be used in the body now, he can only emit a wind blade the size of a washbasin. Frowning, Naruto continued to sit down and practice chakra. Although this world has peace that the world of Hokage does not have, he will never give up the world of Hokage and enjoy it alone. No matter how cute the girl here is, he will always be thinking about waiting there. People. More than an hour later, Naruto's cell phone suddenly rang. He woke up from the meditation, picked up his mobile phone and opened it, only to find that it was a call from Moment, and his expression couldn't help but be stunned. Although Naruto's mobile phone has the number of the instant, but he has never called himself once at ordinary times. I don't know why he suddenly called himself this time. Naruto, where are you now? The Moment's voice was very soft, and Naruto was stunned and replied, I'm at home, what's wrong? Oh, can you come to school? School, it's getting dark now. It seems that the school is forbidden to go in and out. I'm at school. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then frowned slightly. Why are you still at school? Are you alone? Well, can you come over? Shanshin hummed and asked again. Hearing her voice seem to be in a bad mood, Naruto was worried that something would happen to her, and quickly responded. Okay, I'll come right away. After hanging up the phone, Naruto felt a little strange. As the leader of the class, in the eyes of others, although he was petite, he was very reliable. I don't know what happened this time, causing her to be so I'm still at school alone late, and I still ask myself to go there. Could it be that I'm in danger? Naruto was puzzled, put on his jacket and went out of the house, taking a taxi to Shino Academy. At this time, the sky outside had completely darkened, and the street was lit up with lights. It took Naruto half an hour to arrive at the gate of the academy, and found that the gate had been closed long ago. Helpless, he had to come to the courtyard wall behind the school, jumped over the wall from an unnoticed corner, and entered the school. Before taking a few steps, I saw a figure in a corner of the playground in front of me. It was that Moment. Chapter 442 Lost Night. Under the moonlight, the thin figure of the Moment was slightly thin. At this time, she was sitting on the swing in the corner of the playground with her head lowered. The two slender legs in black cotton socks were shaking slightly. Naruto stepped forward and called her. Shinin, why are you still here at this time? Suddenly slightly startled, he turned his head and saw Naruto's figure. His face couldn't help showing a look of joy again, and hurriedly stood up. Naruto, you came so fast. Frowned as she watched her Yuhi's nose froze in the cold wind. Now that the school is closed, do you want to be frozen here alone at night? I just don't want to go home. She lowered her head slightly, a look of loneliness flashed across her face, and hearing the concern in Naruto's tone, she felt happy again. What's the matter? Why don't you want to go home? Naruto took off his coat and put it on her, took her to sit on the swing, and asked softly. In an instant, his body shook slightly, and he glanced at Naruto in a complicated way, and asked faintly, how many days can there be like this? Naruto, why do you think there are so many separations in this world? Naruto couldn't help but froze for a moment. From her words, he seemed to hear a strong sense of sadness. Is she going to leave? Thinking for a while, he patted the shoulder of the instant and said softly, there is no eternal existence in this world. When we meet, we must leave, but why can't we meet after leaving? Instant, do you mean to leave for a period of time? What? Hearing this, He turned his head and glanced at him in surprise, and sighed slightly. Naruto, you're too smart. Yes, I'm going to Paris in a few days, and my parents never asked my opinion. My feeling, because they are going to develop in Paris, they have to let me go with them. So, I will leave everyone in the future. Quote. Naruto frowned after hearing this, but he didn't expect that he had guessed it correctly, and that he had to transfer to another school just like himself, but compared to himself, he was going to Paris. He knew that once he went to Paris, he would be in a short period of time. She will never meet her friends here again. Leaving friends who have been with each other for many years, going to a strange place, no matter who will be confused and scared, right? What's more, what about a girl like that? Suddenly looking at Naruto, he said faintly, Naruto, I heard that you are also leaving Shino Academy, right? Naruto nodded slightly. A pair of beautiful eyebrows frowned slightly. Naruto, can you promise me one thing? What? Naruto was stunned. Before you leave, don't make the world sad, okay? Besides, I also hope you can be together. Chena said softly, raised his head. Those brown pupils stared at Naruto tightly, and the eyes in the eyes were in the moonlight. It looks very impressive. Naruto was a little surprised. Instant said, I and the world have been good friends since childhood. We grew up together, and now that she likes you so much, I really don't want her to be sad and desperate because of your leaving, so before I leave, I want to ask you to agree as my condition, okay? I will, and I can come here every week to see, but it is you who left your friend to go to a foreign country, and now you still care about the world. Who cares about yourself? Looking at this petite and exquisite girl, she is usually cold on the surface, but she has great enthusiasm for her friends in her heart, and even when she finally leaves, she is thinking of her friends. Such a girl is so distressing. Naruto has the urge to reach out and hold her in his arms. In fact, Naruto did the same. In an instant, Naruto was stunned by Naruto's words, and Naruto reached out and held her thin shoulders and hugged her into his arms. In an instant, the whole body could not help but tremble. Naruto. In an instant, if you're unhappy over there, call me, and I'll find a way to pick you up and be with everyone. Naruto said softly. Instantly stunned. Naruto patted her jade back, suddenly reached out and undid the yuhi-colored bow on her head, gently let loose her long hair, and said with a smile, can you lend me this thing for a while? Moment looked at him puzzled. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto smiled slightly, stretched out his hand, and stroked the bow a few times. A faint chakra light flashed faintly from above. In an instant, he thought he was dazzled, so he wiped his eyes and looked at him wide. Naruto smiled lightly and returned the bow to her. Okay, if you encounter any huge danger over there, bite your finger and press it on it, and the danger will naturally be relieved at that time. Originally, Naruto could quietly engrave the Hiraishin rune on her body, but because people in this world don't know chakra at all, and his current chakra is sealed, he can't remotely perceive what he has set. The spell can only be perceived by oneself by activating the runes with blood. Therefore, he had to let Instant know about this. Quote. Moment's eyes became very strange. Naruto smiled helplessly. Maybe this kind of thing is too incredible for you, but I still have to say that this is the only place I can help you. Naruto, are you saying that you can do magic? Hearing Naruto's tone, he couldn't help but ask in an instant. Naruto nodded. If you really believe me, I'll answer you, I'm not kidding. Really? Shanna was still a little unconvinced. After all, this was too incredible for her. Originally, she just asked Naruto to accompany her and talk to her. I didn't expect him to behave like this. Could it be that he really not an ordinary person, really can do magic? Well, I hope you can keep this matter a secret for me. Naruto looked at her seriously. If you don't believe it, you can pretend that I didn't say anything, but I really want to protect you, hope you understand that. She shook her body in an instant, looked up at Naruto's blue pupils, and suddenly found that there seemed to be countless mysterious things in those eyes, which she couldn't understand at all. Who is he? He, who usually looks genial and harmless, why would he do such an unbelievable thing to himself tonight? And what he said, was it just comforting himself or was it really something? She didn't know, but she knew that, no matter what, she was lost in it. Chapter 443 Entering Fuji Art Academy. With the advent of spring, the earth is gradually full of life. Naruto appeared at the gate of the academy with his bag in hand. Fuji Beauty Academy. Looking at the large characters at the gate, Naruto felt a little emotional. A few days ago, he was still in Kino City, saying goodbye to Yanyi, Otome, and the rest of the world, and he went to Paris, France a long time ago. For Naruto to leave immediately, Yanyi and the others couldn't help crying. Naruto took a lot of effort to comfort them and promised them to visit them as soon as they were on vacation. Naruto had some regrets in his heart after leaving Shino Academy, but it wasn't a big deal for him. After all, the traffic was so developed now that it would be very easy to go to Yanyi and the others, but he couldn't talk to them anymore. They just get along day and night. The new academy seemed to be bigger than Jino Academy. Naruto entered the gate and entered the academy along with the many students who had just started to report. Fujimi College is located on the border of Fujimi City, adjacent to the main city of Bedford. It is a very strictly controlled college. Its teaching is basically closed during the day. Students are only allowed to move within the school without special reasons, whether it is the college. People inside or people outside are not allowed to enter. And Naruto was sent to school here by the Mommy family because the teaching conditions here are very good, and it is an aristocratic school. Mommy also hopes that Naruto can come out of this school and improve his background. After all, in order for her and Naruto to get the consent of their parents in the future, in addition to their relationship, Naruto must have the conditions for his parents to pass the test. Although Naruto doesn't care about all this, if he is really determined to do one thing, in this modern society, it is very simple to achieve the level that everyone looks up to. However, he didn't do that, because money status was just a cloud for him, and his goal now is to live smartly and be with the women he loves. And he is constantly working on it. Tenten is cultivating the chakra in his body. Although, at his current speed, even if he has been sitting still and cultivating for hundreds of years, he may not be able to untie the chakra from the whole body, but he still did not give up hope. Yes, as long as he is still alive, he will give up. As everyone came to the registration office of the first-year department, Naruto submitted his admission letter to the staff. After reading it, the staff knew that he had transferred in, so they arranged for him to enter a class and sent someone to take him to see the head teacher. In this way, Naruto entered the school very smoothly on the first day. However, due to his weak personality, although he was known by the classmates in the class under the teacher's introduction, he still seemed very unsocial in the first few days, because he was still the same as before, sitting in the back row to sleep, but he was cultivating silently. Chakra. Of course, Naruto's current purpose is not to make friends, and he doesn't plan to fall in love with girls like he did at Jino Academy. He feels that in this modern society, Yanyi and Otome alone have taken up a lot of him. The time, coupled with the world, compared to the time when he first entered the school, the time he spent practicing chakra was nearly half less. If it continues like this and is immersed in the gentle village, how can I solve the mystery of the chakra seal? How to go back to the world of Hokage? Therefore, within a few days after the school started, Naruto was very low-key in the class. Except for a few curious girls who secretly looked at him, almost no one paid attention to him. Moreover, because it was the second semester of high school, everyone already had a circle of friends they were familiar with, and it was difficult for Naruto, who suddenly transferred, to integrate into it. With his low-key appearance, he would not integrate at all. So these days, Naruto finally enjoys the feeling of tranquility. When he was with Yanyi World and the others, he chatted and talked almost all day long. Now this academy happens to be a single seat, and Naruto sits alone in the back. No one will take care of the platoon, so he can just study chakra with his heart and study some spells. However, in quiet days, there will always be some troublesome things, although these things are troublesome in Naruto's eyes, but others are very excited. Because, the club registration activity once a semester is about to start. Compared with Jinno Academy, Fujimi Academy, which is larger and more luxurious, has developed various clubs and departments, and it is almost as active as a university. Therefore, although the students who go to school here are completely closed during the day, they will not feel bored if there are various club activities in the school. In the class, the voices of discussion came again, disturbing Naruto's quietness. He couldn't help frowning while drawing some rune techniques on the paper, and heard everyone's excited discussions in his ears. Look, the leader of the Kendo Club. Isn't that the champion of last year's national Kendo competition, Dudao Yaoyu Ambi, who said that she is very good? I must report to this club. She's receiving students over there now. Let's go and see. I think the spear department is pretty good too. I like spears. Someone shouted again, and the yellow-haired senior there is so pretty. It's really nice. If I can learn with her gun skills must be so cool. Haha, Kendo, spear art is too difficult to master. I think it's better to learn Taekwondo. Go and participate in Taekwondo. Really, fighting and killing is not harmonious at all. I think it is better to be ordinary, so I decided to be a basketball club. As soon as the chatter came out, there were only a few people left in the classroom in an instant. Naruto, who was creating the technique, was disturbed by his train of thought, sighed, put down the pen in his hand, and got up and left his seat. He came to the rooftop on the top of the building. He looked leisurely at Shirakumo in the sky, and at the club's recruitment department surrounded by a large group of students on the playground below the building. Among them, the Kendo Club was surrounded by the most people. Naruto looked over from a distance and saw the general of the Kendo Club, who was praised by everyone, and the champion of the national competition last year. A slender figure of over 1.7 meters, with a long wooden knife at the waist, a long purple smooth hair scattered behind the head, 2 strands of hair crossed the thin shoulders casually on the chest, a strand of bangs slightly it fell in front of her pure and moving melon seed face, and her chest looked like she had a D cup. Under her slender waist, she was wearing a turquoise midi skirt, revealing her 2 slender calves. The whole person looks pure and heroic, giving people a feeling of being the first in the national Kendo competition. Naruto smiled lightly and looked at the next one. Chapter 444 The Challenger. The representative of the Spearmanship Club, Miyamoto Rei. He heard this name from the group of commentators in the previous class. From a distance, she is also very cute. With long orange hair, a bumpy figure, the cups on the chest seem to be bigger than the yazi, a white school uniform, a green short skirt, and a pair of black on her slender legs. The stockings look very youthful and charming. Naruto observed for a while, and found that they were explaining the affairs of their club for the juniors and juniors. They always had a smile on their faces, causing the group of boys and girls below to let out bursts of piercing cheers. Call. It seems that no matter where they come from, cute and beautiful girls are the most popular. Naruto sighed with emotion, and after observing for a while, the class bell rang, and he left the rooftop and returned to the classroom. When the class started, the surrounding classmates were still whispering about the beauties from the Kendo Club and the Spearmanship Department. Naruto continued to lower his head and study his art. He found that with the chakra in his body, he could already complete it. Draw a detonating symbol. Detonator is equivalent to a blasting weapon in the world of Hokage. It only needs to draw a special chakra detonation technique on paper, and then detonate it with chakra. Generally speaking, making detonators is in the ninja world. It is also a kind of secret, but Naruto is Hokage, and he has been exposed to a lot of knowledge, so he can also make it with his own ability. However, in Hokage's world, this kind of spell must be drawn on specially processed paper to exert its maximum power. At this time, the detonating charm created by Naruto on ordinary paper is less than half of the original power. However, despite this, the power of Naruto's detonating charms is no less than that of some ordinary grenades today. For Naruto, if he has nothing to do, he can make a few and put them on his body, maybe it will be useful. After a class, he reluctantly drew a picture, but the poor chakra in his body was already exhausted. After lunch, Naruto passed the playground and saw that the clubs were working hard to recruit new people. At this time, all the students who had nothing to do after lunch gathered around them and listened to the introduction of these clubs. Wow, it's really amazing. I must learn kendo. Sister Yazi, can I sign up now? A boy exclaimed excitedly. Poison Island Yao Tour. I want to report too. I want to report too. Another student also shouted. Okay, take your time, please line up one by one. Yazi's gentle smile instantly fascinated a large number of boys, and even girls were fascinated by her gentleness and heroism. Naruto happened to be passing by at this time. Seeing everyone eagerly lining up to sign up, he couldn't help but smile. That classmate, do you want to sign up too? Suddenly, just as he was about to leave, Dudao Yaoyang Nayan came over. Naruto was stunned for a moment, turned his head in doubt, but saw the supervisor Yazi was smiling at him. Are you calling me? I think it's you. If this classmate wants to sign up, please queue up. It's not a good habit to jump in the queue. Dudao Yaoyu Acridine looked at him with a chuckle, although the words were polite, but in the tone there is an unmistakable taste. Naruto was stunned for a while, and turned to look. Only then did he realize that because there were too many people signing up, even the main road was occupied by the team. Shaking his head helplessly, Naruto smiled lightly and said, I never thought about cutting the queue, because I didn't want to sign up, I just borrowed it. This time, it was Yazi's turn to be stunned. She smiled slightly embarrassedly. So that's the case. I thought you also reported to the Kendo Club. I'm really sorry for misunderstanding you. It's okay. Naruto shook his head, ready to leave. I also have a very good impression of this girl in my heart. She is humble and gentle, but she is still imposing. She is a very good woman. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran out from not far away, and quickly rushed in front of Yazi, shouting, Yazi, I want to duel with you. Everyone couldn't help but stare at the boy, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, tall and tall. At this time, he was wearing a black samurai uniform, with a turban tied around his head and a long wooden sword around his waist. At first glance, it was Cultivation Kendo Man. Yazi heard the voice and turned to look at the other party, shaking her head helplessly. Silver Hall, I don't have time now, there are so many new recruits to recruit, the duel should be another day. No, I have to fight you now. Yazi, don't you understand? I like you for a long time, and you also said that only those who beat you are qualified to pursue you. Isn't it right? Right now, while everyone is here, I must defeat you. The boy named Silvertang shouted with a determined look on his face. Dudao Yao called out and covered his forehead with some distress. At this time, a group of students around also started to coax. The girls screamed, and the boys roared with grief and anger. Look, everyone is looking forward to it. Yazi, how about we go to the Kendo Hall for a fight now? Silver Hall laughed. Senior Sister Yazi, you still want to pursue you with such a scumbag, give him some color and see. Sister Yazi, beat him. Stomach him to death. Sister Yazi, you are our goddess, how could this kind of guy beat you? We support you, Sister Yazi. Let him know what it means to be powerful. The boys and girls all screamed. Tang Yin smiled. Although facing the scolding of a group of Yazi fans, he didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he thought that it would be a very cool thing to defeat Yazi in front of many Yazi fans. At that time, the child will surely be conquered by his own power. Thinking of this, he laughed even more arrogantly. Naruto stood aside, smiling all the time. Yazi glanced at him slightly, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Looking at Silver Hall, she smiled faintly. Well, in that case, I will do what you want. When she said this, her hands trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but feel a little excited. In fact, she is also very eager to fight, and now that a guy is coming to her door, how can she not be excited? Chapter 445 An accident happened. The whole thing dramatically turned into a kendo fight. A group of classmates who just wanted to join the kendo club were also aroused with enthusiasm, and they all clamored to watch the battle. Yazi suddenly smiled faintly and said, "Silver Tang, it's no problem to fight with me, but I just need to solve it here. After I've solved it, I have to recruit new people, otherwise I'm afraid I won't have enough time today." Silver Tang was stunned for a moment, and then he sneered, "Yazi, I admire a courageous woman like you. Since that's the case, let's get started." As soon as the words fell, the surrounding group of students all stepped back one after another, and a field large enough for the two of them flowed out in an instant, and the expressions on everyone's faces were extremely excited. I can finally see senior sister Yazi take action. This opportunity is very rare. The style of the champion of last year's national kendo competition is about to show in front of us. It's exciting to think about this. Naruto also slowly backed away, not to disturb their fight. In his eyes, modern kendo is not attractive to him. As the sixth generation of Hokage in the world of Hokage, he has come from the battle of life and death. Even if he can't use that surging chakra now, his own fighting skills and physical strength are enough to despise any martial arts in this world. Therefore, Naruto just smiled slightly at the battle between the two, without the excitement of others. Yazi glanced at him, and suddenly saw the expression on Naruto's face that was completely different from others. He frowned slightly, and suddenly said to him, "That classmate, can you please come over?" Naruto was about to leave, but he didn't want to be stopped by her again, so he turned his head and frowned slightly. "What's the matter?" Seeing the look on his face, it seems that he doesn't have the same respect and admiration for himself as other people, and the indifferent look in his eyes makes people angry. Yazi smiled slightly and said, "What's your name, classmate? Can you be a referee for us?" Naruto was stunned and said his name, "Uzumaki Naruto, but I have no research on kendo. I am afraid I will live up to your expectations." "Really? But it doesn't matter, Naruto, the rules are very simple. You only need to see who of us is defeated first, then you can stop," Yako said with a chuckle, her tone unquestionable. Having said that, Naruto can only helplessly spread his hands and stand aside. "Well then. Yazi, are you underestimating me by letting someone who doesn't know kendo be the judge?" Silver Tang said angrily. Yazi smiled lightly. "I didn't say that. Originally, we didn't need a referee in our duel. This is just what I thought about it temporarily. If you can really beat me, you don't need to care about it at all, right?" "Hee. That's good, Yazi, I'm going to defeat you here today." Silver Hall suddenly smiled, with an imperceptibly cunning look in his eyes. Naruto frowned slightly. The strange look in Silvertang's eyes had been caught by him keenly. Is this guy trying to cheat? "Hey, it seems there is a good show to watch." Naruto smiled slightly. At this time, Yazi's pair of jade hands also tightly grasped the oak-long knife, standing in front of her and looking at Silver Hall lightly. Silver Tang also held the long knife tightly and looked at her. Both of them had a special aura emitting from their bodies. Naruto was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that there were still people in modern times who could express some aura, so it seems that these two people it's not just superficial, at least he has studied kendo to a certain extent. Ah! With a deep shout, under the aura of competition, he did not have the level of a national champion at all, and he was the first to charge up because he could not fight against it. In fact, Silver Hall is the strongest person in the kendo club except for Yazi. He also won the national kendo competition last year, but it is still a little worse than Yazi, so on the one hand he is very dissatisfied with Yazi, but he also wanted to conquer this woman because of her demeanor. Of course, these are all just wishful thinking of Silverdo. Yako has never cared about this aspect. Although he and Silverdo are in the same kendo club, the relationship between the two sides is normal. Although Silver Hall had been pursuing Yazi before, Yazi kept his words to him, making him unable to approach him at all. And this time, Silver Hall actually came to challenge. Yazi was also a little strange in his heart. This guy is not as strong as himself, but he vowed to defeat him, and there must be something to rely on. Therefore, although she behaved calmly at this time, she was also very vigilant in her heart. Seeing the figure of him rushing up, Yazzie took a slight step back, the long knife in his hand lightly slammed, and with a bang, Silvertang's long knife fell on her knife, and the huge force made Yazzie's figure endure. Keep taking a step back. But Yazzie's swordsmanship is very delicate. With a slight twist of the long sword, the opponent's strength is released backwards. Immediately, he leans forward a step and hits the opponent's abdomen with the hilt. Faced with this sudden move, Silvertang didn't have time to change his move at all. He was hit in the abdomen immediately, and with a bang, he retreated a few steps back, his face covered in cold sweat with pain. Yazzie stood up straight again, her long purple hair fluttered slightly, and the long knife held a knife flower in front of her with a faint smile. Naruto couldn't help but smile slightly. Yako's sword skills were really good, and it was already considered a very powerful level among ordinary people, and he was worthy of being a national champion. Of course, this is still nothing to Naruto. Maybe her skills are good, but her strength and speed are still at the level of ordinary people. If she also has chakra, she might be a good swordsman. Naruto thought to himself. At this moment, Silvertang was full of unwillingness after being repelled. He flew towards Yazzie again and launched a series of fierce attacks on her. Yazzie was skilled in swordsmanship. Although facing his stormy onslaught, however, her figure advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, and her shots were very sequential. Often, after withstanding the opponent's onslaught, each counterattack hit the opponent's body just right. After a while, she had already slashed Silvertang no less than a dozen times on her body, and there were all kinds of bruises on her arms and legs. However, Silverhall still didn't seem to admit defeat. Instead, he became more and more brave, which made everyone feel a little strange. Because the counterattacks at the back were unable to deal a blow to the opponent, except for a few attacks in front of him that could knock Silverhall away, but they were rather weak, which caught Naruto's attention, frowned slightly, and observed. After a while, he suddenly felt in his heart. Chapter 446 Rescue in the Dark. Taking a closer look at Yako's state, Naruto noticed that there was a trace of perspiration on her face for some time, and she gasped slightly. This is absolutely normal on Silverhall, but when it appears on Yako's body, it is absolutely normal. Doubtful. Naruto could see that every shot and every movement of Yazzie was just right. In just a few minutes, there would never be such a state of weakness, even if she was a woman. Her physical strength she can't compare to a man, but she has practiced kendo for many years. As a national champion, she will never catch her breath against an opponent like Silverhall who is not at all strong. Moreover, Naruto could see that each of her attacks could hit Silverdo's body, but every time she seemed to be pushed back by the opponent's force, and her movements became more and more sluggish. Despicable! Yuzi suddenly screamed, and the long knife in his hand slashed at the opponent's body with all his strength, but Silvertang just raised his arm lightly at this time, and the long knife in his hand easily blocked the attack of Yuzi, and his body as soon as he moved, his long knife stabbed at Yazzie's body fiercely. If this knife is stabbed, although the child will not bleed, it will definitely fly backwards. Naruto shrugged his nose when he heard Yako's angry rebuke just now, and he finally confirmed the guess in his heart. At this time, many students around didn't see any clues. They didn't know why Yazzai-senpai suddenly scolded, and also didn't know that Yazzai-senpai seemed very powerful at first, but now she has lost her momentum. As expected of a child. At the critical moment, Yazzie's slender waist suddenly twisted, miraculously avoiding Silverhall's straight stab, and then she quickly stepped back, holding the long knife and panting. Silvertang thought that he could defeat her with one blow, but he didn't expect that after being caught in his own trap, the child would still be so fierce, and at the same time with admiration in his heart, there was also a strong possessive desire in his eyes. With such a thin waist and such a slender figure, it would be a wonderful thing to be able to hold her in his arms and press her under him. He was thinking. Damn, what the hell did you do to me? Despicable guy, Yazzie gasped and said angrily. At this moment, she only felt weak for a while. This kind of situation has never happened in the previous competition. She knows that with her own strength, even facing 2 or 3 opponents like Silverhall at the same time will not feel like so exhausting at the moment. This guy definitely did something to himself. Yazi's face was calm, but his heart was secretly anxious. In this situation, if he wanted to defeat the opponent, he could only suddenly take advantage of him when he was paralyzed and careless. And in his current state, he must be infused with all his strength to defeat him completely. You son, you can't slander me in public. If I did anything to you, you should have fallen long ago, but it's me who has been beaten up until now. Could it be that your swordsmanship is inferior to others? Excuse. Silverhall laughed. The surrounding students also felt very strange, and some people began to whisper. Could it be that Yazi-senpai is really going to lose? It's impossible. She was so powerful just now. I believe that Sister Yazi will never slander others. This guy must have done something despicable. In the midst of everyone's discussion, Silver Tang laughed and rushed towards the child again. You son, you will be defeated by my hands. Humph. Yazi snorted coldly, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he rushed towards him with all his strength. However, at the moment when the long swords in their hands were about to confront each other, Yazi suddenly appeared in a situation. I saw that her feet softened slightly, her body was unstable, and her figure suddenly fell down. At this time, seeing the opportunity, a smug smile flashed across the corner of Silver Tang's mouth, and he turned the long knife and slashed fiercely at Yazi's shoulder. This time, it is inevitable. This time, once hit, Yazi will lose his combat effectiveness. A wry smile flashed in Yazi's eyes. She had tried her best, but helpless, her body seemed to have been poisoned. From the beginning, she gradually lost her physical strength, and then it became more and more difficult. At this time, her limbs began to become sore. She knows that this is absolutely what this guy has done. Hateful. This scumbag. If she can regain her strength at this time, she will definitely beat this guy to a cripple. However, she had no choice. She could only watch the long knife slash towards herself. The surrounding students all exclaimed in surprise. Is their sister-in-law really going to be defeated by this little-known guy? However, just when Yazi was helplessly planning to accept this result, there was a sudden wave of fluctuations in the air. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the sky rang in the ears of Yazi, and the next moment, only after hearing a cry of pain from Silverhall, the long knife that was about to be swung in his hand suddenly slanted outside. Yazi's body couldn't help but tremble, and the next moment, she tried her best to slam the hilt into Silvertang's chest. Click. A slight bone crack sounded, Silverhall screamed and flew backwards, and the child was bounced back by the shocking force. Both fell to the ground. Yako quickly stood up and looked at Silverhall, who had collapsed on the ground and screamed in disbelief. How is this going? Just now, she thought she was going to be the first to be hit by the opponent, but unexpectedly, there was a sudden sound of breaking through the air, followed by a mistake in Silverhall's attack. Such a mistake will never happen. Otherwise, you will not be caught by yourself with a neutral strike. Who is it? Who is secretly helping? Yazi barely stood on the spot. Although she was always calm, she was slightly dazed at this time. Silverhall, who was lying on the ground on the opposite side, was beaten so hard by Yazi that he lost his fighting power, and the bones in his chest were shattered. With this kind of injury, he would never be able to fight again. Damn it! Which bastard is doing the trick in the dark? Let me out! He couldn't help roaring angrily when he thought that he had finally been laid out by someone else's intervention. The students who were watching didn't know why. In their eyes, the bodies of Yazi and Silvertang suddenly collided, and then they saw both of them flying backwards and flying back, but it was Yazi-senpai who stood instead of Silverhall. That's enough. With their power of observation, they absolutely could not find the sound of breaking the air in that ordinary coin. That was the coin that Naruto fired. Chapter 447 Marikawa Shizuka. Silverhall's conspiracy when he was in a wrong state, because he had smelled a strange smell in the air. This smell may not be felt by ordinary people, but there is chakra in his body. The Naruto, just a little touch, has already identified that this smell is not right. This smell seems to have a faint effect that can paralyze the body. Although this smell has almost no effect when it floats to Naruto, he believes that Yazi must have inhaled a lot of this smell before causing it. Physically exhausted. In other words, the problem lies with Silver Hall. Perhaps he had some medicinal powder on his body, which was secretly poured out during the battle, and let the child who was fighting close to him inhale it, causing her to gradually lose her strength. Use this method to win. It's no wonder that Yako would call him despicable. This approach is indeed against the Bushido spirit of this country. And people like Silver Hall really don't deserve to practice kendo, and they don't deserve to be the opponent of Yazi. After Naruto noticed this, he decisively helped Yako. Fortunately, he carried a coin on his body and threw it out with the power of that chakra. After controlling his strength, he hit Silvertang's arm, causing his attacking posture to be deviated, which just happened to help Yazi relieve this time's crisis. Of course, if Naruto really used all his strength, this coin would be enough to shoot through the opponent's body. It's just that Naruto didn't want to make things bigger, and he didn't want others to know that it was him who made the move, so he suddenly shot at the moment when everyone exclaimed and was attracted by the battle between the two. In the end, Yako did not disappoint Naruto, and made a counterattack at a critical moment, successfully defeating the opponent. Yazi stood in the arena, watching everyone dance and listening to their constant cheers. Her body was a little sore and her feet became unstable. In order not to let everyone see the abnormality, Yako beckoned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, can you come over here? Is it time for the sentence to be pronounced?" Naruto smiled and stepped forward, waved his hand, and pronounced the verdict, "Poly Island Yaoi." Yako smiled slightly, and quietly reached out and grabbed Naruto's arm, and whispered, "Can you help me leave?" Naruto knew that something must have happened to her body at this time, and she did not refuse, and reached out and gently supported her soft jade arm. Yazi smiled gratefully at him, then turned around and announced to everyone calmly, "Everyone who wants to sign up can fill out the form by themselves. I have something to do now, and I have to leave for a while, sorry." After that, with the help of Naruto, the two left the playground. Silver Tang fell to the ground and bit Kiba, looking fiercely at the back of the two leaving. His eyes were very unwilling. As soon as she walked out of everyone's sight, Yazi's delicate body suddenly softened, and her whole body leaned on Naruto's body. Naruto quickly reached out and wrapped her slender waist, frowning slightly. "Yazi-senpai, are you alright?" "Huh, take me to the school doctor, Naruto, please." Yazi was sweating, and it was not easy for her to hold on until now. For the sake of the kendo club and her own honor, she held on to keep herself from falling. Now that there was no one around and only Naruto, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. "Then, that guy has manipulated my body, and I'm all powerless now, damn it," Yako said, biting Silver Kiba tightly. Naruto nodded slightly and helped her walk towards the place where the school doctor was pointing. Although he was holding a sexy big beauty in his arms, his heart was unavoidable, but he didn't make a move. On the one hand, he didn't want to provoke more girls, so on the other hand, he would never take advantage of others at this time. Soon, under Naruto's half-hug and half-hug, the two came to the door of the infirmary where the school doctor was. After knocking on the door was opened after a while, and a pure and charming face suddenly appeared in front of Naruto. "Hello, classmates, do you need any help? I'm the school doctor Jushuan Shizuka. Oh, come in." She leaned down slightly and smiled. "Is that Shizuka-sensei? Yakuko-senpai's body seems to be poisoned by something, please show her." Naruto helped Yakuza walk in and put her on a stool and said, "What? Poisoning?" Shizuka couldn't help but be startled when she heard this. She moved, and hurriedly stepped forward to squeeze Naruto's body away to check the condition of the child. Naruto was pushed away by her soft and plump body, and when he looked closely at her figure, he was startled. She has the same tall figure as Yazi, with long pale yellow hair that hangs down to her waist, with a knot at the end, long bangs on her forehead, and a beautiful face with melon seeds. The most important thing is not these, but the two huge mountains of meat on her chest, which are far more than the existence of D cup, E cup, and F cup. In his impression, even Tsunade in the Hokage world might not be as good. At this time, she leaned down slightly to check the appearance of the Yakuza, and just happened to hang the two mountains of meat down heavily, shaking violently with her breathing, and Naruto was even a little worried that the buttons of her white shirt won't fall off because of it. It's too big. Naruto swallowed secretly. Moreover, the charming buttocks of the charming senior doctor wearing a black short and narrow skirt are also very upturned. At this time, they are facing Naruto, and they look like they are waiting for a man to ruthlessly penetrate and enter. Even though Naruto has decided now that he doesn't want to provoke girls from this school, he still can't resist this rare temptation. I don't know if she did it on purpose or not, but Naruto couldn't bear it anyway. He quickly turned around and glanced away to observe other things in the infirmary. At this time, after using various tools to check the child, Jushuan Shizuka finally came to a serious conclusion. She is indeed poisoned. I saw her staring at Naruto earnestly and said, "This situation is very dangerous. May I ask when did this happen to her? Or was it caused by eating something? So, I suspect that someone deliberately poisoned classmate Yazi." Naruto spread his hands and looked at Yazi. Yazi frowned slightly, and instead of answering, she asked, "Teacher Shizuka, can you tell me what kind of poison I got? Is there an antidote now?" "Oh, although this poison is very dangerous, it is not fatal. At most, it will make the limbs sore and weak," Jushuan Shizuka replied, "but this poison is definitely a poison for girls like Yazi. It's very dangerous. If there is a man with bad intentions, you will be bad, classmate Yazi." Chapter 448 Yakuza's Decision. Yako and Naruto looked at each other. A murderous look flashed in the eyes of the child. Jushuan Shizuka said again, "But it's good to see that you are all right now. I have some medicines to relieve this situation, and it should be fine after a rest. But classmate Yazi, you must be careful, there must be someone behind you who wants to attack you." Yazi nodded slightly. She took the water cup from the school doctor and ate the medicine. Only then did Jushuan Shizuka smile, then suddenly turned to look at Naruto and said, "Oh, by the way, what's this classmate's name? I don't know how to address you yet." "My name is Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto thanked him. "Thank you, Teacher Shizuka, for your help." "Hee, this is my job. It's nothing." "What a polite child," Shizuka giggled, shaking her pair of huge meat mountains that exceeded the estimate and ran to the medicine rack, fumbling again. "I found a few packets of medicine and handed them to Naruto." "Naruto classmate, these medicines can quickly recover a little physical strength. I think classmate Yazi is a little weak now. I'll give her some of this later." Naruto took it with a smile. "I am also impressed by this enthusiastic school doctor." Then, the two of them rested in the infirmary for a while, and gave Yazi some medicine, and Naruto helped her away. In the corridor, Yako, who had regained some physical strength, walked forward step by step with Naruto's support. "Naruto, thank you very much for your help this time, otherwise I'm afraid I won't be able to make it to the infirmary," Yazi said to him with a smile. Naruto shook his head slightly. "It's nothing, but I admire your ability. You can insist on defeating that guy even under the condition of poisoning." "No, it was actually impossible for me to defeat that guy at that time. It was just that someone suddenly came to help at a critical moment. Although I don't know who that person was or what method he used, I still want to thank that person. Or I will really be defeated by that despicable guy." Yako bit Kiba slightly and said. Naruto froze for a moment, pretending to be surprised. He didn't want people to know him, so even if he was only facing Yazi at the moment, he didn't tell the truth. "By the way, so, in fact, you can relax after defeating that guy at that time, why do you have to hold on?" Naruto suddenly asked. Yako couldn't help but froze for a moment, looked at Naruto and suddenly smiled and said, "To be honest, if I fell at that time, the thing that guy did to me would definitely be exposed, but Dushima Yaoyong, are not reconciled to being arrested. This kind of person is plotting. I must teach that kind of guy personally." Naruto looked at the murderous aura in her eyes, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. There was such a big murderous look in her eyes. This is definitely the look in modern people's eyes that only criminals have. This woman, kind of horrible. "Sorry, it seems that I scared you." Yako noticed Naruto's dazed look, and quickly calmed the anger in her chest, then said gently, "No, nothing." Naruto smiled. "Next time I will fight with that guy again. Then, Naruto, you must come to watch the battle." Yako suddenly looked at him and said, "Why me?" Hearing this, Naruto was stunned again. "Because, you are the first man who has seen me so embarrassed." Yazi smiled slightly. "Also, I think you have an aura that I am very familiar with. If you can join the Kendo club, I will teach you Kendo in person." "How about Naruto?" Yako said again. Naruto was slightly startled. No way, is this guy digging a corner? She is already low-key enough, why does she still invite herself? Could it be that she can feel her own momentum? He was speechless. Wave of his hand, he said, "It's better to join the Kendo club. I'll come to the duel tomorrow." "That's right, then, well, I'm not forcing you." Yazi took a few steps again and was able to walk freely. The recovery medicine given by the school doctor Shizuka was really good. When Naruto saw this, he let go of her and left. He didn't want to be entangled in trivial matters in this academy again, disrupting his cultivation. Looking at the back of Naruto leaving in a hurry, a light flashed in Yako's eyes. She always felt that this man had something different, but she couldn't tell the difference, which made her very puzzled. "Is your feeling wrong? Shouldn't be possible." Yazi secretly said that since the first time he saw him, he had seen an imposing manner in his eyes that was different from other people's. If he didn't practice kendo by himself, and could read the opponent's eyes in the battle, he would not have noticed his strangeness. Uzumaki Naruto, definitely not a simple guy. 3 days later, in the training grounds of the kendo club, a group of students were in high spirits. Looking at the two people in the field, they made a louder than one cry. Naruto stood in the front row of the crowd, looking at Yako holding an oak knife and sneering at the uneasy man in front of her. "Silver Hall, are you ready? Accept my challenge. You son, you have already defeated me once, why are you humiliating me this time?" Silver said angrily, feeling a little frightened in his heart. He knew that he had put a layer of medicinal powder on the knife that day that could make one's whole body soften. When he was fighting against Yazi, this layer of medicinal powder spread into the surrounding air with the vibration of the blade hitting, and he got close after inhaling it. The limbs will gradually feel weak and sore, and he has taken the antidote beforehand, so there is nothing to do with it. It's just, I didn't expect that he was attacked by a mysterious man at the last moment, and finally failed. In the past 2 days, he was actually very scared, worried that the mysterious person who helped Yazi would come to him to settle accounts. He didn't expect that after 3 days of waiting, there was still no news, but he heard that Yazi was going to fight with him. He originally wanted to use the excuse of being injured on his body to escape, but he didn't expect that Yazi would ignore it at all, which made him angry and scared. Standing in front of her at this time, he didn't want to fight her at all. Seeing his obvious guilty conscience, Yazi took a step forward and pointed the long knife in his hand at Silver Hall's face, his face frosty. "If it's a man, accept the fight." "Humph. You son, I have already conceded defeat, why are you still aggressive?" However, Yazi ignored his argument at all, snorted coldly and rushed forward with a long knife in his hand. Chapter 449 Real Kendo. Hey, don't mess around, you woman. Ah! After a scream, Silver Tang's body was directly slashed by Yazi. His slightly cracked sternum was completely broken by this blow, and his body fell heavily on the ground, groaning in pain. Yazi took a step forward, nailed the wooden knife beside his face with a slam, and looked down at him coldly. Trash. You are not worthy of practicing kendo. You are not worthy of being my opponent. Senhan's tone, stern face, and sharp eyes made Silver Tang's heart feel cold when he saw it. What kind of look is this? Why does a woman have such a terrible look? An unspeakable fear rose in his heart. The surrounding students, seeing such an imposing Yazzie, couldn't help cheering excitedly. In the eyes of outsiders, Yazzie's performance was completely a domineering queen, which made boys and girls admired one after another, and even some boys has been deeply impressed. Naruto frowned slightly. He felt a fierce murderous aura emanating from Yazzie's body just now. He couldn't help but wonder, why would an ordinary girl carry such a strong murderous aura? After Yazzie finished speaking, he withdrew the long knife in his hand, gently pulled the knife flower, and smiled lightly. Several people came up and carried Silver Hall, who was killed in seconds, for treatment. A group of students rushed to surround senior sister Yazzie and ask some questions, but they were forced to approach her because of the special aura of Yazzie. They really could only look at it from a distance and not myopia. After watching Yako's performance, Naruto also left the kendo club with everyone. For Naruto, this was just a small farce. After watching it, he put it behind him and continued to study his own affairs. After school, Naruto returned to Mami's new home in the owner's city. Originally, Mami wanted to bring Naruto home to live in, but her parents firmly disagreed, and they still hold an attitude of disapproval of their relationship. However, they were helpless to Mami's determination, so they could only let her move out and live with him for the time being, but she was asked to go home at least once every other day, and Tenten was not allowed to stay with Naruto. Mami also agreed to this. After all, this was the biggest concession made by her parents. Anyway, it was much better than seeing each other once a week before. Daggers engraved with the Hiraishin technique while practicing chakra. These two daggers, one of which is only the length of a finger, belong to the jewelry type. He planned to make a few more and give them to Yan Yi and the others in Jino City. The other one was made by Naruto before. It was purely used to miss the days of Hokage's life and death battle. Occasionally, I would take it out and dance a few times in the uninhabited courtyard, in order not to let myself be used in taijutsu. Getting rusty is a must-do activity. On this day, after class, Naruto went to the cafeteria to eat as usual, but as soon as he entered the cafeteria, he was stopped by a voice. Naruto, you are here, come and have dinner with me. Naruto just finished ordering, and when he turned his head, he saw Yako inviting him with a gentle smile on his face. After a slight stunned moment, he walked over and sat opposite the child. Because Yazzie usually eats alone, at this moment, when everyone suddenly saw a handsome boy with blonde hair sitting in front of her, they all looked at him curiously. Naruto also noticed everyone's eyes, looked at Yazzie and smiled bitterly. It seems that I don't feel suitable for sitting here. Yazzie turned his eyes, looked at the 8 trigrams of the people around him, and smiled lightly. Don't worry about such insignificant things, Naruto, I haven't received your registration form these days. Do you really want to join the kendo club? I'm really looking forward to it. After she finished speaking, she looked at Naruto with a serious face, full of sincerity on her face. Naruto waved his hand, started eating casually, and responded, Sister Yako, I really have no interest in kendo or anything, sorry. Ah, this is really a pity. I can see that if you have a physique like yours, if you practice kendo, you will definitely become a good kendo player. With the purple bangs, the white and tender jade hand picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of rice, and said helplessly. Naruto shook his head gently. I'm a little embarrassed to say that. A gleam of light flashed in Yazzie's eyes, and he really had a feeling that he couldn't see through the man in front of him. In her eyes, men in real life are irresistible to beautiful women, and it is unique to invite him to participate in such a sincere way. He would definitely join for his own sake, but he was different. Although his answer was very euphemistic, he always felt that he was rejecting something. It can be said that this is the first time that Yazi has invited a man like this, but she did not expect to be rejected many times, and it is inevitable that some dissatisfaction will arise in her heart. The next moment, she suddenly said, "Naruto, do you want to accompany me to the Kendo Museum after dinner, and let me show you the real Kendo?" Naruto really didn't understand why Yazi kept dragging her to learn Kendo. Could it be that in her eyes, she was really the kind of genius once in a century? By the way, is there really no such thing? In fact, this is not very clear to Yazi. She just feels that Naruto has a special temperament, a kind of imposing manner that suits her appetite very well. This kind of aura attracted her and made her feel that she hoped that Naruto could have the power that fits this kind of imposing manner. Therefore, Naruto was liked by Yazi like this. He wanted to keep a low profile. Even if he had already hidden his aura of killing and fighting in the world of Hokage, he had developed a natural strong aura over time. Or was noticed by a person like Yazi, who had cultivated Kendo to a very advanced level. No way, Naruto had to agree to her, otherwise it would be too inhumane. Seeing Naruto nodding, a gentle chuckle finally appeared on Yako's face, which was beyond compare. And the admirers of the many Yazi around, seeing her smiling so softly at a little-known guy, suddenly seemed to be beaten with blood, and countless vicious eyes glared at Naruto. Why, it's so hard to keep a low profile. Naruto thought helplessly. Chapter 450 Zombies are coming. Under the eyes of everyone's envy and jealousy, Naruto and Yako left the cafeteria and went to the Kendo Hall. Along the way, Yako explained to Naruto about Kendo, and Naruto was dizzy. In fact, he has been in the Hokage world for many years, and his strength has reached the level of invincibility. His understanding of strength has long been beyond ordinary people's knowledge. Although he does not understand Kendo, he has also met many ninja warriors who practice swordsmanship. The power is not ignorant either. If he were to use a sword to fight Yazi at this time, Yazi would definitely not be his opponent. In the Kendo Hall, Yazi was holding an oak-long knife, wearing a white school uniform and a green short skirt, with long purple hair draped behind her head. Her eyes were calm and focused, as if she was brewing something. Standing in front of her, Naruto suddenly felt a special aura coming over him. This kind of aura was something he could only feel when he faced those ninjas who used swordsmanship in the Hokage world. Although Yazi's aura is much worse than theirs, this is also very remarkable among ordinary people. Look at Naruto. Suddenly, Yazi gave a coquettish voice. Her voice was clear and penetrating, and just as she finished speaking, she suddenly rushed towards Naruto, the oak in her hand growing long. The knife suddenly drew a semicircular trajectory, and then suddenly picked it up again, and a light and shadow flashed past Naruto's nose. A gust of wind hit Naruto, blowing Naruto's blonde hair. He stood still, and stood in front of Naruto, looking at him silently. "Naruto, you know Kendo." Suddenly, she said lightly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "Sister Yako, I really haven't learned Kendo." The corner of Yazi's mouth twitched slightly, a bloodthirsty smile flashed, and a strong desire to fight appeared in his eyes. "Hope. Since you don't admit it, I'll attack. Use your strength, otherwise I won't show mercy," Yazi said suddenly coldly. Naruto took a step back. She really felt helpless about her being so strong and insistent, and she felt helpless and lamented. Why would she always let herself meet this kind of girl? You will also discover your own strength. I'm going to attack. Let me see how long you can last under my hands without a weapon. Yazi's figure suddenly swayed, and a long knife in his hand instantly slashed towards Naruto. The strong wind is blowing in the face. If Naruto does not dodge, he will definitely be hit on the shoulder. Moreover, Yazi has no intention of stopping at all. Naruto frowned, and he just stood there motionless, letting her long knife slash at him. Of course, with Naruto's current physique and a strength like Yako, no matter how powerful he is, he can't hurt him. However, just as Yako's long sword was about to fall on Naruto, there was a sudden scream from the playground outside the Kendo Hall. What? The screams were full of fear and despair, and people could not help but be shocked when they heard it. Yako's long knife landed on Naruto's shoulder, only 3 centimeters away from reaching him. There was also a hint of doubt in her eyes, looking at Naruto. Naruto frowned. "Let's go out and have a look." Yako nodded, took back the long oak sword, and walked outside the kendo hall with Naruto. On the playground, I saw a group of people standing there, as if they were watching something, but Naruto saw that the group of people seemed to have seen something terrible and were slowly backing away. Suddenly, a hoarse scream sounded in the center of the crowd, and the students who were watching fled in all directions with a bang. Their faces were full of fear and disbelief. "Help! Run!" Everyone was running around. Naruto and Yako looked at each other with puzzled expressions on their faces. Naruto reached out and grabbed a boy who was running away and asked, "What happened?" The boy struggled to escape from Naruto's hands, but he had no choice but to find that he really couldn't compete with Naruto's strength, so he had to say with a trembling voice, there is a dead man over there. It's biting people everywhere." "Okay, terrible. Let me go, I'm going to run." Naruto let go of him according to his words, and took the child a few steps forward. The crowd dispersed in all directions in an instant, but there were still a few people who left the last time suddenly caught by a pair of hands. Then, a head suddenly stretched out from behind the person, and he opened his mouth and bit him fiercely. On that man's neck. Kai! Blood spurted out, and the man screamed, struggling weakly with both hands, grabbing the air in front of him indiscriminately. However, in vain, half of his neck was bitten off by the guy behind him, and blood splattered everywhere. Naruto's body couldn't help but shuddered, and he couldn't help being stunned by this too abrupt scene, as did the Yakuza beside him, completely at a loss. But immediately, Naruto reacted, and the figure flashed, as if a stream of light flashed, and rushed to the front of the person in an instant, and then punched the culprit's head. Boom! The guy's head flew backwards, and his body fell heavily to the ground. Naruto quickly grabbed the body of the bitten classmate, only to find that the divine light in his eyes was slowly dimming, his neck crooked, and he died. What exactly is going on? Naruto turned his head to look at the attacker who fell to the ground, completely ignorant of all this. Suddenly, the classmate in his arms suddenly moved, and he looked down in surprise, but suddenly saw a bloody mouth biting towards his neck. Dangerous! An urgent scream came from the mouth of Yazi. She had just recovered from this scene and rushed to Naruto's side. However, she was helpless because she was too slow to stop her, so she could only watch the mouth bite towards Naruto. Suddenly, Naruto stretched out his hand and squeezed the opponent's mouth, and threw him to the ground with a loud bang. The opponent's head slammed into the floor, and a stream of blood splashed out. Naruto stood up, shook off the blood stains on his hands, and looked at another human body lying on the ground. At this time, the human body had also stood up, and suddenly rushed towards the place where Naruto was. Chapter 451 Dead Body. Naruto's blue eyes narrowed slightly, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. I saw that the skin on the surface of this person had turned into a dead gray color. The eyes on his face were slightly white, showing a terrifying light. The expression on his face had been distorted, the blue veins were bursting, and the mouth was mixed with saliva. Liquid and blood slowly dripped to the ground. And his open arms were also covered with blood from the bite just now, as well as fragments of minced meat. This kind of scene, even Naruto was taken aback. This kind of guy who seems to have climbed up from hell should not appear in this peaceful and quiet campus. At this time, looking at the figure flying up, Naruto frowned slightly, turned his body to let it go directly, and then, just as it flew past, he instantly reached out and grabbed the opponent's arms. Reverse buckle. With a bang, it fell heavily to the ground, and Naruto stomped on his head. Ooh! It uttered an unconscious howl, as if it was an ancient beast, which made people feel a terrifying feeling in their hearts. Naruto wrinkled his brows tightly, subdued it to the ground, and observed it carefully. The nails of its hands became sharp and protruding, the skin on its arms was all gray, and the flesh and blood in it was not even a trace of blood. The guy obviously has no heartbeat, but it can move. Moreover, the strength of this struggle is actually stronger than that of ordinary people. The strength is several times greater than that of ordinary people. What the hell is this guy? He was clearly human before. Why did he turn into such a terrifying guy? Even Naruto, who has always been calm, was a little confused in the face of such a sudden change. At this moment, Yako ran to Naruto's side. She glanced at the corpse that was thrown away by Naruto before, and then stared at the corpse that was subdued by Naruto. Naruto, what the hell is going on? What the hell is he? And your movements really have extraordinary power. Yazi looked shocked. Even she never expected this kind of situation. She had discussed swordsmanship and strength with Naruto before, but she didn't expect to face such a sudden thing at this moment. Also, this person who was trampled by Naruto, should be a monster. What the hell is going on? His eyes were completely dead, and his skin color was not that of a normal person at all. Naruto frowned tightly, let go of it, and stood up. Be careful, Yako exclaimed, the long oak knife in his hand slashed fiercely at the dead body that was about to attack Naruto. With a bang, it was split upside down and flew out in an instant. Naruto nodded to her and looked at the people around him solemnly. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen such dead bodies had appeared on the playground, and they were all chasing and rushing towards the crowds who were fleeing nearby. The students who were in a hurry, fell behind and were directly grabbed by them. They opened their mouths and bit down on any fleshy places on their bodies. Blood splattered everywhere, screams rang out, and in a blink of an eye, the playground seemed to have become a Hellasura field, and the scene was terrible. Even a strong man like Naruto who came from the war felt shocked when he saw these ordinary people being tortured and bitten by them. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is not their power, but the fact that the incident itself happened too suddenly, too unpredictable, and too unknown. Unknown things always make people feel scared, and these dead bodies that are biting around, in the eyes of people who are still alive on the playground and fleeing, have become more terrifying than demons. A friend who used to be acquainted, suddenly turned into a man-eating demon at this moment. This sense of mutation and despair is absolutely unbearable for ordinary people. And the son next to Naruto was also deeply shocked by this scene. However, she did not break down and escape like ordinary people, but stood quietly, standing beside Naruto, holding the long oak knife that she usually used for training in her hand. Sister Yako, it seems that something very important has happened, Naruto said. Yeah, the dead come alive to attack the living, and the living continue to come back to life after they die. This scene is just hell. There was a slight tremor in the voice of Yazi, and I didn't know if it was fear or something else. What's the meaning? At this moment, a dead body suddenly opened its mouth and flew towards her back behind Yazi. Naruto turned his eyes slightly, and his body moved. Just as he was about to shoot, Yazi swayed fiercely for a long time. The knife slashed fiercely at the dead body behind her. Puff! The long knife hit the opponent's shoulder, but because the dead body was tall, the knife didn't directly throw the opponent away. Just when Yazi was about to withdraw the knife and attack again, the oak knife in his hand was suddenly caught by the opponent's pair of big hands. Hold tight. Then, slap it hard. Yazi let out a soft cry. Her strength could not compare to the other party at all, and her entire body was directly pulled over. She was in the air, facing the bloody mouth of the dead body. A trace of panic flashed on her face, but she calmed down immediately and was ready to take remedial measures. Seeing that she was in danger, Naruto moved, rushed forward, and threw a punch like lightning, hitting the opponent's heart fiercely. Boom! A muffled sound came, and Naruto's punch directly penetrated through its front chest and through its back, and a fine blood mist was sprayed from its back. The body of the dead body shook violently and flew backwards fiercely. Yako was rescued, fell to the ground, looked at Naruto and exclaimed, Naruto, it seems that you have practiced boxing. Naruto shook his head without saying a word, and stepped forward to look at the dead body that was knocked into the air, only to see that it moved again, opening its mouth and screaming towards Naruto. Seeing this, Yuzi frowned involuntarily. With such a heavy punch, even the heart can be directly shattered. How can this guy stand up and act? Naruto glanced at the dead body whose head was just smashed by himself not far away, and then looked at the dead body that rushed up in front of him again, slightly condensed. Sister Yazi, get out of the way. Yazi was stunned for a moment, then stepped back subconsciously. Naruto stomped, facing the dead body instead of retreating. He suddenly handed out a punch and slammed into the forehead of the dead body that was rushing towards him. Snapped. As if it was a business where a watermelon was smashed, the opponent's head was directly blown open by the punch, blood was flying all over the sky, and the opponent's body flew backwards fiercely. Chapter 452 Frenzy begins. Seeing that the human body fell to the ground and did not move, Naruto's clenched brows suddenly loosened. He looked at Yazi and said indifferently, Sister Yazi, look, these guys won't stop moving even if they get a fatal blow to their heart. They only need to destroy the opponent's head. Poison Island Yaoyu 10:14 Wei Ding was also suddenly startled. She nodded and replied, It's exactly as you said, the guy who attacked you just now is the same, and the others who were sent flying by us didn't stop. What's the event? Yeah, it seems that to get rid of these guys, we must destroy their heads at present. Naruto suddenly took out the dagger with the Hiraishin spell engraved on the street stall, and tightened his grip. Hold in hand. Yazi also clenched the long oak sword in her hands, looking at Naruto's figure and suddenly smiled. Naruto, I really didn't get it wrong. You have been hiding your power before, but now you finally show it. Naruto was speechless and shook his head. Sister Yako, now is not the time to say this. Let's think about what to do next. Yazi smiled lightly, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then fight. Destroy these guys. Naruto shook his head and said, Wait a minute, now we have to find a way to find out why these people have become like this. Otherwise, there is no way to solve the current situation. With the sound of Naruto speaking, screams continued to be heard around, and the two looked around, only to see that there were fewer and fewer living people around, and almost all those who were about to escape were surrounded by a group of dead bodies. And Naruto and Yuko are also among them. Let's go to another place to see the situation first. Naruto pulled Yako's arm and rushed out of the crowd first, and the dead bodies flew towards the two of Naruto. The dagger in Naruto's hand waved again and again, and instantly brought up a piece of human head, and the sun was not to be outdone. When he waved the long oak knife in his hand, it aimed specifically at the head of the dead body. Bang bang bang. The cracking sound of the head continued to sound, and the dead bodies fell one by one at her feet. The remaining students, seeing how brave the two of them were, couldn't help but show hope in their eyes. However, they wanted to rush out, but they didn't have the guts, so they could only stand in place and shiver. Follow me if you don't want to die. Naruto called out to the group of dazed guys behind him, unable to see it. Our legs are weak. The girls fell to their knees, almost unable to move, and the boys had also lost the ability to move their feet. They were surrounded by such a group of cannibalistic monsters. The whole person trembled with fright. However, there were still a few courageous men and women who rushed out and followed behind Naruto. At this time, in other parts of the playground, some people had already escaped, but I don't know what they were thinking. They ran into the teaching building one after another, and led all the dead bodies that were originally on the playground to the corridor. Middle. Those idiots. Naruto scolded secretly. As a result, the dead bodies that should have spread from the playground would be infected into the teaching building. The students of the school were also infected. Under that kind of crowd density, there is absolutely no way to escape. Naruto, what should we do now? Yako asked with a stern expression. She never thought of such a mutation, but although she was afraid, she would never stop and wait for death. She would use her own strength to open up a path. Let's guard the corridor over there. Naruto took his son and rushed directly to the corridor entrance of the teaching building, and cut off the heads of several dead bodies in front. When the blood was sprayed, Naruto stood at the corridor entrance. However, at this moment, the students in the corridor had already discovered this mutation, and those who responded quickly fled in panic. They simply ignored the dead bodies on the playground outside and wanted to escape from this terrifying academy as soon as possible. I hope that outside the academy will be the original ordinary world. Naruto and Yuko couldn't stop them at all. Moreover, among the classmates who had just rushed out of the corridor, someone had already been bitten by a dead body, and the people who turned into dead bodies once again launched an attack on the dense crowd in front of them. Looking at the increasingly chaotic scene, Naruto knew that with his current strength, he couldn't stop it. It is impossible to save these students on a large scale by destroying the dead bodies. He had no choice but to watch the chaos in front of him. Moreover, more and more people began to turn into dead bodies, and began to pounce on Naruto. Yako suddenly pulled Naruto's arm. Come up to the roof. Naruto, sooner or later we will be swallowed up. Naruto frowned, and was dragged up the stairs by Yuko, and came to the corridor of the teaching building. At this time, a large number of students rushed out of the classroom, and there were many teachers who did not know why they wanted to maintain discipline. He was talking and drinking, still holding a textbook in his hand. There were also some students who didn't believe the facts at all, and were still sorting out their school bags, planning to be the last to leave. There are also more people standing still, or standing on the balcony of the corridor watching, staring at the scene of people eating people on the playground. That is simply the scene of the zombies descending in the movie. Many students can't help but have such thoughts in their minds. This must be a movie. This must be a dream. This mutant student, who has not yet been able to adapt to reality, is still comforting himself in such a way, trying to get a trace of spiritual comfort. It's a pity that all this is not an illusion, it is a living fact. As the first people to witness the spread of dead bodies, Naruto and Yako were already prepared. Live. This is the mood of the child at this time. Naruto, on the other hand, wanted to change the status quo and to find out the reasons for the changes in these dead bodies. Although, his idea is so naive. The campus is in complete chaos. Various withdrawal warnings are constantly sounding in the broadcast, and some comm teachers are also working hard. While calling the police, they also want to maintain order with their own strength. However, all this is now occupied by fear. It is completely useless among people of the mind. The campus has been shrouded in fear. Chapter 453 Naruto's Ability. Run! What are you still doing? I don't know who shouted loudly, and all the students who were stunned before suddenly seemed to have exploded the pot and kept running in the direction where there were no dead bodies around. On the way, I don't know how many frail students were trampled by the people behind, and then trampled by a group of people who ran away, and they were trampled to death. But at this time, no one will pay attention to whether the person under their feet is alive, whether they are friends they once knew, and everyone's heart is filled with only the desire for life and the fear of the dead. Bastard! What are you holding me for? Get out! A boy ruthlessly threw off his girlfriend, left her behind, and ran away, leaving only the girl watching with helpless eyes. The dead body came from behind. In a moment, she was drowned by the dead body, and the screams were accompanied by blood and wanted to spray out all around. People passing by had no time to pay attention, and no one would come to rescue them. In their hearts, only escape. 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 Escape this hellish school and escape this terrible nightmare. It's terrible. Standing beside Naruto, Yazi couldn't help sighing as she looked at the group of students who were in a panic. Naruto also sighed slightly. In this scene that seems to be the end of the world, how many people can bear the fear faced by human beings who are being slaughtered? Naruto couldn't help admiring her when she looked at Shiranako. After she was stunned and panicked at the beginning, she seemed to have completely calmed down. The jade hand holding the long oak knife was extremely calm, and the whole person was full of momentum. Senior Yazi, it seems that we have been blocked here. Even on the second floor, these guys are already wreaking havoc, let's go upstairs. Naruto said. The child nodded slightly. The two struggled to push through the crowd, and finally rushed to the top of the building. Along the way, they saw countless dead bodies climbing up the floor. Those students who were too late to escape, or who were left behind by their companions, could only be horrified and helpless by a group of them. The dead body is eaten in the mouth. Although Naruto was incapable of saving a large number of students, as long as he was around his classmates who were in danger, he would wield a dagger to kill the dead one by one and save those classmates. As for what would happen to them later, it was not it's all within his power. Soon, the two ran up to the top of the building, and at this time, the dead body had spread to the third floor, or even the fourth floor, just one floor away from reaching the roof. Yazi shook his head and said lightly, "It seems that we have to hold on to this place and find another way to go downstairs." Well, it's very easy to go downstairs. The most important thing now is whether this kind of thing happened in other places, if it is really the case. Naruto was full of worries. If this phenomenon of resurrection of the dead, if it didn't just happen in the Fujimi Academy, but the whole city or even the whole country, what about Kotoba, the world, and Otome? And mommy must be in danger too, right? Although Naruto, as a traveler, has been to the Hokage world and read the Hokage comics, he really doesn't know anything about the things here and can only rely on the existing conditions to make judgments. Seeing the worried look on Naruto's face, Yako couldn't help but sighed slightly. "Naruto, the most important thing for us now is to keep ourselves alive. Don't think about the rest." Naruto was stunned when he heard the words, and then he smiled bitterly. Although Yazi's words made sense, how could Naruto not worry about the safety of those girls? He walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked around at the current situation. He found that in just a few tens of minutes, nearly half of the population on the campus had been infected and became dead, and the number of living people was decreasing. Is this world really going to end? How did these guys come about? Is it a virus? Or a bacteria? Naruto muttered to himself. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the next floor. Naruto frowned slightly. This voice made him feel a little familiar. He looked closely. Wasn't that the medical room where the school doctor Juchuan Shizuka was located? At this time, Yazi also noticed the screaming over there, came over and frowned slightly. "Mr. Shizuka is in danger. We must go and save her." Although when the dead body broke out, everyone had no time to take care of the others around them, and running away became everyone's only purpose, even if it was a former brother or girlfriend. At a critical moment, in order to survive, you can also sacrifice or pull it into the water. At this time, the ugliness of human nature is fully manifested. Naruto looked at it in admiration. Compared with war, this completely undisguised ugliness is even more chilling and terrifying. Hearing Yako's suggestion, Naruto nodded. Although they couldn't save most of them now, Shizuka, as a school doctor, also brought a lot of help to everyone, and Yako was grateful to her. Naruto knew what Yako was thinking, and he also had a good impression of the very responsible school doctor. Nodding, Naruto smiled at her. "Then leave it to me, you guard the entrance to the rooftop here, give me a minute." Yazi was stunned for a moment, but saw Naruto suddenly take dozens of steps back, and then he focused on the building next to him, took a breath, and rushed forward suddenly. The next moment, I saw Naruto jumping high, drawing a long arc in midair, and landing directly on the roof of the building opposite. The two buildings were only seen, at least 10 meters apart. Yazi couldn't help but gasped, his face full of shock. How is this possible? He was able to jump over a distance of more than 10 meters and directly reach another building. Even the best long jump champion in the world can't do this kind of thing, right? Naruto's physical fitness is completely beyond that of ordinary people. Who is this guy? At this moment, when I saw Naruto, the God-given child, the shock in my heart was even greater than when I saw the dead body come. And after Naruto jumped to the opposite side, he jumped directly from the top of the building. It was a 5-story building. When Naruto's body landed on the 3rd floor, his arms suddenly rested on the windowsill. The next moment the body suddenly stopped in midair. With a whimper, the next moment, Naruto has already broken through the window. The child on the rooftop here was stunned for a while. Chapter 454 Dumb Shizuka. After breaking through the window, Naruto quickly rushed to the position where the scream came from before. At this moment, the screams over there sounded again. "Don't come here! Don't come here!" With incomparable horror in the voice, the speed under Naruto's feet increased again, and the figure almost turned into a gust of wind, rushing along the corridor to the corner ahead. What caught my eye was a scene of a group of dead bodies chasing a figure frantically, and what made Naruto feel ridiculous and annoyed was that the chased Jushuan Shizuka was still carrying a medical box and a bag in his hand. Yow! Looking at the way she was running, she staggered, the 2 mountains of meat in front of her chest became a burden and swayed around, and then she seemed to be shaken so hard that she couldn't stand still, so Naruto couldn't help but secretly for her pinch a sweat. At this time, Jushuan Shizuka finally saw Naruto, who suddenly rushed out of the corner. She even thought it was a dead body for the first time, so she couldn't help standing there, her mouth open slightly, a full "it's incredible." "Hey, run!" Naruto had just arrived, but seeing that she was stunned there, she hurriedly shouted. Jushuan Shizuka came back to her senses, and only then did she recognize that it was the student who brought her classmate Yazi to the doctor last time. "Wow, Naruto, hurry up, help me." She hurriedly stretched out her hand to Naruto's side, but the two of them were still a long way away, so she couldn't catch it at all. She leaned forward, and her feet swayed suddenly. Fell to the ground. "Ouch! It hurts." She cried out in pain and wanted to stand up, but the group of dead bodies behind her had already rushed towards her. Seeing those terrifying guys with their mouths wide open, full of stench, and saliva flowing, she was stunned. "Woo, you are doomed." However, at this moment, a detonating talisman was suddenly thrown out of Naruto's hand, turning into a shadow and instantly flying into the group of dead bodies behind Shizuka. The next moment, Naruto made a slight seal with one hand. Blast! Boom! With a loud explosion, the detonating talisman exploded like a grenade, and the violent flame accompanied by the shock wave violently blasted the pile of dead bodies behind Shizuka. Those dead bodies who were about to rush on Shizuka were directly blown away by the blast of the explosion. And Shizuka was almost drowned by the explosion. Fortunately, she fell to the ground on her stomach, so she was not injured. At this time, Naruto rushed in front of her, gently lifted her from the ground, and said softly, "Are you all right? Teacher Shizuka?" Shizuka seemed to be stunned by this explosion, staring at Naruto blankly, at a loss. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly exclaimed, "No, where is my medicine box?" Naruto staggered and was almost overturned by thunder, grabbed her and shouted, "Teacher Shizuka, come with me now, don't worry about that." No, as a doctor, I have to find the medicine box." Jushuan Shizuka looked at Naruto very seriously. At this time, another wave of dead bodies rushed towards them behind the two, and Naruto frowned slightly. "Sorry, Shizuka-sensei." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly wrapped his arms around Jushuan Jingxiang's slender waist. Before she could react, he picked up her white jade legs with the other hand and rushed forward. "Yeah," Shizuka exclaimed. Her body was picked up by Naruto in the air, and she hugged him tightly in the posture of a princess. She was ashamed and shocked, and her hands quickly wrapped her arms around Naruto's neck. As Naruto ran, the 2 huge mountains of meat on her chest shook violently, trembling, and even hit Naruto in the face due to their size. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed at this time, but fortunately he knew that this was not the time to care about this, so he ran quickly under his feet and ran along the corridor to the rooftop. Wow, okay, so fast. Jushuan Shizuka was not only picked up by Naruto, but also experienced this flying feeling, and exclaimed again in fright. At the entrance of the stairs, Naruto saw a group of dead bodies again, sensed the approach of the two of Naruto, and rushed towards them. "Hey, dangerous over there." Shizuka struggled slightly to jump off Naruto. Naruto snorted, "Don't worry, Teacher Shizuka." Swish. A sword light flashed, and the dead bodies that had just rushed up were directly divided into 2 halves. Blood splashes. Naruto and Shizuka had already appeared above the stairs. Immediately afterwards, Naruto slashed a bloody path with the dagger in his hand. Fortunately, there were not many dead bodies at the entrance of the corridor at this time, and Naruto's speed was fast enough that they could not touch the corner of Naruto's clothes at all. On the roof of the 5th floor, Naruto finally ran up with Shizuka. A breeze was blowing slowly on the open roof in front of him. Naruto exhaled slightly, but did not let go of Shizuka, but went directly to the roof. At the edge, he looked at the Yakuza on the opposite rooftop. At this time, Yazi just happened to look towards Naruto. Seeing that he actually rescued the school doctor Shizuka, her face was filled with admiration. Naruto, what should I do now? Those guys are about to rush up now. Yako shouted at Naruto across a building. Naruto saw the situation on her side, and a group of dead bodies were rushing towards the rooftop. Naruto bit Kiba slightly, bowed his head to Jushuan Shizuka and said, "Teacher Shizuka, come on my back." Huh. Shizuka was stunned. When Naruto saw her dazed look, he was a little annoyed, and dragged her directly onto his back. "Hold on to me." From Naruto's tone, Shizuka finally realized that the situation was urgent. "Ah, okay. She hurriedly circled her arms and hugged Naruto's neck from behind, and the 2 meat mountains on her chest were directly pressed against Naruto's back. Was squeezed into an incredible arc. Naruto looked at Yako opposite and shouted loudly, "Sister Yako, jump over to me." Yazi looked slightly startled, and jumped over. At such a long distance, she is not Naruto, she is an ordinary person. It is absolutely impossible to cross a distance of more than 10 meters. And jumping from the top of the 5th floor is not courting death. But immediately, there was a flash of determination in her eyes. She put away the long oak knife, took a deep breath, and nodded towards Naruto. The next moment, she quickly rushed to the edge of the rooftop and jumped in the direction of Naruto. Chapter 455 Fall from the Sky. In midair, Yako's eyes are firm. She fully believes in Naruto, even if she has no ability to jump over here, but she believes that Naruto has the ability to make herself safe. This was not only because of the confidence she had after seeing Naruto's amazing jump just now, but also because of the special trust she had in Naruto in her heart. She will never regret it. Seeing that Yazi didn't even ask why, he was so convinced of himself that he jumped over here, Naruto couldn't help but move slightly. A smile appeared on his face, and the next moment, he also charged towards Yazi in midair. Jump out. In midair, Yazi's short skirt floated slightly, her 2 white and slender thighs were exposed in the air, and Naruto could even see the white underwear and pants under her short skirt. Next moment, the 2 meet in the air. Naruto stretched out his arms, and the slender waist fell into his palm, and he hugged those slender thighs tightly. A strong masculine breath came from the surface, and Yuzi couldn't help but look slightly Yuhi. She found that her whole body had been held in Naruto's arms, and Shizuka, who was behind him, fell to the ground below the 5th floor together. Yeah, Shizuka has never had such a terrible experience. Jumping from such a high place, wouldn't she fall into a meat pie? She couldn't help exclaiming in fright. On the other hand, Yazi's wonderful eyes were staring at Naruto's face, looking at his short blonde hair that fluttered slightly, and the confident look flashing in his blue eyes. His heart suddenly became calm, even if his body the bottom is an abyss, and she will never be afraid again. This is a very strange trust. From the outbreak of the dead body crisis to the present, what Naruto has shown is completely different from that of ordinary people. He is not panicked or afraid. Facing those students who have turned into dead bodies, he has to deal with it. She's so calm and composed, even she herself can't do that. And it is precisely because of Naruto's calmness that he slowly infected Yako, giving her an instant fighting spirit. At this time, the 3 of them fell from the sky together. Shizuka screamed, Yako smiled, and Naruto's expression was calm and composed, without any panic. His body flew over the wall on the 3rd floor opposite, and suddenly, his feet were slightly propped up on the wall, and the only trace of chakra in his body was emitted from the soles of his feet and firmly attached to the wall. The next moment, chakra loosened, and the 3 continued to fall. With a loud bang, Naruto and the three girls fell heavily onto the lawn at the bottom of the building. Shizuka's arms loosened, and an unstable body suddenly fell off Naruto, and fell to the ground with a thud, making her groan in pain. Yako gently descended from Naruto's arms and looked at Naruto in astonishment, as if he was meeting him for the first time. "Naruto, you surprised me. Jumped down from the top of the 5th floor with the two of us, and landed so safely. Are you a Superman?" She was deeply shocked. Naruto smiled lightly, but did not answer. Turning her head to look at Shizuka, who was lying on the ground and screaming in pain, she couldn't help but be speechless. She saw her high buttocks were facing her, and a jade hand was still rubbing constantly on it. There was a trace of tears in his big eyes, and he kept humming, "It hurts, it really hurts. The chest and buttocks are like flowers. This woman is too tempting and tempting." Naruto stepped forward to help her up. Shizuka might be pinned to her ankles, her body could not stand still at all, and she fell into Naruto's arms all at once. The pair of huge jades on her chest almost burst out of her breasts. She put a jade hand on her chest and rubbed lightly. "My foot seems to be sprained too." Naruto swallowed secretly, and hurriedly handed her over to Yazi. "Sister Yazi, please help Mr. Shizuka to check it. After the check, we must leave here immediately." He looked around, not knowing. There are dead bodies in the distance who have heard the movement here and are rushing towards here. Teacher Shizuka's foot is twisted a little, but it should be fine for a rest, but now she may not be able to move. Yazi's tone was helpless. At this time, a scream came from not far away. The three of them looked over there, and saw that a boy pushed the girl beside him fiercely towards a group of dead bodies behind him, and then he ran wildly, so that the girl could delay him for a while. "No, you bastard." Ah! The girl's neck was bitten off, her voice got stuck in her throat, blood flew out, and she fell down. Seeing such a scene, Shizuka couldn't help but tremble, looked up, and looked at Naruto helplessly. In such a situation where there is nowhere to run, and her own feet are inconvenient, if Naruto leaves her, she will definitely die here. Naruto smiled slightly, reached out and pulled jutsu on Shizuka. "Come up, I'll carry you." Shizuka couldn't help trembling all over, looking at Naruto's eyes with incomparable surprise and emotion. He didn't abandon himself, he won't abandon himself. He is willing to carry himself. "Ah, Naruto." The next moment, she rushed towards Naruto tightly, hugging his neck tightly, the pair of huge breasts on her chest pressed against Naruto's chest, her tone slightly choked up. "Cough cough." The child on the side suddenly coughed lightly and said lightly, "Come on, don't linger, let's get out of here quickly." Naruto was a little breathless under the pressure of Shizuka's big breasts, and when he heard the voice of the child, he came back to his senses, put Shizuka on his back, and nodded with a dagger in his hand. "Let's go to a temporary safe place first, and then make plans for the next step," Yazi said with an oak-long knife. Shizuka leaned on Naruto's back and stared at the two with those big eyes. At this time, the surrounding dead bodies have also approached this side, unfolding their hideous posture, and crushing them all the way. Naruto and Yako looked at each other, picked up the weapon in their hand and rushed forward. At this time, outside the campus, a bus suddenly stopped at the entrance of Fujimi College. The door opened, the four girls hurriedly jumped out of the car, the door closed immediately, and they walked away. These four girls are precisely in the world of Sayuanji in Jino City, Katsura Yanye, Katsura, and Kato Otome. They made an appointment to see Naruto just after school today, but unexpectedly, when they were in the car, they suddenly saw various scenes of people biting and eating people on the surrounding streets, and everyone in the car was stunned. Living. The four girls were also completely at a loss, and it took a while before they recovered. After discussing for a while, they all said they would get out of the car and find Naruto to confirm his safety. Chapter 456 Sudden Death. However, at this time, they are still a little difficult to adapt, because there is no dead body in the car, and no one is infected, so it is relatively safe. Although they are very afraid of the outside world, they have no courage at all. Consider how to get out of the car and deal with these crises in front of you. When they begged the driver to stop and go out, some infected dead bodies next to the school moved towards them one after another. The 4 girls were shivering with fright. Facing the hideous and terrifying monster, they truly felt what it was like to be afraid. When they faced this danger, they finally realized what it meant to be powerless. However, they were not the kind of people who were too frightened to move. After a short period of fear, a strong urge to see Naruto rose in their hearts. Even if I die, I have to see Naruto again, Yanyi said suddenly and firmly. Yes, since we got off the bus, we can't be afraid anymore. The world suddenly picked up a fallen iron railing on the ground and held it tightly in his hand. Gui Xin was so frightened that she tightly grabbed the corner of her sister's clothes, her legs trembled slightly. She was usually bold and cheerful, but at this moment she was stunned. Yanyi held her sister's palm and gave her silent comfort. The 3 of them leaned towards the world and ran into the Fujimi Academy with the school gate wide open. At this moment, they can only enter, not back, because there is no way back. Naruto didn't know that Yanyi and the others happened to come to Fujimi Academy so coincidentally. He was still worried about their comfort, and the ornamental dagger engraved with the Hiraishin technique on his body had no chance to send it. At this time, he was rushing to kill with the 2 of them. Although there were a lot of dead bodies around, and the living classmates were running around in panic, those students only knew how to run away at this time and did not dare to deal with them. As a result, they could only be surrounded by countless dead bodies and became the minced meat in their mouths. Naruto and Yako rushed out of the siege of dead bodies. Under Naruto's dagger, almost no dead bodies could approach them. Although the chakra in his body can't be used at this time, with only his own physical strength, he will never be in danger of being surrounded by dead bodies. If he wants, he can even kill a few times in the campus. But he didn't do that, because the only thing he had to do now was to rush out of the Fujimi Academy and confirm the safety of Yanyi and the others. Therefore, in order to go to Jino City smoothly, he must find a car. After he told Yazi and Shizuka about this idea, Shizuka suddenly screamed, "Naruto, if it's a car, I can drive it. But my car is parked far away, and I don't think it's too big to pass from here. Possibly, let's go to the repair shop and have a look. It's much closer to here, there should be some cars that can be used." Okay, then go to the repair shop. Naruto nodded, followed the direction Shizuka pointed, and rushed over with the 2 of them. At this time, after a huge panic, many people also began to fight back and flee in an orderly manner, instead of fleeing aimlessly as before. Those who survived have gradually adapted to this environment full of dead bodies, and they all clenched their weapons in their hands. In the building next to Naruto and Yako, a girl with long soft pink hair was running away with a short, chubby boy. The girl had double ponytails and slightly raised bangs on her forehead. The chest is also very predictable, even if it is a few sizes larger than that of the child. When running, her 2 long ponytails and the 2 meat mountains on her chest also swayed back and forth very regularly. However, the girl's face was full of panic that could not be concealed, and it was obvious that she had not completely overcome the fear in her heart and could not face the reality. And the fat boy who ran away with her, with black framed eyes, was trembling all over when he ran, but he lost his strength after just running a few steps, and stopped in place and kept breathing. "Toda, if you continue like this, you will definitely become one of them. Do you really want to die?" the girl snapped. I really can't run," Toda gasped, looking at the girl in front of him and shouting, "Shay, don't leave me." "Humph. You usually lack exercise yourself, and you are so fat that you can't even run now. If it goes on like this, I really don't care about you." Gaocheng Saya shouted coldly. "Okay, I'll be able to run right away." Toda was startled when he heard this, and with some strength, he ran forward again. And behind them, a group of dead bodies are also chasing quickly. "Should we find some weapons first?" Toda yelled. "There is an activity room over the corner, and there may be something in it," Gao Cheng Saya said. Toda's eyes lit up, and the speed under his feet became much faster. Then let's go over there. He shouted and rushed over there first. Sudden. The moment he just turned, a dead body suddenly jumped out of the corner, opened his mouth wide and bit Toda's shoulder fiercely. What? A scream sounded, and he collided with the dead body, full of him, with a miserable cry in his mouth. His eyes looked in the direction of Gaocheng Saya in despair. Toda! Shay exclaimed, his pupils suddenly dilated, a pair of jade hands tightly clasped his mouth, his face full of horror. How can it be? Why is this happening? The companion who escaped with him a moment ago, the guy who was so alive and talking to him a moment ago, was bitten on the shoulder and neck by the dead body at this moment. Seeing the look of despair and unwillingness in his eyes, Shay was incomparably frightened. How could human life be so fragile? In front of these dead bodies, even if you don't even finish a word, you will lose your life immediately, and the corner ahead may be the end of your life. Why? What is all this for? With her genius mind, she has completely lost her normal thinking ability at this moment. But, as a genius, she knew she had to be better than everyone else. She has to outlive the others in this disaster. At this moment, she suddenly woke up. She knew that she should face all this more calmly, and she must use more rational thinking to deal with the crisis. In front of Toda, the divine light in his eyes is slowly dissipating, and his face still carries the nostalgia for life and the fear of death. But she must not be brought into this kind of fear because of this. She must live. Chapter 457 Takasung Saya. There was no way out behind him, and Toda in front of him was being bitten by a group of dead bodies, blood spattering frantically. When Shay was terrified, the desire to survive and hope also burst forth. She didn't know where the strength came from, and she suddenly exerted strength under her feet and ran out to the side. As for Toda, he was completely dead at this time. His body was torn apart by the bite. Maybe there was the last glimmer of light in his eyes to see Saya's back. I can't die. I can't die, Saya murmured to himself as he ran. She didn't run away in random order, but focused on the positions of the dead bodies in front of her, avoiding them as far as possible, and ran towards other places where there were few dead bodies. Soon, he ran out of the building, but he saw more and more frantic dead bodies on the playground, densely scattered throughout the campus. She couldn't help being frightened. With so many dead bodies, I can't escape at all. Although these guys don't run fast, once they are caught, they will definitely not be able to survive. Looking at the surging dead body in front of him, Saya Gaocheng couldn't help but look desperate. Mom and Dad, am I really going to die here? Suddenly, just when she was extremely desperate, two figures suddenly rushed out beside her. One purple hair, one blonde. Gaocheng Saya's eyes couldn't help but burst into ecstasy. Hey, you guys help me. She opened her mouth and shouted at the two of them. These two were Naruto and Yako who had just arrived here, and when they heard Saya's cry for help, they couldn't help but look at her. At this time, a group of dead bodies rushed towards her behind Saya. She was startled, bit Silver Kiba slightly, and couldn't care about it anymore, and rushed towards the direction of Naruto and the two in one breath. However, although the distance between her and the two was not too far, it was only 20 to 30 meters, but there were more than a dozen dead bodies between them, and Saya would never be able to reach Naruto and Yako safely. Naruto and Yako looked at each other. At this time, Saya had already encountered the first danger. A dead body noticed that she was coming in front of her, and immediately opened her arms and raised her mouth to pounce on her. Saya exclaimed, threw herself to the side, and finally escaped its attack in a thrilling way, and then she kept running towards Naruto and the two of them. However, in the end, she was just a weak girl. After she escaped a dead body for the first time, there were more and more dead bodies, and she was surrounded by almost all directions. She immediately froze in place, looking helpless and desperate. But at this moment, Naruto and Yako suddenly rushed to her side. Yako pulled her up. Come with me. Shay was stunned for a moment, and was led by the scorpion and flew forward, and the dead bodies along the way were slashed back by him. And Naruto stopped behind them, swinging the dagger at will, cutting all the dead bodies that tried to catch up in half. Shizuka on Naruto's back was also stunned by the powerful force of Naruto and Yako. She had never thought that a human could jump off the 5th floor and be unscathed, and she had never thought about them. To be able to fight all the way without fear of these terrifying guys. Especially Naruto, she was on Naruto's back, and she deeply realized his strength. With him on his back, not only did the speed of his feet not slow down at all, but his shot was almost unstoppable. It was even more amazing. Yes, she could actually feel very stable on his back. Moreover, after fighting until now, there is no sweat on Naruto's face at all. There is no sign of rapid gasping in the mouth. What the hell did he do? Ordinary people will be tired even if they run here alone, right? And when he was carrying himself and fighting the dead body, he was able to be so calm. Simply unimaginable. Shay was held back by the scorpion, and when she saw the scene where her hands fell, and the dead bodies retreated, a deep envy rose in her heart. At a time like this, she found that her genius mind was completely useless. The 4 of them shuttled between a group of dead bodies. After Naruto cut off the dead bodies behind, they quickly caught up with Yako and Saya, and rushed to the car repair shop in front of them. Under the protection of Naruto and Yako, the 3 of them successfully rushed to the repair shop, and there were very few dead bodies there. After the 3 of them rushed in, they were finally safe for the time being. Shay finally let out a long sigh of relief. When she got here, she suddenly felt a sense of escaping death. Only then did she realize that although she was a genius, she was not able to face everything calmly. In this life and death contest, the only test is courage and strength. Naruto put down the school doctor Shizuka on her back. She tried to walk a few steps, and her slightly twisted feet were now able to walk freely. Reaching out and patted the high bulging chest in front of him, the 2 high bulging hills waved slightly. It's so dangerous. I almost got bitten to death. Naruto, Yako, it's all thanks to you guys. Shizuka said with a long breath, looking at Naruto and Yako. Gaochung Saya also came back to her senses at this time. She was saved and looked at Yuko's and Naruto with gratitude. They fought all the way to bring her here. She, who has no strength, can only rely on them to survive. Thank you so much for saving my life. My name is Saya Takajo. I'm a sophomore in high school. She stepped forward and introduced herself. Naruto shook his head slightly and sighed. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a first-year transfer student. There is no need to say thank you. There are fewer and fewer people alive, and it is also a kind of fate for us to be together. Yazi nodded. I am Poison Island Yaoing. Naruto is right. I guess it may be the same situation not only in our academy, but also in other places. What we are facing now will be the end of the world. Scene, it is not easy to live one more person. Quote. After listening to Yako's words, Naruto frowned slightly, and his worries became even heavier. Under such circumstances, wouldn't the Yanyi and the others in Jino City have no way out at all? Moreover, from just now until now, many people have called the police, but none of the police have arrived, which can only mean that they have encountered the same trouble. That is to say, now they can only rely on themselves. Saying so, Yanyi and the others. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't calm down, looked at the owner of the auto repair shop and said, we need a running car to escape from here. Chapter 458. 4 women get in the car. I happen to have a car here. It's still a big school bus that's being repaired, and it's just finished. The owner of the car repair shop said boldly, you can take it. It's so messy now, as many people can escape as many people can escape. Yeah, thank you. Naruto nodded and followed the direction pointed by the owner of the auto repair shop. He saw a normal-sized bus, which happened to be the school bus usually used by Fujimi College to carry students. See you. Arriving at this big guy, everyone's eyes couldn't help showing a trace of excitement. Gaochung Saya couldn't help laughing and said, that's great, so we can rush out of the academy directly. Yeah, I've been fighting and killing, those guys will never be able to kill them. Yazi nodded slightly, well, but, The key question is who will drive. I can't drive. Her gaze turned to Takasago Saya. Saya's face couldn't help but Yuhi. Me, I won't either. As a genius, she felt very embarrassed when she said such useless words. As a genius, she couldn't even do things like driving at a critical moment. Hee, have you forgotten that there is an adult here? At this time, Shizuka, who was beside her, walked to the car with her huge breasts. You students who don't have a driver's license can't do it. Right, I've never driven a car like this, but I think I should give it a try. Naruto nodded. Then let's go. After speaking, he got into the car first. Several other people also got into the car, but the owner of the car repair shop still stayed and insisted on not leaving. Seeing his firm and full of confidence, everyone did not persuade him. Maybe he had a way to get out. So, the four got into the car, with Shizuka serving as the driver. The car started and rushed out of the shop with a bang. Wow, I'm not used to this car. The school Dr. Shizuka exclaimed, driving the car to the left and right, rushing out of the shop and then to the playground. Seeing the dead body in front of her, she always had the feeling that she didn't dare to hit it. Bump over. At this time, Naruto said coldly. Shizuka couldn't help but be stunned. She knew that these dead bodies in front of her had lost their original human minds and became walking corpses, but seeing their familiar clothes and the vaguely remaining students on their faces, she couldn't bear it for a while. Hurry up. Don't hesitate any longer. Naruto patted her on the shoulder, and Shizuka's body shook violently. I understood. She bit Kiba, stepped on the accelerator, and slammed into the dead bodies in front of her while holding the steering wheel. Bang bang bang. The dead bodies were instantly smashed out by the car body, and a piece of blood and flesh flew across. A sudden braking, the steering wheel spun sharply, the whole car drifted again in an instant, and once again smashed a group of dead bodies from the side, and drove quickly towards the front. At this time, at the gate of the campus, the four of Yanyi were surrounded by a group of dead bodies. They managed to avoid a group of dead bodies just now, and they were chased by a group of dead bodies just a few steps into the campus. Weapons have successfully blocked some dead bodies a few times. I am afraid they have already been torn to pieces. However, even in such a dangerous and desperate situation, they still maintained a strong desire to find Naruto in their hearts, because it was this desire that has kept them alive until now. What should I do? There are more and more of these guys. We can't get out. Yanyi asked the world around him, his tone trembling. The world held the iron rod tightly in his hands, staring at the group of dead bodies in front of him, biting Silver Kiba tightly. We must not give up. As long as it is not until the last minute, we have hope. At this moment, a bus suddenly rushed in front, and the bus frantically knocked away countless dead bodies next to it, rushing towards where they were. What is that? Otome exclaimed. It seems that someone is driving a car towards us. Is it here to save us? Gui Shin's face showed a glimmer of hope. Kai. As they wished, the bus really stopped in front of them. The door opened, and a familiar figure jumped out of the car. Naruto. The four Yanyi exclaimed in unison, and their eyes couldn't help showing ecstasy. That's great. You guys are here too. Hurry up and get in the car. After Naruto jumped off, he came beside them with a face full of surprises. He thought that Yanyi and the others would be in an extremely dangerous situation in Jino City, but he didn't expect them to appear in Fujimi Academy. This surprised and delighted him, and at the same time there was a strong feeling of rejoicing in his heart. Yeah, the four women also knew that the situation was critical now, and the dead bodies around were all attracted by the movement here, and they rushed towards this side. All topics are left for safety later. Thinking of this, they quickly got into the car under the protection of Naruto. Naruto quickly knocked up all the dead bodies that wanted to get close, and let them get on the car safely. At this moment, the four girls had just finished getting into the car, and suddenly there were several calls for help not far from the car. Wait a minute, please wait a moment. I saw a boy and a girl rushing towards this side quickly. Naruto took a closer look and saw that the girl was a little familiar, with long orange hair and 2 long dull hairs on her head, wearing a school uniform and holding a long iron rod in her hand. She seemed to be the last time she saw her. The girl from the gun department. The other boy, who also looked very handsome, was holding a baseball bat in his hand, and was slapping the dead body near him. Both of them are amazing, and their performances are extraordinarily brave. Let them come up, Yako demanded. Naruto nodded. With his strength, he could not be afraid of the threat of dead bodies. So since he had a bus here, he could save as many people as he could. After all, in this world full of dead bodies, there were more and more living people. The less, every living person will be a force of confrontation in the future. Come up, Naruto shouted, and the next moment, his body flew towards the direction where the dead bodies were the most dense. Yanyi and a few women who had just got into the car covered their mouths in fright when they saw this scene. No, Naruto, dangerous, Yanyi exclaimed and shouted towards Naruto outside the window, his face full of horror. The world also held the iron railing in his hand and planned to rush out of the car again. Fortunately, there was a child in the car who pulled them one by one, which stopped their impulse. Chapter 459 Besieged. They didn't know that Naruto had such a powerful force before. Even Yanyi had seen some before, but she only thought that Naruto was more capable of fighting. In the face of so many terrifying guys, how could it be possible to use a normal person's body to resist? Therefore, at this moment, Yanyi and the others' hearts had already reached their throats. However, Naruto faced the group of dead bodies flying over at this time, and after clenching the dagger in his hand, a long-lost smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The pleasure brought. This is a kind of pleasure that can sway the power freely. Come on, Naruto let out a low voice, leaning forward slightly, the dagger in his hand lying across his chest, and a faint light flashed in his clear blue eyes. The next moment, I saw a sudden kick under his feet, and a great force burst out in an instant. At the same time, a powerful recoil force was instantly released, and Naruto's body seemed to have turned into a streamer, and suddenly rushed behind the group of dead bodies at a dazzling speed. During this period, no one could see Naruto's trajectory and any movements in his hands. Yazi and the others in the carriage widened their eyes in disbelief, staring at Naruto's back. The expression on their faces was beyond shocking. How did you do it? Yazi whispered. With her years of experience in kendo practice, she couldn't see the trajectory of Naruto's movement, she only knew that this speed was it's not something normal people can have. No matter how ingenious the move, no matter how unthinkable, it must not cross a distance of more than 10 meters in less than a second and appear behind the group of dead bodies. Naruto slowly put down his dagger. At this moment, the bodies of the dead bodies behind him suddenly shot out a stream of fresh yuhi blood from their necks. The next moment, the heads of more than 10 dead bodies fell from their necks. Come down, Chi-Chi fell to the ground. Bang bang bang. After a dozen muffled noises, these dead bodies all fell to the ground. Instant kill. Naruto let out a slight sigh. Although the chakra in his body could not be used, his physical strength alone was enough to make some killing moves. In the face of these dead bodies whose reaction and speed are not as good as ordinary people, he is a one-sided slaughter here. At this time, the boy and the girl had already rushed to Naruto's side, and both of them were stunned when they saw that Naruto had killed a group of dead bodies in a single second. Hurry up and get in the car. Naruto shouted. The two of them reacted and rushed into the car. At this moment, the movement here also attracted the attention of those who were running around on the playground. They saw that there was a car on Naruto's side that was accepting the entry of living people, and they couldn't help but rush towards it. This is their only hope of survival. Naruto knew that there were still a lot of vacancies in the car, so when the two got into the car, they didn't go back immediately, but continued to fight with the dead bodies, and finally bought some time for those who still had hope to escape here. Boarding. Among them, Shido Koichi also took the lead in rushing into the bus. At this time, the surrounding dead bodies also flocked to the bus because of the attraction of the fleeing students. Naruto, there's not much time left. Come back quickly. If these guys surround the car, we won't be able to leave. Yako shouted towards Naruto outside. Naruto bit Kiba, looked around, and saw a group of dead bodies swarming around, occupying almost half of the playground, no less than 1,000 people. At this time, those students who were close to here also got on the bus one after another. Seeing this scene, Naruto retreated. However, at this time, since he was already some distance away from the bus, he was surrounded by a group of dead bodies in front of him and behind him, and there was no way out. Naruto. The expression on Yazi's face was slightly anxious, and he was about to get out of the car with an oak-long knife to help him cut a path. You go first, don't worry about me, I'll catch up in no time. Naruto shouted at them. At this time, the classmates who had already boarded the car also found their seats and sat down. They saw the figure outside the car fighting alone with the dead body, with different expressions on their faces. When the admirers saw Naruto being surrounded by one person, they all had the urge to rush out of the car, while others were more concerned about their own safety. Said that only his own life is the most important thing, such as Koichi Shido who got in the car, a teacher at Fujimi College. He was wearing a pair of short-sighted glasses, with a thin body and a handsome face, but from time to time a trace of indifference and cruel eyes flashed in his eyes. Seeing Naruto fighting the dead body, he took another look at the students under his eyes and said loudly, I suggest driving now, otherwise everyone will be unable to leave. That classmate is very heroic, everyone should believe him. Soon as he finished speaking, the orange long-haired girl who got into the car first suddenly said sharply, Bastard. He protected us with his own strength, how can we leave him behind? Hearing the objection, Zito Hiro turned to look at the girl. A ruthless look flashed in his eyes, but he smiled lightly. This classmate, I'm the teacher of the school, it's an adult, I made the decision. Much more correct than you immature children. And as the heroic classmate said, we should go first, so as to save more lives. The students in the car nodded one after another, and they all agreed with what the teacher said. The girl Miyamoto Rei wanted to say more, but was stopped by Kamuro Takaya. This is not the time to argue with him, Rei. Miyamoto Lee couldn't help frowning. Xiaoxi, when did you become so weak? That classmate is in great danger at this time, how can we ignore him? The boy, Xiaoxi Xiao, sighed slightly. Lee, although I really want to save him, the current situation really doesn't allow us to wait any longer. Humph, why do you even do this? Miyamoto Rei yelled and pushed him away fiercely. At this time, Naruto, who was surrounded by the dead group, saw that the car hadn't started for a long time, and he couldn't help feeling a little anxious. Although they had been waiting for themselves, they moved their hearts, but if they didn't leave, they would really not be able to leave. There were more and more dead bodies around, and they were getting closer and closer. Shizuka, who was driving, bit Kiba slightly, stepped on the accelerator under her feet fiercely, and rushed towards Naruto's crazy. Chapter 460 Debate. In this case, the car is simply driving into the abyss of death, because Naruto's side is almost full of dead bodies, and there is absolutely no way to turn back when rushing in, and it will almost be a dead end. However, just when Naruto thought that the car would crash directly into it, Shizuka suddenly turned the steering wheel in her hand, and stepped on the brake at the same time. Chi-chi. A sharp screeching sound of friction sounded, and the main bus suddenly drifted with a beautiful tail, knocking over a large pile of dead bodies in front of Naruto, and stopped in front of Naruto. Come up, Naruto. Yazi, Yanyi and others in the car couldn't help shouting in unison. Naruto couldn't help but smiled slightly, his body suddenly jumped high, his feet stomped on the forehead of a dead body, and the whole person rose 1 meter again, and leapt towards the top of the bus. And the dead bodies under their feet stretched their arms in the air, unable to touch Naruto's body at all. Everyone in the car opened their mouths in unbelievable expressions. Good job, Yazi couldn't help but praised. Boom. The next moment, Naruto stepped heavily on the top of the bus, supported it with one hand, smiled, and shouted, Go with all your strength. Boom. Slam the accelerator. The school doctor Shizuka drove the bus towards the campus gate and rushed out. Naruto squatted on the top of the car. He couldn't help letting out a small breath. His blonde hair fluttered in the wind. The car drove on the road and headed towards the suburban road, and the dead bodies on the road were very few, and their car finally evacuated from the dangerous area. Yako opened the window, and Naruto flipped in directly from the roof and fell into the car. Call. The next moment, the four daughters rushed towards Naruto's arms and threw themselves on his chest. Naruto, Yanyi, the world and Otome entered Naruto's arms together, knocking Naruto into the seat at once, and even Guei-shin rushed over to join in the fun. Brother Naruto, you were amazing just now, she exclaimed excitedly, her white and pretty eyes flashing with adoration. Yeah, I'm almost scared to death. It turns out that you are so powerful, Naruto, that you are almost flying. Otome also exclaimed excitedly. At this time, Yako and the others were looking at Naruto surrounded by a group of girls with surprise. Their eyes were full of surprise. Naruto smiled awkwardly and introduced to everyone. These are my classmates before I transferred to Fujimi College. This is Guei Yanye, and her sister Guei-shin. This is the world of Shuan Temple. There is Kato Otome. Naruto introduced Yako, Takajo Saya, and Kamuro Takaya one by one. Yazi's smile is very strange. Naruto, what a coincidence you are. These girls are all here to find you. Oh, yes. Naruto touched his nose. After that, Yako, Saya, Kamuro Taka, Miyamoto Rei, all introduced themselves one by one, so that Yanyi and the others all got to know each other. After the introduction, everyone focused their attention on Naruto, and their eyes were full of eagerness. Because of the force Naruto showed before, it definitely belongs to the master level that only exists in the movie. At this moment, in everyone's mind, he has become a super master. Miyamoto Rei suddenly came to Naruto and gave her a deep salute. Naruto classmate, thank you very much for protecting us on the bus. Thank you. Naruto smiled lightly, shaking his head slightly to signal that you're welcome. At this moment, Wisteria suddenly walked towards Naruto with a smile and stretched out his hand to him. Hello, this classmate, what you did just now was very brave. As a teacher, I have to give a good compliment. You, come on, let's get to know you. My name is Koichi Shido. I'm a teacher at Fujimi Academy, so you can just call me Teacher Shido in the future. Naruto stretched out his hand, shook him lightly, and nodded slightly. A satisfied smile appeared on Wisteria's face. At this moment, Miyamoto Rei suddenly rushed over and slapped it on the palm held by Wisteria and Naruto. With a crisp sound, Zito Hiroshi let go of his hand and looked at Miyamoto Rei. You bastard! You are not allowed to approach classmate Naruto, Miyamoto Rei suddenly said coldly. This classmate, what are you doing? Shido Koichi actually recognized Miyamoto Rei, but he still pretended not to know. Don't ask me knowingly, get your dirty hands off. I didn't expect someone like you to be in the car. Disgusting, Miyamoto Rei yelled angrily. Naruto frowned slightly. He didn't know the grievance between Koichi Zito and Rei Miyamoto, and he didn't know Koichi Zito's character. For him, the people in the car were other than Shizuka and Yanyi's four daughters. Besides, everyone else is a stranger. Seeing them quarreling, Naruto frowned slightly and said, personal grievances and grievances will be put aside first, now we have to consider other issues. Hearing Naruto's words, Miyamoto Rei was silent for a while. Shido Koichi laughed and said, sure enough, this classmate Naruto is sensible. I like people like you. He stepped forward and seemed to know Naruto very well, and his eyes were also very provocative. Staring at Miyamoto Rei. Miyamoto Rei thought that Naruto was bewitched by this guy, so she couldn't help being very angry, frowning and staring at the two and stopped talking. At this moment, Shizuka, who had been driving all the time, suddenly asked, Naruto, if we go further ahead, we will reach the bed owner city. I'm afraid there will be more dangers over there. Where should we go now? Everyone could not help but be silent. Yes, It is possible that now the whole country has fallen into this situation, and there are almost not many people alive. What should the living people do? And when Naruto heard this question, he couldn't help being slightly shocked. The next moment, he decisively ordered, "Go to the Bedmaster City." What? Everyone couldn't help being surprised. In everyone's mind, the safest thing to do now is to find a place with as few people as possible to plan for the future, but he actually said that he was going to the Bed Owner City. Isn't that going to those monster piles? No, we don't. Some students shouted in horror, all looking at Naruto. Even Yanyi Zizi and others looked at him in confusion. Che analyzed, "I think now that even the police can't protect themselves, we can only survive on our own, and what we have to do now is to find enough opportunities to survive. Instead of going so dangerous the place." Chapter 461 Supporter. Listening to everyone's opposition, Naruto was expressionless and indifferent. He knew that his decision would definitely cause everyone's confusion, and even make everyone think that he was going to bring them into great danger. However, he knew that there was one more thing he had to do, and that was to find Mommy, who was working at the police station in the city of Bedlard. Now that the crisis has erupted, there are dead bodies wandering around, and the more crowded the place, the less hope people can survive. It was not easy for Naruto to meet the fourth daughter of Yan Yi, and there will never be a second such luck now. Moreover, Naruto also made a phone call to Mommy before, but found that the signal at this time has become very unstable, and it is very likely that the system of many radio signal towers has been paralyzed. Therefore, he had to go to the bed market in person to find Mommy and confirm her safety. Thinking of this, he asked aloud again, "I'm going to the bed market, who wants to come with me?" Hearing Naruto's stubborn words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. After a long time, the world said aloud, "Naruto, are you trying to find Miss Asami?" Everyone looked puzzled. Naruto nodded slightly, "I have to save her." "That's good. I'll go with you." The world nodded in response. "I'm going too." Yanyi didn't want to be left behind. He stepped forward and hugged Naruto's arm and shouted, "Although I'm useless at all, but now I just want to stay by Naruto's side, even if I can stay longer. I'll do it for a moment too. And me, Naruto, don't leave me." Otome also stepped forward and took his hand, "We are related." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Naruto and her with strange eyes. Otome smiled and hugged Naruto's hand proudly. "Hey, my sister is the one with Naruto, okay." Gui Shin shouted towards Otome. Yanyi looked embarrassed. Naruto was also a little helpless by the current situation. However, they were able to stand on his side, which made him very happy. After all, women who can take risks with them are women who are worthy of their own protection. Seeing this, Yazi couldn't help but covered her forehead, looked at Naruto and sighed helplessly, "I really underestimated you guy." Naruto smiled awkwardly, not knowing what Yako meant. "My father is also far away in a foreign dojo, and now he is free from worries. Since Naruto insists on going to the Bedmaster City, I will go together. I'm afraid you can't take care of so many girls, right?" The child suddenly smiled softly. Yanyi and the girls all looked slightly gloomy. In this collapsed world, they were really just a burden to Naruto. Naruto patted the girls on the shoulders and smiled at Yazi. "Sister Yazi, I'm very happy that you can come with me, but there may be more dangers with me." Yako smiled lightly. "Naruto, we have witnessed the collapse of this world together. Are we considered life and death companions? Besides, the feeling of fighting with you also makes me very happy. How can you say that?" Naruto was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile, and there was something more in his eyes when he looked at Yazi. "What a nice woman." At this moment, Shizuka, who had already heard Naruto and the others discussing the result, said, "If that's the case, I'll drive the car to the bed market. Anyway, Naruto saved my life, and I will always be there for you. Act as a free driver." Quote. And Gaochung Saya looked hesitant. She originally saw Kamuro Takaya in the car, and she had a good impression of him. She was also very happy, but she also knew that her life was saved by Naruto and Yazi, and she was the most at this time. What we should do is stick to Naruto and Yako's decision. However, the road ahead must also be full of crises. She believes that there will be more dangers waiting for Naruto and the others in the Bed Owner City. She wanted to speak to persuade her, but after seeing Naruto's firm expression, she couldn't speak, so she was stunned to open her mouth to say something but didn't dare to say it. At this moment, Shido Koichi suddenly waved to Naruto with a smile and said, "Naruto classmate, I think you are doing something wrong. As a teacher, should you listen to my advice?" "What? Huh?" Naruto glanced at him with a slight frown. Shido Hiroichi pushed his glasses slightly, and a faint light flashed in the eyes behind the frame. "Naruto classmate, your decision is related to the lives of everyone in this car. If we all go to the Bed City with you, you can't be alone when you are in danger, right?" Naruto nodded slightly. Shido Hiroichi smiled lightly. "So, I still recommend the most fair and equitable method. How about voting? If most of the people in the car choose to go elsewhere, how about you, Naruto, go to evacuation with us? This is advice given by an adult like me as a teacher." "Vote." Naruto was stunned for a moment, then he looked around the rest of the classmates in the car, and found that their faces were full of fear, and at a glance, he knew that they would never support him. He shook his head helplessly. "Teacher Wisteria, my decision will never be changed for anything. Sorry, you have to vote to do it yourself." "Naruto classmate, you're too self-willed to act like this. Why are you immature at all? In such a dangerous world, we should choose rationally," Shido Koichi said. He turned to look at the rest of the classmates in the circle, shouted and asked, "Do you think so?" Classmates. "Yes. Teacher Wisteria is right, as expected of a teacher. What you think is thoughtful." "Well, I agree with Mr. Wisteria too. This group of students who have no opinion at all have lost their ability to think. They think what Wisteria said is very reasonable. Although Naruto is very brave in comparison, everyone is not optimistic about him because his decisions are too willful. Too individualistic. Except for the women who knew Naruto who supported him, everyone else in the car echoed Koichi Wisteria. For a time, Naruto seemed to be abandoned by everyone. Seeing this, Miyamoto Rei on the side couldn't help being angry, and she couldn't help but stand up and scolded, "You bastards. Don't you know who blocked the outside and let you in the car before? Don't you know who saved your life?" Chapter 462 Naruto Get Off. Seeing her stand up to fight for her injustice, Naruto couldn't help but look at it differently. "Forget it, since everyone disagrees, then we can just go our separate ways." Naruto waved his hand. To him, these people were just ordinary people rescued on a whim. They were afraid of death, and they wanted to. It is human nature to survive, and there is no need to drag them to risk. Clap clap. Shido Koichi suddenly applauded, looked at Naruto and smiled. "Naruto classmate, I support your decision this time. I hereby wish you a smooth journey. Please get off." Huh. Naruto was slightly taken aback. He wondered if he had heard it wrong. What did this guy say? "Let yourself get out of the car." Otome next to her couldn't help but stand up and scolded. "Naruto finally got this car, right? Why do you want us to get off? Hey, we still have so many students here, so we can't all get off the bus. How many of you are occupying such a big car? So, I think it's the best way to aggrieve you to get off." Zidane Koichi said, "Do you think so?" Classmates. Although some of the classmates felt that it was inappropriate to do so, although they were ashamed, in order to survive, they really should listen to Teacher Wisteria, so they did not speak. But there are still some people who are typical of revenge for kindness. In this crazy world, their psychology has been distorted by the horrible picture in front of them. Even if Naruto was a savior before, they are now just thinking about how to keep themselves alive. Therefore, Naruto's life and death, they don't care at all. So, they shouted in front of Koichi Wisteria's voice. "Give the car. Let the car. Let the car. Don't hurt us. Get out of the car if you want to go. You take your Yangguan Road, and I take my single plank bridge. Various voices came and went, and Naruto frowned. Damn, Shizuka slammed on the brakes, the whole car suddenly braked forward, and the body slammed into an arc and stopped in the middle of the road. Naruto, what should we do now? Should we get them out of the car? Yazi said lightly, holding the long oak knife. Hey, it's against the law to use violence against us. As soon as Shido Hiroshi saw Yako's dangerous gaze, a look of fear flashed on his face, but he calmed down and shouted loudly, classmates, you won't just sit still, will you? All the classmates who supported Koichi Shido stood up one after another, looking at Yako and Naruto with an aggressive look. Naruto didn't expect things to change like this. These guys have been completely held by the nose of Shido Koichi. Shizuka stood up and came to Naruto's side, and said in a low voice, Naruto, let's leave first. We don't have to worry about them. I see a lot of abandoned vehicles ahead, we can find a better one. It's nothing to throw the bus at them. Naruto pondered for a while, looked at Zito Hiroichi and the others, and curled his lips slightly. Okay, let's get out of the car and look for other cars, I'll leave it to you here. He didn't want to entangle too much. Instead of arguing with them here, or forcibly driving them out of the car, he might as well find another car by himself. After all, mommy can't afford it. Ha ha ha, classmate Naruto is really great. Then I will thank you for all the classmates here. Hearing this, Hiroichi Zito bowed slightly and bowed to Naruto in thanks. Naruto didn't bother to pay attention to him either. He was just a scoundrel who could only play tricks, and got off the bus after opening the door with a few girls. Yanyi, World, Otome, Heart, Yuko, Shizuka, all 6 came down with Naruto, and Takajo Saya was left hesitating. He looked at Naruto and Yuko, and at Komuro Taka and Shido Koichi. In the end, he bit Kiba slightly and said to Komuro, I will go with Naruto first. I will never be in a car with this kind of scum. I hope you can make the right judgment too. After speaking, she jumped off the bus and followed Naruto's footsteps. In the car, Miyamoto Rei saw the backs of Naruto and the others leaving, and bit Kiba slightly, just about to pull Xiaoxi down, but found that he couldn't move. She couldn't help but frown and said, Xiaoxi, don't you want to get out of the car? Komuro Takaya held her tightly and said, I don't think we really need to take risks with Naruto and the others now. The most important thing now is to go our own way. Little room. But if I'm with this kind of scum, I'd rather go to a more dangerous place. Miyamoto Rei shouted after struggling. Calm down, Lee, Xiaoxi called out, pulling her back and saying, once we get to a safe place, we can part ways with him and find another way out. For now, bear with me, Lee. Miyamoto Rei wanted to say more, but saw that a student who could drive a car had already gone to the driver's seat to start the car, closed the door, and started to drive forward. Damn it, she bit Kiba and looked at Koichi Wisteria with a displeased expression. A smug smile flashed across Shido Hiroshi's face, looked at Miyamoto Rei and said with a light smile, how is it? Don't you want to be with us in the end? I've already said that there is no future with classmate Naruto. By the way, Lee, I am very optimistic about you. As long as you can follow my instructions in the future, we will definitely be able to walk out of a road full of hope. Go away, Lee roared at him viciously, sitting alone in the seat, sullen. Komuro Takaya also had a very bad impression of him, and sat down with Lee with a cold snort to discuss the next thing. Shido Hiroichi was startled, and after taking a slight step back, he stopped talking. But he looked at the figures of Miyamoto Rei and Komuro Takaya, and there was a constant flash of cold light in his eyes. Stinky bitch, son of a bitch. It's amazing to be able to point guns. Look at me playing with you like this. And Xiao, when the time comes, I will let you know the consequences of daring to go against Lao Su. At this time, Naruto and the girls were standing on the wide road, and when they saw Saya who was catching up behind them, they couldn't help but wonder a little, why didn't you leave with them? Following me is in great danger. Shay ran up and said, since I have chosen to be with you, I naturally have my own reasons, and I can also make suggestions for you. I know a lot of knowledge. Chapter 463. Are you sitting still? Really? Naruto smiled slightly. All the girls looked at her in unison. Saya's face turned a little yuhi, and he was stared at by so many beautiful and outrageous girls, and said a little uncomfortable, I am a genius in the school. The daughter of the Gaocheng family. It will definitely come in handy. Well, it doesn't matter anyway, as long as I'm with me, I'll never let you guys have an accident. Naruto smiled, with a bright and confident smile on his face. Seeing this smile, Yan Yi and the girls couldn't help being stunned. They looked at each other and saw a sense of admiration in each other's eyes. Saya was also stunned for a while, only to think that Naruto's smile was so reassuring. If everything is the darkness shrouded in everyone's hearts, then Naruto's smile is the sunshine that tears apart all the darkness. Yaozi held a long knife and pointed forward. Let's go. There are many cars for us to choose from. Everyone responded and walked towards the sparsely parked cars in front of them. A yuhi-colored small car was in front of him. Naruto stopped the girls and said vigilantly, You walk behind me, be careful of the danger. Except for Yuko, the girls hid behind Naruto and followed him cautiously. Approaching the car, fortunately, no dead body appeared, but in the cab of the car, a half-dead body was lying there. Fly. This one won't work. The next one. Naruto saw the women behind him all looking like they were about to vomit. He waved his hand and had to give up the car. Because it was on a remote suburban road, there were not many dead bodies, and until now Naruto has not encountered those dead bodies. In front of it is a high slope, and there is a very wide off-road vehicle parked on the side of the road at the bottom of the high slope. All are numbers. Mitsubishi Pajero. Shizuka looked slightly happy. I can seat 6 people in this car. But even if we have 8 people in it, it will never be crowded. After saying that, she was slightly excited. Ran over. Wait, I'll go there first, there may be danger over there. Naruto hurriedly grabbed the school doctor, seeing her completely unprepared, and suddenly had a headache. The crowd followed Naruto and slowly approached the off-road vehicle. The door on one side of the car was tightly closed, and the door on the other side seemed to be open. After coming to the side of the car, he was the first to look inside the car, only to find that it was actually empty. There was no one, and the car key was still in it. He was slightly overjoyed, but the next moment he suddenly heard an exclamation from behind. Ah! Be careful, Naruto. A dangerous breath came from behind, and Naruto realized what it was without even looking. Dead body. The dead body that suddenly appeared, and it was the dead body that just jumped down from the high slope. If you are attacked by this guy, most people will definitely be bitten off their necks. Moreover, the speed it brings out when it rushes down from above is not something that ordinary people can avoid at all. However, Naruto is not an ordinary person. He is the 6th generation of Hokage in the Hokage world, and he is the fastest in the ninja world. Even if chakra is not released, facing this level of attack is completely unnecessary. The next moment, when all the girls exclaimed, he didn't turn his head, just raised his foot. Boom! With a muffled sound, Naruto's feet hit the mouth of the dead body, and the dead body flew backward fiercely, slammed into the side of the high slope with a bang, and finally got up again. Seeing Naruto kicking the dead body, the girls couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Seeing him deal with the dead body so easily, everyone's eyes had a look of admiration. Brother Naruto is amazing, Gui Shin exclaimed excitedly. Naruto smiled lightly. Everyone, get in the car and get ready. Shizuka, try to start the car, the guys around seem to be coming. Yeah, okay. Shizuka nodded, shaking her huge breasts and squeezed into the car, and the rest of the people also got into the car. At this time, more than 10 dead bodies really gathered towards Naruto. Most of these people were wealthy people who could afford to drive a car before their lives, and there were also some beautiful women in gold and silver. It's a pity that they have all turned into dead bodies now, and there is only a hideous look on their faces. Watching them come here step by step, Naruto took out his dagger and rushed towards them quickly. Where the dagger was swung, the dead bodies were divided into two halves. Almost in less than 10 seconds, more than 10 all the dead bodies fell to the ground and were cut into several pieces. At this time, Shizuka also turned the car key. The car banged and started very successfully. Get in the car, Naruto. As the car was driving, before the front door was closed, Shizuka immediately waved her arm towards Naruto. Naruto flicked, and a shadow flashed in an instant. The next moment, his body had already got into the car, huddled with Shizuka. This car is very good. Naruto, Shizuka said happily. Just sit on my side, there are already 4 people in the back. She turned over to Naruto and asked Naruto to sit down, but because of the limited space in the driver's seat, she couldn't drive after Naruto sat down. In the end, Shizuka bit Kiba slightly, so she had to fight a little, and then lifted her upturned buttocks towards Naruto. Sat down on his lap. Naruto, I'm sorry, let me sit on top of you first. Shizuka clenched the steering wheel with both hands, her soft and elastic buttocks sitting tightly against Naruto's crotch. That kind of incomparably soft. Naruto's heart skipped a beat. No, it's fine, he said slightly embarrassedly. He glanced to the side, and in the passenger seat were the sisters Yanyi and Gui Shin, who were sitting on top of each other just like Naruto and Shizuka, but Gui Shin was petite and asked her to sit on Yanyi's seat. There was no pressure on Yi. Naruto is different. The school doctor Shizuka is already an adult, and her body is not as full as a little girl like Gui Shin. At this time, Naruto was sitting on her plump buttocks, and immediately felt a little uncomfortable. Calm down. He doesn't have the ability to sit still. Chapter 464 Embarrassing Up and Down Position. Naruto, I'm pressing you down, I'm sorry. Shizuka said while driving, feeling the bodies of the two being closely connected at the moment, her face slightly yui. Naruto shook his head awkwardly. It's nothing, just concentrate on driving. Yeah, but, Naruto, you will definitely be uncomfortable, right? Shizuka lifted her sweet buttocks slightly and moved a little bit, but because the two of them were leaning too closely, or Shizuka's buttocks were too plump. So at this time, after she moved a bit, it didn't have any effect at all, but instead made the place where the two touched more friction. Naruto couldn't take it anymore. He smelled the fragrance of the long, pale yellow hair of the school doctor Shizuka. He didn't know what brand of shampoo she was using. Okay, it's better not to move, Shizuka-sensei. Naruto rested his hands on the seat, and it was not easy to hug her, so he could only shrink his body like this, trying not to let the objects below him touch him. However, the more Naruto wanted to avoid embarrassment, the more his body reacted involuntarily. At this time, he hurriedly turned his head to talk to the sun, trying to distract himself, but when he turned his head, he saw a nosebleed scene. She was squeezed in the middle by Yanzi Yanye and the world, and because the 4 of them were a little crowded together, her body was pushed forward slightly. At this time, her pair of E and even F cups, which surpassed the D cups of Yuzi and Yanye, were obviously squeezed out to the front. Because her breasts were too large, the collar of the white school uniform was also blocked. Open to reveal the deep ravine inside, Naruto could even see the 2 white lace on the huge mountain of meat. Can't stand it. In Naruto's line of sight was this incomparably seductive picture, and on his body sat an even more irresistible tender body. At this time, he clearly felt a little heat in his lower abdomen. Fortunately, at this time, Yako asked a question. Naruto, shall we just go to the bed market like this? I think it's almost night now, should you take a rest and find a place to fill your stomach? Naruto nodded slightly when he heard it, and felt quite right, but now that mommy is really urgent, he would rather everyone work a little harder and be more tired, and he must first confirm Mammy's safety. Thinking of this, he slowly shook his head again. Let's go to a place to get some food first, and then go to the main city after a short rest after eating. Time can't be delayed any longer. Yazi was stunned for a moment, looking into Naruto's eyes. She suddenly smiled. Okay, we'll listen to you. Yeah, thank you. Naruto smiled at her. At this moment, the school doctor Shizuka suddenly let out a soft cry, slammed on the brake, and suddenly stopped quickly. Due to inertia, Naruto leaned forward and leaned on her at once, and his hands couldn't help grabbing forward, hugging her whole body. With Wenxiang Nephrite Jade in hand, Naruto's heart jumped again, and the flame in his body burst out. "What's wrong?" To avoid embarrassment, Naruto asked hurriedly, looking forward at the same time. At this time, Yanyi also exclaimed slightly, "No, Naruto. The front is blocked. Almost all those monsters." Gui Shin was so frightened that she turned her head and threw herself into her sister's arms. "Find a path to move forward." Naruto also realized that it was not good, and said quickly. Because he saw the end of the road in front of him, he quickly entered the road section of the main city. Yuhi was surrounded by a dense group of dead bodies under the green light. There were hundreds of people. In such a scene, even if everyone is driving an off-road vehicle, it is difficult to rush past. At present, it is only possible to enter the urban area from some of the surrounding alleys. But there are also them on the side road. When they are stopped, they can't even make a U-turn. Shizuka said. "It's alright. If I'm blocked by them in the alley, I'll get out of the car and open the way." Naruto said calmly. Don't hesitate anymore. Trust me." Naruto moved, and the body she was hugging shook. Shizuka let out a soft whimper, and Yuhi couldn't help but dizzy on her jade face, so she had to drive her car into the side lane. Naruto, what are you holding against me?" Shizuka asked with a Yuhi expression while driving. In fact, she had already realized what Naruto's object was, and she just wanted to ask it. Just want Naruto to take it back. However, she obviously got one thing wrong, that is, how could the desire of a man subside so easily? In particular, Naruto's reaction was stimulated by her extremely smooth and elastic body when the two were close together at this time. This is enough to make Naruto unbearable. At this time, after what she said, Yanyi and Gui Shin on the side also looked at them. Yanyi pouted slightly, looking a little dissatisfied. Naruto spread his hands helplessly, but the bottom suddenly fell into the middle of teacher Shizuka's two thighs, protruding high, against her mysterious area. Moreover, because Shizuka needed to step on the brakes and the accelerator, she also lifted up her narrow gray-black skirt, and now it only covered the flesh-colored pants underneath her, and Naruto's high-spirited protrusion just stood outside her flesh-colored trousers. As the car continued to shake, the hidden areas of the two were constantly rubbing. That strange feeling almost made Shizuka's body soften, but she didn't have time to care about these things at this time, because she had to watch the drive ahead very seriously. If there was a slight accident, she might be killed by those dead bodies. It would be really bad if you were surrounded by dead bodies in such a narrow alley. So, even though her heart beat faster due to the strange stimulation under her, and she gasped slightly, she still tried her best to control herself not to be confused by her body's reaction. Well, wow, not good. At this moment, 3 dead bodies suddenly appeared at the corner of the road ahead. Shizuka was slightly distracted by the stimulation. The brakes under her feet were just pressed, and they had already hit on them. Bang bang bang. 2 dead bodies were knocked out immediately, but another dead body was hit, and then slammed onto the roof in front of the car. The dead body, which was not fatally attacked, suddenly waved his arm. Through the windshield, I grabbed Shizuka and Naruto in the driver's seat. Chapter 465 Spiral Energy. Naruto was slightly surprised when he saw this. If he was caught by this guy at this time, Shizuka who was sitting on his body would definitely be caught. He didn't want to see such a scene where the incense disappears and Jade died. At the moment when the dead body's hands smashed the windshield, Naruto suddenly stretched out his palm and aimed at a piece of glass that came suddenly. Slag in the big hands of the dead body, a faint and rapid energy fluctuation suddenly came out from the palm. Ah! Naruto gave a deep drink, and all the chakras that could be mobilized in the body burst out at this moment. Rasengan. The next moment, a rapidly rotating airflow suddenly formed in Naruto's palm, but the chakra in Naruto's body is too small, and it is not enough to use Rasengan in a complete state. At this time, he can only slightly condense a chakra turbulence condensed by a small amount of chakra, which is less than half of the power of Rasengan. However, Naruto has studied Rasengan for many years, and his understanding of Rasengan has reached an unparalleled level. Even if his chakra is very rare at this time, he cannot condense the most powerful Rasengan, but even so, he is using the energy in his body at this time. A trace of chakra, swirling according to the principle of Rasengan, the spiral strength generated is enough to bounce back all the attacks in front of you. Shizuka turned back and threw herself on Naruto's chest with a face full of horror. Her head burrowed into his arms, and a scream came from her mouth. No. At the moment when everyone in the car thought that the two of Naruto were in danger, from Naruto's palm, a powerful spiral energy suddenly attacked. Boom. The light blue chakra light was fleeting, and almost no one noticed. Everyone only saw a light flashing on Naruto's palm. They thought it was their eyesight, and then they saw the glass of the dead body. The slag spun backwards and flew out in a way that completely violated the laws of physics. All the girls were shocked. Boom. The dead body fell to the ground, and Naruto slapped the school doctor Shizuka who was lying on top of him, reminding, "Okay, it's alright, hurry up and drive." Shizuka was stunned for a moment, only to realize that there was no pain in her body. She blinked her big watery eyes and looked at Naruto, only to realize that her entire body was actually stuck on Naruto's body. Was originally sitting on his lap with his back to him, but now it has become a frontal hugging him. The pair of huge meat mountains in front of the chest were pressing against Naruto's chest at this time, almost touching Naruto's face. And her thighs, which were as round as jade, had long been separated, curling up around Naruto's waist. What made them even more embarrassed was that Naruto's body was bulging high at this time, just not dying. The top is in the most secret place between her legs. Being held back by the huge foreign object, Shizuka's whole body could not help but tremble slightly. That strange feeling made her whole body hot, and her face became Yuhi. "Ah, hug, I'm sorry, Naruto, I'll drive right away." When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly turned around to hold the steering wheel and started the car again. However, just as Shizuka turned around and sat down with her sweet buttocks, she accidentally let Naruto's brother get stuck in her buttocks. Naruto let out a soft cry, and his body shook violently. He almost subconsciously raised his gun and swelled violently. Shizuka also felt very strange, only felt that the body was warm, and a wet and sticky feeling flowed out. No, not good. I actually reacted. Well, it got wet. Well, what a shame. While she was driving, she was extremely embarrassed. With Naruto's guy sandwiched between her hips, she felt a slight throbbing, strong and powerful, which made her feel unable to control herself. Fortunately, because of the sudden danger just now, everyone in the car focused on the safety of the two of them. At this time, seeing that they had successfully escaped the danger, they could not help but let out a sigh of relief, but did not notice Naruto and Naruto. The difference between Shizuka. In this way, in this tormenting and fragrant driving, the group drove out of the alley and came to the road leading to the urban area of Bed Main City. In the car, because the windshield was damaged, the strong wind poured into the car. All the girls' hair was blown high, and Shizuka's long pale yellow hair brushed against Naruto's face, itchy, which made him feel even more intolerable. "Naruto, where should I go now?" Shizuka asked while driving the car. "Go to the police headquarters first," he cried. Mommy is a police officer who belongs to the traffic department of the police system of Beju City. Usually, she stays in the office of the traffic department at this time. When the crisis breaks out, if there are enough manpower in the police station to fight against her, she should not encounter any problems. To great danger. At this time, he must rush to her side first, and maybe be able to find her. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to find someone in such a big city. Time passed slowly, night fell, and the wind blowing in front was also cold. Shizuka's body trembled slightly, and she couldn't help leaning into Naruto's arms behind her. "I'm hungry." At this moment, Gui Xin and Yan Yi's arms suddenly said weakly. The girls behind the car seat also sighed slightly. After a long day of fleeing, they didn't even eat dinner, and even Naruto's stomach groaned under the condition of a lot of physical exhaustion. This state. Let's find a supermarket to find something to eat first, Naruto said. All the girls nodded in unison. The headlights of the car were on. At night, the buildings on both sides of the road were sparsely illuminated, and the street lights were also on intermittently. It has only been half a day since the crisis broke out. It seems that the power supply system here was not destroyed. The store can be maintained for a period of time. Ahead, there happened to be a supermarket, and the girls couldn't help but get excited. They found that this was the first time in their history that they would be so excited when they saw a supermarket. In a world that is about to collapse, having a portion of food is already a very luxurious thing. The car finally stopped at a place about tens of meters away from the supermarket, in an unoccupied area. There were not many dead bodies nearby. Naruto planned to get off the car here. Some people stayed in the car to patrol, himself and the other three. Go to the supermarket to get food. With Yan Yi, Shiji, Saya, and Naruto leading the way, they quietly approached the supermarket. Chapter 466 Get Food. The crowd in the supermarket was also very dense, and Naruto knew that he had to be careful when entering, otherwise, he might be suddenly attacked by a dead body if he was careless. Be careful when you follow me. Don't leave me 5 meters away, Naruto ordered. The world, Yan Yi and Saya all nodded in response. The lights are still on inside the supermarket, and from the outside, you can see that there are many products on the shelves. However, when Naruto looked carefully, he found that there were more than a dozen dead bodies standing between the shelves, all of them hanging by their necks. Move slowly over there. Ah, that's a lot, Yan Yi whispered, and was so scared that he gently grabbed Naruto's arm. Be careful, I'll go ahead and attract them to the corner, you three get the food, Naruto said, and strode into the supermarket. When Naruto walked to the shelf, because his footsteps were too light, these dead bodies had not reacted even though they were more than 10 meters away from Naruto, and Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. Aren't they observed by sight? A thought flashed through his mind. The next moment, he suddenly coughed, and the sound spread in the supermarket. In an instant, all the dead bodies in the supermarket moved towards Naruto, as if they were evil dogs that had found food. Sure enough, it seems that their vision is not good, they rely on hearing. After Naruto learned this important news, he couldn't help laughing. Then, he jumped slightly, and suddenly jumped to a shelf against the wall, clapped his hands lightly, and applause came out, attracting all the dead bodies in the supermarket to him. You can come in now, remember, as long as you don't make any noise, you'll be fine. Exit immediately after moving the food, I'll hold them off first. Naruto shouted softly towards Yan Yi and the others at the door. Are these guys invisible? Shay pondered for a while and whispered. I don't know, let's just listen to Naruto, he should have found something. Yan Yi nodded slightly and replied in a low voice. Yeah, since Naruto said so, we'll follow it. Now the most important thing is to find enough food quickly. The world also agreed. When Shay heard the words, she had no choice but to nod. Although she was a little dissatisfied, why did these girls always obey him, but now she has to temporarily obey his commands. The three girls quietly walked into the supermarket, and sure enough, none of the dead bodies noticed any movement here, and they all surrounded Naruto standing on the shelf. Looking at Rin's dazzling array of products, the three girls had a strange feeling in their hearts. At this time, there were no other living people in the whole supermarket, not even the silver clerk, which means that the things they took here were impossible to find. You pay at the place, so you can just take it away. This is illegal. But in today's world, where everyone is in danger, who is going to manage these things? I'm afraid the police can't protect themselves, right? Slightly excited, the three women each carried a large basket and began to carefully and quickly remove the food on the shelf, most of which were vacuum-packed food, some canned food, and some mineral Izumi water. Huh, it's such a strange feeling. Now you can take whatever you like. World stuck out his tongue and whispered. Yes, we shouldn't have to pay later, right? Yan Yi nodded slightly. Listening to the conversation between the two, Saya on the side urged softly. Let's pack things quickly, stop talking, it will be bad to attract them from Naruto. The two women stuck out their tongues and quickly closed their mouths. After a while, the food in the three girls' baskets was almost full, and Saya was going to get some underwear for girls. As soon as I came to the shelf over there and took down some intimate clothes, I suddenly found a middle-aged woman-like body lying on the ground in the corner, staring at her with wide eyes. Half of her head was full. It had been bitten off, and the white blood in the brain flowed to the shoulders and solidified. Ah, seeing such a terrifying and tragic scene, she couldn't help but cry. Immediately, her voice penetrated the air and reached the group of dead bodies surrounding Naruto's feet. All the dead bodies shook in unison. Then, they suddenly turned around and rushed towards the sound zone. Not good. Saya was startled immediately, and hurried to the door of the supermarket. What's wrong? Yan Yi and the world were also slightly startled, seeing that Saya was in a situation, followed by a lot of dead bodies, and they were also quite frightened. Naruto sighed helplessly, jumped down, quickly rushed behind the group of dead bodies chasing Saya, took out his dagger, and slashed towards their waists. Kai! A ray of light flashed, and several dead bodies were instantly divided into two halves, blood and intestines flowing all over the ground. Shay turned his head and saw that Naruto came to help, and his expression couldn't help but be slightly happy. Naruto, save me. But seeing the scene of blood and flesh flying, his pupils widened in fright. Don't worry, I'll be fine soon. Naruto smiled slightly, his body suddenly accelerated, and he jumped forward, over the heads of many dead bodies, and appeared behind Saya, followed by his body. Suddenly, he turned towards the dead body that rushed up, and the dagger in his hand crossed a huge arc. Swish! Next moment, the cold light of the dagger cut all the dead bodies within 180 degrees in front of them in half at an incredible angle. In an instant, nearly 5 or 6 dead bodies fell under Naruto's dagger. It's a one-sided slaughter. Naruto stood still, watching Saya and the three women in the world of Yan Yi run out of the supermarket with food, with a slight relief on his face. At this time, all the dead bodies in the supermarket rioted and began to rush towards Naruto frantically. Naruto's body was like a butterfly wearing flowers, shuttled back and forth among the dead bodies, constantly gathering the dead bodies beside him. Finally, when most of the dead bodies were all gathered together, Naruto's figure finally came to the door of the supermarket. He glanced at the dead bodies that kept rushing towards him, smiled lightly, stretched out his hand and took out a temporary detonation talisman made a few days ago from his trousers pocket, and then slowly threw it towards the center of the many dead bodies. Boom! A loud bang. Chapter 467 Stop. Intense flames instantly filled the door of the entire supermarket, and the explosive flames blew all the dead bodies in front of Naruto with a strong shock wave. Naruto moved, and returned to the off-road vehicle at the entrance of the supermarket, which had been far away from the moment the explosion started. At this time, Yan Yi, Shiji and Saya also just arrived in the car, stuffed the 3 big baskets into the car, and got into it. In the car, the girls looked at the strong explosion in the supermarket behind with a puzzled look. What happened there? Yako asked Naruto, who had just gotten into the car. Naruto smiled lightly. It's nothing, I just settled some things before leaving. Wow, there's so much to eat, sister. Guishin saw the food in those baskets at a glance, and cried out excitedly. After Naruto got into the car, Shizuka took the initiative to stand up, her face turned slightly Yuhi, and she whispered, "Hurry up and sit down, Naruto, the explosion over there attracted a lot of dead bodies around here." Naruto hurriedly sat down, and then Shizuka was still a fart, sitting on his lap, started the car and drove away along the road. Let's find a quiet place to eat now, otherwise everyone will be exhausted, Yazi suggested. Naruto nodded. It's still a bit far from the center of the city. The police headquarters seems to be on the other side. After getting rid of the dead body behind, we can just find a place nearby to rest and rectify. He glanced at Shizuka, who was driving seriously on his body, and said softly, Mr. Shizuka must be very tired after driving for so long. After more than 10 minutes, the car finally drove to the edge of a flat river beach. Under the night, there were not many dead bodies here, and the car stopped beside the river on the bank. Many dead bodies far away did not notice the movement here. Shizuka exhaled slightly. Let's stop here first. The nearest dead body is hundreds of meters away from here. Yes, if it is calculated according to this distance, they won't come even if we eat here, as long as we don't make a particularly loud noise. Shay said seriously. Okay, let's take a rest in the car, let's have something to eat, and then I'll get out of the car and have a look. You can rest at ease. You can take a nap for a while, but I'll wake you up in 2 hours. Naruto whispered said. The girls nodded. Naruto opened the door and jumped down. Wait, Naruto. Just as Naruto was about to get out of the car, Yanyi grabbed him, suddenly handed over a bottle of Izumi water and a pack of compressed biscuits, and smiled softly at him. These are for you, get out of the car and eat something. Naruto smiled slightly, took the food Yanyi brought him, closed the door and got out of the car. The girls in the car were starving, and began to choose some of their favorite foods from the food that Yanyi and the others brought back from the supermarket. Well, there is actually dried fish that I like to eat. Otome said in surprise. Hee, there is also my favorite barbecue. Gui Shin laughed. The girls in the car were eating food and chatting with each other in a low voice. Under the darkness of night, the whole world seemed to be the only ones of them still alive, the surroundings were silent, and only some insects were still adding some vitality to the world. Naruto came to the beach, opened the compressed biscuits, and thought about the future road while eating. In this world where most of the human beings are infected and become dead bodies, it is difficult for everyone's life to be guaranteed. Naruto's original desire to cultivate in a safe and stable manner seems to have become an extravagant hope. At times like this, all those who survived are fleeing for their lives, and all those who can still breathe are troubled by the next survival. At this time, all the dreams of the original world have become things of the past. Next, everyone has the same desire, to live. Although Naruto doesn't have to worry that he can't survive in this city full of dead bodies, he still cares about the situation on Mami's side. She is his own woman. The words of a dead body that is neither human nor ghost. He didn't know what he would do. At this time, how much he longed for the chakra in his body to be completely released, how much he longed to return to the era of ninjas that were so fleeting. Hateful. Strength. I need strength. Naruto's heart is calling strongly. However, the stagnant chakra in the body did not listen to his orders at all, only the poor chakra that was still slowly recovering from just now. With so little chakra, what can you do? Hiraishin can barely be activated, and only a small wind blade can be released. There is so little that can be done, and even a complete Rasengan cannot be used. He sighed slightly. Slowly closed his eyes. Life force. Unable to sense. Force of nature. Also silent. This world, originally so peaceful, has now become such a hellish existence. Here, what is the world? Naruto's heart was full of countless questions, but he couldn't get the answers to these questions. At this moment, on the bus where Koichi Wisteria was. All the students were listening to their teacher, the godfather, speaking of Wisteria. Students, don't worry, don't be confused, at least we are still alive, aren't we? On this bus, at least we are all safe. So, we don't need to be afraid. Too much fear and worry will only make people collapse. Why don't we change our mentality and look away, do you think so? He chuckled and sat down with a beautiful female classmate. On the side, he put his arms around the other's shoulders and said with a smile, "Student, your body is shaking, don't be afraid, as long as you lean into my arms for a while, you won't be afraid anymore." The gentle voice was a bit disgusting, but the female classmate had already been frightened by the current situation outside. At this time, Teacher Wisteria's gentle voice and consolation made her seem to have support in her heart. She slowly leaned against Wisteria's body, and when she closed her eyes, it seemed that she really felt a sense of peace of mind. Wisteria's eyes flashed a hint of obscenity, smiled, and quietly reached out and grabbed a jade milk of the girl in her arms, and gently played with it. Let go of your body and mind. In fact, this world is not desperate yet, because I am here, I will make everyone happy. Quote. Chapter 468 Lost People. Seeing this, Miyamoto Rei, who was in the car, couldn't help but be furious. She couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Scum! Beast! Who is this kind of person who does this kind of thing to a girl at this time?" Komuro Takaya quietly pulled her back and signaled that she couldn't be so excited anymore. He could see that at this time, the dominance of the car had been completely occupied by Shido Koichi, and the classmates in the car were behind him. Under his incitement, he has completely become his captive, and he has already obeyed his words. If you provoke him at this time, it is likely that he will suffer a ruthless blow. Don't pull me, I really can't bear to see such a sanctimonious beast. Lee ran over to grab Wisteria's body, but the girl who was leaning in his arms and being soothed suddenly opened her eyes at her. He scolded, "Please don't disturb me and Mr. Wisteria. In this desperate world, isn't there even room for us to indulge a little?" Miyamoto Rei was stunned for a moment and became speechless. How can you do this? As a girl, you are willing to fall with this kind of scum. Miyamoto Rei said angrily. Teacher Wisteria can give me a sense of security, so I'm willing to be with him. I also believe that he can lead everyone out of the current predicament. But the girl didn't listen to Lee's anger at all, and instead stretched out her arms to wrap her arms around her. Wisteria's neck took the initiative to offer a warm kiss. Miyamoto Rei looked speechless for a while. At this time, many classmates in the car were also of different shades of color. Some girls were very envious on their faces, while some boys felt helpless and disdainful, but most people still trusted Wisteria and regarded him as a savior. Miyamoto Rei had no choice but to watch everyone being brainwashed by the scumbag Wisteria and distorting their thoughts. With a helpless sigh, Miyamoto Rei suddenly felt the urge to get off the bus halfway. She really didn't want to stay in this kind of place for a moment. Xiaomuro also sighed helplessly. At this time, the car was heading for the suburbs, but because everyone lacked food, Wisteria ordered to go to a nearby town to replenish some food. At this time, Rei and Komuro Taka, who had become very hungry, could only temporarily follow everyone to find something to eat. It was almost late at night, and some lights were dimly lit in the town. When the bus entered the town along the intermittent street lights on the street, it was silent along the way, and there was not a single person. Kiba facing the passing bus. Go and get off at the front, then go to the supermarket to get food. Shito Hiroshi ordered. The student who drove the car parked the car according to the words in an open space in front. There were not many dead bodies here, and everyone could have enough time to find food and come back. The door opened, but everyone was afraid to get out. Because although the dead body under the car is still far away from the car, everyone understands that once they are accidentally discovered, it will definitely be dead and no life. What's the matter? Don't you all go looking for food? That's not good. You'll starve to death. Shito Hiroshi stood up, pushed his glasses and gave everyone a slight smile. That's good, for the sake of fairness. Let's all draw lots to decide who gets off the bus. When everyone heard it, they all nodded in agreement. After a while, everyone, including Rei and Komuro Takahashi, had already entered the lottery. Because it doesn't take too many people to retrieve the food, Wisteria decided to choose 10 people to fetch it. There were more than 30 students in the car, and the probability of each one being drawn was almost 1/3. At the beginning of the lottery, everyone prayed in their hearts that they would not be drawn, even if they were the companions sitting next to them. Don't be your own. Everyone looked very nervous. When the results of the lottery were announced, 10 people were selected, and they got out of the car in fear and dejection, including Takao Komuro, but compared to other classmates, he seemed much calmer, but when Shido Hiroshi looked at his, it was a sneer at the time. Miyamoto Rei originally insisted on getting out of the car with Komuro Takahashi to look for food, but Komuro Takahashi was afraid that she would not want to get in the car once she got off the car, so she forced her to stay in the car. The strength of the two is difficult to survive. Therefore, the only way for them to follow the large group is to be safe on the bus. The best way is to wait until they get off the bus in a remote place to prepare. Komuro Takashi and his party left the bus to look for food. In the bus, Hiroichi Shido was sitting beside the former female classmate, stroking his hands recklessly, stroking the female classmate's chest. Since the female classmate was not selected by lottery, she is very happy now and keeps twisting herself. Her delicate body, she stretched out her chest for Wisteria to enjoy, and she herself enjoyed the joyous feeling of being caressed and comforted. Miyamoto Rei looked disgusted for a while, and quickly turned her head away and stopped paying attention. When Shido Hiroshi was playing with the female student's body, his eyes fell on Miyamoto Rei's back, seeing that she was far larger than the female student next to her, and his eyes flashed like a wolf. After a long time, the 10 classmates who were sent out had not returned, and the classmates in the car felt that something was wrong and began to fidgeting. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from not far away, and everyone in the car couldn't help shaking. This voice is. It's little Izumi classmate. A classmate in the car shouted tremblingly. Have they been attacked? A classmate hurriedly looked out the window, but was immediately taken aback. I saw a few classmates who took out the food were running towards the bus desperately. Behind them, a group of terrifying dead bodies were chased out of the supermarket. The scream just now was that a slow classmate was caught. The terrified sound of holding his arm and being torn apart violently. Seeing this, Wisteria couldn't help but change his face, and cursed inwardly, a bunch of idiots. It has attracted so many dead bodies. I can't ask for food. Drive. No, Miyamoto Rei was shocked and exclaimed, Xiaomuro is still outside. Damn bastard. At this time, a classmate who was running at the front shouted at the bus with the food in his hand, Mr. Wisteria, I found the food, let me get on the bus. Chapter 469 Abandon. Don't let him get in. A classmate in the car yelled in panic. Yeah, he'll attract those terrifying guys. Shido Hiroshi flashed an inexplicable light in his eyes, looked at the classmate who was chasing after the bus from the car window, and shook his head slightly. I'm really sorry, classmate. Now I have to put everyone's interests first. The value of it is irrelevant, so please sacrifice it for everyone. Quote. No, don't leave me. He ran and grabbed the edge of the window, trying to get on the bus. The dead body behind him kept chasing him, and all the food he brought back fell to the ground. Fear filled his whole heart, but the classmates sat in the car with a silent wait-and-see attitude. Maybe a few classmates would feel pity for him. It's a pity, but so what? On the other hand, Koichi Shido shook his head slightly and reached out to grab the arm of the classmate who was grabbing the edge of the window. The classmate looked slightly overjoyed. Thanks, Mr. Wisteria. However, before he could finish his happy words, Shido Koichi broke his arm hanging from the car window, leaned over and whispered to him, Classmate, I didn't even get the food back, so I just wanted to go there. A car. I'll never accept anything worthless here. He looked in horror at the cruel smile on the face of dear Wisteria-sensei, and then his body fell backwards. A group of dead bodies rushed up, and countless hands and mouths landed on his body. What? The earth-shattering screams resounded in the night sky, and everyone in the car could not help shaking, and their faces were full of fear. Shido Hiroichi smiled excitedly. At this time, Miyamoto Rei in the car was shocked when she saw this scene. Under such circumstances, how could she expect the bus to open the door and let the small room come in? Looking at the small room and the others who were among a group of dead bodies not far away, Rei's eyes were full of anxiety and tears. Xiao Shi, she cried out sadly, but she could only stand in the car window in vain, looking at Xiaoxi and the others who were getting farther and farther away from her. Koichi Shito, Miyamoto Rei shouted angrily, holding the iron rod in her hand, and charged towards him angrily. A trace of fear flashed on Shito Hiroshi's face, but he immediately calmed down and said indifferently, "Student Lee, the choice I made in this situation is for everyone's consideration. If I accidentally let those dead bodies enter the car, I'm afraid everyone can't live, right? Are you saying that you want everyone to die with Kamuro Taka and the others?" Miyamoto Rei didn't listen to him at all, and stabbed the iron rod forward fiercely. At this moment, the previous female classmate who was toyed with by Wisteria suddenly ran out, and shot the palace from behind. Then Lee hugged her tightly. "You are not allowed to hurt Mr. Wisteria. The decisions he made are for the sake of all of us. You heretic, get out of the way." Miyamoto Rei was pulled away by the female classmate. At the same time, there were several others around. The students rushed up to restrain her. Miyamoto Rei couldn't struggle, her face was full of anger, and the students around her were also extremely indignant. "Damn, are you idiots? He's just taking advantage of you. He doesn't see you as human at all." Miyamoto rebuked loudly, but he couldn't struggle at all. Shito Hiroshi had a slight smile on his face, and an evil arc flashed at the corner of his mouth. "Student Lee, you are really impulsive. People like you. I think staying in our car is also an unstable element. It seems that it is necessary to let you off. Get off the bus. Quickly open the door for me." Miyamoto Rei was eager to get off the bus now, but at this time the bus was not out of danger, and Shito Koichi didn't dare let anyone open the door. "Not now, but I respect your decision very much. However, for the sake of your life, it's better to let you off when you're in a safe place," Shito Hiroshi said with a smile. The night shrouded the 4 fields, the sky was bright and the moon hung high, and the cool moonlight sprinkled on this piece of land. Naruto looked up and murmured, "It's almost time, it's time to go." He returned to the car, opened the car door, and found that all the girls were already asleep on their seats. Shizuka in the driver's seat was lying on the steering wheel, and the 2 pairs of huge meat mountains on his chest were pressed against it, and an exaggerated line was squeezed out. Waves. In the passenger seat, Yanyi and Gui Shin also hugged and leaned against the chair, and the 2 women slept peacefully. In the back seat, the world, Yanyi, Otome, Saya, and Yuko also fell asleep. The 5 women were lying or leaning together, and their bodies were all laid out. Every girl had a place to go, but Naruto now, but there was no such thought at all. They were also very tired. With such a sudden disaster, even the ones who returned from the Hokage world were a little uncomfortable, let alone those who lived in peaceful times all the year round. Seeing them sleeping peacefully, Naruto suddenly had the idea of not wanting to disturb them. "However, to save mommy, I have to hurry up now. It has been more than 2 hours since I rested." Naruto is already very uneasy and anxious. What is the situation on Mammy's side? He lightly patted Shizuka on the shoulder and pushed her, but the sleeping school Dr. Shizuka didn't seem to feel it at all. Instead, he moved along Naruto's arm and leaned into his arms. With an unconscious hum, Shizuka's head was buried in Naruto's arms, and a pretty jade face was pressed against his chest. Naruto sighed helplessly, reached out and patted her tender face gently. "Wake up, Shizuka." Shizuka, who was sleeping soundly, still didn't open her eyes, but unconsciously reached out and patted Naruto's palm. Don't move." At this time, due to the movement on Naruto's side, Yako woke up first. She opened her beautiful eyes slightly to look at Naruto and asked, "How long have we been sleeping?" Seeing her wake up, Naruto said with a wry smile, "It's been more than 2 hours, it's time to leave." It looks like I overslept, I'm really sorry. Mr. Shizuka hasn't woken up yet." Seeing Shizuka sleeping in Naruto's arms, Yako was also quite helpless. "I didn't expect her so lethargic." "Yeah, everyone is tired." Naruto put his hand on Shizuka's forehead, and a tiny strand of chakra passed into her head. With slight stimulation, she finally opened her eyes in a daze. Chapter 470 set off. Naruto. The school doctor Shizuka opened her beautiful eyes and saw Naruto's blue pupils at first glance. After a little stunned, she realized that she was holding someone tightly with her hands. His waist, his head was shyly attached to his chest. Yeah, I'm sorry Naruto, didn't I do some irregular things while sleeping? After she woke up, she suddenly let out a light cry, and hurriedly got up from him, her face slightly a flash of Yuhi halo flashed. It's nothing, I'm sorry I had to wake you up. Naruto straightened her body, let her sit on his lap again, closed the door and smiled slightly. Thank you for your hard work, drive. We must hurry up. Off. Oh, okay, Naruto. Shizuka hurriedly sat up straight, opened the car key and started the car. The car vibrated slightly, and began to move forward along the river. Under the moonlight, some of the girls in the car were still asleep. Naruto leaned on the chair, put his hands on Shizuka's slender waist, and said softly, fight before dawn. Find the target. At this time, the big bus where Koichi Wisteria was also slowly left the town and returned to the road leading to the main city. At the intersection, the bus stopped. Go on, classmate Lee. Shido Hiroshi waved his hand and looked at Lee with a playful expression. This is on a highway in the urban and suburban areas. Although there are very few dead bodies nearby, even if you get off the bus, there will not be too much danger. However, let a girl get off the bus here without any means of transportation and Lee, who had been hungry for almost a day, had to find something to eat by herself after getting off the bus. It was so difficult. Ray bit Kiba slightly, staring at Koichi Wisteria angrily. She knew that this guy deliberately put himself in such a place to make things difficult for himself. Seeing the angry look on Lee's face, Zito Haui smiled extremely happily, looking at her with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. How is it? Do you want to get off? If you don't want to get off, please beg me, I can consider taking you stay, but you must obey my orders, otherwise, you will have a lot of harm to everyone if you keep this unstable factor. Bah, don't even think about it. Miyamoto Ray suddenly spit at him fiercely, jumped under the car with an iron pole in hand, and got out of the car. Zito Hao's expression changed slightly, he quickly reached out and wiped the saliva from his face, his eyes narrowed cruelly. Stinky bitch, son. Leave me and see how you survive. The bus quickly left Miyamoto Ray, and Ray stood alone on the dark road, walking towards the faint light of the street lights in front of her. It was dark and cold around her, and she felt that a dead body might pop out at any time. And ripped her to pieces. Fear gradually took over her heart, and at this moment, she found that the world was as desolate and lonely as if she was alone. Kamuro Taka and those classmates were already surrounded by dead bodies. She knew that the probability of being able to survive in that situation was simply too low to imagine. She was so sad in her heart that she finally couldn't bear the powerlessness and despair in her heart, so she sat down on the side of the road and stared blankly at the dim light in front of her. Suddenly, she saw a motorcycle parked on the side of the road, and she couldn't help being shocked. Motorcycle. Although I can't drive a car, if I have a motorcycle, I may not die here, and there is still hope. The desire to survive in her heart gradually came up. Miyamoto Ray hurriedly stood up, ran to the car, and checked it carefully. She was pleasantly surprised to find that the motorcycle still had a key inserted, so she tried to ride it. With a bang, the motorcycle started immediately. Great, the car is not broken. Still able to use. Lee rode her motorcycle and drove frantically along the road, as if to vent the unspeakable fear in her heart. Naruto and his party drove the off-road vehicle through the city. Shizuka, who had rested for a while, was a little sleepy now, but it did not affect the driving. It's just that the constant flow of dead bodies on the street makes people feel a little scary. In this city, there are almost no living people. Naruto's brows furrowed slightly, and his heart became more and more worried. At this time, just a few kilometers in front of Naruto, a group of policemen were frantically shooting at the dead bodies in front of them. Bang bang bang. Gunshots erupted, and the dead bodies in front fell one by one. At this time, the police had nothing to worry about. In order to survive, even if the dead body was originally the mayor, it must be killed. The police chief Nakauka Nagata, who is Mami's father, was covered in layers of cold sweat. Because even though his subordinates were shooting frantically, there were too many dead bodies in front of them, and they were also approaching layer by layer, killing a group of people, and another group coming up behind them, which was simply endless. Mami stood beside her father and was protected by her father. She could only watch everyone continue to shoot and fight, and as a civilian police officer in the traffic department who had just started working, she had never fired a gun and could not participate at all. Fighting. At this time, seeing that the people on her side were retreating step by step, and there were more and more dead bodies in front of her, she knew that everyone was suffering. The world has become too fast, too suddenly. Just a moment ago, she was still in the office fantasizing about the happy scene of living with Naruto in the future, but now she is facing this apocalyptic disaster. Almost all the people on the street turned into cannibals. She witnessed with her own eyes that a colleague who rushed out at the beginning of the disaster was bitten by a dead body and turned into these walking corpses. In more than an hour, pedestrians on the street were bitten to death one by one, and then turned into zombies one by one. She also deeply felt that there were fewer and fewer living people around her. The danger was getting closer, and the fear in her heart was getting deeper and deeper. Fortunately, at this time, her father came forward. Although she was usually stern and did not agree with her father who had been with Naruto, she felt very annoying, but at this moment, she felt that her father's back was like a mountain standing in front of her. Block all dangers in front of you. It's just that now this mountain is in retreat, and the police force organized by my father is also collapsing little by little. At this time, she is really desperate. Chapter 471 Into Despair. At this moment, she couldn't help thinking of Naruto. She wondered what happened to Naruto at Fujimi Academy, and if the same situation happened on his side. If so, she really didn't dare to think about it anymore. Nakauka Nagata stepped back and saw his daughter beside him stunned. He couldn't help shouting, "Mommy, what are you still doing? Get back to the car. It's dangerous here." Soon as Mommy heard this, she raised her head stubbornly. "No, Father, I'm also a policeman, and I want to fight with everyone." "You bastard. With a policeman of your level, what kind of battle is a person who failed in the police academy talking about? Come back to the car for me. Be obedient," Nagata yelled at her. I really want to fight. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and get me in the car." Nagata took her daughter's arm, retreated to the police car, came to open the door and shoved her hard. "Everyone, shoot. Don't let them come over." Nagata raised the gun in his hand, shot through the forehead of a dead body, and ordered everyone. "Sir Nagata, no, our ammunition is about to run out. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out." A policeman fired a clip and quickly replaced it with another. Shouted, "Damn, how did these guys come out? Is the world really coming to an end?" Nagata slapped the roof of the car with his palm. "Get out." At this time, at the rear of the police force, the people who were still alive were backing away frantically. When they saw that even the police couldn't stop the zombies, everyone was desperate. At a time like this, it really is the end of the world. The calm of the previous moment is still in my mind, and at this moment, I am facing a life and death escape. This huge sense of gap, and the huge fear that accompanies it, completely occupies the human heart. Nagata glanced at the group of citizens who were running away in the back, bit Kiba, and suddenly waved and shouted, "Everyone hold on for a while, let the citizens evacuate here first. As police officers, we must not be afraid to escape." "Father." Mommy got out of the car, holding a silver-colored pistol in her hand, and the jade hand holding the gun was trembling slightly. "I will help you too." She stood beside her father and shot frantically at the dead body in front of her. "Mommy, you child." Nagata sighed slightly, seeing her daughter's firm expression, and she couldn't help feeling extremely desolate. "My daughter is so strong in her heart. Thinking about it now, as a father, I really seldom understand her feelings. But at the same time, he was also relieved that his daughter was not afraid to run away after all. As a police officer, she was already qualified. However, the next situation is very bad. Everyone has only a little ammunition left in their hands, and there is still the last round of magazines in their pockets. After these bullets are fired, how can everyone resist these dead bodies? Woolen cloth. With only dozens of police officers, how can they fight the hundreds or even thousands of dead bodies in front of them? Hey! With a long sigh, Nagata replaced the last round of the magazine. At this time, Naruto's car was moving forward at a high speed. He didn't know the dangerous situation on Mami's side, but he always had a bad premonition in his heart, as if he knew that Mami was caught in a huge crisis. Hurry up, Mr. Shizuka, Naruto said. Well, good. Juchuan Jingxiang slammed on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle accelerated again and ran ahead. The strong wind poured in from the shattered front window, and the girl's hair was all messy. Under the night, there were still some lights in the city, but fortunately, the street lights were not completely broken. With these lights, the car had reached the fastest speed. The dead bodies around couldn't catch the shadow of the off-road vehicle at all, as if a gust of wind had passed, and the car had already crossed a long distance. The girls who were sleeping in the car also woke up at this time, and they were startled when they saw that the speed of the car was actually driving so fast. However, although they were nervous and scared, they did not speak, because they knew that Naruto must be very anxious at this time. In front, there was finally a trace of fire, and Naruto faintly heard the call of people, and his eyes could not help but widen. The ammunition had been used up, and dozens of policemen gathered together, some with batons in their hands, some with iron railings, and some with barricades. They all stared nervously at the army of dead bodies in front of them. Mami's pistol bullets have long been exhausted, and at this time she has no weapons other than this useless pistol. A weak girl like her is basically unable to resist these terrifying dead bodies. Nagata protected her behind him with a firm look, with the baton in his hand in front of him. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's all about death anyway. Let's see who kills the most before death. After listening to the officer's words, everyone's eyes showed a decisive look. At this time, death has become inevitable. If you can kill a few more dead bodies, it is also a kind of boasting capital to go to another world after death. With this thought in mind, the young police officers all rushed towards the army of dead bodies as if at home. Nagata looked back at his daughter, with a loving smile on his face. Mommy, I'm sorry, I've been against you and Naruto before, but now we're going to die, and you still have regrets in your heart. Really not a qualified father. No, father, you are a good policeman and a good father. Even if Mommy dies, she will be with her father. Mommy raised the gun in her hand, she looked firm and determined, and followed her father together with everyone. They rushed towards the army of dead bodies. Naruto, I'm sorry, I won't be able to see you from 1010 in the future, and I won't be able to have sex with you anymore. Love, I believe that after death, I will definitely become ugly, if you are still alive and see it. At this last moment, Naruto's bright smile appeared in Mami's mind, as well as the lingering, passionate, and loving scenes when the two were together, and her eyes filled with tears of reluctance. Goodbye, Naruto, goodbye, my love. Mommy snorted and used all her strength to fly towards the dead bodies. Chapter 472 Flash in an instant. At this moment, no one has fear in their hearts, some are just a heroic mood, and the nostalgia for relatives, friends and loved ones. At this moment, everyone is going to die together, and they have already communicated with each other. Death is just a moment. Perhaps in this apocalyptic world, death is the best destination for human beings. At this moment, no one knew or noticed that a handful of kunai flashing with cold light suddenly crossed the space of hundreds of meters, tearing layers of air and bursting in front of everyone. Base. The tip of the dagger slammed into the ground in front of the dead body, and the policemen who were rushing in front were all stunned. At the next moment, a faint golden light suddenly flashed into the night, and in everyone's sight, a blonde boy appeared out of thin air. He is Naruto. Just now, the off-road vehicle finally rushed to the back of Mommy and others. After Naruto found the living person, he searched for a while, and Kazuki saw Mami's figure. He couldn't help but be ecstatic. At that time, his heart also tightened. Because he saw that Mommy was among them, and was rushing out desperately. This silly girl. Naruto sighed, stretched out his hand and threw the dagger he carried with him that had killed countless dead bodies. Then, under the puzzled eyes of Shizuka and everyone in the car, he disappeared without a sound. It is the art of Hiraishin. Using Kuwusheng's spacetime technique, he can use the only trace of chakra in his body to move instantly. All the police couldn't help but stop, staring at the back that appeared out of thin air with incomparably amazed eyes. The short golden hair seems to be exuding golden light in the night, but under the white short shirt, the back looks so wide. Naruto squatted on the ground slightly, with one hand on the ground. He slowly raised his head, reached out and pulled out the dagger stuck on the ground, then stood up slowly, and looked at the dead body surging in front of him. Finally, catch up. Although the chakra that can be used in the body is almost exhausted at this time, he is not afraid at all. An aura of a strong man burst out from Naruto. Those dead bodies were still rushing towards Naruto frantically, as if they hadn't found him. Naruto. At this moment, Mommy, who was in the crowd behind her, suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed, and looked at his back in astonishment. That's right. She was right. The figure in front of him is the lover he has been thinking about, Naruto. Why is he here? Why did he appear out of nowhere? Is it an illusion created by yourself? At this moment, Mami's heart was full of disbelief. Just like Mommy, the police officers who were rushing in front of Naruto all thought there was something wrong with their eyes. Why did this guy suddenly appear in front of him? How did he appear? Is this an illusion? What is going on in all this? Everyone was stunned, their minds seemed to be blank, and they didn't know how to think. As for Mami's father, Nakauka Nagata also stared at Naruto's back in disbelief. Hearing his daughter's exclamation, he felt even more unbelievable. Is he Uzumaki Naruto? Uzumaki Naruto who keeps his daughter thinking day and night. At this moment, he suddenly felt a trance. At this time, Naruto felt that the group of police officers behind him were frightened by the way he appeared. He shook his head helplessly, turned back and smiled slightly, and said, "Everyone, back up. I'll leave it to you here. I'm fine." What did he say? Everyone was almost stunned, they even thought there was something wrong with their ears, and he actually called everyone back. Then what does he want to do? Is it Kai? A cold light flashed, and the dagger in Naruto's hand had drawn an arc forward fiercely. In an instant, within 1 meter of Naruto's front, the group of dead bodies that were crowded together began to separate from the waist. Chi-chi. Blood suddenly sprayed out from the waists of several dead bodies, and Naruto's figure suddenly turned into a shadow and rushed into the dead body group. Boom. Konoha whirlwind. Naruto's figure suddenly jumped high, turned suddenly, and one leg drew a circular whirlwind arc in midair. Bang bang bang. Countless dead bodies who came up were hit in the head one after another. Then, their heads were kicked to pieces like watermelons. Another dozen dead bodies fell to the ground. Naruto fell to the ground, and the figure seemed to be like a whirlwind wandering through the dead body. Wherever the dagger went, a cold light suddenly appeared, and the dead body fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, dozens of dead bodies fell to the ground. Crowd. Sensational. When the police saw this scene, Chi-Chi opened their mouths wide with a look of disbelief on their faces. Superman. Ultraman. Everyone had this idea in their hearts, because in their eyes, seeing Naruto shuttle back and forth in the dead body, it was like watching a kung fu movie, the scene where the hand rises and the knife falls, and the head falls, completely a one-sided slaughter. And those sluggish dead bodies couldn't touch Naruto's body at all. Even if a dead body grabbed Naruto's arm, he would be thrown away directly by him. Fly away. That's a real fling. Pick up the dead body directly from the ground, and then throw it more than 10 meters away from the surrounding area and the sky. How strong does this need to be? Moreover, Naruto looks very relaxed. This is definitely not the level that ordinary people can do. At this moment, all the police stood there, watching Naruto fight as if he were a Superman, and their brains had fallen into a blank. At this time, only Mommy was able to regain her senses. Seeing that her beloved not only was not engulfed by these disasters, but instead came to save herself as a Superman, an unparalleled sense of happiness rose in her heart. A heart also seems to jump out of the throat, and even can't help but rejoice for Naruto. Naruto, you are not dead. You are all right. And not only that, you have come to save yourself. You are like a hero who fell from the sky, pulling yourself out of despair. Great. It's so exciting. Mammy's whole body trembled with excitement. She never thought there would be such a moment. Looking at her man, the hero in her heart, Mommy burst into tears. Chapter 473 Common Battle. Naruto was shaped like a wind, and the dagger in his hand turned into a stream of light. Wherever he went, countless dead bodies were broken into 2 pieces, blood sprayed, and Naruto's body was also covered with blood. However, he didn't know it. The expression on his face was indifferent and cold, and he seemed to have found the feeling of decisive killing in the ninja world. Although these dead bodies in front of him could not resist the attack of his pure body technique, but this kind of wanton killing, the feeling of cutting down, also made him re-experience the prosperous years in the Hokage world. The difference is that the fighting here is just a one-sided slaughter. With Naruto's physical quality, even if he fought like this for a day, he would not be exhausted. His body had already been tempered to be extremely powerful. These were just dead bodies that evolved from ordinary people, and they could not be a threat to him at all. However, under the restriction of being unable to use chakra, although Naruto's attacks are fatal everywhere, but the number of opponents is too large, and it is impossible to kill them. In just a short time, Naruto's feet have fallen close to 100 dead bodies. Despite this, the surrounding dead bodies continued to flow towards Naruto, as if endless. After driving for a while, the off-road vehicle finally stopped behind Mommy and others. The girls got off the car one after another and ran to the front of the battlefield where Naruto was. Seeing Naruto flying back and forth, they took a deep breath. How can it be? Naruto suddenly disappeared just now, but appeared here in an instant. How did he get here over the distance of several hundred meters? And the countless dead bodies lying on the ground also proved that he had appeared here long before everyone's car and fought. How can Naruto's speed be faster than the car in the Mercedes-Benz? Moreover, in what way did he suddenly disappear just now? Who is he? What method did he use? Is he the legendary Superman? An alien? Or God? The girls were also completely frightened by this scene of Naruto. They never thought that Naruto would have such power. At this moment, they have long lost the ability to think in their hearts. Yako was the first to react. She knew that Naruto's strength was strong, but at this time, Naruto's strength was several times stronger than before. It's not something ordinary people can do. Moreover, how did he suddenly disappear just now? In Yako's eyes, Naruto has become a mystery. This mystery, since the outbreak of the disaster, seems to be getting deeper and deeper. Watching Naruto's battle, a rush of blood rose in Yako's heart. Holding the long oak knife in her hand, her body also trembled with excitement. The feeling of wanton killing must be very cool. Naruto, I really envy you. At this moment, some dead bodies on the edge, unable to reach Naruto, set their targets on these stunned policemen. Seeing a group of dead bodies coming towards them, the police seemed to be infected by Naruto's actions, and their whole body felt blood boiling. The next moment, they clenched the weapons in their hands and rushed towards the death kick door. Since most of the dead bodies were attracted by Naruto, there were not many dead bodies coming towards the police. After the crowd rushed up, these dead bodies that were slow to respond and not fast were all beaten down to the ground with blood. Meat splattered all over the place. The scene was chaotic for a while. Yako also rushed into the group of dead bodies with an oak long sword. With her kendo cultivation, one person would not be afraid even if she dealt with a dozen or so dead bodies at the same time. Moreover, Yako, who was aroused by Naruto, was full of blood in her heart. At this time, the combat power is rising steadily. Although he is only an ordinary long oak knife in his hand, he can smash the head of a dead body every time he swings it. Her heroic appearance also dazzled everyone around her. Besides the blonde magical boy, there was actually such a powerful purple-haired girl. When did these young people become so powerful? Nagata pulled his daughter back step by step. In such a chaotic scene, he had to ensure her daughter's safety. However, her daughter seemed to be very excited. She couldn't hold it at all. She threw off her hand and rushed forward. At this moment of excitement, Naruto, who was fighting in the dead group, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't come here. All retreat. There are too many of them. I will hold them all by myself first, and you quickly retreat with others. To safety." Everyone was stunned. Naruto roared again, "Go back to me. Do you understand?" Everyone was shocked. Yes. Subconsciously, they seemed to obey the leader's orders, and a group of policemen all shouted, "Naruto, you have to be careful." Yanyi and the others also knew that Naruto's force was very powerful. After seeing his inhuman power, they were also full of confidence in him. In the car, ready to leave. At this time, Yazi was still fighting in the group of dead bodies. Naruto hurriedly moved to her side and commanded, "Senior Yazi, hurry up and leave by car, just leave it to me alone." Quote. Yako smiled slightly and said, "It's okay, Naruto, let me fight side by side with you. Let you be here alone, let me retreat, but I will feel sorry for it. But it's very dangerous here, Yakuza-senpai, you should evacuate with everyone." Naruto was surprised when he heard this, and quickly persuaded him. Although he himself can maintain an undefeated situation, as a girl's Yakuza, but it's different. She doesn't have chakra in her body. Even if her physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people, it is definitely not that strong. It is very likely that she will encounter an accident if she is not careful. Under such circumstances, how could Naruto be willing to stay? However, Yako is now in the midst of the thrill of killing. Hearing this, he smiled softly, "Naruto, don't think of me too weakly. After all, I am also a kendo celebrity and once won the national championship. And the current strength is even further than before." Naruto frowned slightly. "That won't work either, if something happens to you." "Naruto, are you caring about me?" Yazi suddenly interrupted him and laughed. "Although it feels good to be cared about by you, but the feeling of being underestimated by you also makes me very uncomfortable." Chapter 474 Shadow Dance Leaf. As soon as Yazi finished speaking, her figure rushed out like a breeze, and the long oak sword flashed in a series, and immediately knocked out the dead bodies in front of her. It's a pity that she uses a wooden knife, and its lethality is really limited. Unless it is aimed at the head, it is difficult to kill the enemy. Naruto is helpless. Although Yako usually treats people gently, she is actually very proud inside, and Naruto has also discovered some strange things about her. For example, during the battle, she will be very excited. Murder is also very strong. It was like the state of Yazi waving a long knife recklessly, her whole body overflowing with murderous aura, her long purple hair fluttering in the wind, blood splattered everywhere, and her school uniform was also stained with Madaramadera's blood. "It's alright, Senpai Yako." Naruto saw that she was fighting happily and didn't want to disturb her nature, but there were more and more dead bodies around, and he was almost surrounded by 3 layers and 3 layers of the two of them. After all, Yazi is just an ordinary person. Even if the swordsmanship is like a god, his physical strength is always limited. Unlike himself, the powerful strength and physical strength honed in the world of Hokage can carry out crazy battles even without chakra. No, it's not enough. Yazi turned back and grinned slightly. A bloodthirsty smile flashed on her face. Her expression was full of murderous intent, and Naruto was slightly surprised. What's wrong with her? In this way, it is like an evil villain caught in the thrill of killing, and the gentle smile on his face that belongs to usual is gone. Naruto flashed, suddenly appeared beside her, grabbed her arm, and shouted, "Sister Yako. Stop it. Leave it to me here, you can retreat quickly." However, Yako frowned slightly, and she was very dissatisfied when Naruto suddenly stopped her from fighting. "Naruto, I like fighting too, why do you have to stop me?" "Sister Yazi, look at it clearly. If you continue to immerse yourself in it, we will only be surrounded more and more tightly, and it will be difficult to escape in the end. While I can send you out now, it will be too late if it is too late." Naruto pulled stay, she said. Just as Naruto spoke, the surrounding dead bodies rushed up frantically, and countless arms and mouths bit towards the two of them. "I don't have that much time." Naruto suddenly stretched out his hand and embraced the slender waist of the child, and then his body jumped up to a distance of more than 3 meters, kicking out repeatedly, and the dead body below the group counted the points on the head, and the body flew out of the encirclement of the dead body like a flying dragon. When he landed, he was still slightly shocked. Jump more than 3 meters on the ground. And it can also leap dozens of meters on the head of a dead body. I'm afraid this is really not something that humans can do, right? Naruto. Yazi opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but when she looked up, she saw Naruto's indisputable look, and in her blue eyes, there seemed to be an irresistible momentum. "Hurry up and retreat. This is an order." At this time, Naruto couldn't help showing the momentum he had when he was the 6th generation of Hokage. So strong. He seemed to have a power that could explode at any time. Standing beside him, looking at him was like looking up at a high mountain. The gap in this momentum was completely beyond his own kendo momentum. This is the level difference. Yako was awakened by the shock. She stared blankly at Naruto's profile, as if she didn't know what to say. She didn't come back to her senses until the dead bodies in front were rushing towards this side. She looked a little complicated and nodded slightly. "Yes. I'll retreat now." It was an aura that people couldn't help but surrender to. She practiced kendo for many years and participated in countless tournaments, big and small, but she had never felt this kind of aura in anyone, not even her own family. His father had never had such a strong aura. With this momentum alone, he can be overwhelmed and unable to refute. "Naruto, who exactly are you?" Yako put away the knife and ran back, full of curiosity about Naruto. "Naruto, you have to be careful." Finally, she shouted at Naruto from a distance. Naruto let out a slight sigh of relief, and finally pushed the Yako away. Although her strength was good, she was still too tender. If she was by her side, she wouldn't be able to perform at all. Moreover, these dead bodies will be infected when they are bitten and caught, and Naruto must always pay attention to the situation of Yako. In this state, Naruto can't fight with peace of mind at all. Now it's finally time to show off. Naruto turned his head and glanced at Yazi, who was running towards the off-road vehicle, and an excited smile flashed on his face. "So, just let yourself have a good time." Naruto put away the dagger in his hand, and clenched his fists tightly. Raised his head, his eyes were fixed on the army of dead bodies rushing in front of him, and the corners of his mouth evoked a slight arc of excitement. Suddenly, his figure rushed up to meet the dead body in front of him, and then suddenly kicked the dead body in front of him into the air, more than 10 meters high. With a step, Naruto's figure also jumped high, and suddenly appeared behind the dead body in midair. The arms clasped together and strangled the entire dead body. The next moment, the two of them were on top of each other, and their bodies suddenly spun at an extremely violent speed. Shadow Dance Leaves. One of the mysteries of Konoha Taijutsu. This trick has been learned by Naruto in the Hokage world. At this moment, even if there is no chakra, he can display it perfectly. The bodies of the two were spinning rapidly, and the dead body was tightly restrained by Naruto, unable to move at all. In the high-speed rotation, the bodies of the two seemed to be turned into an electric drill, and a violent wind swept away all around. Come. Below, it was the group of dead bodies who were screaming, raising their heads and completely unaware of the danger in the sky. In the next instant, Naruto spun like a tornado hurricane, smashing towards the dead masses below. Boom! At the moment of landing, Naruto let go of the dead body in his hand, and his body dodged to the side. And in the same place, there was a loud explosion, which was like a thunder in the flat ground, and the ground of the entire street could not help shaking. The gravel flew, accompanied by a large piece of flesh and blood that was smashed into slag, and spread around. Chapter 475 Out of Danger. The rapid rotation and the strength and speed of falling from a height, the destructive power it carried, directly smashed all the dead bodies within a circle of more than 10 meters into pieces. Dozens and hundreds of dead bodies disappeared in this terrifying blow. After Naruto landed, he looked at the scattered scene in the field and shook slightly. These people were originally ordinary humans, but after they became dead bodies, they had to accept the fate of being crushed. Where did these dead bodies come from? And what was it that caused them to change? Naruto couldn't figure it out, and was confused. At this time, Yazi, who was about to get into the car, had already heard the movement behind her. When she looked back and saw the scene of Naruto performing the shadow dance leaf, she couldn't help shaking her whole body. All the retreating humans also saw this bizarre scene. Superman. This is absolutely Superman. Disaster has occurred, but has God finally sent Superman to save mankind? Such a thought arose in everyone's heart. Looking at Naruto's tall back and his dazzling golden hair in the dark, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts for this desperate world. Humans, there is still salvation. Naruto. In the police car, Mommy, who was retreating with her father, saw this scene through the rear window, and her heart was moved. This is his man. It's the man you love. Seeing how majestic he was fighting to the death alone, as if he was himself, an incomparable sense of pride rose in his heart. That boy, Mami's father, Nakauka Nagata, was also deeply shocked. Since Naruto appeared, the things he showed have been shocking beyond measure. Even he, a policeman, the director of the department, was also deeply shocked by this scene. He looked at Mommy and couldn't help asking, "How did you and him know each other?" Seeing that her father was also shocked by her own man, Mommy couldn't help but secretly rejoiced, her face slightly yuhi, taking advantage of the retreat time. It was like her father once again explaining how she met Naruto. Although, she had talked to her father for a long time, but at that time, she didn't listen to her father's disdainful attitude, right? Okay, now, Naruto's performance is like Superman, who dares to underestimate him? Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Whirlwind. Konoha Steel Fist. Naruto performed the Hokage world's physical skills one by one. These physical skills were not difficult for him to perform, and because there were no other living people around him, he had completely let go of his hands and feet. At the place, the dead bodies flew into the air one after another, smashed down, and became a pile of minced meat. Finally, the retreating team behind him had left here, and without being threatened by the army of dead bodies here for the time being, Naruto leapt. His body jumped to a height of more than 10 meters, and he jumped out of the encirclement of dead bodies in an instant. Seeing that the dead bodies were still catching up, Naruto took out 5 self-made detonating talismans from his body and sprinkled them on the road in front of him. Naruto smiled lightly, stretched out his hand to make a slight seal, and said softly, "Boom." Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the explosion was deafening, and the flames pierced the night sky. The power of the 5 self-made detonating talismans exploded, directly blasting a horizontal ditch more than 2 meters deep on the ground of the street. Naruto didn't even look at it, turned around and chased in the direction where Yako and the others left. The aftermath of the explosion dissipated, and in the smoke and dust, all the dead bodies were standing in front of the horizontal ditch, unable to move forward. There are too many dead bodies. Although Naruto can continue to fight, he is not nostalgic for this kind of unilateral slaughter battle. His purpose is just to let the people retreating from the rear leave safely. At this time, everyone has left safely, and their mission is completed. Next, let's go to the round with Yazi and the others. Also, Mommy seemed to be safe, which comforted him, and his biggest worry was gone. In a large underground parking lot. The evacuees hid here. In the underground parking lot, only cars are usually there. After the disaster, most of the infected dead bodies are also wandering outside, and the dead bodies in the vicinity have been attracted to other places long ago, so everyone entered here very safely and smoothly. The off-road vehicle was parked in the middle of the underground parking lot, and all the girls jumped out of the car. Phew, I can finally catch my breath. Shizuka patted her bulging chest, glanced at the pitch-black parking lot around her, frowned slightly and said in fear, I don't know if there are any lights here. It's so dark all around, it always feels dangerous. There shouldn't be any danger. This is the parking lot. Even if there are infected dead bodies, we can easily kill them with so many of us. Moreover, there seems to be a light switch there. Saya heard Shizuka after getting out of the car. The words replied, she walked to the side of the parking lot, fumbled on the wall for a while, and found the light switch with a snap. Suddenly, the underground parking lot lights up in an instant. The many refugees around were also exposed to the lights. Almost everyone's faces are filled with anxiety and fear. The moment the lights are turned on, there seems to be a little comfort on people's faces. Perhaps, in this last disaster, the familiar lights will also let people feel a little hope. Shay returned to the girls and sighed slightly. Now we are temporarily safe. I don't know what happened to Naruto. Naruto, he'll be fine, he should be there soon. Yako said with a slight smile. Yeah, Naruto is simply too powerful. Those dead bodies can't help him at all. Otome stood up and waved her small fist excitedly. At this moment, Mommy, who had just got off the car on the other side, also heard the discussion about Naruto here. After talking to her father, she walked over. Hello, are you talking about Naruto just now? Mommy greeted everyone politely. Sister Mommy. The world couldn't help shouting when she saw her. It's great that you're okay. Naruto has been very worried about you. It was you that I saw just now. The rest of the people couldn't help but look at Mommy. Was she the girl Naruto said was the urgent need to come to the rescue? Chapter 476 Hope in Despair. Just when the girls were chatting happily with each other, Naruto finally appeared at the entrance of the underground parking lot. Because of the previous battle, his body was covered with blood from the dead body. At this time, all the white shorts on his body were dyed Yuhi. He had to take off the shorts, revealing the strong muscles of the upper body, and walked in when they were in the parking lot. Someone in the crowd had already recognized Naruto's identity, the hero who fought against the terrifying dead body with one person. Wow, Superman is here. The hero is here. Someone couldn't help but exclaimed, and the girls who were in fear couldn't help but feel dizzy when they saw Naruto's excellent figure. Yuhi opened his mouth and exhaled softly. So handsome. The handsome blonde guy. He saved us. He's so handsome. If it wasn't for the wrong atmosphere now, they would probably have rushed forward like chasing stars. Mingray threw away his clothes and slowly walked into the parking lot, and came to Mommy and Yazuyanye who were looking at him. All the girls stared at him blankly, as if they had seen a hero or prince whom they had not seen for a long time, and finally, Mommy swooped into Naruto's arms with a soft sob. Naruto saw her crying and rushed over, smiled and welcomed her into his arms. Listening to the soft cry, he stretched out a hand and patted her soft jade back, softly comforting. It's all right, I'm here, with me, I'll protect you. Oofily so, I was so scared. I thought I'd never see you again. If you hadn't come at the critical moment, I would have left you. It's great, it's really great. As Mommy cried, she hugged his waist tightly with both hands, venting the feelings that had been suppressed for a long time in her heart. At this moment, she was a little incoherent. At this moment, the girls behind him also seemed to understand something. Especially Shiji and Yanyi, they have known Mommy for a long time. At that time, they only remembered that Mommy said that she was Naruto's sister, but at this time, seeing her crying in Naruto's arms, she was even more like a little lover. However, in this apocalypse, they have no time to think about these issues anymore. A long time, Mommy raised Yuhi's beautiful eyes and stared at Naruto's face tightly. It's only been a day since she hadn't seen him. It was like a year later. Seeing him, she was really relieved. Naruto smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and held her shoulder. Okay, mommy, you are also a policeman. Your previous performance was very brave, and now you will be laughed at by everyone. Mommy was slightly startled, and then she noticed that not only Yanyi Yazi and the others were staring at her, but everyone else in the parking lot was also looking at her. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed, and her face Jonin couldn't stop pouring out a magnificent Yuhi halo. Seeing Mami's expression, the girls couldn't help but envy her. It turns out that Naruto and Mami have such a good relationship. Are they not siblings? But now it doesn't look like it at all. The world is thinking. Yanyi stared at Naruto closely, and also looked like he wanted to throw himself into his arms. Otome pouted slightly, as if she already understood the relationship between the two in her heart. Really eccentric, Naruto, she thought to herself. At this time, Yazi stood up and asked, Naruto, what should we do next? How do we survive in this world with so many people? This is a very troublesome problem. Hearing this, Naruto pondered for a while. Indeed, as Yazi said, in this apocalyptic world, the survival of human beings has become lingering. There are basically no people who can survive alone by their own strength. Humanity must be united, in order to fight for a quiet paradise. However, in the current state, human beings must have some outstanding leaders to stand up to show everyone the way and lead everyone to survive together. While thinking, a middle-aged voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone, I'm Mami's father and the police chief in this area of Beiju City. According to the previous telephone contact, almost all of them have appeared nationwide. In this situation, there are fewer and fewer people alive. Now that the national government has dispatched the army, we can now strive for enough strength to protect ourselves. Wait for the rescue of the country. Dad, is what you said true? Mommy said with surprise when she saw her father coming over and heard his words. If this is the case, once the army arrives, the cities the dead are all wiped out. Naruto frowned slightly after hearing this. He knew that things were not as simple as Mommy said. Like now, less than 1% of the people in the city survived, and almost all of them were infected. The dead body, let's not say whether everyone can survive until the army attacks without being attacked by the dead body. It is very difficult for the army to get here. After all, there are already dead bodies all over the world, and the march of the army will inevitably encounter great obstacles. How many troops will be able to reach here? It is better to ask for others than to ask for yourself. Of course Naruto will not wait for others to rescue him. Slowly shaking his head, he pondered, the most important thing is to temporarily find a safe place first. The underground parking lot here is actually not safe. The dead bodies outside are all moving. Once there are a large number of dead bodies, if you discover this place, the consequences are absolutely unimaginable. Quote. Well, you're right. Nakauka Nagata nodded and said, but there are too many people to act together on a large scale. In my opinion, it is better to escape in small groups and distribute the number of people well. Let everyone leave in an organized manner and find a safe place. Quote. However, if everyone is not together in this way, isn't the chance of survival getting smaller and smaller? Someone next to him questioned. Nakauka Nagata shook his head. Actually, it's not like this. There are hundreds of thousands of survivors, and with so many people fleeing together, if they encounter a large army of dead bodies, it will almost be the same as before. People form a team and go to find a safe place separately. Quote. But in this case, how will everyone get in touch then? Someone asked again. Nagata sighed. In this world, no one knows what tomorrow will be like. All we can do now is to live a day, at least there is hope. Chapter 477 Find a Safe Place. His words made everyone fall into silence. Yes, in this world where dead bodies are rampant everywhere and full of despair, is there really a way for human beings to survive? I'm afraid the only thing that can be relied on at the moment is the army, right? But how will everyone survive until the army arrives? Everyone was silent and stopped talking, only heavy sighs, as well as the cries of some children and the choking of women. Suddenly, Nagata looked at Naruto with a sincere look on his face. Naruto-kun, I have a request. Please speak. Naruto was stunned. Nagata looked at his daughter, took her hand, and a loving smile appeared on his face. My daughter, mommy, she is still very young. I also know about her and you. I have been against your relationship before. I was prejudiced against you at that time, and I'm really sorry for that. He bowed slightly to Naruto, and put Mami's jade hand in Naruto's palm, with a sincere and serious look on his face. Now I beg you to take my daughter out of here and find a safe one. Place, please. After Nagata finished speaking, his niece suddenly knelt down towards Naruto's feet, and kowtowed to him with the most solemn etiquette in Japan. I asked Naruto-kun to be fulfilled. Naruto and Mami were both startled and quickly pulled him up. Mami didn't expect her father to do such a thing for herself, and she couldn't help being moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. Dad, you can leave with us too, she cried, holding her father's hand. Nagata slowly shook his head. As a senior officer, how can I escape at this time? I have to stay here with everyone and protect everyone from retreating. This is the duty of a police officer. Quote. Naruto couldn't help but secretly admired it. As an ordinary person, it was really rare that he would stick to his position so much when he was unable to protect himself. No matter how much he opposed himself and Mami before, this time it will no longer affect Naruto's impression of him. Mami wanted to say more, but Nagata waved her hand to stop her from continuing. Okay, I'll leave you to Naruto-kun, I'm very relieved. You guys should leave as soon as possible, and leave it to me here. Although I don't have the power of Naruto-kun, this evacuation can still be arranged. Okay, besides, you don't have to worry about my safety. With so many police here, my self-protection is not a problem. I will find a way to notify you when I am safe. After speaking, he turned and left Naruto's side. Mami had no way to refute, and sighed slightly as she watched her father turn and walk away. Her mother was in the capital of Tokyo, where she could get quick protection even in the event of a disaster. The only thing she was worried about was her father, but he didn't leave with him and Naruto. Okay, let's evacuate here quickly. Mommy, you must be hungry too. We have food in the car. You can share it with your father and colleagues. They have worked hard to fight. Naruto bowed his head. He looked at Mami and said. Mami nodded, and the girls had consciously taken out half of the food and water from the car at this time, and shared it with Mami to the police officers who were sticking to their posts. After doing all this, several people got into the car and prepared to leave. Due to the addition of Mami, the space in the car that could have been squeezed out is now completely insufficient. However, Naruto came up with a temporary solution. First, let Mami and Yanyi sit together, and Guishin lies on the back seat of the car. On the laps of the girls, he himself got on the roof of the off-road vehicle and sat cross-legged on the roof. In the eyes of everyone, Naruto and his party left the underground parking lot, leaving everyone with a sense of disappointment. Naruto in their hearts is like a beam of hope in this hellish world. Looking at him, everyone will feel my heart is full of hope. Now, the departure of the hero also makes everyone feel extremely lost. Mami left her father and followed the man she loved. She also had concerns in her heart, but at least she still carried her father's blessing. It was past 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Mami was tired all day, and finally fell asleep holding Yanyi in her arms. Yanyi turned to look at Mami leaning on her shoulder, not knowing what it was like. Mami's father's words have been very clear before. I'm afraid her relationship with Naruto is already the same as his own. Hey, Naruto, you are too. The car kept moving forward, and in the city shrouded in darkness, only the lights of their car were moving, and the whole world seemed to be silent, leaving only the living creatures in their car. Suddenly, Shizuka whispered slightly, "No, I'm running out of gasoline." Everyone in the car was shocked. Shay frowned and asked, "How long can I drive with the remaining fuel?" 10 kilometers. Shizuka looked down at the table below. Shay pondered for a while. I remember passing a gas station when I came here before. It should be within 10 kilometers from here. I still remember the route. That's great. Let's hurry over there, Shizuka said happily. Hee, this genius has an excellent memory. Now you know how good I am. Saya laughed. Yeah, got it, Saya, you are a talented girl, said Otome, who was already familiar with everyone sitting in the back row. At this time, Naruto, who was sitting on the roof of the car, heard the laughter in the car, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help showing a smile. After being suppressed by this cruel world for so long, it was really not easy to hear the laughter of the girls. Woolen cloth. Next, if it goes well, you can temporarily find a stable place to live, and then step by step to study the cause of the infection of these dead bodies. Maybe you can find some key points. It's just that the chakra that can be used in the body is really limited, and he can't leave these girls, otherwise, he wants to go to the world to see the situation. Sitting cross-legged on the roof of the car, the chakra in Naruto is slowly recovering. After a period of time, the chakra that has been used up before has finally recovered. Although there is only a trace, if there is no trace of chakra, just now there is no way to save mommy and the others. Why? When will more chakras be activated? Naruto's mind slowly sank into his body. Chapter 478 Ray in Despair. In a gas station, next to a vending machine. Miyamoto Ray carefully parked here on a motorcycle, looking at the gas station. There was no sign of anyone, not even a salesperson. Maybe he was infected, maybe he ran away. She finally found this gas station, but unfortunately she didn't have any money with her. Without money, she couldn't use the vending machine to refuel. In desperation, she had no choice but to look at the small supermarket in the gas station. It seemed that there were no more living people. Now I can only go to the silver stage to get some money. In this legal society, doing so is tantamount to stealing. However, the whole world has fallen into despair, and the society has collapsed. Where does the legal system exist? Thinking of this, she felt a little relieved and walked to the small supermarket. Suddenly, just when she was about to step into the supermarket, a figure suddenly appeared from behind her. She looked terrified and was about to turn around, but she felt her body tighten, and her whole body was controlled by the other party. Dead body. Is it finished? Am I done? Has it finally come to an end? At this moment, Miyamoto Ray's heart was extremely desperate. However, just when she thought her body was about to be ripped apart and bitten, a rude man's voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. Hey, little girl. I finally waited for you. Miyamoto Ray was shocked. With her neck strangled, she turned her head with difficulty and looked at the man who restrained her. The face is rough and full of stubble, and the most conspicuous is the big gold kiba that comes out of his stinky mouth when he laughs wildly. You, who are you? Lee asked in horror. Ri, who do you care about Lao Su? Dajin Kiba was tall and his arms were thicker than Lee's thighs, and Lee couldn't resist Lee's body tightly around her. Even though Ray was a member of the school's spearmanship club and possessed good fighting skills, in front of this man's strength, she, who was first restrained, could not resist. Then what are you going to do? She struggled to cry out, and she couldn't help but feel a little bad in her heart. Although there was a moment of comfort in her heart when she learned that he was not a dead body, but at this moment, seeing when I saw his ugly face, I felt the evil spirit of the ruffian all over him, and my heart fell into the abyss of despair. Such a person, at first glance, knows that they are unsettled members of the underworld. If they are caught by such people, the consequences may be worse than dying in the hands of those dead bodies. Daikin Kiba smiled and said, Little girl, I have been hiding in this gas station for a long time and dare not go out. This world has changed too fast. The whole world is full of those terrifying zombies. You should be from these zombies. Did you escape? It's not easy. But, little girl, let's hang out with Lao Su from now on. We can be very happy together, ha ha ha. Bastard. Let me go. Lee's heart froze when she heard his words. Sure enough, this kind of underworld member is a guy who doesn't care about anyone's feelings at all, and is even crazier than a dead body. Let go of you. Are you kidding me, little girl? I haven't had sex for a few days. It's really not easy to meet a woman in this world. And a girl who looks so pretty like you, how can you let go? Speaking of which, are you still in the same place? Daikon Kiba grabbed Lee's neck from behind, took out a dagger in his other hand, and gently shook it in front of Lee's eyes a few times. You have to cooperate, otherwise, I will slit your throat. Daikon Kiba smiled viciously. The dagger gently slid across the school uniform on Lee's body, and the sharp dagger easily pierced Lee's chest. His collar was all drawn from top to bottom. Ahead, there is a faint light, and in the distance, there are countless darkness. Naruto's off-road vehicle was driving alone on the main road, passing quickly by the surrounding dead bodies. When the dead bodies reacted, the car had already driven into the distance. It's almost there. There are street lights ahead. It seems that there is a gas station there. Shizuka was driving the car and suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone in the car couldn't help but be shocked, and they all looked forward. Sure enough, it was a gas station. Wrong. Anyone else? At this time, everyone saw Rei, who was being restrained by Daikon Kiba from a distance, struggling hard. The next moment, the off-road vehicle rushed into the gas station directly. Naruto also opened his eyes and noticed the two figures in his sight. At this moment, the clothes on Lee's chest had just been torn by the dagger, and a pair of huge hooligans suddenly jumped out, bound by the flesh-colored hood, standing proudly. Daikon Kiba swallowed, seeing such a beautiful view. His palm holding the dagger trembled slightly. What a superb woman! If it weren't for the fact that he was holding her neck in one hand and a dagger in the other, he would have grabbed the pair of house breasts long ago. Hey, she's a real virgin. Daikon Kiba laughed excitedly. The stench from his mouth sprayed directly onto Rei's face from behind. Miyamoto Rei's neck was strangled, making it difficult to move, and even breathing became difficult. She could only endure the stench and struggled vigorously. Quick, let me go. Please let me go. She really didn't want to lose her chastity. If she was asked to give her body to such a man, she would rather die. Bah, stupid woman. You'll be so rude later. You won't ask me to let go when you scream. Daikon Kiba's eyes were bloodshot, and he exclaimed excitedly, come on. Let Lao Su do it. In such a desperate world, it is very rare for you to meet a big man like Lao Su. I'm afraid there will be no living people in the future. Stupid. Lee couldn't help shaking her whole body, and her heart was full of despair at the same time. Yes, the world has collapsed. On the way, she has not even encountered a living person. Will human beings really perish in the future, as he said? Even Kamuro Taka, a childhood sweetheart, has fallen into the zombie group, and now he is the only one left, in such an environment. Perhaps, as he said, it was a blessing to meet a living person like him. Lee stared blankly at the front. Her hands were slowly put down. She gave up resistance. Chapter 479. Come with us. Hey, stinky bitch. Have you finally figured it out? Ha, it's also your blessing to have fun with Lao Su. Daikon Kiba laughed strangely. His excitement was beyond words, and he was swept away by the bathing fire with his mind. He didn't care about anything. He threw the dagger in his hand to the ground next to him, and the big palm grabbed Lee's raised chest all at once. Ha, there will definitely be an EPUB here. I didn't expect that I would meet such a superb girl. Daikon Kiba laughed wildly and tried to press his hand to Lee's chest, but he didn't expect it to be there. Before he could get his wish, there was a sudden tingling in the palm of his hand, and he cried out in pain. He could no longer grab Lee's body and stepped back. Yes, who is it? Daikon Kiba cried out in horror. Only then did he realize that there was a white dagger stuck in his palm. A kind of stall. Looking around, he finally saw a car with lights on in front of the gas station speeding towards here in the dark night. On the roof of the car, a young man stood quietly, his blonde hair fluttering in the wind. Daikon Kiba couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then he realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly endured the pain and rushed towards Miyamoto Rei, who was bending over and coughing constantly, trying to catch her. And Miyamoto Rei just reacted at this time. Before she could see what was going on, she turned her head and saw the big grim face of Daikin Kiba. She hurriedly ran away, coughing. With a swoosh, Naruto, who was standing on the roof of the car, suddenly jumped high, and the next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Daikin Kiba, blocking his way. Boom! He stretched out a foot, a simple foot, and slammed into his big face. What? With a cry of pain, before Daikin Kiba could catch Rei, Naruto kicked her out. He fell to the ground with a bang, and he rolled on the ground with one hand covering his face, and his mouth was screaming in pain. Naruto walked over to him, suddenly grabbed one of his arms, and then reached out and pulled out the dagger that flew into his palm. Kai with blood splashing all over, Daikin Kiba screamed again. Shut up, garbage. Naruto frowned, raised his foot and stomped on his stomach with a bang, slamming his strong body into a dent. PFF'd a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. Daikin Kiba's mouth suddenly opened wide, and he couldn't help but suffocate in pain. He wanted to scream, but he seemed to have no strength in his throat, so he couldn't scream at all. Withdrawing his feet, Naruto looked at him whose eyes hurt as if he was about to faint, and ignored him. He turned around and came to Lee, who was stunned, stretched out his hand, smiled slightly, and said, "Are you all right?" Lee stared at Naruto blankly. At this moment, she almost felt like she was in a dream. She was actually saved. Just a moment ago, he was in great danger of being violated, but at this moment, he saw the guy fall to the ground and groan in pain. This feeling as if from hell to heaven made her cry with joy. Seeing the smile on Naruto's face when he stretched out his hand, she finally couldn't help but threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. He had to catch her with both hands, and he couldn't help sighing slightly when he saw how she was crying so badly in his arms. At this time, all the girls also got out of the car and came to Naruto's side. Seeing Miyamoto Rei crying so hard, they all seemed to be infected by her emotions, and the feeling of grief came spontaneously. In this world full of despair, how many tragedies like Rei will happen? Fortunately, this time Naruto came, and she was finally out of danger. However, when will the despair brought by this world come to an end? Everyone could not help but fell silent. For a while, only Lee's cry and the pained cry of the person who fell to the ground were left in the gas station. After a long time, Rei finally stopped crying. Naruto's chest was already soaked. He had taken off his shirt before and was now shirtless. Rei's tears were all over the skin on his chest. Leaving Naruto's chest slowly, Rei stopped crying. Yuhi's beautiful eyes were swollen from crying. She looked at the girls beside her, then looked at Naruto, and suddenly found herself cold. Yeah. With a soft cry, Lee suddenly stretched out her hand to cover her chest. The two huge mountains of meat that were covered under the flesh-colored hood trembled and were already soaked by her own tears. The next moment, she couldn't help but look Yuhi, and hurriedly turned around. At this moment, Shay walked over and held Lee's shoulder. "Lee, don't worry. We're here, it's all right now." Miyamoto Rei nodded slightly. The school uniform on her body had been cut from the front, and it was really unsightly to hang on her body now, and after a period of escape, her clothes and skirts had become dirty. It's uncomfortable to stick to the body. "You guys, why are you here?" Lee asked softly after calming down a bit. "Our car ran out of gas. I just found out that there is a gas station here, so I came here. I didn't expect you to be here too, but I'm really lucky to meet you here, right? Where's Kamuro Takaya?" Saya asked. Lee Wenyan sighed slightly. "Xiaoxi has already." Shay was shocked, and his expression couldn't help but stay. "What did you say?" "Lee, what happened to him in Xiaoxi?" Lee covered her forehead in pain and sighed slightly. "Before he fell into the group of dead bodies, I guess he has already, hey. It's impossible, right? How could this be?" Shay couldn't believe it. Her heart was full of disbelief. She used to be so fond of Xiaoxi. Why did he die suddenly? This is really unacceptable. Lee shook her head helplessly. The world has collapsed. No matter what happens, it's not surprising. Naruto, who heard their conversation, walked over, patted the two of them on the shoulders and sighed slightly. We can't give up hope, although this world has collapsed into this, but if even we humans give up, it will really there is no hope of surviving. No matter how difficult it is, we must survive. The two girls were shocked when they heard it. Naruto smiled. Lee, come with us from now on. Chapter 480 Tackle Daikin Kiba. Lee stared blankly at Naruto's smiling face. At this moment, she seemed to see the rising sun of tomorrow, and the despair and numbness in her heart seemed to melt away at this moment. Thank you, Naruto classmate. Miyamoto Ray bowed deeply to him. When I was bending over, because I was only wearing a hood on my chest, it just sagged down. The two jades and breasts swayed slightly in the air, and they all felt like they were about to fall. Fortunately, Naruto just glanced at it and stopped looking at it. He smiled lightly, stepped forward to help her, and gave a wink to the girls behind him. The girls understood, stepped forward to help her, and comforted her softly. Miyamoto Ray was originally with Kamuro Takaya, but at this time she was reduced to here alone. Looking at her tired face, Naruto didn't have to think about how hard it was for her to escape here. It is not easy for a girl to survive in a world full of dangers everywhere. Kiba, who had fallen to the ground and couldn't moan any longer. Hey, you, what are you doing? Just now, did you hurt Lao Su? He lay on the ground and asked with a face full of fear. The funny thing was that he was still calling himself Lao Su. Naruto smiled lightly and didn't say a word. He stepped forward and kicked him in the stomach. With a bang, his body flew high, and he was kicked a dozen meters away like a football. What? With a scream, he felt that his waist was broken, and his stomach, kidneys, and liver seemed to be all tangled together, and the pain was so painful that he couldn't even breathe. Naruto walked towards him again, looking at the bloody, dying Daikin Kiba, and said with a disdainful smile, "You garbage, even feeding those zombies is still cheap for you." With that said, Naruto squatted down, stretched out his hand and lifted it lightly, and directly lifted his 200 jins of meat in his hand. Then, he walked towards the dead bodies that were walking beside the gas station. When Daikin Kiba saw this, he was horrified, and he didn't care about the pain, and he begged for mercy. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Please, please don't kill me. I don't want to feed you. Zombies. Don't. His screams attracted several dead bodies next to the gas station, who slowly walked towards Naruto. Hey, you bastard, aren't you afraid that they will eat you too? Ah, don't. Daikin Kiba screamed. His body was thrown forward by Naruto. It flew out like throwing garbage, and slammed into the group of dead bodies with a bang. The dead were angry, and after being stunned for a while, they finally sensed the breath of the living, and they opened their mouths and bit down on Daikin Kiba fiercely. Daikin Kiba was also a good fighter in the past. At this time, with all his strength, he pushed away a dead body with one palm. He was just about to escape, but was bitten by a dead body behind him. Neck. Ah, you disgusting bastards. Die for me. Daikin Kiba didn't know where the strength came from, suddenly opened his mouth and bit the neck of the dead body behind him, and the two directly exchanged bite. The blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the scene was extremely tragic. Naruto didn't look at his futile struggle, and sighed slightly. If a person like him was dedicated to survival, he wouldn't have fallen to this point. It can only be considered that he was unlucky and met himself. Naruto shook his head and returned to the girls. At this time, the girls had already seen the scene where Naruto threw the big gold Kiba directly into the dead body, and they couldn't help but relieve their hatred. Although the younger Gui Shin was a little scared, at least Miyamoto Ray was very relieved. Yes, she was almost insulted by that big gold Kiba before. If it weren't for Naruto and the others suddenly appearing, I'm afraid it would have been a tragedy in the end. Thank you, Miyamoto Ray said, thanking Naruto again. Naruto shook his head slightly, indicating that you are welcome. Turning to look at Shizuka, Naruto said, hurry up and refuel, the dead body over there has found us, we must leave quickly. Yeah, good Naruto. Shizuka nodded hurriedly, Seeing that all the dead bodies around had been attracted by the screams of Daikin Kiba, she couldn't help shivering, and hurriedly ran to the vending machine to refuel. Fortunately, Shizuka still had some money on her body, which came in handy at this time. After putting the money in the automatic refueling machine, she refueled the car. At this time, all the girls had already got into the car one after another, and Naruto walked over to pick up the dagger that belonged to Daikin Kiba on the ground and held it in his hand. It was heavy, with a metallic texture, much better than the dagger he had carved the runes on. He smiled slightly and charged towards the group of dead bodies with the dagger in both hands. With his upper body naked, he directly killed him. A few minutes later, Naruto had cleaned up all the dead bodies around him, and the car was full at this time. Because Lee got into Naruto's car, her motorcycle was useless. The car started, and the off-road vehicle, which was fully filled with oil, drove out of the gas station with everyone. In the car, because of Rei's participation, the seats are completely insufficient. Although the power of the car is no problem, but now including Rei, Yanyi, Otome, Guixin, Sakai, Mami, Sei, Shizuka, Yuko, Ju the individual is here. It was already very reluctant to sit 8 people before, but now I can't sit at all. Well, it seems that I'd better get on the roof of the car. Yazi gave up the seat, opened the car window, and rolled out directly while the car was driving. The girls let out a slight exclamation, but saw that the child had already flipped onto the roof of the car with a thud. Naruto, I'm coming up to get some air too, Yazi said, turning over and sitting on the roof of the car, wearing black stockings. Her slender legs were hanging outside the car and swaying slightly, because the car was also driving not very soon, facing the night wind. Her long purple hair fluttered back high. Naruto smiled lightly. It seems that it is necessary to find a bigger car. Sister Yazi, aren't you afraid of falling? I'm not as weak as you think, and with you around, I won't fall, right? She smiled at Naruto. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Yes, but only if you have to hurry up on me. Is it like this? Yako suddenly stretched out her arm and quietly took Naruto's arm. Chapter 481 Discuss where to go. Naruto was stunned by Yako's actions, but Yako just smiled when she saw this. Facing the night wind, Naruto sat cross-legged on the roof of the car, leaning on the beautiful senior sister Yazi. The off-road vehicle was driving on a stable road, and everyone's hearts were rarely quiet. After a while, Yako's head rested lightly on Naruto's shoulder and fell asleep. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head. Yako is just a girl. Although her strength is very powerful, even a strong man is far inferior. However, since the disaster began, everyone has been running around for so long. Especially Yazi, as a kendo practitioner, she has to fight all the time. Naruto's strong physical fitness and abilities have long been exercised in the ninja world. This level of physical exertion is nothing, but Yako is different. Her physical strength is also limited, although she has rested for a while before, but that is also it's only been a while. The spirit has been suppressed for so long, and the body has become exhausted after the fatigue of the battle. Looking at the profile of her face that was quietly leaning on her shoulders, it seemed that there was a faint fluorescence in the moonlight, and it looked completely different from before going to bed. He quietly stretched out his hand to support the slender waist of the waist. The tentacles were soft and slippery. Naruto couldn't help but feel a little moved, and quickly comforted himself in his heart. This was just to keep the child from falling, definitely not to take advantage of it. Yako was very sensitive, and Naruto's movements immediately woke her up, but she just lifted her eyelids slightly before falling back into a deep sleep, the corners of her mouth showing a slight curvature. Sitting on the roof of the car, holding a beautiful woman and blowing the cool wind, if you don't consider the factors of this collapsed world, this is also a very good mood. However, the reality still has to be faced after all. Naruto didn't have any shy thoughts at this time. He was thinking and pondering, how can he get rid of the current predicament? He came from crossing. The purpose is to restore the chakra, and then try to use space ninjutsu to see if he can return to the world of Hokage. But at this moment, the status quo has made him unable to control himself. He can only use a little bit of chakra, and he is forced into a situation where he has to be moved by this inexplicable world that has fallen into the doomsday. As the 6th generation of Hokage, he has never been so helpless. It's a pity that he has no clue as to the cause of this disaster. Now that chakra has not recovered, it is only possible to find a temporary and stable place to live, and then slowly find opportunities for breakthroughs. Naruto thought to himself. Moreover, the girls in the car must also be accommodated. If you are alone, you don't need to have any scruples no matter where you go, so you must arrange them first. In contemplation, Naruto and his party drove out of Bed Main City and came to the suburban road. The car stopped slowly, the night gradually faded, and it was almost dawn. Yazi, who had slept for 2 hours, finally woke up. Sitting on the roof of the car, she stretched out a big lazy waist. Naruto, have I slept for a long time? She looked at Naruto with her big, misty eyes slightly open, and the lazy aura on her face made her more kind and beautiful. Naruto shook his head slightly. It's not done yet, you can continue to sleep for a while. No, Naruto, you should take a rest. Yako knew that when he was sleeping, he had been holding him to prevent him from falling off the car, and he couldn't help but be slightly moved, and Naruto was also he hasn't slept all night, but he has never rested until now. Hearing this, Naruto smiled faintly. At this moment, Shizuka in the car suddenly asked, Naruto, it's already out of the bed market, where should we go next? Naruto pondered for a while. I think everyone should get off the bus first, have something to eat and discuss where to go. Well, that's fine. Anyway, I have nowhere to go now. Just listen to other people's opinions. Shizuka nodded, then turned to wake up Yanyi and Mommy next to her. Several people in the back seat of the car woke up. The girls all opened their eyes in a daze. Before Shizuka was driving, everyone was asleep, but was woken up and stretched reluctantly. Naruto and Yako jumped off the roof of the car, opened 2 doors, and let the girls get out of the car. It's stuck to the body. As soon as they got out of the car, they tidied up their messy hair and clothes from sleeping, and muttered. Okay, everyone, now we have to face a choice. Where do you want to go next? Naruto clapped his hands, and the girls all looked at him. After listening to him, all the girls fell silent. One time. Yanyi, Guixin, Shiji, and Otom all live in Jino City, which is a long way from here. It has only been a day since the crisis broke out. In this day, in addition to the fear of disaster in their hearts, the most concerned are the parents at home, but, seeing the general situation of the bed owner city, they are actually ready in their hearts. At this time, Naruto asked, and the 4 girls became hesitant. On the one hand, they wanted to go back to see their parents. On the other hand, they felt that this would put everyone in danger. For a while, they all fell silent. As for Yako, because her only father is in a foreign dojo, she is now free of worries. Mami's mother is in Tokyo. Although she is a little worried about her father who performs police functions, there is no way to persuade her before. Miyamoto Rei is now alone, her father is also a policeman, and her mother is a primary school teacher in Shinbud City. Because she can't contact them, she really wants to go back to find her parents. On the other hand, Saya also wanted to go back and see how his father was doing. After everyone gathered together to discuss for a while, Naruto frowned immediately. Everyone was almost tied, and it was very difficult to deal with. After pondering for a while, Shay suddenly said, well, since everyone wants to go back and see their relatives, let's start from here, go to the place close to home first, and then look at it all the way. Naruto looked at her, nodded and said, Saya's proposal is not bad, so it will be fair to everyone. With Naruto's affirmation, Saya smiled slightly smugly. After thinking about it, she said again, but now we have to find a place to rest and rectify, and Naruto should also have a good rest. Chapter 482 Arrive at Nan Rika's house. Well, in that case, I have a good place here. It's still very close to here. Shizuka tilted her head and pondered, and suddenly said. Shizuka-sensei, do you have a good place to go? Saya asked suddenly. Well, it shouldn't be far from here. I guess it's less than 10 kilometers away. That's the place my friend rented. It's a rental apartment. Now it's empty. I'll help her clean it up, so I should go there this week. Shizuka said. That's great, we're worried that we don't have a place to sleep. It's too uncomfortable to sleep in the car, and I'm afraid of danger in other places. Now my body is sticky, I really want to take a shower. Shay exclaimed excitedly. The girls' eyes lit up when they heard it. To be honest, everyone was crowded together in the car. After a day's hard work, everyone was sweating more or less, plus the blood splashed by the dead bodies, and the sweat was mixed together, and the smell was particularly unpleasant. Especially Shizuka, she was sitting on Naruto before, and she couldn't help but feel the friction between the two, which made her pants still sticky and uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, who among you can drive? Shizuka asked again. The girls all shook their heads. Hey, that's right, everyone is still a student. I don't even have a driver's license. Originally, there was one car over there, but then everyone can take 2 cars. Now it seems that it is unnecessary. Shizuka got into the car while talking. Mommy is a little depressed. She has graduated, but unfortunately she has no right to speak without a driver's license. Everyone also got into the car and drove towards the road ahead. Mammy's friend's house is in the neighborhood around Shinbud City, and soon the car drove into the neighborhood. However, there were still many dead bodies wandering in the neighborhood at this time, and the car took a long time to arrive at the house. With tall courtyard walls and heavy iron gates, this house still looks very good. At least there are courtyard walls and iron gates that are several meters high, so there is no need to worry about the dead bodies coming in when everyone is resting. However, everyone also encountered problems at this time. Although the house in front is good, there are still many dead bodies around, and there are hundreds of them in total. I want to drive the car under the eyes of so many dead bodies. It is not easy to enter the yard, and someone has to open the door. Teacher Shizuka, give me the key to the door. Naruto stood up, looked around on the roof of the car, and said to Shizuka below. Okay. Shizuka hurriedly took out the key and threw it to Naruto. Naruto smiled lightly, reached out his hand to catch the key, and said, Teacher Shizuka, just drive at the current speed, and I'll open the door for you. As soon as the voice fell, Naruto jumped directly from the roof of the car, rushed to the big iron gate, inserted the key into the shrinkage hole, and opened the gate. At this time, a group of dead bodies next to him had noticed Naruto's existence and rushed towards him. If it were an ordinary person, under the siege of dozens of dead bodies, there is no time to open the door. I am afraid that they will tear up the body as soon as they reach the door, but Naruto is not an ordinary person. With his hand, even if all these dead bodies surrounded him, he would be helpless. After Naruto opened the door, he kicked straight back, kicked a dead body that had just jumped up, and flew out in the middle of the abdomen with a bang, knocking down a dead body behind him. He pushed the big iron gate hard and shouted towards Shizuka behind, come in quickly. Use the fastest speed. Yes. Shizuka stepped on the accelerator hard, the whole car started frantically, and slammed into the gate where Naruto was at a rapid speed, and the dead bodies along the way were knocked out one after another. Holding the long oak knife in his hand, he slashed the dead bodies that had been knocked over with all his strength. Finally, the off-road vehicle knocked over a dozen dead bodies and rushed towards the door. Just when the car just arrived in front of Naruto, Naruto jumped up more than 3 meters high, and only returned to the ground when the car flew into the yard. Then, he forced the 2 doors to close together. Together, lock the key. The crowd sighed slightly. Outside the big iron gate, several dead bodies were still reaching for something in the courtyard with their hands outstretched. Naruto borrowed the wooden knife in his hand and suddenly stabbed a few times towards the iron gate. Puff puff. The heads of the dead bodies shattered like watermelons, and blood and brains splashed all over the floor. Good swordsmanship. Yako was slightly startled, looking at Naruto's movements with admiration. Naruto turned around and returned the wooden sword to Yako, and said, "Hurry into the house. The dead bodies on the side of the door are almost wiped out, and if more dead bodies are brought in, I am afraid this door will not be able to stop it." The girls heard the words and hurriedly opened the door and walked into the house. Naruto was the last to enter the house. Before entering the house, he buried the 7 or 8 self-made detonating talismans left on his body at the gate of the courtyard. After finishing all this, he entered the house. In the room, the girls brought in all the food from before, and when Naruto entered the room, they breathed a sigh of relief. "It's so good. Finally there is a place to rest," the girls said excitedly. Shizuka giggled and said, "Although this is my friend's house, she hasn't been here for a long time. You can treat it as my house, and you can just order whatever you want." "Well, we won't be polite, Teacher Shizuka." Otome ran over and hugged her and shouted, "Hey, where is the bathing place? We can't take it anymore." "Don't worry, there are too many people. I have to get you some sheets first. There shouldn't be enough rooms by then, so everyone can sleep on the floor." Shizuka turned on all the lights in the room. Although it is almost dawn now, the sun has not yet come out. After a day of running and tired, the girls are already yawning. Shizuka ran upstairs and asked everyone to follow. Coming upstairs, there are 3 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. The master bedroom is very large with a large bed, which can almost sleep 3 or 4 people sideways. Then, she ran to the closet again, rummaged around and finally found a pile of sheets, threw them on the bed, then glanced at Naruto again, and beckoned to the girls. "Well, here are some clothes, let's see which ones suit you, and then change them after you shower." Chapter 483 Bath. Wow, speaking of which, we didn't even bring clothes when we came out. Hee, fortunately there are still clothes here. Let me see and see. The lively and cheerful world ran over first, and greeted Yanyi and the others. "You guys come and have a look too. I like a lot of styles here." Yanyi, Otome and the others also ran over after hearing the words, and in the end, even Yazisaya and the others ran over to snatch the clothes. Naruto stood aside and felt that he had nothing to do, so he went to the bathroom to find a towel to wipe his body, then went back to the sofa in the bedroom and leaned down, closing his eyes and resting. Although he had been busy all day, he still didn't feel tired due to his physical fitness, just a little sleepy. And just when he was about to fall asleep, Shizuka suddenly came over, holding a cup of steaming boiled water in her hand, handed it to him and smiled. "Naruto, drink some hot water. Fortunately there is still electricity here. I found some water and boiled it." Naruto opened his eyes, looked at her with a slight smile, stretched out his hand to take the cup, and drank it in one gulp. Seeing the satisfied smile on her face, he couldn't help but say, "Mr. Shizuka, you've been driving for so long, hurry up. Go wash and rest." "Yeah, I know, but the bathroom is now occupied by them. I'll wash up with Yuko and the others later." Shizuka smiled slightly. Naruto's concern made her feel very comfortable, and she felt a sweet taste. "Okay, you should go in and wash them when they come out. Although there are no men's clothes here, I'll make you wear girls' clothes first." Shizuka took a set of white clothes from the side. The pajamas looked a little small, but this was already the largest size in the room. Naruto shook his head helplessly, and then he had no choice but to nod in agreement. After continuous battles, the blood stains on his body had been wiped carelessly just now, but they were still not completely clear. At this time, there was still a bloody smell on his body. Does not smell good. After a while, Yanyi, Guishin, Sakai, Otome and Mami all ran out after taking a bath. They were wrapped in bath towels and their hair was wet, and they planned to go to another room to change clothes. There was still Shizuka who didn't take a bath. Saya, Yako and Rei were all waiting to go in. But because Naruto was going in to wash, they had to wait outside. Naruto took a quick shower and came out in a few minutes, but after taking a shower, he didn't have pants to wear, and he was naked under him, so he came out wrapped in a towel. Shizuka and the others saw the obvious bulge under the towel under him, and they couldn't help but turn around with some face yuhi, not daring to look at it. Although Naruto was a little embarrassed, he had a thick skin and passed them by pretending not to care. "It's your turn, come in, I just put on my clothes and pants," Naruto said. The girls hurried into the bathroom after hearing this. I didn't think that before. After Naruto came out of the shower, she had short golden hair, tall and straight body, and well-proportioned muscles, exuding an amazing charm, especially Shizuka, who had been in contact with Naruto before. His eyes couldn't help but glance down at him, and his heart jumped up secretly. Seeing that they all went in, Naruto jumped on the only big bed, put on the small pajamas, and lay down, ready to take a good night's sleep. But after laying down, he found that he was not sleepy again, and opened his eyes and thought about things on the bed. At this moment, a small head suddenly stuck out from the bedroom next to him, looked this way, and then trotted to the side of Naruto's big bed. Naruto turned to look at the person coming. It was Guei-shin. I saw her with a mischievous smile on her face at this time, watching Naruto's eyes roll around, and whispered, "Naruto brother, my sister, they let you come over." Huh, Naruto couldn't help but stunned. "Want me to go over? What's the matter?" I don't know either, they asked me to call you, it seems very mysterious." Guei-shin didn't know what to think. A dizzy flash of Yuhi flashed across by Nen's little face. Naruto was a little puzzled. "If there is something wrong, can you just tell me not to?" "Oh, you'll know when you go anyway. What are you doing so wordy?" Guei-shin suddenly pulled him, but didn't pull him, so she jumped on the bed and pushed him. "Come on, I'm going to sleep in this big bed." Naruto felt a little strange, but he had no choice but to laugh bitterly, so he got out of bed and walked to the bedroom where Yanyi Mommy and the others were, and muttered, "Aren't they supposed to go to bed now? What's the matter? It's still mysterious." Opening the door, Naruto walked in. The room was pitch black. Naruto was stunned. In the darkness, he suddenly saw several shadows hiding behind the door. As soon as he came in, he suddenly felt a softness behind him. A soft and tender body hugged her tightly, her arms hugged her waist tightly, and she refused to let go. Naruto knew who it was without thinking about this familiar feeling. After he realized it, he turned around and hugged him, smiling, "Mommy, what's wrong? And, what are you all going to do?" Although the lights were turned off in the room, with Naruto's vision, he could easily see Yanyi, Otome, and the three of the worlds standing by the door, all looking at him with strange expressions. He was puzzled. Moreover, at this time, several of them were only wearing some close-fitting underwear. Although they could not see clearly in the dark, it also made Naruto feel a little fragrant. Naruto, how can you see us?" At this time, after hearing Naruto's words, Otome exclaimed. Naruto smiled, stretched out his hand and pressed the switch on the top, turned on the light in the room, looked at them and said, "What are you doing without a good rest?" Mommy left Naruto's arms, and Yanyi and the others looked at each other, and suddenly several girls came up and grabbed Naruto's arm, pressing him to sit on the bed in the bedroom. Then, Mommy, Otome, Yanyi, all stood in front of him, staring at him intently. With this look, Naruto suddenly felt a little bad in his heart. Chapter 484 Cute Otome. On the other hand, the world was sitting on the side very depressed, bowing his head slightly, as if he had been hit. At this time, Mommy, the oldest of the three, spoke first. "Naruto, we have a lot of questions to ask you. How about you answer truthfully?" "What's the problem?" Naruto noticed the threatening gaze of the three girls, and he always felt as if he was about to be cut into pieces. "Humph." The three girls snorted in unison, then looked at each other, and Mommy asked first, "Naruto, have you had any relationship with them?" Naruto was startled, glanced at Yanyi and Otome, and then saw that the expressions on the faces of the two women were very strange. Yanyi was more angry, and Otome was a little gloating. Seeing that he didn't answer, Mommy suddenly said helplessly, "I really can't do anything about you. You know, now that I and Yanyi-Ato already know each other, what are you going to do? After listening to Mami's words, Naruto smiled wryly. In fact, he already knew in his heart that once he brought these girls together, they would definitely know each other's affairs, and his colleagues would definitely know about the N-boats. However, this kind of thing seems normal to him. He usually doesn't say it just because he is concerned about the feelings of the girls. Now that they all know it, he doesn't have to hide it anymore. So he raised his head and asked back, since you all know, what do you want me to do with it? Naruto, how can you say such irresponsible words? We are girls. Of course, this kind of thing is up to you to make a decision. Mami said dissatisfied. Yanyi also nodded. A pair of black and bright eyes stared at him tightly, waiting for his answer. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. If I said I would be fully responsible for you, what do you think? When the three women heard this, they were all stunned. This is a monogamous society. How could this guy say such a thing? Although this society is a very open society, even if you have had relationships with many women, in the end, you only need to decide to be with a woman you love deeply. But now, Naruto actually said that he wants to get all of them. The world sitting on the other side shook slightly and looked at Naruto. After Naruto said these words, he saw the three girls staring at him in shock, and he sighed helplessly. I don't want to hurt any cute girl. To you, I am no one can give up. The three women's bodies trembled slightly. Suddenly, Otome laughed and said, I think Naruto is doing the right thing. Don't be so serious, everyone. I am willing to follow Naruto, even if he has a lot of women at the same time. She the first to run over and sit in Naruto's arms. Yuji looked at Naruto with a dazed expression. Mami and Kotoba stared at Otome in astonishment. Otome, how can you do this? You traitor! Mami cried. Well, I think it's normal. I'm already very satisfied to be favored by Naruto, but I never thought about monopolizing him. I was really nervous before Naruto made his statement just now. Well, it's alright now. Naruto won't give up on us, and of course I won't leave him. That's great. Otome hugged Naruto's neck, and put her soft lips together and kissed him on the cheek. Mami stretched out her hand and covered her forehead. Yanyi was trembling with anger, and she was speechless when she saw Otome. She had been bullied by Otome before, so I didn't have a good impression of her. After learning that Naruto had actually done H with her, I was almost pissed off. Now I see that Otome is so shameless. Immediately, there was an urge to pounce on her and push her away. However, thinking about everyone's journey along the way, it's really not easy to coexist in this world full of crises and disasters, and she felt bitter in her heart. Suddenly, he also ran into Naruto's arms, hugged his waist all of a sudden, and stared at Otome in dissatisfaction. Naruto is my boyfriend. I forgive you for what happened before. This time I will never all give it to you again. Otome smiled and said, it's up to you to decide. Naruto has already said it, we can't escape. I won't compromise. Yanyi raised his mouth in dissatisfaction, stretched out his jade arm and hugged Naruto's neck and said, Naruto, are you only my boyfriend? Naruto laughed dryly, and Otome suddenly turned cold. Yanyi, how can you be so selfish? Naruto has already promised this to share with us, why do you have to be exclusive? You can't be so selfish. After Naruto listened to it, I felt that Otome was really cute. It feels really good to have such a girl who speaks for herself. However, seeing Yanyi's sad look on the verge of crying, he felt a little too big. At this moment, Mami, who was standing on the side with her mouth open, finally reacted. She pulled Yanyi and Otome away from Naruto with a smile and angrily hugged her chest with both hands and said, you too. This is too much, right? It was clearly stated that it was to be decided by Naruto. Otome, you traitor, become Naruto's slave. And Yanyi, how can you pester Naruto like this? Quote. How can I have it? It's obviously Naruto being too bad, but I can't help but want to get all of us. Yanyi stomped his feet and said. Otome laughed and retorted, even if I become Naruto's slave, I am willing. I believe Naruto will not abuse me, haha. Mommy was speechless. For a while, everyone was at a deadlock. At this moment, Otome took advantage of Yanyi and Mammy's inattentiveness, and suddenly pushed the two of them onto the bed from behind them. What? The two girls let out a soft cry. Hey, what are you doing, traitor? Damn it, don't press me. While entangled with the two women, Otome looked back at Naruto, winked at him, and then whispered in the ears of the two women, as a slave to Lord Naruto, I can help the master fulfill his wishes. Oh. On the other side, the world looked at it in shock. Just now, she heard that the three of them had had a relationship with Naruto, and she felt a lot of loss and depression. Later, she heard that they would call Naruto over to give an explanation. She originally thought that Naruto would make a choice. Well, I didn't expect it to be like this now. Chapter 485 Body Cool is really cool. Ah hey, Otome, what are you doing? Yanyi exclaimed, suddenly feeling that the pajamas on his body were stripped off, revealing only the close-fitting hood, panties and pants inside. The same is true for Mommy. Otome moved quickly and pulled off her pajamas. In this way, the two women were only left with one piece of underwear on their bodies, with snow-white skin and slender thighs. The proudly erect breasts, and the occasional spring, light that they showed as they struggled. All this made Naruto on the side look a little unbearable. Naruto, seeing that he was still sitting there, Otome called him quickly, indicating that it was time for him to play. Naruto, who was startled by Otome's bold behavior, suddenly had a bold idea in his heart. He smiled at Otome and nodded to her. Both of them understood. Otome caught it first. Mommy, who was struggling, then let go of Yanyi. Just when Yanyi wanted to get up, Naruto suddenly pressed down and pushed her back onto the bed. The whole bed shook slightly, and Yanyi was immediately pressed down by him. Naruto, what are you doing? Yanyi raised Yuhi's face, and she, who was pressed down by Naruto, asked about the strong masculine aura on him, and immediately felt a sense of urgency. All soft feeling. And Mommy stared at Naruto and Yanyi with wide eyes. Otome smiled softly in her ear. It's time for Naruto and Yanyi. It's your turn next. Mommy was startled, and then a Yuhi dizzy appeared on her jade face. I saw Naruto lowered his head to hold Yanyi's soft lips, and his hands slid all the way to the mysterious triangle area along her raised jade, Nufeng. Gently pulling on the Yuhi-colored trousers, his fingers slid in directly along the seam. Yanyi let out a soft cry, her slender legs clenched tightly, and she murmured as if she was about to say something, but she was blocked by Naruto, and she couldn't break free. Full of Yuhi halo, embarrassed and angry. When did Naruto become so bad? How to treat yourself like this in front of others? How nasty. But what is the feeling that pours out of his body? Very strange. The fingers kept poking in the gap between Yanyi's legs, and after a while, the gurgling sound of water came out. The shameful sound and pleasure made the skin of Yanyi's whole body wet with embarrassment. Mommy looked at the scene in front of her. Her body was being held by Otome. She had forgotten to struggle, but her pretty face was covered with Yuhi dizziness. Naruto's fingers were moving in Yanyi. She seemed to feel it too, the feeling of her body being fiddled with, and unconsciously, the pants under her were slightly soaked. At this moment, a small hand suddenly slid across Mammy's lower abdomen, and suddenly inserted into Mammy's white trousers. Ah! With a soft cry, Mammy's whole body was shaken. She quickly reached out to stop Otome's little hand, but the pleasure of being fiddled with by Otome under her body actually made her feel weak. A feeling of wow, hate. Mammy's body couldn't help twisting. She wanted to break free of Otome, but her soft body was powerless to resist. At this time, Naruto had already taken off Yanyi's trousers and glanced under her. It was already muddy. Naruto, who was already swollen and painful, immediately removed his clothes, took out Shao Naruto, stretched out Yanyi's two long legs, straightened his body, and entered deeply. Yanyi's small mouth opened suddenly, her neck was thrown back sharply, her throat gasped for a while, and the magnificent Yuhi dizziness rushed to her body along her pretty face, spreading slowly. A sweet moan came from her throat. Yanyi quickly closed her mouth again, and did not dare to look around her eyes. After being deeply entered by Naruto, her whole body trembled. The familiar sense of fulfillment made her feel completely silent. How can this be? Mommy covered her mouth, widened her eyes and looked at Yanyi, who was comfortably pressed by Naruto under her body, with disbelief on her face. Otome is also hot all over. Her face is wet. Yuhi, her body has long been wet. Watching Naruto enter Yanyi's body, she also has a kind of desire to be entered by him, but she knows that at this time, she must help Naruto solve the words he and Mommy were both, so even though she wanted it very much at this time, she was still seriously restraining Mommy and not letting her get up. However, at this time, I am afraid that even if Mommy is let go, she will not get up, right? Naruto. Yanyi's little hand grabbed Naruto's arm. Silver Kiba bit her lower lip, trying her best not to make a sound, but with Naruto's deep and shallow movements, she froze. Still unable to hold back, he opened his small mouth and let out a seductive, charming, groaning groan. Seeing that Yanyi has entered the state so quickly, and the resentment that he had when he was jealous was completely gone, Naruto was surprised and very happy at the same time. It seems that when a woman is uncomfortable, she has to find a way to let it go. She feels great physically. At this time, the world sitting on the side did not know when she had already lay down. Her mouth was also slightly tender, panting, and Yuhi was dizzy. She had never seen such a scene before. At this time, she was shocked and ashamed. What should she do? She could only stare blankly at this scene, and before she knew it, her little hand had already touched her chest. Ah! After a while, an extremely high-pitched Zhao Chan sounded in the room. Yanyi, who was pressed down by Naruto, tensed up suddenly, a pair of snow-white round thighs tightly wrapped around Naruto's waist, and the secret passage between her legs suddenly contracted and twitched. Lost. Yanyi opened his mouth and bit his little hand, her beautiful eyes closed tightly into a high altitude. Tide. Naruto had not yet reached the peak of the jet, but seeing how she was already unbearable, he had to let go of her and looked at Otome and Mommy who were hugging by the side. The two women couldn't help but tremble. The next moment, Otome suddenly pushed Mammy's trousers to the crook of her calf and said to Naruto, "Quick, there are more here." Naruto glanced at Mommy, and the flood had already flooded, and the water had already flowed down his thighs onto the sheets. He smiled, grabbed Mammy's white and tender feet, gently pulled her body, and pulled her. His legs were slammed into her chest, and Naruto straightened up and inserted it into the slightly raised gap with a puff. Chapter 486 The World Joins. Oh, bad Naruto! Mommy cried out with a long groan. Her whole body trembled, and the next moment, she was so sensitive that she tensed up and raised her neck with a desperate shaking. Suddenly entered the high tide. Naruto felt the squeezing and squirming coming from her, and he almost cried out in comfort. At this time, Otome on the side couldn't bear it anymore. She was bold and took off all the clothes on her body. It was slightly crisp, and her breasts were only B-cup size. You looked a little inferior in front of their huge breasts, but she still tried her best to hug Naruto from behind, and her chest tightly pressed against Naruto's back. Naruto, I can't stand it anymore. Otome stretched out her tongue and slid quietly on Naruto's back. The itchy feeling made Naruto tremble all over his body, and his body was as hard as golden iron, pressing deep into Mammy's body, directly to the uterus. Okay, it's so hot. After Mommy madly vented, she lay weakly under Naruto and panted. Otome was lying on Naruto's back, and Otome's pair of jade hands were restlessly stroking around, touching Naruto's muscles, and occasionally fiddling with Mammy's big breasts under her body. While Mommy was lying on the bed, her legs were lifted high above her head, and she could only bear the impact of Naruto motionless. No, it can't be done. Naruto, I want it, I want to go. After a while, Mommy couldn't stand the excitement, and she opened her mouth and screamed. Yanyi on the side was still high, and in the aftertaste of the tide, Yuhi closed his eyes and dazed and listened to Zhao on the side, gasping and moaning. For a time, the house was extremely promiscuous and chaotic. At this time, the four of them, Saya, Shizuka, and Rei, who had finished taking a bath in the bathroom, suddenly found that there were not enough towels in the bathroom. The towels used by Yanye Mommy and the others were still in theirs. In the room. What should I do? How can we go out without bath towels? Shay became anxious. Well, it's all my fault. I didn't have enough bath towels ready. Shizuka bit her fingers with a distressed look. I think we'd better let Naruto help you with it. Lee said helplessly. He's probably already asleep now, we can't disturb him. Shizuka shook her head. But we won't be able to get out if we go on like this. Since he's asleep, can't we go out in an open and honest way? Yuzi suddenly suggested. The other three girls couldn't help but be stunned. That's right. Ouch. Why didn't I think of that? Shay suddenly cried out in annoyance. They all laughed. Hey, I'm a genius. You can't laugh at me. Saya shouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, you are a genius. Shizuka smiled and waved her hand. Should we go out now? Saya snorted and suddenly said, usually a strong man like Naruto has very keen senses. I think if we go out, it will definitely wake him up. Then we won't be seen. Is it? Well, I think you're just making excuses for your mistake just now, right? Lee hugged her chest and shook her head helplessly. What? Are you questioning my genius mind? Okay, stop arguing. I think everyone should think about how to get out now. Shizuka hurried up to persuade. Well, it's very simple, just send someone out to find the world and they'll get the towel back, Shay said. Who's going to send it? In the room, Mommy had lost all strength like Yanyi, and at this time, it was Otome who was on Naruto. Although Otome's figure is far from comparable to Mommy and Yanyi, the way she sits on Naruto and keeps exercising still brings Naruto a very strong sense of comfort. When she was with Mommy and Yanyi before, it was all Naruto moving, and this time Otome, who was very considerate of him, told Naruto to lie down and not move, and she moved up and down on her own initiative. In the sound of fluttering, Mammy's body swayed up and down, and every time she sank, Naruto's giant body would push deeply into her body, giving her a trembling pleasure. At this time, the world on the other side couldn't bear it anymore. She put one hand in her trousers and rubbed it desperately. She looked at Naruto, her face was full of Yuhi's dizziness and resentment. Otome, who was desperately moving up and down, turned her head to look at the world, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. It was only then that I noticed that the three of them were here to enjoy themselves, but they didn't care about the feelings of the world. It's just that Otome, who was enjoying herself, couldn't take care of that much anymore. Now, her whole body felt like she was about to fly into the clouds, and her pretty buttocks suddenly moved up and down rapidly. Seeing her sweaty appearance, Naruto stretched out his hand to hold her slender waist, and his warm big hand supported her body, and he moved quickly. Naruto-sama, I'm going to. Otome suddenly felt that the speed below accelerated, and the bursts of rush of pleasure that brought her instantly drowned her in it. With a long squeak, Otome's whole body leaned back, trembling. She was caught in the high tide, and the next moment she fell into Naruto's arms. Naruto hugged her gently, kissed her lips slowly, and whispered into her ear, "Thank you, Otome." Otome heard a slight movement on her face, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. After a while, Otome gained a bit of strength, slowly got up from Naruto, walked to the edge of the world, and suddenly smiled. "World, how is it? Do you want it too?" At this moment in the world, a hand was still stuck in her trousers, and she quickly pulled it out when she said it, but her hands were already full of sticky liquid. Her pink face suddenly turned purple, and she hesitated. She wanted to say something, but Otome didn't listen to her. She pulled her up and came to Naruto's side. "Naruto-sama, you must not be satisfied yet, let her satisfy you." Otome pushed the world towards Naruto with a smile, and the completely overwhelmed world fell on Naruto, panicking. Screamed softly. "World, I heard that you haven't had sex with Naruto just now." Hee, since you want it so much, let Naruto have sex with you now, Otome said, and reached out to untie it. Clothes on the World. Chapter 487 Release in Despair. It hurts, it hurts. Naruto entered gently, the world bit Kiba's face and Yuhi was dazed and endured, feeling the feeling of being stretched and torn under him, and his whole body trembled. Wow, I didn't expect this to be your first time in the world. Otome couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this scene. The world now has no time to listen to Otome's words, because the whole person was suppressed by Naruto, and the bottom was stretched open. The tearing pain and the wonderful sense of fulfillment left her brain blank. Naruto gently kissed the tears from the corner of World's eyes, and after entering, he stopped moving. He asked softly, if you slow down, I'll move. The world groaned and groaned. Without speaking, her whole face was buried in Naruto's arms. She, who had always been cheerful before, was actually broken in front of Otome, Yanba and Mami. This feeling of embarrassment, coupled with the pleasure and pain from her body, made her unable to speak at all. Otome watched the world with her eyes tightly closed and didn't dare to look around. She couldn't help laughing, and when she saw that the world's chest was only about the same size as hers, she finally felt comforted in her heart. World, you are so small here. Otome stretched out her hand to catch the upright bud on World's chest, quietly poking and fiddling. Ah Otome, what are you doing? The world's body twisted slightly under Otome's little hand. At this time, Naruto also moved slightly. Seeing that the world's reaction was not very intense, he started to move slowly. Because the world had already done enough lubrication work before, and now it is full of water, although it hurt a little when the first piercing, but after a while, when she got used to the size of Naruto, plus it was enough it's wet, so now the world is not painful when Naruto moves, but there is a wonderful itching feeling. Unable to help, she opened her small mouth and let out a soft cry. Her voice was clear and sweet, holding Naruto's neck with both hands, and she also moved slightly to cooperate with Naruto. Otome felt that her body was getting hot again. She had just been made high by Naruto, and she couldn't hold it anymore. She turned to look at Yanyi and Mami, but found that they also had expressions of unbearable resentment. Really, Naruto is so bad, he actually messed with us altogether. Mami cried out in dissatisfaction. Yanyi raised his mouth and looked at him angrily. Yeah, to actually take it and pull the world down. The four of us girls were made like this by him, it's really cool to him. Otome giggled and said, alright, you two just screamed so badly. Naruto is actually working really hard, so be considerate of him. When Otome said this, Yanyi and Mami immediately turned their faces to Yuhi, and turned around in shame. They couldn't help thinking of the scene where Naruto moaned and moaned wantonly, and their bodies became slightly hot. I don't know why, looking at the scene in front of me, Yanyi and Mami suddenly felt a very exciting feeling. Degenerate, promiscuous, and chaotic, a passionate and romantic scene was staged in this room. The sound here was blocked and could not be transmitted to the master bedroom, and Gui Shin was still sleeping soundly on the bed. But at this time, a figure suddenly came out of the bathroom and appeared in the master bedroom. Seeing Gui Shin lying on the bed, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Where's Naruto? Where did he go? The naked Shizuka carefully held the huge breasts that surpassed the H-cup on her chest, and passed through the master bedroom to the door where Yanyi and the others were. Knocked gently on the door. At this time, the 5 Jungwon people who were fighting in the room were lying on the bed and taking turns sitting in love with Naruto. How could they notice the slight knock on the door? Shizuka was a little puzzled. She reached out and twisted the door handle, only to find that it was locked from the inside. She felt even more strange. These students, why did you lock the door? I don't know what you're doing. She murmured, approaching the door, and suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the door. Ah, Naruto, give it to me, I want it. Well, and me, why is this? I'm so partial. Yes, I'm going. No. Well, hurry up. Immediately afterwards, all kinds of moans and lustful words came into Shizuka's ears. Shizuka's body softened, and she fell directly on the ground at the door. She stared blankly at the closed door in front of her, as if she saw the unbearable pictures inside, and her face was full of incredible expressions. After a long time, she slowly stood up, but found that her legs were all soft and fell, and the bottom was wet. It's so embarrassing, why am I reacting like this? Ah, I can't blame myself for this, it's all because of the bad students inside. Why are you doing that at this time? Also, why are Mommy Yanba and the others doing that kind of thing with Naruto? Shizuka was in a mess in her head, and she didn't know what to do. She returned to the bathroom in a daze, closed the door, and Yuhi's heart was beating on her face. Yazi, Saya and Lee and the others saw that teacher Shizuka had gone for a long time before coming back. They thought they would bring back the bath towel, but she didn't expect her to be empty-handed. Teacher Shizuka, where's the towel? Lee asked. After Shizuka heard the words, she came back to her senses, with a look of embarrassment on her face, and hesitantly said, I forgot. What? The three girls looked at each other, feeling incredible. How could they forget this? Nonsense. Saya stood up and said, what's going on with Shizuka-sensei? This, that. Shizuka really couldn't tell the matter. She was forced to ask her face for a while. Yuhi was speechless. The three of them looked very strange. There was no other way. After the three of them looked at each other, Saya straightened the EPUB breasts, and said, it seems that I should go. Open. She also went out. Like Shizuka, she came back immediately after going out, a jade face that rose even more Yuhi than Shizuka, and at the same time she looked very angry. What's wrong? What happened? Yazi and Lee were even more puzzled. Why didn't you get the towel back? Shay shouted angrily, damn. How can I get it under such circumstances? It's so outrageous. Chapter 488 Girl Figure. Rei and Yuko looked at each other and felt that something was wrong. The two narrowed their eyes slightly, staring at Shizuka and Saya with a dangerous look. Come on, what the hell happened to you? Why are you procrastinating with a bath towel? Spoke out about Naruto doing that kind of in Yanya's room. After speaking, Yazi and Lee were stunned. Both of them also made Yuhi's face, and Lee murmured, no wonder, but, I don't think Naruto is such a person, how can he do such Anyway, we really heard it. If you don't believe it, just listen to it yourself. Shay said. That's the case. In that case, why are we staying here? If Naruto is in the room, why don't we just go back and put on our clothes? Shizuka said suddenly. Yako, Saya, Miyamoto Rei. Saya patted his head. Ah. Damn it. It's all Naruto's fault. Doing such a shameful thing has made us all confused. Yazi covered his forehead and sighed, let's go out first. Opening the door, the four carefully walked out one after another and came to the master bedroom. Yazi and Lee saw Gui Shin who was sleeping soundly, and Li Wei whispered, fortunately, this little girl hasn't participated yet. Shizuka and the others looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Suddenly, the bedroom door of the opposite Yanyi's room suddenly clicked softly, and Naruto, who was sorting out his pajamas, came out contentedly. Then, he met four naked girls. After Naruto broke the world, Otom Yanyi Mami and the three also went out of their way, and kept asking Naruto for it. Of course Naruto could not ask for such a good thing. He sat in love with four girls all at once. He really had never experienced it. As a result, in the rounds of battles, the atmosphere turned out to be higher, which made Shizuka and Saya hear the unbearable voice. At this time, just after he put all four girls on the ground, he sprayed himself several times before he came out comfortably. It just happened unexpectedly. At this time, Naruto stared at the four girls who were even hotter than Yanyi and the others in the room, unable to look away. Screamed. It was Lee and Shay. The two hurriedly jumped onto Gui Shin's big bed, and immediately got into the quilt. Because of the sudden movement, Gui Shin was woken up. Yazi was relatively calm, but she still had a jaded face, holding her chest with one hand and covering her lower body with the other, looking at Naruto awkwardly. Shizuka is similar, but it's not that she doesn't want to hide, but she hasn't reacted yet. At this time, she is staring blankly at Naruto, holding her big breasts with both hands, but she doesn't know how to cover it. Naruto couldn't calm down immediately. He had just come out of Yanyi and the other's room, and he was satisfied, and there was a heat in his lower abdomen. What's the matter? Sister Lee and Sister Saya, how did you come to my bed? At this time, Gui Shin, who woke up, rubbed her eyes and saw two people beside her. A person who got into his bed, said something strange. Rei and Saya hid under the quilt, glaring at Naruto with fiery faces. It was only then that Gui Shin noticed that there were still two people standing in the room, with tender bodies. Then, she saw Naruto standing opposite them. Brother Naruto, Gui Shin called out, but found that the current atmosphere was a little weird. And Gui Shin's voice finally reminded Naruto. Naruto realized that something was wrong. He turned around quickly, and laughed dryly. I'm sorry everyone, I didn't see anything, haha, I'll leave it to you here, I go to another room to sleep. After he finished speaking, he immediately slid away and walked towards the room where the girls and the others were supposed to rest. At this moment, the voice of a scorpion suddenly came from behind. Remember to help us take out all the clothes later. Naruto was stunned, nodded and hurriedly opened the door and walked into the room. Closing the door, the previous images still remained in his mind. Saya, Yako, Shizuka, Rei. Although I usually think that their figures are very proud, I didn't expect to be amazing when they don't wear clothes. Although it was only a quick glance, with Naruto's eyesight, of course, he didn't see nothing. On the contrary, he had seen them all clearly. In comparison, among the four of them, the one with the most amazing figure is teacher Shizuka. She is indeed a mature woman, and her chest is so big that even Naruto can't imagine it. Although it has been estimated before, it is only now. When I actually saw it, I felt huge and dazzling. It is definitely beyond the H-cup or more. Naruto felt that his hands must be unable to hold. Moreover, Shizuka, who has such big breasts, doesn't seem to sag at all. It's really tempting, people. And next to him is Saya. I didn't expect this proud and talented girl to have a bamboo shoot-shaped chest. And it is second only to Shizuka-sensei's existence. Although Naruto has had a relationship with many girls, he has never seen such an unexpected girl. After Saya, it is Lee, and Fujimi College is worthy of being an aristocratic college. The girls' bodies are so full, and compared with Saya, it is only a little bit worse. What is comforting is that Yako's figure looks just right, a perfect figure in Naruto's eyes. Although her D-cup breasts are not as good as those of the other three, they match her tall figure and slender waist. As well as the slender thighs, all this looks extremely harmonious and natural, and it can be said that she is a girl who practices kendo. Naruto, who had already lost his mind, recovered after a while. However, when he saw the underwear, and pants of various colors and sizes on the bed, he immediately felt helpless. Holding these clothes, when Naruto came to the master bedroom again, he found that the four daughters and Gui Shin were all under the covers, and they all seemed to be asleep with their eyes closed. However, Naruto could tell at a glance that they were deliberately pretending to be asleep for fear of embarrassment. Shaking his head and slightly relieved, Naruto returned to the room again and lay on the bed. Although he and Yanyi were a little tired and wanted to rest, the tragedy was that he found that he couldn't calm down at all. I closed my eyes and my mind was full of those pictures from before. Chapter 489 How to Grow Chakra. After a while, Naruto slowly calmed down and fell asleep. Suddenly, he regained consciousness, and a large piece of light appeared in front of him. The sky was no longer dark, and the earth was no longer a dead body, but full of the fragrance of birds and flowers. Front, a beautiful figure stood there quietly, with her back to him, her long fiery yuhi-colored hair hanging down to her waist. At this moment, her back looked so peaceful and natural. Naruto was slightly taken aback. He actually came to the consciousness space. Since the chakra stopped flowing for no reason, he has hardly visited this place again, and did not expect to come unintentionally at this time. That figure, Naruto knew without thinking, was Uzumaki Kina. Did you call me here? Naruto walked over slowly, and Kina turned around with a gentle smile on her white face. Yeah, Naruto, I'm so bored here recently, why can't I see the outside world anymore? It seems that something is wrong with the chakra in your body, and even my chakra has been imprisoned. What? She said directly. Naruto shook his head and smiled bitterly. Yeah, I'm in another world now. I'm no longer in the ninja world, and the power in my body has been imprisoned as you said. I don't know if this is because the laws of this world are resisting me. All in all, bad luck. Kainai stretched out his hand to make a slight seal, and then frowned slightly. Hey, it's still not good. You talked about a new world. What kind of world is it? Also, why did you leave the ninja world? Yes. Is it through time-space ninjutsu? These days I have been bored and can't see the outside. It's so boring. Son, you better talk to me. She stepped forward and grabbed Naruto's hand, and the two sat on the green grass together, looking at the blue sky. Although all of this is just a world created by Naruto's consciousness, it seems that this place has really become a pure land in Naruto's heart. The former Kyuubi, Nine Tails, is no longer there, but replaced by a cheap mother, Kinai. The two lay down on the spot, and Kainai smiled lightly. I haven't chatted with you for a long time. I finally pulled you in today. Tell me about this new world. Naruto turned his head and glanced at her. Seeing that she was in high spirits, he had to talk to her roughly, starting with how he came to this world, talking about school life in this world, and what friends did you make at school. Listening to Naruto's vivid explanation, the expression on Kina's face was also very interested, and she sighed in surprise. When she heard something interesting, she would giggle and laugh. When she heard that he was interacting with several girls at the same time. Sometimes, he would laugh and scold again. Naruto spread his hands helplessly. Anyway, I don't want to hurt any good girl who likes me. As long as I can handle the relationship between everyone, how about a little bit of effort? In this regard, Chennai felt angry and laughed, raised her hand and beat him. You bastard, you are more attractive than your father. She didn't know what to think, and her face flashed a faint Yuhi dizziness. Said angrily, in addition to those girls in the ninja world, I'm afraid you can't take care of it now, right? Naruto laughed dryly and touched his nose. Hey, you bastard. Kainai covered her smooth forehead, but her face was helpless. Next, the two continued to chat for a while, and Naruto only told her some interesting and happy things, and she didn't tell her that the world began to collapse. Seeing her alone in the consciousness space is already so dull, and if you have to worry about the outside world, Naruto really can't bear it. When exiting the consciousness space, Chennai looked reluctant and lost. Consciousness slowly returned. This time, Naruto slept directly from early morning to evening. When he woke up and walked out of the room, he found that everyone else was still sleeping. He didn't bother everyone, came to the balcony, sat cross-legged and entered a state of cultivation. At this time, it was in the evening, and the setting sun slowly fell on the horizon of the city, casting a golden brilliance on the city full of gunpowder smoke. Just as he continued to refine the chakra, he suddenly noticed that there was only a trace of chakra, but at this time it actually increased. Moreover, the chakra was actually changed with yin and yang attributes, which was extremely pure. Naturally, this chakra is more harmonious than the chakra in his own body. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but fall into contemplation. What the hell is going on? I remember that when I first produced chakra, it seemed to be after having sex with mommy, and after that, it seemed that every chakra progress was after finishing with Otome and Yanyi. Do love enhance chakra? That's not right. When I lived with mommy, I used to do it with her often, but since the first time, I haven't had such an effect after doing it. Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but be stunned for a while. No, does it have to be done with a virgin to have such an effect? Well, But if this is the case, with this level of chakra growth, how many virgins must be broken? Naruto felt a pain in the ass just thinking about it. However, if this guess is true, it can be regarded as a way to restore chakra, and these chakras with changes in yin and yang attributes seem to be more handy than before. Sitting on the balcony, he entered a state of cultivation, but the thoughts in his head had unknowingly flew to the girls in the room. Maybe, you can really find a chance to try it. Find a way to verify it again. He thought quietly in his heart. Time passed slowly, and at this moment, someone in the room behind him seemed to wake up, and an unconscious murmur entered Naruto's ears. Then, a figure walked to the balcony. However, the other party didn't seem to notice Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, so he just walked over with his head raised. Just as Naruto was about to stand up, he found that the other party's calf bumped on his body. Oops! A coquettish cry sounded. The other party accidentally tripped over, and immediately fell out of the balcony when he felt unsteady. Naruto couldn't help being shocked when he saw this. He stood up with a brush, stretched out his hand to fish, and quickly carried her back. However, it was a coincidence that because Naruto pulled her too quickly, the pajamas buttons on the other party's body were not fully buttoned. When Naruto pulled her into his arms, the pajamas buttons suddenly broke. Now, with a bang, a whole piece of snow-white skin was exposed in front of my eyes. Chapter 490 Teacher Shizuka. She didn't seem to have reacted from the danger just now. At this time, her mouth was slightly soft, and after groaning, she looked up and leaned against Naruto's arms, looking at him motionless. Naruto hurriedly stretched out his hand to help her pull the open pajamas on her body, her old face slightly embarrassed, and said, "Sorry, Shizuka-sensei, I didn't expect you to come to the balcony and trip over you. Are you alright?" Juchuan Shizuka had just woken up, and was still a little confused at this time. She was also frightened by the sudden fall in her mind. It was not until Naruto apologized to her that she came back to her senses and heard Naruto. Then, she hurriedly shook her head. "No, it's okay Naruto, why are you on the balcony?" Then, she looked down at her chest, but found that Naruto's big hand was pressing there, and the two bulging mountains of flesh on her chest couldn't hide it. Only then did she realize that the clothes on her chest had been opened, and the holes were broken. "Ah!" she exclaimed again, and hurriedly reached out and pushed Naruto's big hand away, looking for the button herself. However, after searching for a long time, she found that the buttons on the clothes had already collapsed. Where can they be fastened? Why is this? She then became anxious. Her hands panicked to cover the scenery in front of her chest, but she was sitting in Naruto's arms at the moment. The more flustered she was, the more unable to cover her. And later on, the pajamas on him were completely messed up and could no longer be covered. Naruto almost had a nosebleed. A beautiful woman was sitting in her arms and adjusting her clothes unconsciously. Doesn't she know that she can stand up and run indoors to change clothes in this situation? Naruto, you, don't look around. Shizuka didn't know if she was too flustered or didn't wake up. She didn't hide herself for the first time, but she was still in Naruto's arms. He got up, holding his huge breasts that could make a man move, and screamed helplessly. In fact, Naruto really moved the chicken. Before she knew it, the big hand he had just wrapped around Shizuka's waist was completely attached to her smooth belly. And because of her clothes, Naruto's big hand was no longer blocked by the clothes at this time, and it was completely clinging to her jowl. Tender muscles. Skin. That. Naruto, your hand, it's so hot. Shizuka only discovered Naruto's big hand at this time, and she twisted her tenderly, slightly uncomfortably. Body, want to leave Naruto's palm. However, she found that the more she twisted, the more a warm feeling came out of her body. Naruto laughed dryly and secretly swallowed his saliva. Just as his palm was about to leave her lower abdomen, the brother under him couldn't help but stand upright, and the bulge directly pressed against her plump and full buttocks. Both of them were shocked and looked into each other's eyes. Shizuka's hands that were hurriedly tidying up her clothes suddenly stopped at this moment, and she couldn't help but raise two pretty Yuhi halo on her tender and jade-like face. In those beautiful eyes staring at Naruto, a soft wave suddenly emerged. Naruto, Naruto, she quietly opened her moist cherry lips. Her white teeth were looming, and a wet, warm breath sprayed onto Naruto's face. Naruto's body, I don't know when, has already sat down on the corner of the balcony, sitting on the cold floor, holding her warm tender body in both hands, looking at her so seductive and human appearance, can't help but be moved. Can I ask you a question? Shizuka said suddenly. You, speak. Naruto's throat moved slightly, his eyes couldn't help but look at her chest, a pair of white jade hands placed on the two bulging mountains, but they couldn't hide it at all, that snow-white and delicate piece of spring, light. Do you mind, a girl many years older than you? Shizuka's eyes turned slightly away, and Yuhi's dizziness deepened when she said this. Naruto couldn't help but beating in his heart. What did she mean? A girl many years older, isn't this referring to herself? Although he doesn't know how old Mr. Shizuka is, it doesn't look too big, and age is not a hindrance in front of him at all. Teacher Shizuka has already hinted at this level, if Naruto still doesn't understand. The next moment, he suddenly turned his face and slammed her slightly open cherry mouth. Shizuka's body trembled suddenly, her pretty eyes suddenly widened, and she stared blankly at Ming, who was close at hand. People. After being stunned for a few seconds, Shizuka didn't struggle to escape, but silently endured, quietly catered to Naruto, opening her mouth slightly to Naruto's. Wantonly greeted Naruto's tongue into the drill. Naruto kept kissing her lips, her lilac, looking at Yuhi's dizziness that was getting deeper and deeper on her face, and her body that was getting hotter. His hands finally reached out to Teacher Shizuka's clothes. Naruto's hand, covering Teacher Shizuka's shoulder, slid into her clothes, touching her incomparably smooth skin, and slowly, the clothes fell off her shoulders, revealing the round and smooth shoulders, slender, white and tender. The jade arm, and the two mountains of meat that were heavily pressing on Naruto's chest. His hands kept sliding on Teacher Shizuka's body, causing her body to tremble slightly. After a long time, he finally left the teacher's soft lips and kissed down her slender neck inch by inch. In the end, his mouth stopped on the bulging chest, and he looked at Shizuka, who was already in fascination, and in the chaos, he swallowed, and stopped her acacia anko. Shizuka-sensei trembled, and there was an unconscious moan and groan from her mouth. Naruto, you haven't answered me yet. Shizuka raised her head slightly, her head pale yellow. The long colored hair was casually scattered behind her, and it swayed slightly as she shook. The sensitive part of her chest was taken into Naruto's mouth, and an electric current-like feeling made her almost agitated. Naruto then raised his head and looked at her, holding her soft jade back in one hand and Yuhi's pretty face in the other, and said softly, Teacher Shizuka, let me answer you with my actions. As he said that, his hand suddenly slipped into her valley flowers. Shizuka shrank suddenly, her round and tender thighs couldn't help but clenched, but soon relaxed again, a little bit, and then tightly wrapped around Naruto's waist. Chapter 491 New Chakra. On the balcony, the infinite spring, the light, the distant sky, the sunset Yuhi, just like the pretty face of Shizuka at this time, and the rose blooming under her body. Being deeply entered, Teacher Shizuka's pretty face turned pale, but soon she bit Silver Kiba again, looked at Naruto quietly, and closed her eyes again. Naruto couldn't help being a little surprised. He didn't expect that Shizuka, who had become a teacher, was still a virgin. Feeling the tightness below her, Naruto couldn't even suspect that it was an illusion. Teacher Shizuka, Naruto called to her. Naruto, please don't call me, teacher. Can you call me Shizuka? Shizuka closed her beautiful eyes, her face paled slightly and then flooded again. There was a strong Yuhi tide, and he said softly. What's wrong? Naruto couldn't help asking, but he felt that when he called her teacher, there was a special excitement in his heart, and he didn't want to change his words for a while. Well, because if you call it like that, Yes, it will be very embarrassing. Shizuka opened her eyes, full of spring water, looked at Naruto and said, am I someone who doesn't know? What about the shameful teacher? To actually do it with the students, love. Naruto chuckled. I don't think so. It's normal for men and women to do things they like to do together. And, no matter who you are, Shizuka-sensei, you will be my woman in the future, and I will protect it with my life. Oh you. Well, Naruto, would you really accept an old woman like me? Shizuka was very moved, but she still cared about her age. After all, she was already 27 years old, but she was still like Naruto students have a relationship. How should everyone see themselves in the future? However, she thought about it again. The world is about to collapse. Who would care about such a thing? Moreover, I have never been in such close contact with a man, and now I have finally handed over my virginity, which is a breakthrough. And even if two people have sex, they don't necessarily have to be together. Now that they are so open, this can be regarded as a spur of the moment for the two of them. Naruto kissed her lightly, and said with a chuckle, Mr. Shizuka is so beautiful, so maybe she's an old woman. Hearing him praise her for being beautiful, Shizuka was overjoyed. Although she still felt that there was no possibility between herself and Naruto, the two of them making love together like this was just an indulgence, but she could hear his sweet words. Which was enough to make her feel happy. Naruto's next attack quickly made Shizuka forget everything, because after the slight tingling, the feeling was really too comfortable. She had never found out that after a man's things entered her body, it would bring her such a happy feeling. It can be said that this feeling is not an exaggeration to ascend to heaven. No wonder now men and women like to get tired of doing things together. It turns out that this kind of thing can really degenerate people. Shizuka let out a moan and groaned. The pair of huge meat mountains in front of her chest swayed constantly, slamming into Naruto's chest from time to time, causing waves after waves. And Naruto is constantly pumping back and forth. When I was inserting, I suddenly had a strange idea in my heart. Since I had already guessed that having sex with a virgin, love can improve the chakra in my body, why not do it while cultivating it this time? Love it. As soon as he thought of it, Naruto hugged Shizuka tightly with both hands and let her sit on his lap, while he kept hitting her secret path under him, bringing out bursts of cheerful sounds of water, and this at the same time, the only trace of chakra in his body began to run wildly, trying his best to extract the energy in his body. He found that whenever the bursts of pleasure hit, the mental energy generated could directly capture the physical energy in the original chakras in the body, and reform a special chakra, that is, chakra with yin and yang attributes. When he was shocked, when he captured the spiritual energy generated by the pleasure, there was a magical energy coming from the joint of the two, which merged with the chakra in the body, which further contributed to Naruto's body. Chakra growth. This feeling, it's a bit like the state of cultivating the power of nature. In the Hokage world, in addition to cultivating his own chakra, he can also absorb the power of nature into his body and combine with his own chakra to fight. The effect achieved is several times stronger than usual. And this kind of power of nature, since he came to this world, he has never felt it again, and even the power of life in this nature, he can no longer absorb it. But all of this, in the process of practicing while Naruto and Shizuka were doing it, all the mysteries were solved, and he seemed to see a whole new world, a whole new cultivation system. There is no force of nature, no force of life, and there are very few chakras in the body. This is the biggest desperate situation Naruto has encountered now. However, all of this was finally resolved at this moment, because the trace of chakra in Naruto's body that was slightly different from the original was not really extracted from the original solidified chakra, but by himself. An energy that is cultivated. Naruto finally understood the source of this chakra, a spiritual energy generated through the pleasure of intercourse with the girl, combined with the physical energy extracted from his own body, plus the one absorbed from the girl. A special energy, a brand new power with changes in yin and yang attributes. If the natural mode that Naruto could use before was to allow him to merge with nature, then this time, what he cultivated was the mode of how to merge with people, and to be more precise, how to use the negative energy in the girl's body way to practice. This negative energy is most abundant in virgins. Moreover, this must be used in the process of doing and loving. If it is practiced afterward, the effect will be greatly reduced. This is why every time Naruto has made great progress, it is only when the girl is broken for the first time, and no matter how the practice after that, the progress is limited. Feeling that there are more and more new chakras that have been continuously refined and combined in the body, they are getting stronger and stronger. While Naruto is delighted, he can't help but feel a little regretful. If he had discovered this mode that is equivalent to the double cultivation of yin and yang earlier, if so, everything will not change so passively. Chapter 492, Feeling Empowered is Cool. Cultivation continues. And the Shizuka on Naruto has already gone crazy. With Naruto's practice and movements, the chakra in Naruto also inadvertently flows to Shizuka's body along the intersection of the two. Although there is only a small one, this chakra is in Shizuka's body. When flowing in the meridians, it will not only produce a moisturizing effect, but also bring her an indescribably happy feeling. Under her body, she was already wet with the water flowing out, and it flowed along Naruto's body to the balcony, which was a real flood. But she didn't know it herself, the two kept doing it, and the sound produced when they were in love was like slapping the water surface. It is conceivable that Shizuka's place has really become a spring water. I don't know how long it took, Shizuka's throat was moaning, and her groaning was a little dry. She stuck out her fragrant tongue weakly, turned her back to the sky, and wrapped her jade arms tightly around Naruto's head. Her mind was completely blank. This happy dying feeling lasted for dozens of minutes. This feeling is more comfortable than falling into a high tide, making Shizuka want to die. Finally, when Naruto had completely refined that energy, the two finally stopped. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At this moment, the chakra in his whole body was dozens of times stronger than before. I slightly estimated the amount of chakra at the moment, and it has completely reached the level of when I was in Genin. Even if it is the standard of ordinary Konoha ninjas, the amount of chakra alone has the level of ordinary Jonin. Moreover, the most important thing is that this chakra is not purely a combination of its own spiritual energy and its own body energy, but adds another energy to the two, which is the feminine energy of the virgin. This negative energy has completely merged into Naruto's body and became part of his body energy. That is to say, this negative energy from the body of the opposite sex is not a one-time consumable, but can be generated spontaneously. And the new power formed by these three energies, even compared to the original natural mode combined with the power of nature, is not bad at all in terms of power level. This kind of power makes Naruto's chakra in the normal state, which is equivalent to entering the natural mode, and the power of the ninjutsu used is multiplied. And, better control. Surprised and overjoyed in his heart, he couldn't help but leap out, flying back and forth a few times on top of the surrounding buildings. However, when he looked down at Shizuka in his arms, he had already eaten slightly, and saw her face full of wet yuhi, her beautiful eyes closed unconsciously, and her small mouth was panting violently. Breathing, a pair of small hands also firmly grasped the clothes behind his back, his whole body was twitching slightly. Too bad, I ruined teacher Shizuka by patronizing cultivation. Naruto quickly withdrew from her body, stretched out his hand and stroked the bottom. His hands were full of hot water, a strange fascination, aura of love, and quietly explored. He found that the bottom of Shizuka was completely swollen. Not only in this way, when Naruto's fingers poked in, she kept pumping. Moved, as if to suck his fingers in completely. Naruto patted his head, feeling a little guilty in his heart. The next moment, he hurriedly treated Shizuka with his rough medical ninjutsu. A faint green light lit up from his hand, slowly covering the swollen spot between Shizuka's legs. After about 2 minutes, Yuhi's swelling had miraculously subsided, returning to its original pink tenderness. And Shizuka-sensei's body, which was panting and breathing rapidly, finally calmed down. She lay weakly on Naruto's chest and fell asleep again. Carefully helping her organize her clothes, Naruto picked her up and walked into the bedroom. Because he was afraid that the liquid on Shizuka's body would affect other people, and Naruto didn't want to bathe her to wake her up, he directly carried Shizuka into the bedroom where he slept before. After doing all this, Naruto could not help but let out a soft sigh. Looking at Saya and Rei, who were still sleeping in the master bedroom, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head, feeling a little fortunate that he and Shizuka were so intense on the balcony just now. Fortunately they didn't wake them up, otherwise. He shook his head and ran to take a shower. After a brief wash, he put on his clothes and came to the balcony again. At this time, the sun had already set, and night fell on the earth again. Looking down from the balcony, there were dead bodies walking back and forth on the streets near the rental house, and, most coincidentally, on the side of the door of my house. The gathering of dead bodies is almost blocking the way out of the courtyard gate. He shook his head and smiled. Could it be that these guys were attracted by the movement when he was in love with Shizuka before? However, he no longer cares about these Naruto. At this moment, he feels the long-lost sense of power in his body, and he can't wait to vent it. The next moment, with a swoosh, his figure suddenly crossed a distance of 100 meters and appeared on the roof of another house. Under the night sky, his blonde hair fluttered in the wind, like a god descending in the dark night, standing tall and straight, looking forward, the light in his eyes seemed to be able to see through the entire dark night. Although Naruto's body only has the amount of chakra equivalent to Jonin at this time, but with his research on art and master, even with only these chakras, his strength is enough to compete with any powerhouse. Before there were so many chakras, Naruto was not afraid of any dangers in this world, and after having Jonin's chakras, he would not be hindered by any difficulties either. After going back and forth around the neighborhood a few times, Naruto found that there were no survivors, and some people were running away. Once Naruto came to these people, he would go directly to help solve the problem. Drop the dead bodies that were chasing them, and then leave in an instant. Only a golden light and shadow remained in the eyes of others. Is it God? Of the people who were rescued, almost no one knew how he left and how he appeared. His figure was almost silent, his speed was as fast as lightning, and his strength was as strong as a god. Naruto's unintentional actions made the survivors here think they have seen a god. When Naruto left, their will to survive became stronger, and their hearts were filled with new hope. Because they saw God. Chapter 493 Pretend to Sleep. But Naruto didn't know that when he was doing these things before leaving, Yazi, Saya, Lee and the others quietly opened their eyes. Fortunately, Gui Shin, who slept the most, was not awakened. They looked at each other, Yuhi dizzy all over their faces. When Naruto and Shizuka were doing things on the balcony before, Yuko was the first to come over, but she didn't go out, but wanted to lie on the bed and continue to rest for a while. The conversation between teacher Shizuka and Naruto, and the content of the conversation made Yako feel ashamed and angry. Things with mommy and the others in the room before, but now he has to do it with Shizuka-sensei. At this moment, Yazi didn't know what it was like. Was it a loss? Still disappointed? Anyway, her mood is very complicated. After that, the movement between the two became even louder. Through the curtains, she could even see the shadow of teacher Shizuka sitting on Naruto's body, which kept moving up and down. There was a turbulent time, and it could no longer be calm. Finally, their movements also awakened the sleeping Saya and Lee. After they were stunned for a while, they also reacted. Their voices. However, the sound is not controlled by them. No matter how much they resist, it will eventually enter their ears without a trace, and they find that the more they resist this kind of sound, the more strange they feel in their hearts. A warm feeling, hot sensations rose from their bodies. Then, the three women listened to the Spring Palace for more than an hour, causing the three of them to keep twisting their bodies, their mouths slightly tender, and they gasped. However, when Naruto and the two came in after finishing, the three girls immediately closed their eyes and pretended to sleep, which made Naruto mistakenly think that they had not been woken up. But I don't know, his bad behavior and behavior have long been known by the three girls. Naruto continued to jump back and forth for a long time outside. The feeling of borrowing chakra to jump tens of meters or even 100 meters high, let him regain the unrestrained ease in the Hokage world. In an instant, Naruto appeared on the balcony of his house in an instant. In the house, the lights were already on, the breeze flashed, and he turned around, and he had entered the master bedroom. Yazi, Saya, and Miyamoto Rei all woke up. At this time, the three of them were sitting on the sofa, and there was some freshly boiled porridge on the small table in front of them. Everyone was drinking with a bowl in their hands. The appearance of Naruto made the three girls stop, and their faces were all yuhi. "You all got up, how are you sleeping?" Naruto greeted with a smile. The three girls couldn't help but curse in their hearts. It's no wonder they slept well. How could you possibly put us to sleep by doing that kind of thing on the balcony? Asshole. However, of course they wouldn't say it, but there was already a strange look in Naruto's eyes. It's okay. In order to ease the embarrassment, Yako said with a smile. Although she was still very concerned about the things Naruto had done before, she felt a little uncomfortable, but she still tried her best to control herself not to be influenced by her emotions and confuse the mind. Naruto didn't notice the difference between the three girls. He smiled and sat down, and then Yako greeted him for some porridge. Sensei, who should have slept with them and then did sex with Naruto on the balcony, the three girls did not mention it, nor did they wake up Mommy and Yanyi. How could they be embarrassed to look for embarrassment at such a time? After drinking for a while, Naruto glanced at the three girls and suddenly asked, "Where's Guei-shin?" He found that Guei-shin, who was supposed to be sleeping with them, was gone. "She just woke up and went to her sister's room," Shay said with a face yuhi. Naruto was slightly startled, and the secret was not good. At this time, Yanyi and the others should be in a mess. If this girl, Guei-shin, ran in, she would definitely know. Although this girl is only at the age of junior high school, it is precisely because of this that she is more sensitive to this kind of thing. Just when he felt bad in his heart, Guei-shin finally came out of her sister's room. Her face was yuhi moist, as if she was drunk. Seeing Yazi and the others sitting on the sofa drinking porridge with Naruto, he couldn't help but walk over and glared at Naruto secretly, then raised his little foot and stomped on him fiercely, and whispered to him, "Brother Naruto, you are so bad. You actually made sisters and the others like that." Yuhi dizziness flashed across her pretty face, and she sat on the opposite sofa with her sweet butt up. Well. Naruto covered his forehead and sighed in his heart. It seems that this girl, Guei-shin, found out. His old face made yuhi, and after regaining his senses, he hurriedly called Haha to find an excuse to escape. "I'm full, go back to the room to prepare something, and call me if you have anything." Seeing how he was fleeing, Guei-shin snorted at his back from a distance, causing the three of them to giggle. "Guei-shin, you are so brave. Even Naruto dares to tease." Lee couldn't help saying. Guei-shin smiled and said, "He's my brother-in-law. My brother-in-law has to let my sister-in-law do it. Anyway, he didn't do that kind of thing once or twice. I watched it last time." He don't say it. She almost said that she leaked the thing that she peeked at her sister and Naruto that day, and said what she loved, which is very shameful. She wouldn't say it. However, Saya and Lee, who were aroused by Guei-shin's curiosity, didn't let her go at all, grabbing her small arms and asking questions. "Heart, tell me what you saw. Did Naruto do H?" Saya asked with a face of 8 trigrams. As expected of a talented girl, she could think of it all. Guei-shin was flustered for a while, and quickly broke away from the two girls. "I won't tell you guys. I'll go find big brother Naruto." The three women looked at each other, feeling a little strange. At this time, just as Naruto closed the door, he saw Guei-shin burst in and slammed into him. "Heart, what are you doing rashly?" Naruto said while holding her head. "Well, it's nothing. I just came to see if brother Naruto needs help anywhere." She shook her head, broke away Naruto and pressed her big hand. Chapter 494 Hillary Alice. Naruto glanced at Shizuka, who was sleeping soundly in the bed, and when he saw Guishin's ghostly appearance, he said, "Then go and bring me some paper and a writing brush." Paper and writing brush. Brother Naruto, what do you want these for? Guishin was taken aback for a moment, and asked very puzzled. Don't ask too much, just go get it first. Naruto patted her thin little shoulder. Well, okay. Guishin pursed her lips slightly and walked out of the room in response. On the other hand, Naruto sat down on the chair beside him, and when Guishin finally brought all the pen and paper, he motioned her to put the things on the table. Brother Naruto, what are you doing? According to Naruto, after finally getting the pen and paper, Guishin blinked a pair of big clear eyes and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Naruto smiled lightly. Give me the ink. Oh, Guishin replied obediently. She was so curious that she couldn't help thinking to herself, Naruto brother is still interested in writing calligraphy. It's so weird. When she was grinding the ink, Naruto had already cut the paper into the size of a palm, and stacked a dozen sheets together. Then, he took the pen and dipped it in the sharpened ink, and began to draw on the paper. At the same time, a faint chakra followed the brush in his hand and drew on the paper. Make a detonator. Although this is not the world of Hokage, there is no paper and ink specially used to make detonation symbols, but at Naruto's current level, he mixed his own chakra, and used ordinary ink and pen to draw this stroke on ordinary paper. The detonating talisman can also achieve a good effect. The detonating talisman made a few days ago has been used up, and now I have to continue to make a few more while I have time. Ah, Naruto brother, are you painting? But I can't understand what you're painting. So your painting skills are so poor. Guishin saw him beside him. I couldn't understand anything in the painting, so I couldn't help but smile. Naruto laughed and scolded. You better be quiet, you'll find out later. Guishin stuck out his tongue and stopped talking. Because the chakra in Naruto has made great progress now, it is very easy to draw the detonating symbol continuously. With his non-professional level, he can draw a good one in 10 minutes. In less than an hour, he had already drawn 10 detonating symbols. After stretching, Naruto looked at his results with satisfaction. Guishin ran out of boredom long ago, while Shizuka was still asleep. Putting down the pen, Naruto came to the master bedroom, intending to relax. It was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and when Naruto walked out of the room, he happened to see Yazi, Saya, Rei, and Guishin sitting on the sofa watching TV. As soon as he saw Naruto, Guishin exclaimed, "Brother Naruto, come and see, now the whole world has become like that." Naruto frowned, came to the TV, and saw the horrible pictures inside. These pictures were all taken from the air with helicopters, and this was the only radio station that could still be received, TV Tokyo. Broadcast content. It seems that the United States took the lead in such a crisis, followed by Japan, followed by the Celestial Dynasty. This plague-like zombie tide seems to be spreading from east to west. So, it is very likely that you have already encountered such a danger in the moment you are in Paris. Naruto frowned, and carefully sensed the Hiraishin coordinates that he had set on the instant body, and could not help but slightly relieved. Fortunately, although she could not sense the environmental conditions over there, her body was still very good. Did not encounter any danger. Hasn't this disaster spread to her now? Or, has she been protected from danger? Thinking of this, Naruto couldn't help but want to teleport to see the situation with a Hiraishin technique. However, just when he was about to do this, a scream suddenly came from downstairs outside the balcony. All the girls were slightly startled, and they all looked at each other. It was the screaming voice of a living person. The next moment, Naruto rushed to the balcony first, looking at the direction where the sound came from, and Yazi and the others followed closely behind. In front of a house not far away, the lights were still on, the door was open, and a wooden stick tied with a sharp weapon suddenly stretched out from inside, and stuck it straight at a middle-aged man standing at the door. On the man. Kai. The wooden stick was taken back, and several people in the room shouted in fear. I'm sorry, we don't want to, but we have to do it. Boom. The door is closed. The middle-aged man fell in a pool of blood, a large hole was poked in his abdomen, and blood couldn't stop gushing out. And beside him, a little girl with short pink hair who was only 11 or 12 years old, was standing there dumbfounded, watching her father fall weakly to the ground, as if she was frightened. Since her mother also died, the father who took her all the way to escape here was the only support in her heart when she was young, but now her support, her father, did not die in the hands of those terrifying zombies, but killed alive by those who were still alive. At this moment, her heart was full of grief and despair. Dad! She was stunned for a long time, and finally screamed and fell on her father's body and cried. Tears fell on her father's body. The middle-aged man still retained a trace of breath, and said slowly, Yes, I'm sorry, Alice, Dad. I'm going to my mother's place, leaving you alone. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. You must live strong. When the middle-aged man said the last sentence, his eyes were full of despair. He knew that without his Alice, how could Alice, who is alone, survive in this world full of despair? However, he always held such a small hope in his heart. This scene made Naruto and others on the balcony look angry, especially Naruto, because the person who killed the middle-aged man was one of the people he had rescued before. Unexpectedly, these people have been driven crazy by this collapsing world. Instead of helping others, they killed others. This action made Naruto even more angry. Chapter 495 Safe. At this time, due to Alice's cry, there were constantly dead bodies attracted by the movement here, and they slowly walked towards the yard and appeared in front of Alice. When the middle-aged man was dying, he also saw the appearance of the dead bodies coming. He used all his strength to say to his daughter, Alice, run quickly, get out of here, you must live. No, Dad, I want to be with Dad. Alice cried even more fiercely. In the cry, the dead bodies seemed to have seen delicious food, and went crazy towards Alice's body. The direction flew over. Suddenly, a white puppy rushed out from the side, stopped in front of Alice and barked at the group of dead bodies, as if he never wanted to. Alice was stunned. She didn't expect her little pet dog to be so loyal and kind to herself. However, the puppy's roar was useless at all, and the dead were still approaching. At this moment, a dagger suddenly pierced the night sky and flew to the ground in front of Alice, slanting into the soil. Alice was still crying on her father's body, ignoring the figures of the corpses flying over. Swish! The next moment, a figure flashed out of thin air in front of Alice, like a golden glow in the night sky. Instant, Naruto used Hiraishin's technique to stop Alice in front of him. He slowly crouched down and pulled out the dagger on the ground. The girls on the balcony suddenly disappeared when they saw him, and then suddenly appeared in the distance. This was exactly the same as the previous example of him disappearing in the car. Their faces could not help but be full of surprise and exploration. Alice seemed to feel something and raised her head slightly. When she saw a tall and straight figure standing there in front of her, she couldn't help but stop crying. Naruto took back kunai and put it in the bag at his waist, but instead of rushing to kill the dead bodies, he turned around and came to Alice's father's side, crouched down, and put his hands on his stomach. A faint green light suddenly lit up from his palm, full of a breath of life. Alice widened her eyes and looked at the green light in disbelief. Big brother. She stared blankly at the scene in front of her that she had only seen on TV, and fell into a sluggishness. Naruto frowned, with a focused look, lowered his head and continued to treat him with medical ninjutsu. However, what made him helpless was that the middle-aged man's body was injured to the point where he could not be rescued at all with his meager medical ninjutsu skills. It would be great if he could absorb the power of life at this time. Unfortunately, he can't use it. No, it's useless. The middle-aged man was lying on the ground and seemed to be shocked by Naruto's appearance and the magical skills he showed, but after being shocked, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Naruto's body. With both hands, he said slowly, "Please, please don't waste your energy. Young man, can I ask you one thing?" The green light in Naruto's hand gradually dissipated, and he nodded slightly. "Please speak." For me, take care of Alice." Okay, please, answer, promise me," the middle-aged man said pleadingly. He looked at his daughter Alice lovingly, his face full of disbelief. You who are so amazing, must be able to protect Alice." Naruto nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Okay, I promise you." "Well, then don't worry." The middle-aged man finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words, and the divine light in his eyes gradually dissipated. Dad. Seeing her father die in front of her with her own eyes, Alice couldn't help crying again, a heart-piercing cry that spread almost to the entire night sky. Naruto shook his head helplessly. If he had medical ninjutsu like Sakura or Tsunade, the middle-aged man would not die. However, although he is the 6th generation Hokage, he has seen a lot of ninjutsu, but he can the Grandmaster, are only some combat ninjutsu, and the medical ninjutsu is only a beginner. It is not a problem to treat some minor injuries, but he can't do anything about this level of injury. He stretched out his hand to support Alice's shoulder and said softly, "Is your name Alice? Don't cry yet, even if your father dies, you have to be strong, you know." Alice Zhao, her small body trembled slightly. She raised her face that was crying like pear blossoms in rain. Her slightly swollen eyes were full of tears. Her innocent and beautiful little face was full of sadness and despair. Seeing her like this, Naruto couldn't help feeling pity. Such a little girl should have a happy childhood and a bright future, but this apocalyptic world shattered all her dreams. Naruto stood up, turned around, faced the group of dead bodies that were coming straight in, stretched out his hands on his chest, and slowly formed a few handprints. Futon, wind style, the art of wind cutting. A soft drink rang out from Naruto's mouth, and the next moment, an invisible wind blade the size of a person appeared in front of him out of thin air, flying horizontally towards the dead bodies in front of him. The technique of wind cutting, as the name suggests, turns the power of the wind into a sharp blade, killing all enemies in front of you. After Naruto uses this ninjutsu, he can also control the movement and direction of this wind blade with his powerful control. The invisible wind blade seemed to pass through all the dead bodies slowly and quickly, and instantly disappeared into the distant night sky. The next moment, all the dead bodies that were rushing towards Naruto stopped, and then, from their necks, blood arrows shot out. Chi. Almost at the same time, the necks of all the dead bodies in front of Naruto were cut by the wind, and then, the heads of the dead bodies kept falling to the ground in the courtyard. Naruto lowered his hands and exhaled slightly. The speed of using ninjutsu to solve dead bodies is fast. When a wind blade goes down, these unresponsive dead bodies have almost no time to react, which is countless times faster than the melee fight with a dagger before. He turned around, looked at Alice who was staring blankly at him and said, "It's over, Alice, now you are safe." Big brother. Alice stopped crying, because she was completely shocked by this magical scene. At this moment, she thought that the hallucination appeared in front of her eyes, that she was already dead, dream. However, when she looked up at Naruto's gentle smiling face, she knew that all this was extremely real. These are not dreams. On the balcony over there, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the heads of the dozen or so dead bodies falling to the ground. Is even eerie compared to the scene. Chapter 496 Ability. Magic. Just by doing a few strange actions, the dead bodies fell to the ground. What is this? Magic. Qigong. Sword Qi. The heads of the girls have fallen into a slight short circuit. It's magic. It's magic. Saya suddenly shouted, and she pointed at Naruto with a shocked face, only to see Naruto move his hands slightly, and the ground in the yard suddenly separated to both sides out of thin air, revealing a small rectangular pit about 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. Then Naruto turned around and picked up the corpse of Alice's father, the middle-aged man, put it in the pit, and said to Alice, "The dead are buried in the ground, I will bury your father here, Alice, you should agree, right?" Alice's slightly swollen eyes, her reluctant gaze fell on her father's body. After listening to Naruto's words, she finally nodded slightly. Naruto stretched out his hand and quietly squeezed the seal, and the pit was covered up again, returning to its original appearance, as if it had never been dug up. In addition to the sadness in Alice's eyes, seeing this magical scene, she couldn't help showing surprise. Then, she suddenly knelt down and kowtowed a few times towards the place where her father was buried, then stood up and walked to Naruto's side, her trembling little hand pulled up his big hand, raised her head and said gratefully, "Big brother." "Alice, thank you." Naruto smiled slightly, put his hand on her head gently, rubbed her soft pink short hair, looked at her and said, "Alice, I will protect you from now on and I won't hurt you again." Hearing Naruto's gentle words, tears flowed from Alice's eyes again, and she finally couldn't help throwing herself into Naruto's arms and let her cry. Naruto hugged her by the waist, reached out and patted the girl's weak back gently, comforting her gently. At this time, the white puppy next to him suddenly stuck out his tongue and bit Naruto's trousers lightly. Naruto was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile. "Little thing, do you want to follow us too?" The little dog seemed to be able to understand what Naruto said, his little head nodded and barked a few times. Alice in her arms stopped crying when she heard the dog barking, left Naruto's arms, reached out to pick up the puppy, and whispered, "This puppy is so cute, let's not leave it, okay?" The puppy seemed to understand her words, and licked Alice's face happily, and the tears on Alice's face finally stopped flowing. "Okay." Naruto smiled and nodded. "That's great. Puppy, you'll follow us from now on. I'll call you Jiku, okay?" "Wong, Wong." The puppy seemed to be responding, barking with a cheerful look. "Jiku, Kiku." Alice laughed with tears on her face. "Wow, wow." Jiku responded, licking Alice's little face again. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help but laugh. The next moment, he hugged Alice's delicate body again, and his body jumped up, with a few flashes, and appeared on the balcony in an instant. After bringing Alice and Jiku back, Naruto smiled slightly at his sons Sayori and Gui Shin who were staring blankly at him. "If you have anything to say, let's go in and talk." The goddesses were stunned for a moment, then they reacted and followed Naruto into the master bedroom. Alice stopped crying, she leaned against Naruto's warm arms, raised her head and looked around the room curiously. "Big brother, where is this place?" "This is where we live temporarily, those dead bodies will never come in," Naruto said softly. I don't know your name, big brother," Alice asked again. "Naruto, just call me Naruto brother." "Oh." Alice responded, and lay in his arms and stopped talking. The death of her father made her very sad for a while, and the only thing she felt reliable at the moment was the big brother Naruto beside her. Relying on his warm arms, Alice slowly fell asleep. She was stimulated too much, and fled here with her father all the way. What happened was a little girl who was only 11 or 12 years old. Unbearable. And now, after the disaster, only Naruto's embrace can make her find warmth and security again. After Alice fell asleep, Naruto wanted to put her aside and let her sleep, but found that her small hands were holding her clothes tightly and did not want to let go. Helpless, Naruto had to let her stay in his arms. Seeing how Naruto loved Alice so much, all the girls had gentle smiles on their faces. The puppy Jiku beside him also licked the back of Naruto's hand. After a while, everyone came back to their senses from this warm atmosphere with a hint of sadness. The eyes of the girls fell on Naruto tightly, looking at him as if they were going to cut him open carefully. Research the same. You, just say something if you have anything to say, don't keep looking at me like this. Naruto spread his hands and said. The four girls looked at each other. Saya stood up first, walked to Naruto, leaned over slightly, and those beautiful eyes suddenly stared at him at close range. Naruto, did you use magic just now? Naruto was stunned for a moment, his eyes swept over her heavily dangling chest, and replied, you can understand it is magic. Then are you a human or a ghost? Saya asked again. If I were a ghost, I would have eaten you long ago. Hearing this question, Naruto glared at her angrily. Well, Sayanin's face slightly Yuhi, hesitantly asked again, then are you an ordinary person? Otherwise, how could it be possible to do magic? This is not scientific. Faced with this question, Naruto was really unable to answer, and if he wanted to explain it, it would involve things in the world of Hokage. It was really difficult for him to explain it for a while, so he had to ask, have you heard of a power user? Ability user. The other three women were also stunned. Lee said, isn't this someone from science fiction? Could it be that big brother Naruto is a power user? Gui Shin exclaimed excitedly. Naruto nodded seriously, yes. I am an ability user. But my ability is a newly awakened ability, so you didn't know it before. Really? Yako frowned slightly. To be honest, her strength for Naruto has been from admiration at the beginning to shock later, and now unbelievable, she has been completely unable to see through Naruto. Now, hearing his words, she already felt as magical as listening to a science fiction story or a movie. However, she still had some doubts in her heart. For example, Naruto gave herself an indescribable powerhouse aura in school. If what he said was a newly awakened power user, it should be don't make yourself feel that way. And Saya Heli and Gui Shin were already attracted by what Naruto said. When they heard him say that he was a supernatural being, the three girls were all excitedly surrounding him and kept asking him questions. Example, Naruto, what kind of abilities do you have? Naruto, did you just disappear by teleportation? Naruto, is your ability to use magic? A series of questions were asked, and the three girls could not wait to cut open his head to see what was hidden inside. Naruto had no choice but to make up some excuses to perfunctory. However, the enthusiasm of the three girls seemed to never stop, and Naruto's answer still could not satisfy their curiosity. In the end, Saya and Rei even held Naruto tightly in their arms with one arm. Naruto, can you teach me magic? Naruto, I want to learn teleportation. Chapter 497 Strange Atmosphere. Naruto felt that the incomparably tall and full chest of the two women surrounded his arms, and he could even feel the two slight bumps on the chests of the two women. People have been made a little uncontrollable. Fortunately, at this time, the most calm child came up and pulled the two away, and said lightly, I think whether it is supernatural power or magic, these are not things that ordinary people can learn, so don't think about it anymore. With this idea, it's better to spend time thinking about how to arm yourself with the existing conditions. After all, if we rely on Naruto's strength alone, our existence is worthless. Yazi waved his hand lightly, picked up the long oak knife on the side, and said, then we must truly fight and survive together, and each of us must exert our strength as much as possible. Quote. Saya and Lee then left Naruto's side, lowered their heads slightly, and fell into deep thought. Lee is not bad, she has good spear skills and will never back down when dealing with dead bodies, but Saya is different. Although she is a gifted girl in school and has a prominent family, she has many auras in one. But in this apocalyptic world that relies purely on force, what role should she play? Not only her, but also Gui Shin is also thinking about this issue, but, compared to Shay, Gui Shin puts herself more in the position of being Naruto's sister-in-law, and her brother-in-law protects her sister-in-law, as it should be. Okay, don't think about it anymore, let's go find your parents first. Although this world has become like this, we must not give up hope, right? And with me here, I will never let you have any trouble. Yes, don't worry. Naruto showed a bright smile on his face, and the four girls couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief, and their hearts were beating in unison. After speaking, Naruto broke the little hand of the girl in his arms, gently placed her on the bed, covered the quilt, returned to the room, and continued to make those detonating charms. It was now past 10 o'clock, and Naruto had just finished making a detonating talisman when Shizuka, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, suddenly opened her eyes with a bang. She looked around with a pair of beautiful eyes, and when she saw Naruto sitting on the stool with her back to her under the light, she couldn't help feeling a little warm in her heart. Naruto. She got up gently, the quilt covering her body slowly slid down from her tender body, revealing the hot body inside. Naruto looked back at her. Teacher Shizuka, you are awake, why don't you sleep for a while? How long have I slept? Shizuka covered her forehead slightly and frowned slightly. She remembered that she seemed to be dying, and the culprit was the guy in front of her. Thinking of his incomparably brave movements, the strength with which she almost stabbed herself in and out of her body, a burst of red yuhi suddenly rose on her face, and she thought to herself, no wonder he was in the room with Mommy Yan before. They are doing that. With such a powerful function, a woman simply cannot satisfy it. Naruto was also a little ashamed. Before, he was immersed in chakra training and did not take into account her feelings. As a result, she almost broke her. Hearing this, he touched his nose and smiled. It's almost 5 hours. Really, I didn't expect to sleep for so long. Shizuka moved, got out of bed and stood up. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand between her legs in surprise and said softly, why doesn't it hurt? Could it be? Is it a dream? No way. It's already been. With a puzzled face, she glanced at Naruto, only to see that the other person's gaze was falling between her legs. Only then did she notice how inappropriate her actions were. Sitting back on the bed, Yuhi's face was full of dizziness, and he looked at Naruto and said angrily, Naruto, what the hell is going on? Didn't we already? Naruto knew what she was talking about. Generally speaking, a girl who just broke her body did it so intensely for the first time. Without a day and a night of rest, it would be impossible to get up and go to the ground, but Shizuka just slept for a while and it was completely fine. There is no pain or swelling under the body, it is completely like nothing. He chuckled and said, Teacher Shizuka, I have a way to help you heal the injury there. So don't be suspicious, isn't it good? Naruto, you still need to heal that kind of injury. Shizuka's face turned a little yuhi. She couldn't help but have some unsightly images in her mind, and she was also very curious about how Naruto healed by himself. Naruto sweated. At this moment, a grunt sounded suddenly, and the sound came from Shizuka's stomach. She couldn't help but look at Yuhi, looking at Naruto a little embarrassed. Naruto thought it was funny. I haven't eaten in a long time, there is something to eat outside, let's eat some. After Shizuka heard the words, she got up and ran out of the room. Seeing her buttocks twisting violently as she walked, Naruto secretly swallowed saliva. At the same time, in another room, Mommy, Yanyi, Otome, and the 4 other people in the world were also woken up by hunger. After the traces of love, Yuhi dizziness rose on everyone's face, and they turned their faces away and did not dare to look at each other's bodies. Because, everything that happened before was really too kinky and messy. They couldn't imagine that the 4 girls were in the same room, courting Naruto in various ways, remembering how they had their sweet ass up and constantly asking Naruto to insert themselves. Their faces were bleeding from Yuhi. They looked at each other and saw shame in each other's eyes. After a while, the 4 daughters finally found their own items from the messy clothes on the bed and the ground to put them on, took a quick shower, and walked out of the room after washing. At this time, Yazi and the others who had seen Shizuka come out had already gone to prepare some food. Seeing Yanyi and the others walking out of the room together, they made more. However, because the 4 women of Yanye and Naruto did those things in the room before, they all looked a little shy at this time, for fear that they would see the difference between them, so they didn't say much, and after saying hello just ate something. On the side of Yazi, they, who already knew it, did not expose it, and continued to watch the live news on TV. Chapter 498 Find Weapons. Suddenly, Shay frowned and said suddenly, Oops, the country has fired a nuclear bomb. What's wrong? What nuclear bomb? The girls all gathered around and said inexplicably. Shay frowned and said, I didn't expect that all countries have launched nuclear bombs. As a result, the electronic equipment we use now will be disturbed. It is very likely that we will not be able to use anything that relies on electricity in the future. What? When the girls heard this, they couldn't help but exclaimed. It is conceivable that once the world runs out of electricity and electricity cannot be used, it will be very inconvenient for people. Moreover, in a situation where the world is full of dead bodies, if we cannot rely on high-tech power-related equipment, human beings will not be able to use it. The chances of survival will be greatly reduced. Just as Saya continued to explain, the TV screen in the room suddenly flickered, and after a while, all the pictures turned into snowflakes. It seems that the radio signal has been affected. Now it's only 2 or 3 days after the disaster broke out. Unexpectedly, the world has collapsed like this. If it goes on like this, if there is no one to take care of it, it will soon become impossible to use electricity. In that case, this place will become completely dark in the dark night. The girls sat together with worry on their faces. However, this is only the beginning of the collapse of the world. They all know in their hearts, how many people can survive to the end among so many dead bodies in the world. How can human beings find a piece of pure land to live together and end this state of escape? The army is in action, but what about ordinary people? So what? All of this will be a problem that everyone will face in the future. The next day, it still rose from the east brightly. If you don't look at the devastated earth at the moment, the morning glow still looks very beautiful. Naruto made a total of 30 detonating talismans last night and didn't fall asleep, but after all the girls fell asleep, he quietly came out of the house, and then dodged to the house that rejected Alice's father. In the family, the person who killed Alice's father was personally dealt with and avenged for Alice. Then came back to sleep. Now that he wakes up, he feels refreshed, and the chakra in his body is constantly flowing, bringing him a new vitality. The girls also got up, and after taking turns to wash, they were all sorting their things. Because, today, I have to leave here and go to this world full of crisis outside. There is not much food left at home, only the rations for 1 meal are left, and it is impossible for everyone to stay here forever. Moreover, they must also have their own wishes to achieve, to find their own relatives. Naruto stood on the balcony, overlooking the entire surrounding community. A few people in the family last night, except for the guy who was killed by him, were so scared that they fled here overnight. Knowing whether the escape was successful or if he became a dead body on the way. Anyway, he didn't care anymore. At this moment, Wei Shin's exclamation suddenly came from the room. What's wrong? Naruto turned around and entered the house, and saw that all the girls were packing their things, while Wei Shin was squatting in front of the drawer of a large cabinet, holding a few metal objects in her hands. Brother Naruto, don't you think this is a bullet? She ran over and took the bullet in her hand to Naruto. Naruto took it and saw that it was indeed a bullet, although he didn't know what kind of bullet it was. However, this metallic texture is definitely real. How come there are bullets here? Naruto couldn't help but be a little puzzled, walked over and looked at the drawer, and found that there was actually a magazine in it. He couldn't help but be stunned, and asked Shizuka, who was trying on a skirt, "Mr. Shizuka, what did your friend do before? Why are there bullets in the room where he lives?" My friend seems to be a police officer like Miss Mommy, but I heard that she is very good, and she is a sniper. It seems that she is ranked in the top 5 in the country among the police." Shizuka turned back said. Mommy couldn't help but exclaimed, "Wow. I didn't expect your friend to be so powerful. I'm so envious." She only came back once a long time. Although I have been helping her at home, I haven't touched anything in the cabinet, and I don't know. Shizuka came over and looked at Naruto. The magazine in the drawer had a puzzled look on his face. "What's wrong, Naruto?" "It's nothing. Since your friend is a policeman, it's no wonder." Naruto put the magazine back and said. Suddenly he saw a safe next to the cabinet, and a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. The next moment, he walked directly over, his fingers lightly wrapped around the lock of the safe, and a small sharp wind blade flashed past. With a bang, the iron rope was cut, and Naruto opened the whole box with a bang. Huh, Naruto, what are you doing? This is my friend's thing. Shizuka let out a slight whistle, but when she was about to say something, she was already shocked by what she saw. This is... Shizuka looked at the box of firearms and weapons in disbelief, as well as various ammunition. The other girls were also attracted and surrounded the insurance alley, suddenly exclaiming. There are so many weapons. The girls glanced at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. So, wouldn't everyone's most worrying problem be solved? With so many weapons, what are you afraid of? However, after everyone was excited, they suddenly stood there at a loss, because they discovered a very serious problem, that is, no one here seems to use these things. Ah, damn it, Shay yelled while covering his forehead, you can't even use any of these weapons just by looking at them. Aren't you a genius? You should do some research, right? Otome teased. Shay glared at her. I'm a genius in learning. Not a genius in military weapons. Hee. Otome stuck out her tongue. Okay, let me try it. Naruto stood up, moved the box to the balcony, picked up one of the slightly heavy automatic rifles, and observed it carefully. Chapter 499 Genius Weapon. Naruto doesn't have much research on firearms, but he was also very interested in this kind of things before crossing, but he never had a chance to contact them, and then he entered the world of Hokage, where the ninjutsu is more than firearms. It's wonderful, so although Naruto was a little surprised to see these things at this time, he didn't have much interest. It's just that I'm happy that the girls around me can use it because I have a weapon. However, the biggest problem is that the girls have never touched these firearms at all, and no one knows how to use them, which is troublesome. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Naruto decided to do it himself and researched it. With his talent, he could become an invincible existence in the Hokage world, and these firearms in his hand would never stump him. After fiddling with it for a while, Naruto quickly found a way to load the bullet. He reached out to hold the automatic rifle in his hand, and squeezed the trigger with his fingers. Towards the balcony, the swaying dead body gently pulled. Boom! A crisp gunshot sounded, and all the girls around were startled. The gun body shook slightly, and the recoil came. Naruto's hand held steady, and the bullet flew out, instantly piercing the chest of a dead body. The first shot was not accurate, because Naruto originally aimed at the opponent's head, but due to the first shot, he missed. But despite this, the girls still felt very excited. I didn't expect Naruto to be so powerful, and hit a dead body as soon as he shot. Naruto shook his head. After the first shot test, he had basically mastered the characteristics of this automatic rifle, the gun's power, rate of fire, drift rate, recoil and other factors. So, he fired a second shot. Boom! This time, the bullet flew directly over a distance of more than 100 meters, and pierced the forehead of the dead body with a puff. Hit it right. Naruto put down the gun. The girls cheered. It's amazing. Big brother Naruto, I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so powerful. Gui Shin exclaimed tenderly. Naruto, is this really your first time using a gun? How is this possible? Saya looked unacceptable. She was recognized as a genius in school, but in front of Naruto's learning ability, it was simply its scum. This filled her heart with a sense of frustration. She has always been a self-proclaimed genius, but this time she has truly seen a genius, and it feels really uncomfortable. Shay stood aside with a depressed expression, unable to speak. After Naruto fired, he picked up the other weapons in the box and tried them one by one. He tried them all, including semi-automatic pistols, crossbows, shotguns, semi-automatic rifles, revolvers, and more than a dozen firearms, big and small. And also learned to use it very easily. Every time he takes the second shot, he has reached 100% accuracy, and he also knows the performance of each weapon. With a faint smile, Naruto put these weapons back in the box, looked at the girls and said, I have tried all these weapons, I think you can wear some on your body, and I will teach you how. Yeah, all the girls nodded, their eyes flashing with admiration and excitement. Although Yan Yi, Gui Xin, and Alice were a little afraid of these firearms, Yazzie was also very interested in these kinds of firearms because of his kendo practice. Weapons aren't of any interest, but after seeing everyone else picking them up, they finally had to choose one. Of course, Alice is too young to hold a gun, so she can only hold the puppy in her arms. Although Gui Xin is already in junior high school, she doesn't have much strength. After hurting himself, he reluctantly gave up. On the contrary, after overcoming the initial fear, Yan Yi has changed his mind. In the end, Yazzie also chose a semi-automatic rifle to wear on her body, but she also took a military thorn, inserted it into the leggings at the calf, and put on the purple lace garter, revealing her snow-white jade tender skin. The long knife on his waist also looks like he is fully armed, which is extraordinarily heroic. Shizuka also took a modified semi-automatic pistol, and the crossbow was given to Otome. The pistol, Yan Yi's, is an ordinary May 4th pistol. In this way, almost every girl has a weapon, and Gui Xin and Alice are responsible for carrying some ammunition ready to provide everyone at any time. Of course, although these weapons have been distributed, the girls still don't know how to use them, at least they need a familiar process, and Naruto didn't let them shoot at will. It's just that he decided to take a moment to familiarize them with them. Everyone taught them hands-on for a while, and the target was the dead bodies under the balcony. For a while, bang 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 gunshots continued to sound, the dead bodies downstairs were killed, and occasionally there would be cheers from a certain girl because a shot was hit. However, just as the girls were experimenting with their weapons, something bad happened. The dead bodies under the balcony were constantly being shot, and the sound of gunfire here was attracting a large number of dead bodies to this side. At first, the girls were not aware of the joy of shooting, until more and more dead bodies came. Everyone finally realized when they were surrounded by the courtyard wall. All the roads are blocked, how do you get out? The gunfire stopped, and the girls looked at each other. Shay exclaimed angrily, "Really, we are so excited. We made such a major mistake." After a slight estimate, the number of dead bodies surrounding the rental house was at least a few hundred, or even thousands. With so many dead bodies, almost all the surrounding roads leading to the outside world were blocked, and off-road vehicles were almost unable to drive out. The girls were anxious, and they all looked at Naruto beside him, expecting what he could do. After all, his magic was obvious to all. In their eyes, Naruto is a man who knows magic, a man like God. Okay, don't worry, these dead bodies may be a little troublesome if they are placed before, but for now, we can just follow the original plan. Pack up and get on the bus. Naruto smiled lightly and waved his hand. Seeing his extremely confident look, the girls all nodded, put away their weapons, brought some clothes that must be changed and some rations, and came to the courtyard downstairs. Chapter 500 Killing and Redemption. When I got into the car, because there was one more person, the car became even more crowded, but fortunately Alice was petite and small, so it didn't matter if she sat on other people's laps, so it wasn't a big problem for the time being. However, Naruto and Yazzie sat on the roof as before. In order to make people sit more stable, Naruto slightly modified the roof of the off-road vehicle and added a guardrail on the side. At first, the two stood on the roof of the car, relying on the guardrail, and then set up a machine gun, and even if there were dead bodies rushing towards the car along the way, they could directly blast them out. A large number of dead bodies gathered in front of the gate of the compound. After they sensed Naruto and the others, they rioted and stretched out their hands desperately to push the iron gate of the compound. Although the iron gate is very strong, under the joint efforts of many dead bodies with power beyond ordinary people, soon, the gate of the compound collapsed with a bang, and in an instant, countless dead bodies screamed and rushed towards the off-road vehicle. The girls in the car, including the girl on the roof, couldn't help but get nervous. After they learned about Naruto's power, they had unconditional trust in him, so he did not change what he had done before. Everyone did not violate the chaotic decision. Although they were extremely nervous and even afraid at this time, they still believed in Naruto very much in their hearts. Naruto, Yako called him softly. In this case, she saw Naruto still looked very relaxed and mysterious, and couldn't help but feel a little resentful. Is this guy deliberately challenging everyone's nerves? Naruto smiled slightly and glanced at Yazi. At the moment when all the dead bodies rushed in and rushed into the courtyard gate, he suddenly stretched out his hand to make a seal, and said softly, "Break." Suddenly, there was a loud explosion on the ground at the gate of the courtyard. Boom boom boom. Intense fire, accompanied by violent shock waves, suddenly occurred at the gate of the courtyard. This sudden explosion was as if several heavy bombs were dropped on the spot out of thin air, shocking all the girls. The courtyard gate in front of me was blown down in an instant, and in the firelight, countless dead bodies were smashed into pieces of meat, flames, smoke, gravel, flying all over the sky. This is the power of the detonating talisman that Naruto set before. The 10 detonating talismans detonated at this moment, and the killing effect brought by them is absolutely unimaginable. Especially at the moment when the dead bodies were most concentrated, these detonating charms blew up hundreds of dead bodies. In the flames, the road in front of the courtyard gate has been blasted to impassable. Naruto reached out and squeezed the seal again, and the Doden Earth-style technique was released. The road ahead became smooth again in an instant. "Drive," Naruto said towards Shizuka, who was stunned in the cab below. Oh, Shizuka was stunned for a moment, and then she came to her senses. She slammed on the accelerator and flew out of the far door, onto the road. On this side, there are still a lot of dead bodies, but because the previous explosion has cleaned up many dead bodies, at this time, the dead bodies are sparsely standing in the middle of the road, and Yazi set up a machine gun and shot them. "Naruto, how did you make those explosions?" Yako asked while shooting. Naruto smiled mysteriously. "Next time you will know." Yazi smiled slightly, the machine gun in his hand swept wildly. Chug chug. The flames swept across the dead body like a dragon, and the dead bodies were shot through by bullets and flew out. The off-road vehicle rushed forward, and there was no dead body to stop it. Suddenly, at a corner in front, a group of small dead bodies suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked when they saw it, and the machine guns in Yazi's hands quickly stopped firing. "That's a child." Yazi frowned at them, and let go of the machine gun in his hand, unable to start. It turned out that this group of dead bodies was formed by some infected children. They may have gathered here to play before, but they did not want a sudden disaster to take away their young lives. Looking at the tender bodies and faces of this group of children, everyone could not help but be silent for a while, and the off-road vehicle could not help but slow down. Every girl hides her motherhood, and most people like children very much. Therefore, when everyone in the car sees these dead children, they know that they are already their own enemies. But still a little reluctant to start. "What should I do?" The girls in the car hesitated. Although they had killed many other adult dead bodies before, when they killed those dead bodies, they didn't think so much. Instead, when they saw these children, they couldn't help but touch the softness in their hearts. Naruto frowned slightly, although he said that he couldn't bear it, but these dead bodies had no life after all, and they were like walking dead, so they didn't care who they were in front of them. To him, it's all the same. "Yako, shoot," Naruto said softly as he looked at Yakuza who didn't dare to shoot. Yazi glanced at him, and a trace of unbearable flashed in his eyes. Seeing that she really didn't want to attack, Naruto sighed slightly, shook his head and said, "Forget it, I'll do it." His hands lightly formed a seal, followed by a wave of his arm, and an invisible wind blade suddenly formed. In the next instant, the wind blade broke through the air, passing over the bodies of the dead children. Chi-chi. In one breath, the wind blade disappeared, and the dead bodies in front of them were all broken into 2 pieces. While the blood was pouring out, Naruto said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and drive. Now there is no time to waste. People who have become dead, even children, must be killed. Otherwise, we will die." Shizuka's body was shaken, Her eyes flashed with determination. She stepped on the accelerator again, and the car slammed forward. And Yazzie, still staring blankly at the corpses that were divided in two, gradually disappeared, as if he was lost in thought. At this moment, a pair of hands suddenly landed on her shoulders, and Naruto's voice sounded in her ears. Sister Yazzie, they have already become dead bodies. The only thing we can do is to kill them and not let them continue like this. Going on as a walking corpse, for the dead, isn't our killing a redemption for them? So, keep your normal attitude, Ms. Yazzie. You are a girl who likes fighting very much in my impression. I'm a little uncomfortable with you being so soft. Naruto's words can't help but let the child's body and mind be shocked. Chapter 501 Target Police Station. Naruto, you mean, you like me the way I was before? Yako said suddenly. Naruto shook his head slightly. No matter what kind of senior you are, I appreciate it very much. It's just that I feel a little uncomfortable seeing your appearance just now. Yako was stunned for a while, but she woke up immediately, and saw the apologetic smile on Naruto's face. I'm so sorry Naruto, for letting you see me being weak. I'll never do this again in the future. Naruto nodded slightly and opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't say anything after all. The car continued to move forward. Because Naruto and Yazzie opened the way for the car on the roof, under the intense firepower, their bodies retreated one after another. Finally, the car finally drove out of the community and came to the suburban road leading to other urban areas. Here, there are not many dead bodies. Originally, Naruto and the others wanted to change a car, but since these two off-road vehicles perform very well, and after the modification, it is also very good to have Naruto and Yazzie standing on the roof, which can be used as firepower output, so there is no more change cars. Before driving out of Shinbud City, everyone went to the gas station to fill up the car, and also prepared a bucket in the trunk for backup. In this way, you don't have to worry about transportation for the time being, but the food you brought out has almost been eaten, and now you have to find something to eat. So Naruto decided to find some food on the way to the nearest Miyamoto Rei's house. The car was driving on the suburban road around Shinbud City, heading towards Lee's house. Miyamoto Rei's father is a policeman, and her mother is also a traffic policeman. After the disaster broke out, she just had a phone call with her father, and then there was no audio. She couldn't get in touch with her mother, and now the radio was interrupted. And in the case of widespread power outages, it is even more difficult to reach them. Therefore, Lee was still very worried about the situation of her parents. This time Naruto chose to go to her home to check the situation first, and she couldn't help but be very grateful. Finally, the car entered the urban area of Shinbud City, and the target was the police station in front. Lee's father is a senior officer of the police station here. It shouldn't be so easy for things to happen. With a glimmer of hope, the car arrived at the police station smoothly. As soon as it stopped, Lee jumped out of the car impatiently, planning to rush into the police station. You guys stay here first, and I'll accompany her in to see what's going on. Naruto stretched out his hand and pressed a Hiraishin mark on the car, and said to Yazzie and the others in the car. Because the surroundings are full of dangers, and there are constantly dead bodies approaching here, it is much easier to keep the children in the car and let them hold it than to rush into the police station. After all, there will be more encounters in the police station. Danger. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to act. After all, the purpose of coming here is to confirm whether Lee's father was killed. Seeing that Lee had rushed into the police station alone, Naruto also understood her anxious mood at the moment. With a flash of her figure, a teleportation technique appeared beside her, lightly pressed her shoulder, and whispered. Don't worry, just follow me, don't get excited. Lee Wenyan was slightly startled, looked at him and nodded slightly. Naruto smiled lightly, pushed open the door of the police station, and walked inside. At this time, the power inside the police station had also been cut off. Fortunately, it was still daytime, and the light was abundant. Naruto walked in front of Lee and observed the surrounding situation from time to time, as if he was strolling in the courtyard. Because Lee had been to the police station several times, she still knew the location of her own father's office. Following Lee's direction, Naruto walked over with her. The entire police station was dead silent, and there was no human being alive. Lee couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and her breathing became slightly faster. The more there was no one, the more flustered she became. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a short and fat person. Lee was slightly startled and looked up in a hurry, only to see that the other person's face was gray and his eyes were white, as if he was a dead body. And half of the shoulders of the other party have been bitten off, revealing the white bones inside. The flesh and blood are connected to the bones, and the other side is the intact arm, with a police pistol hanging on his hand. His body is slowly moving towards this side travel. Ah! Lee, who saw the other side clearly, couldn't help but let out a soft cry. He is my dad's colleague. Her tone was even more worried and anxious. Dad's colleague has become a dead body. What about Dad? How is he? She didn't dare to think deeply. At this time, the dead body had already heard Lee's voice, and suddenly slammed towards this side. Lee hurriedly clenched the rifle in her hand, and stabbed the opponent fiercely. Kai! The army thorn at the front of the rifle stabbed the opponent's body fiercely, but because the opponent's body was fat, he couldn't hurt his vitals for a while. Just when Lee was about to withdraw the rifle, the dead body had already rushed towards Lee like a madman. Past. Compared with strength, Lee is not its opponent at all. Seeing that Lee Luo was at a disadvantage, Naruto had no choice but to take action, stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly, and a small wind blade suddenly shot out from the fingertip, directly piercing the opponent's skull. Boom! The body fell heavily. Lee Wei was slightly relieved, and withdrew the army thorn. Naruto stepped forward and picked up the pistol from the dead body's hand and handed it to Rei. Keep this gun away and put it on your body as an extra guarantee. Lee was stunned for a moment, and immediately took the gun and put it on her body. Thank you. She nodded slightly. Naruto smiled slightly. The two moved forward again, and when they reached the second floor, Lee saw the dead bodies that kept falling down next to them. Most of these people were police officers, and there were also some cleaning staff. It seemed that these people were shot after they became dead bodies. Killing, it proves that some battles took place here. Here, here, Lee shouted suddenly, pointing to an office ahead. Naruto grabbed her, who was about to rush over immediately, and whispered, Don't worry, I'll go first. Lee nodded. Naruto took the lead, pushed open the door and walked in. The office was empty, although it looked a little messy, but fortunately there were no corpses. It seems that there should be no battles here. After confirming that the place was safe, Lee couldn't help rushing over to her father's desk to rummage. Chapter 502 Survivor. She pulled out a note, and seeing the message on it belonged to her father, Lee finally let out a long sigh of relief. Her father was not killed. In the message, he mentioned his retreat plan and asked Lee and the others to come to their retreat location to join the survivors. After reading the message, Lee felt relieved. Since her father was fine, she went to find her mother. She put away the message, and after General Naruto said it, the two left the office. Along the way, Lee was contemplating. After reading her father's message, she actually had the urge to meet her father and them very much, but when she wanted to make this decision, she was reluctant to let everyone know. Naruto looked at her back, thoughtfully. Just as the two of them were going down the stairs, a dead body suddenly jumped out from the side, and Zhang Qiba lunged towards Li Fei with claws. At this time, Lee was thinking about the problem and didn't notice the abnormal danger at all. When the sound of movement woke her up, the dead body had already rushed in front of her, only 1 meter away from her. She even saw the large row of Kiba's teeth on the dead body, and the deadness that was blowing in her face. At this moment, she couldn't help being stunned. Because her body couldn't keep up with the reaction at all and couldn't escape. But at this moment, Naruto behind him had already sensed the danger, and just when the dead body was about to pounce on Rei, Naruto's figure flashed and came to Lee's place at a speed that was several times happier than the dead body. Beside him, he stretched his arms around her slender waist, hugged her into his arms, and kicked the dead body's chest. Boom! With a muffled sound, the dead body was kicked out instantly. In midair, Naruto stretched out his hand, and a small wind blade flew out, piercing his brain. The dead body fell to the ground, and Lee then realized that her entire body was in Naruto's arms, leaning tightly against his chest, smelling the hot man's breath on his face. Yuhi's heart was full of love. Suddenly thumping. The next moment, she hurriedly pushed Naruto away, and Yuhi thanked her with a look on her face. Thank you, Naruto. Naruto smiled lightly, indicating nothing. Be careful in the future, don't be careless, he said. Miyamoto Rei nodded, and she felt a little strange in her heart. Although she was very happy when she received the message from her father, she did not lose her vigilance because of this, and was actually approached by a dead body. This has never happened before. Could it be that because Naruto was by his side, he subconsciously felt a very safe feeling? She couldn't help but feel a little confused. When the two left the police station and came to the side of the off-road vehicle, there were many dead bodies on the road around the car, but under the firepower of Yazi and the others, these dead bodies could not get close to here for a while. When the two of them came out, there was a hint of joy on Yazi's face. Naruto, is everything done? Yako asked from a distance. Naruto made an okay gesture over there and said, drive. Shizuka took the lead, and as soon as she stepped on the accelerator, the car drove straight ahead, while Naruto reached out and wrapped her arms around Rei's slender waist. Horaishin's art activated. Swish. A golden light flashed on the spot, and the next moment Naruto and the two appeared beside the Yakuza on the roof of the car. Yazi turned around for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, is this the legendary teleportation? Naruto smiled slightly, and Lee was still immersed in the special feeling brought by the flash of the moment just now. She was still staring blankly at the door of the police station, where the two of them had just stayed. Under the fierce firepower, the dead bodies could not come to the car here at all, and the off-road vehicle drove out of the encirclement. The next goal is to find Miyamoto Rei's mother, Miyamoto Kiriko. As a traffic policeman, Rei believes that she will never be killed so easily. When I came to the vicinity of Miyamoto Rei's house, the car stopped. There happened to be a small shop in front of it. Several people got out of the car one after another, planning to find some food. A group of people rushed into the canteen and found that no one was there. It seemed that they had all turned into dead bodies and walked away, or were eaten by dead bodies. At least it was safe here. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and began to pick up the food in the canteen. Alice slightly hesitated and said to Naruto, Big brother Naruto, don't we have to pay for these things now? Naruto couldn't help laughing when he heard it. There is no one now, so of course there is no need to pay. But, that's not right. Alice argued with Jiku in her arms. Naruto shook his head and laughed, feeling helpless for her child's naive thoughts, reached out and rubbed her short pink hair, and said with a smile, no one cares about these things now. Our purpose is to survive, only do you know that? After listening to Alice, she thought for a while, and finally nodded, well. I understand Naruto big brother. Then I'll help too. After she finished speaking, she ran to the shelf to pick up all kinds of food, and take it very hard. Naruto couldn't help but smile. Just as everyone was quickly picking out food, a figure suddenly walked in at the door and stood in front of Naruto. Naruto looked up, but saw a woman who looked exactly like Miyamoto Rei standing at the entrance of the canteen, wearing a gray casual jacket and tight trousers, with orange hair and Rei's hair. It was exactly the same, except that she had short hair, and she was standing on the ground with a three-pronged spear in her hand, looking at Naruto and everyone in surprise. Who are you? Naruto was also slightly startled. Of course he wouldn't be such a beautiful woman who was dead, but because of this, he was surprised. He didn't expect that there were still people who survived here. In front of her chest are two bigger meat mountains than Lee. Below the meat mountains is a slender waist, and then under the outline of the tight trousers, there are two slender and plump thighs. She has one hand on her waist, holding a long spear in one hand, looks heroic, and has a mature, seductive and human charm. Rei. Suddenly, before she could answer Naruto's words, she suddenly exclaimed and rushed towards Miyamoto Rei, who was shopping inside. Everyone was shocked by this sudden appearance of the woman. Then, seeing Lee turn around suddenly, looking at the woman who ran towards her with a face of surprise, she also suddenly opened her arms and rushed towards the woman. Chapter 503 Kiriko. She is Lee's mother, Miyamoto Koriko. As a traffic policeman, she used to be a drag racing party before marriage, and she is also a very sturdy woman. After marriage, she has restrained a lot, but after the crisis broke out, she for the first time, I picked up the long spear that Lee's father used to practice at home, and fought against the dead. Lee didn't expect to see her mother so soon, she couldn't help but be full of joy and hugged her mother tightly. Although the crisis broke out only a few days ago, the two seemed to be like long-lost relatives. After a long time, they separated, and their faces were full of joy after reunion. Seeing the appearance of the two, Yan Yi, Shiji and others couldn't help but be very envious. Lee had already reunited with her family, but their relatives were still unknown. After a while, Riko looked at the people around her, but found that none of them knew her, so she couldn't help asking, Lee, didn't you and Xiao with you when you escaped? Hearing this, Lee couldn't help but look gloomy and sighed. I came out with him, but it didn't take long for him to. Riko was stunned for a moment, and then she understood in her heart, with a sad look on her face, Lee, it's really hard for you. Miyamoto Rei took her mother's hand, raised her head and said, Mom, fortunately I met Naruto and the others in the same academy on the way. They saved me and allowed me to live until now. Hearing this, Kiriko nodded, let go of her daughter's hand, and then came to Naruto's side, looked up at Naruto at the head, a glimmer of admiration flashed in her eyes, and said, Naruto classmate, thank you for saving me. My daughter. As she said that, she bowed deeply to Naruto and the others, and was about to bow to thank them. Naruto hurriedly stretched out his hand to support Kiriko's arm, smiled and said, Auntie, don't be too polite, we are all companions together, so don't show off like this. Besides, Rei's spear skills are also very good, she is one of us. A stalwart. Lee, who was on the side, was a little embarrassed by Naruto's praise, she couldn't help but rolled her eyes at her and said angrily, no way. Naruto, don't talk nonsense. It's obvious that you save me every time. Naruto touched his nose and smiled. Kiriko glanced at her daughter and then at Naruto, with a strange smile on her face. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Miyamoto Kiriko, Lee's mother, you can just call me Aunt Kiriko. Kiriko said suddenly. Everyone nodded, and then stepped forward to give a brief self-introduction to Kiriko. After everyone got acquainted a little, Naruto ordered everyone to bring the food into the car, after which he turned to look at Kiriko and asked, Auntie Kiriko, we have to go to other places now, what do you plan to do? What's next? Why don't you come with us? Kiriko frowned slightly, her mature pretty face flashed a hint of hesitation, she glanced at Lee and said, I originally wanted to take Lee to the elementary school to stay with the other survivors, but now. Quote. Mom, I want to be with Naruto and the others now, won't you come with me? Lee was taken aback when she heard her mother's words, and she couldn't help but exclaimed, No, mother, how can you leave us alone? Come with us, and with everyone, we will surely find hope. Seeing her daughter's earnest look, Kiriko had no choice but to give up the idea of going to the elementary school for evacuation. She nodded, okay, then I'll be with you. Seeing how you are in Lily for Naruto's sake, let's find a new world together. Yeah, Lee nodded heavily, and a reassuring smile finally appeared on her face. However, because of the addition of Kiriko, there are more and more people, and an off-road vehicle is simply not enough. When Kiriko saw so many people crowding into the same car, she couldn't help laughing. Everyone, come with me, I have a big car here. Mom, did you find another car? Li Weiwei was overjoyed. Naruto and the others all looked at her in unison. Gueriko smiled slightly, led everyone to the yard of a nearby building, and said, look, there happens to be a private RV here. This family wanted to leave here in a RV before he died, but he didn't expect it. They got infected the first time, and then I found this car when I was walking around here and it looked like a perfect fit for us. Quote. Shizuka couldn't help but walked over and got into the car. There was a lot of space in the RV, and there were all kinds of equipment and tools. It was like an ordinary family room. Instead, it feels like being at home. There are stools, sofas, tables, and cabinets. There are almost many facilities, and even a TV and DVD player, although these things are completely useless now. As soon as Shizuka got in the car, she found that there was still a key on it, and after opening it, she started the car directly. This car is not bad. Naruto, Shizuka exclaimed in surprise. All performances are good, and the fuel volume is sufficient. Let's bring the food and gasoline from the off-road vehicle. The girls couldn't help cheering, and hurried out to get everything, put it in the RV, and moved all the weapons. After everything was settled, everyone got into the car, and Shizuka drove the new car out of the New Bed City. Next stop, where Saya's house is. After Saya's introduction, everyone knew some of the situation in Saya's family. His father, Soichiro Takagi, was the president of the Worry Country Club, and his mother, Yuriko Gaochung, was a famous Wall Street trader when he was young. And it's no surprise that Saya, born to two such powerful parents, has a genius mind. It can be said that Saya is a talented girl with many auras. Naruto didn't care much about this, but the other girls seemed very envious. After driving for a while, according to Shay's instructions, the new RV finally came to a living area with beautiful environment. Most of the buildings here are very luxurious and beautiful. It can be seen that most of the people living here are either rich businessmen or high officials, and Shay's home is a huge castle-like building in front of it, with high walls, a huge iron gate, and a row of security guards at the door. All this surprised everyone in the car. Chapter 504 Yuriko's Visit. Shay, is this your home? How exaggerated. How can it look like a castle? The world couldn't help crying. Shay smiled and said, don't be too surprised, let's get out of the car. Except for Shizuka, including Naruto, everyone else got out of the car at the door and followed Saya to the gate. The girls couldn't help sighing at the luxury here, and Saya went to the security guard at the door as usual. As soon as she walked to the door, the security guard in the security department couldn't help rushing out. When she really saw Saya's face, she couldn't help being surprised and happy. Miss Saya is back. Miss Saya is back. The security guard shouted. Go and inform Lord Gaochung. Hurry. Then, another security guard ran quickly into the yard, and the others hurriedly opened the door for Miss Shay. These are my friends. As soon as the door opened, the security guards looked at Naruto and the others with some vigilance, and Saya said lightly. Yeah, since it's a friend of the young lady, it's no problem. The security guard hurriedly let the road open to let Naruto and the others enter, and Shizuka drove the RV into the gate as well. After entering, there is a large square, and there are many people busy going back and forth on the square, and in front of it is a tall building that looks like a castle, and the girls can't help but sigh. Just after walking a few steps, a group of figures came out from the gate of the castle. The two people at the head were Saya's parents, Takajo Soichiro and Takajo Yuriko. I saw the two of them, surrounded by a group of subordinates, hurried to Saya. Naruto's eyes fell on the two of them. Soichiro was tall, with a solemn and rough face, with a gleam of light in his eyes under his sword eyebrows, a majestic aura, and his body also faintly exuded a compelling strong aura. And Yuriko, who looks beautiful and extraordinary, is wearing a yuhi-colored open-chested one-piece dress, which tightly outlines her concave and convex curvy figure, high breasts, slender waist, slender thighs, and her head. The pink waist-length hair is slightly scattered behind her, looking graceful and luxurious, with an elegant temperament. "Shay, you child is really worried about us." Seeing her daughter finally returning home, she couldn't help but step forward and said with tears. Saya, who was always arrogant, finally couldn't help crying at this time, threw herself into her mother's arms, and hugged her tightly. After the mother and daughter were gentle for a while, Saya withdrew from Yuriko's arms with a shy face, and looked at Naruto and them shyly. She had always been very strong, but now she threw herself in front of everyone. The mother cried in her arms, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. "Did you bring Saya back?" At this time, Yuriko looked at the crowd headed by Naruto and asked with a generous smile. Before Naruto and the others could respond, Saya nodded. "I was rescued by senior sister Yako and Naruto, and I followed them out of school after that." Yuriko heard the words, and Soichiro Takajo came to Naruto and Yako, and thanked them sincerely. "Thanks to you, my daughter can come back here safely. We express our deep gratitude for this." After he finished speaking, Soichiro Gaochung said to his subordinates, "Go prepare a banquet, we have to entertain everyone well." The subordinate responded and hurried to prepare. The girls were a little flattered. Fortunately, Naruto didn't feel anything about it. With a faint smile, he followed Saya's parents into the castle. Sayaluo followed her parents and kept telling her mother what she had seen along the way. When talking about some of Naruto's magical abilities, Yuriko couldn't help but look behind her, and Soichiro Takajo was surprised. "Look!" The hall of the castle, it was as wide as a square, with lights and candles on the big Jinchuriki column. At a long table, everyone sat down together. Saya's parents sat on the chief, Saya sat aside, and Naruto sat next to Saya. People kept bringing the food up, and it was delicious and wafting with all kinds of aromas. The girls couldn't help but move their index fingers and started to start. These days, they have been eating some supermarket food, like this kind of dishes made by authentic chefs. Haven't tasted it for a few days. During the meal, Soichiro Takagi and Yuriko thanked Naruto, because after Saya told them about Naruto's magic before, both of them became very interested in Naruto. However, Naruto seemed to be very calm, and he just seemed to be indifferent to this. He was eating the meal, and he seemed to be flattered and humiliated by the two of them. This calm demeanor made Soichiro, a high-ranking official and a kendo practitioner, also amazed. This boy is definitely not easy. And Shay looked very excited. After the meal, Saya's parents arranged a separate room for everyone, and a special person came over to deliver dessert. Naruto was sitting in the room, silently cultivating the chakra in his body. He found that the cultivation of this chakra must rely on the negative energy in a woman's body. Without the help of a woman, if he cultivated alone, all the progress that can be made is very limited. This made Naruto a little distressed. As a result, wouldn't he have to find girls to do it every time he cultivated love? Although, this kind of cultivation method is not boring at all, on the contrary, it is very fragrant. However, he is afraid that the girls will not be able to bear it. "I almost ruined a mature girl like Shizuka last time. A young girl like Yanyi Shiji couldn't bear too much." Thinking about it, Naruto couldn't help but sighed a little depressedly. Just then, the door was knocked, and a voice came from outside. "Naruto, can I come in?" The voice was soft, as if it was Saya's mother, Yuriko. Naruto was stunned for a moment and replied, "Come in." The door was opened, and Yuriko, who was wearing a long yui-colored tight-fitting dress, walked in, with a faint smile on the corner of her mouth. "What's the matter, Aunt Yuriko?" Naruto stood up and asked. Yuriko smiled slightly. "It's nothing, I just want to come over and talk to you about Saya." Shay. Naruto was stunned for a moment and then reacted. He felt a little bit in his heart, and smiled lightly. "Okay, then please sit down first." He moved 2 stools and motioned for Yuriko to sit down. Chapter 505 Temptation of Lily. "Okay." Yuriko chuckled lightly, sat opposite Naruto, gently raised Erlang's legs, revealing the slender white calf under the skirt, yui-colored high-heeled shoes swaying quietly, a pair of jade feet are crystal clear, perfect, flawless. Naruto couldn't help looking at her up and down, and smiled faintly. Aunt Yuriko is so beautiful, no wonder she gave birth to such a beautiful girl as Saya. Of course, it was just a compliment. Yuriko smiled. I heard from Saya before I came. She said that you are not good at speaking well. It seems that she has a wrong understanding of you. Naruto sweated, and he didn't know why he suddenly praised her. Maybe it was just because of politeness, or some other reasons. Anyway, he didn't know it very well. He smiled slightly and changed the subject. Then, Aunt Yuriko, what are you going to talk about with me about Saya? Well, let's put it this way. Saya is my only daughter. We love her very much, and she has been very smart since she was a child, and now she is also a genius in school. Ideally, she will become a very promising student. The girl, Yuriko paused slightly when she said this. Seeing that there was no special expression on Naruto's face, she continued, it's just that the current situation has reached the critical moment of human life and death, and the expectations of the past have been all can no longer be realized. Naruto, I heard that you have special abilities, right? Those dead bodies are no longer a threat to you, right? Naruto nodded slightly, looked at her and said, Aunt Yuriko, I'm just a special case. Then, can you show me how amazing you are? Yuriko suddenly stood up, leaned in and smiled at Naruto and said, Saya praised you like a god. Naruto looked up, and saw a deep ravine in the forked neckline of Aunt Yuriko when she bent down slightly, and two bulging hills hung straight down, looking extraordinarily fascinating. Damn it. Naruto quickly looked away and said, isn't that necessary? A gleam of light flashed in Yuriko's eyes. She was very sensitive to notice Naruto's strange gaze just now. She couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. She never thought that she would still be attractive to such a young man. Could it be that Naruto, you still treat Auntie me as an outsider? I really want to see how good you are. The next moment, Yuriko couldn't help showing a strange look on her face, looking at him with a faint expression. Naruto secretly said that the strength of this mature woman is really strong. Facing Yuriko's soft words, his concentration was a little too much. After thinking about it, he could only helplessly agree. Okay, Auntie, you have to look carefully. Naruto stood up. Do you need a weapon? Yuriko suddenly took out a samurai sword from behind and handed it to Naruto. Naruto shook his head slightly. No need. This stool will do, Naruto said. He picked up the stool sitting under him, stretched out his other hand, and opened his palm slightly. Yuriko leaned over and looked at him curiously. At the same time, a faint fragrance from her body spread into Naruto's nose. This is a unique fragrance of mature women, which is intoxicating. Naruto calmed down. The chakra in his body moved slightly, and Rasengan released it. The next moment, a light blue energy suddenly spun out from the palm of his hand, and at the same time there was a flow of breath around him. Seeing this amazing scene, Yuriko couldn't help being stunned. She reached out and held her small mouth with an unbelievable look on her face. Immediately afterwards, the chakra in Naruto's palm spun violently, and in an instant it gathered into a blue energy ball, making a whirring sound of airflow, and a faint blue light spread out. That's it. Naruto smiled faintly when he saw Yuriko, who was shocked, and pressed the Rasengan in his hand to the stool in the other hand. Chi. As soon as the energy ball touched the stool, the surface of the stool was instantly turned into sawdust layer by the force of the powerful energy rotation. In an instant, a hole the size of a bowl was drilled by Rasengan on the surface of the stool. After the performance, Naruto dispersed chakra and said, did you see it clearly? Aunt Yuriko. Hearing Naruto's question, Yuriko just reacted, her beautiful eyes flashing with incomparably stunning brilliance. She stared at Naruto tightly, and suddenly stretched out her jade arm and grabbed Naruto's big hand. Her tone slightly excitedly, he said, that's great. Naruto, you are as amazing as Saya said. This is simply a magical skill. I have a request, please agree to me. Naruto couldn't help sweating a bit, feeling the feeling of Yuriko's smooth jade hands gripping her tightly, and her heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, it would be a bit inappropriate to show this kind of ninjutsu ability in front of ordinary people. If it weren't for the fact that the world has entered the apocalypse now, it is very likely that a large group of journalists or researchers will come to interview and study in the next moment. Seeing Naruto's expression, Yuriko was stunned for a moment, and then realized that something was wrong with her appearance. She let go of Naruto's big hand like an electric shock. A faint Yuhi faint flashed on her face, and smiled apologetically. I am so sorry, I was a little rude just now. Hey, after all, your ability is so unbelievable. After all, what kind of energy balls have only appeared in TV movies? Who would use them now? Naruto smiled slightly. It's okay, I can understand your mood. But Aunt Yuriko, what was your request just now? Yuriko heard the words, looked at Naruto's eyes tightly, and sighed slightly. Naruto, you know, the human beings in this world may end at any time, and now they can only stay in only by the side of the strong. Can you protect yourself? My request is to hope that Naruto will take care of Saya. As her mother, I implore you to accept her. Please. After speaking, she bowed deeply towards Naruto. Naruto quickly stepped forward to support her body, holding her slender jade arm with a big hand. Yuriko couldn't help but tremble slightly, raised her head and looked at Naruto with a strange look in her eyes. I will take good care of Saya, and I will never settle for such a doomsday life of escape. One day, I will find the source of the infection and end this doomsday. Chapter 506 Initiative. Yuriko's face couldn't help showing a longing look, and she really hoped that the world could return to its original quiet and peaceful state as Naruto said. But is all this really possible? Perhaps, the Naruto in front of me is really the hope. The two chatted for a while, and Yuriko left. Her original purpose was to find Naruto to entrust her daughter, but now that she has achieved her goal, she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. She still admires Naruto very much. When I talked to him just now, he was neither in a hurry nor impatient, calm and generous, without the anxiety of ordinary young people, and he also had enough self-control, even if it was a face-to-face. Regarding his casual style, he will not show gaffes like other young people. In the end, instead, she herself was first surprised by Naruto and lost her temper. After leaving Naruto's room, Yuriko had already made up her mind. Next, she came to her daughter's room. After sending Yuriko away, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little restless, so he walked out of the room and went to the castle corridor to breathe. Looking at the sky in the distance, the sun is setting, and the earth is covered with a layer of golden light. On the square of the castle, the people are not listening to what they are busy with. Outside the castle, the dead are wandering around, except inside the castle. Outside there are hardly any living people. Naruto sighed slightly. He thought he had come to a comfortable and peaceful modern world. He didn't expect that it would suddenly become a zombie hell in the past 2 days. Such a difference really came too quickly and suddenly. Z disrupted his cultivation plan. Now, only after arranging the people around you can you make other plans. He took a deep breath and walked along the corridor to the door of a room. The most important thing right now is cultivation. If you train your strength to the peak, maybe you can take the girls here to cross. Away from this apocalypse, even entering the world of Hokage is better than this incomparably chaotic place. After knocking on the door, a brisk female voice came from inside. Who is it? It's me, Naruto replied. Yeah, big brother Naruto is here. The door was opened with a whimper, and a little girl stood at the door pretty, with the dog Jiku lying on top of her head. It's Alice. Naruto squeezed her cheek with a smile and walked into the house. In the room, in addition to Alice, there are other people, Yan Yi, Gui Shin, Shiji, Otome, Mommy. They seem to be staying together and discussing some interesting things. Come giggling coquettish laughter. However, when they saw Naruto, they all had a Yuhi expression on their faces, and quickly stopped fighting, making a quiet and peaceful look. Closing the door, Naruto walked over with a smile and said, "What are you talking about? We're having such a good time chatting. Go on." The girls looked at each other, and Yuhi didn't answer anymore. Because they were discussing the love thing they did with Naruto at Shizuka's friend's house last time. It's okay for them to talk about these things in private, so how can they talk about it in front of Naruto? That would be too shameless. They didn't want Naruto to feel like a slutty woman. Therefore, the girls shut up and stopped talking. After being quiet for a while, Guixin suddenly stuck out her tongue towards Naruto, ran over and pulled Alice up to open the door and left. Brother Naruto, just continue with your sister and the others. Improve your relationship, I'll take Alice out to play. When my sister and the others were talking together just now, she also overheard it, so at this time, after saying a word to Naruto with a giggling smile, she hurriedly ran out. Naruto couldn't help but glared at her, secretly saying that this little girl really needs to be cleaned up, and she is becoming more and more small. Shaking his head helplessly, Naruto came to Yanyi and the others, and saw that the girls were all sitting on the big bed, taking off their shoes and bare white feet. Because of each other's teasing, everyone was wearing clothes. It was more or less messy. After Naruto sat down, he naturally felt the spring light on the girls. Naruto, what's the matter with you here? Mommy said in a greasy voice when she saw Naruto sitting over. She immediately rushed over, wrapping her jade arms around Naruto's neck. The bulging chest pressed against the back of Naruto's head, giving him an unusually soft enjoyment. Naruto smiled. Can't I come to play with you if I have nothing to do? No, it's just that we usually come to play with you, but you rarely come to us. Mommy exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. Hearing her say this, Naruto couldn't help but stun for a moment, thinking about it. That's true. In the past, girls took the initiative to find themselves. Even when doing H's business, he only went when the girl took the initiative to post it. Greetings, thinking about it now, I'm really not considerate enough in this regard. I can't let girls take the initiative in everything. After thinking for a while, he stretched out his hand and embraced Yanyi and the world beside him, and said with a laugh, then I want to ask you to do H's business now, are you willing? The four girls couldn't help but exclaimed, and immediately a deep Yuhi dizziness appeared on their faces. That, Yanyi pulled his clothes, raised Yuhi's dizzy pretty face, and said shyly, Naruto, this is not good. The world glanced at Yanyi, and hesitantly said, yes, I feel so shy. At this time, Mommy, who was lying on Naruto's back, laughed, hee. Didn't everyone do it together last time? Why are you so shy now? That was that time. Okay. It's rare for Naruto to take such initiative today, we have to cooperate with him. Otome on the side got out of bed with a smile, came to Naruto and knelt down between his legs, pushing the world and Yanyi away. He opened the zipper of Naruto's trousers, reached in and took out Naruto's brother, looked up at Naruto and the other three women, smiled slightly, just start with me. Let me give Naruto, let someone serve you. Quote. After she finished speaking, she opened her mouth and took it towards Naruto's brother, ate it in her mouth, and made a chirp. Almost instantly Naruto stood tall, filling Otome's mouth with almost all of it. Can't let go. Okay, that's amazing. Otome had a hard time eating with such a large size. She vomited after eating for a while, and Yuhi cried out with a dizzy face. Chapter 507. Listen to the bed. Yuhi's face rose and turned her head away, not daring to look, and their whole body became slightly hot and weak. Otome, you are so lewd and slutty. The world couldn't help laughing and scolding. Naruto grabbed the slender waist of the world, reached into her slightly open clothes, grabbed the soft little pigeon, pinched it a few times, and the world groaned and groaned, soft enough to be in Naruto's arms. Just as Yanyi wanted to leave and run away, Naruto grabbed her tender little foot, followed her slender calf with a big hand and climbed directly to the secret place between her legs. As soon as his fingers were hooked, his trousers flew up, and as soon as he entered, Yanyi's small mouth opened, weak and petulant, panting. Good or bad? Naruto, how can this be? Yanyi shouted while pushing Naruto with her hand, but her refusal was so weak, and the protest in her mouth became subtle moaning and moaning, Naruto couldn't help but smile when he saw the condition of the two women. Mommy, who was behind her, was already hot all over. Seeing that Naruto had gotten 3 girls at once, she couldn't help but pouted. She took off her clothes in dissatisfaction, and then ripped off Naruto's clothes, revealing his well-proportioned muscles, holding his own pair of tits and breasts in both hands, and pressing them against his back. You 3 are so cunning. Mammy's pair of jade arms hooked Naruto's neck from behind, and the stalwart front of her chest squeezed tightly against Naruto's back, pressing out an exaggerated arc, still rubbing up and down. Beneath her body, there is Otome's mouth, and behind her, there is Mammy's chest. Her left hand holds the jade and milk of the world, and her right hand feels the tender part of Yanyi. Naruto couldn't help but enjoy himself. After a while, there were all kinds of jow, panting, and the sound of the big bed shaking from the room. And Naruto also took advantage of this time to silently run the chakra in his body and practice. Although the girls' first time was destroyed by themselves, there is still a lot of negative energy in their bodies. Under the absorption and refinement of Naruto, they soon entered a state. An hour later, Naruto lay on the big bed and let the girls take turns to sit on his body and exercise, while he carefully experienced the pleasure of doing and loving, while quietly practicing chakra. This feeling is simply awesome. And because he was practicing, Naruto was so unstoppable under him that he kept doing it for an hour, sending the 4 women to the top in turns, but there was no sign of spraying, which made the girls greatly admired. Naruto is so powerful, and after working for more than an hour, it is still as hard as iron, and when it is inserted into his body, he will almost make himself fly into the clouds. At this time, outside the door, Yuriko, who walked out of Saya's room, just wanted to chat with other girls, but just as she was about to knock on the door, she heard various voices from inside. Naruto, you are amazing. It's been over an hour and you haven't shot. Well, I'll do it this time. You lose the world in less than 10 minutes every time. It's useless. Wow, aren't you the same? I'd say Mommy-san is more durable. How can I have it? In fact, it is the most powerful in the world. Ah, what? How did it get involved with me? Yuriko outside the door was stunned. 1 2 3 4. 4 voices. 5p. This. How could this be? Last time I remembered that Naruto was not so powerful. Otome was sitting on Naruto while exercising, her pretty buttocks hitting Naruto and making a popping sound. Every time she was deeply the entry made her feel the trembling of her lower body, as if she might enter a state of convulsions at any time. Naruto, on the other hand, had his hands behind his head, his face looked relaxed and comfortable, and his body was running chakra silently. He found that when cultivating this kind of chakra to absorb the negative energy of the girl, you will become invincible, even if you want to shoot. After more than an hour of practice, the chakra in Naruto has made great progress. Although not a lot, it has also increased by nearly 30%. This is so fast. However, the only drawback is that the longer you spend time with a girl, the less negative energy you can absorb. If this continues, sooner or later there will be a problem of not being able to cultivate anymore. While Naruto thought about it, he slightly moved his body to meet the girl's impact. After a while, the girls were too tired to do anything, lying on Naruto's chest coquettishly, but Naruto's body was still standing upright as before, and there was no sign of softening at all. The girls frowned in distress and wanted to get up and continue, but they couldn't do it again with their tender bodies. Naruto, what's the matter with you today? Why, how can you be so powerful? Mommy asked, kissing Naruto's chest. Naruto put his hand on the girl's smooth, creamy skin, stroking back and forth, experiencing the delicate feeling of the girls. Hearing their questions, Naruto couldn't help laughing bitterly and said apologetically, actually, when I was with you, I was cultivating. Shoo, cultivation. The girls stood up one after another and looked at him with puzzled expressions. Why are you so good when you are cultivating? I thought to myself, if distracted cultivation can still be so powerful, if you do it wholeheartedly and do it yourself, wouldn't it kill people? However, Naruto's next words surprised the girls even more. Actually, I found a very important thing. That is, when I have sex with you, it will be good for my cultivation. What's going on? The girls stared at him in surprise, their faces full of curiosity and puzzlement. Maybe it's because of a problem with my cultivation method. In short, I need to be able to cultivate most effectively and increase my strength when I have sex with you. Naruto explained, and then apologized said, sorry, it might be unfair to you. After all, having sex with girls for the sake of cultivation, love, this is a very disrespectful thing for girls. However, the girls also understand Naruto very well. In this apocalypse full of disasters, the only way out is to have power, and the stronger Naruto's power, the safer they will be. Who wouldn't want their man to be stronger? Chapter 508 We help you practice. In that case, we 1010 will help you cultivate in the future. The world said with concern. Yeah, as long as you can help me, you'll be fine even if you take me to practice for a day. Otome also said earnestly. Yanyi nodded, silently climbed onto Naruto's body, stretched out his hand to open his buttocks, and sat down with a puff while supporting Naruto's brother. I'll continue to help Naruto practice right now. Although she was so tired that she was panting and couldn't sit up, she still lay on top of him, constantly lifting her delicate buttocks. Naruto, shoo, is the cultivation effective? While exercising, Yanyi curiously looked at Naruto's reaction. Naruto was moved by the understanding of the girls and stopped tossing them. He lifted up Yanyi's body and stepped out of her body and said, you guys have a good rest, today's practice is enough. The girls nodded and all lay down on the big bed and rested according to their words, while Naruto got up and put on his clothes, said goodbye to them and left the room. However, he was stunned as soon as he opened the door. Because Yuriko was standing at the door, Yuhi's face was full of dizziness, and she looked extremely flustered and overwhelmed. Naruto, how are you? But Yuriko heard the whole process outside the door. The girl's obscene words, as well as those unpleasant contents, made her whole body slightly hot, especially below. At this time, a lot of water stains have oozing out, and both legs are a little weak. Aunt Yuriko, what's the matter with you? Naruto also looked embarrassed, and secretly screamed badly. She didn't hear something, did she? But it shouldn't be so coincidental. If she came over when she opened the door, she would definitely not have heard the movement in the room before. So comforting himself, a smile appeared on Naruto's face. No, it's alright. Yuriko avoided Naruto's eyes in a panic, and quickly turned to leave. However, as soon as she moved her feet, she suddenly felt that her legs were weak, and she accidentally fell towards the back. What? A soft whimper came from her mouth. Fortunately, at this time, a pair of big hands stretched out to hug her mature tender body. Naruto. Yuriko lay in Naruto's arms, looked up at Naruto for a few seconds, and finally woke up and quickly stood up and left his embrace. Are you all right, Aunt Yuriko? Naruto asked strangely, always feeling that something was wrong with her. Could it be that she really discovered the movement inside? It's alright, hee. Thank you Naruto, I was too careless. Yuriko panicked a little, then finally regained her composure and said, I want to talk to them. They should have been resting. Naruto was startled and said quickly. Oh, if that's the case, then I won't disturb them. Yuriko was also eager to get rid of this embarrassing situation. Hearing Naruto say this, she quickly replied and left in a hurry. Naruto looked at her back a little strangely, but from the angle behind her, Yuriko's figure was better than Saya's. Although she had given birth to a child, her chest showed no signs of sagging at all, and her lower abdomen was also very smooth. Slim. At this time, Yuriko's legs and feet were a little weak when she walked. Her bottom was already soaked. When she heard the words of those girls, Chunin couldn't help but think of Naruto's golden gun. To him, she, a mature woman, would have the feeling that she couldn't look directly. Could it be that Naruto is really a golden gun? She couldn't help but have such a thought in her mind, and she was taken aback by herself, and quickly dismissed such a shameful thought. Shaking her head, Yuriko returned to her room and sighed. Speaking of which, she hadn't had sex with her husband for a long time. Since he was busy with government affairs and practicing kendo every day, there have been fewer and fewer intercourse between husband and wife. She hasn't sat for more than 2 months recently. She is also a mature woman and needs to be comforted. Sitting on the bed, she couldn't help being a little ecstatic. After a while, she came back to her senses. After thinking about it, she became worried again. Naruto actually had a relationship with all 4 girls. If so, what about the other girls he brought? Is it also related to him? Is it right to entrust Saya to him? For a time, Yuriko couldn't help but tangled in her heart. Naruto, on the other hand, came to the corridor of the castle refreshed, stretched his waist, and realized that there was 30% more chakra in his body than before. He was extremely satisfied. At this speed of cultivation, wouldn't it be possible to reach Kage level a few more times? Or even higher? And, once the chakra is restored to its previous level, does it mean that a way to travel through can be found? Naruto couldn't help but have more expectations in his heart. This special chakra with yin and yang attributes can be compared with the power of nature. If it can be cultivated to the peak, what kind of changes will it produce? While thinking about it, the sky was completely dark, and night fell. Looking up, he suddenly saw a bus coming in through the security office next to the gate not far below the castle. Naruto couldn't help but be stunned. Wasn't that car the one he drove with Shizuka and the others when he left Fujimi Academy? Wasn't it given to Wisteria and those students later? Unexpectedly, they still survived and came here alive. I saw Soichiro Takajo coming downstairs to greet him. Naruto also came downstairs, but found that Rei, Shizuka, Yuko, and Kiriko were also there. At the gate, the bus stopped at the gate, and a tall and thin figure jumped down from it, wearing glasses, his eyes flashing with a cold light from time to time. It was Wisteria Koichi. He seems to have come here after a lot of hard work, and the clothes on his body are still the same as before he left. Although he doesn't look very embarrassed, deep in his eyes, there is deep fatigue and fear. And crazy. And just when Shido Hiroshi jumped out of the car and was about to come in, Miyamoto Rei, who was beside Naruto, couldn't help but dash forward with the rifle in his hand, approaching him. Koichi Shido, you scum with a face here. Chapter 509 Tragedy in Paris. Paris, France. This is a place known to the world as the capital of romance. Here, there is a touch of romance everywhere, and you can often see all kinds of romantic things between men and women on the street. And here, there is also a world-famous Eiffel Tower, making the city a world-famous tourist capital. A few months ago, a friend from the world of Shuan Temple followed his parents to this place in an instant and entered the local academy. But here, Shenna didn't get used to it quickly. For her, all the foreigners here, and the local female students around her were also a little bit repulsive, especially when she was 16 or 17 years old and she was still so petite and small. Became the object of ridicule by the female students on the first day here. However, she doesn't care about these moments, because she still remembers her former friends, the world, Naruto and the others. Whenever a person returns home, she will call the world, and occasionally send Naruto a text message, and after getting their response, she will feel that she still has friends in this world. Yes, she is not alone. Thinking about it this way, even if the surrounding environment is unfamiliar and the people around her reject it, she will not feel so miserable. On the contrary, she will study more actively, hoping that she will go back to find her best friend after she has learned something in the future. However, it didn't take long for such a melancholy but hopeful life to end in a catastrophe all over the world. Compared to now, she would rather go back to the days in the past. Because no matter how unfamiliar the people around them, and the indifferent eyes of classmates, they would not be like zombies crawling out of hell one by one, madly biting the crowd around them. It's a hellish world. It's been 3 days like this. In these 3 days, I saw countless blood and disasters, the mourning and fearful expressions of countless people, and the desperate faces of countless people who were struggling to die. But fortunately, shortly after the disaster struck, the army stationed in the vicinity immediately reacted and dispatched all-out efforts to destroy the mutated dead bodies. Those who were not yet infected were rescued. And Moan was one of these survivors, but her parents were separated from her. Now, she and the local survivors are staying in a Christian church. Because of the guards of the army, it is very safe to stay here every day, and a certain amount of food is delivered. However, the survivors who stayed in the Christian church were very frightened and helpless at first, even in an instant, because there was still no news from her parents. She was waiting for her parents to be sent here surviving. However, 3 days later, she still has no news. Like other survivors, there are no relatives around, and the outside is full of terrifying zombies. I can only sit in a corner of this church and pray silently all day long. If Jesus really existed in this world, how much she hoped that Jesus would come to the world to save her people who were in despair. This can only be a consolation. In the church, apart from eating and sleeping, there is only daily prayer. It seems that this will save the world and people, or, when she prays, the world will be restored. Unfortunately, all this is not a dream, but a cruel reality. In the past 3 days, her body has become thinner and thinner. Every day, while thinking of her parents, what she thinks most about is friends in the distance, the world, and Naruto. Yuhi colored bow on her hair. At the beginning, he had taken it off, but he said a lot of inexplicable and strange things. Make it difficult for yourself to understand. But now, after thinking about it carefully, she feels that things are not so simple. Could it be that what Naruto said that day was true? But who would foolishly believe that kind of thing? Maybe it was just a joke by Naruto. Anyway, now she has no time to think about it. Instead, she is a little worried about her friends who are in the distance. Is it the same for them, and the world is also in an incomparable panic? In this church, there is no TV, and the electronic equipment is no longer available. The mobile phone has no signal. At first, I couldn't even call my parents. How can I contact my friends in Japan now? She sighed helplessly, and stood up slowly in an instant. She saw that everyone around her was praying, but some people were irritably scolding, and some people even had quarrels and fights. This desperate world. Is everyone really desperate? Moment raised her head and looked at the window above the church. Through the glass, she saw the dim sky. At this moment, there was a sudden gunshot outside the church, and everyone couldn't help but stunned for a moment, and immediately became agitated and rushed to the door of the church in unison. The guards at the door reached out to stop everyone and shouted, "Calm down. Be calm. This is just a small number of dead bodies, and they will be wiped out soon." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it. This situation has happened several times in the past few days. Every gunshot affects everyone's nerves, but fortunately, those monsters can be dealt with every time. People can live temporarily. After being comforted, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and went back to their original places to pray again, looking forward to the Lord's redemption. However, this time, the sound of gunfire did not gradually decrease as usual. Instead, it became more and more urgent and closer. Finally, everyone began to feel uneasy and felt that something was wrong in an instant. The denser and closer the gunshots are, does this mean that the dead bodies are gradually approaching? Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream broke the peace in the church, and the next moment, the screams became more and more, but the gunshots became less and less. What's the matter? Those screams, are these soldiers making them? The situation is not good. Are those monsters going to rush in? Quick! Run away! Someone finally shouted to run away. Boom! In an instant, everyone in the church was boiling. The guards at the door tried to block it, but they couldn't stop it at all. In order to escape, the crowd was constantly restless. If you don't escape, this place will definitely be captured by the dead. Who will be able to escape the fate of being torn apart by the dead? Chapter 510 Hellish Church. Looking at Rei and Kiriko who were glaring at Koichi Wisteria in front of them, Naruto stood by and watched lightly. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Over the past few days, Rei also intermittently recounted how Koichi Shido ignored the lives of the students at that time, and how he forced those students, including Takao Komuro, into a desperate situation. After listening to Lee's remarks, the girls were very angry, and Kiriko also hated the Wisteria family to the core, because their political father warned Lee's father of the Ministry of Public Security, and even repeated Lee's grades. Therefore, Lee also wanted to kill him with one shot. However, even if she was so resolute and decisive when dealing with dead bodies, if she really wanted to kill people, she still couldn't do it. At this time, seeing Lee hesitating and not daring to make a real move, Shido Hiroshi suddenly showed a righteous look on his face, and said, "Student Lee, my choice was also for everyone's safety, but if it is for the sake of everyone's life and safety. If you save someone and sacrifice everyone's life, this kind of thing is meaningless. Now that you are safe, don't you accept people like me who think about the overall situation? Then what is the difference between you and me? It's just that it's nothing more than reckless actions based on personal preferences." Rei and Kiriko couldn't help but be stunned, and the other girls were also stunned. Shido Koichi's words suddenly made them unable to refute, but, because of this, he was the one who talked big and talked about the big picture. Disgusting. Damn it, you're just using the students as tools. The big picture you're talking about is just controlling everyone with your own will. Stop talking nonsense here. If you don't get out, I'll kill you. Lee raised her rifle sharply, the black muzzle aimed at Wisteria's head, her eyes full of murderous intent. A trace of fear flashed in Wisteria's eyes, but he quickly calmed down again, spread out his hands, and showed a helpless look on his face. "I'm just here to ask for help. This has nothing to do with you, right? You are now shutting me out. Isn't it also a form of hegemony when you do this?" "You." Lee stared at him with staring eyes. She couldn't compare to this guy in any way, and now she was so angry that she shot. Such a bastard dared to come and be arrogant in front of her. Simply unbearable. Ha ha ha, kill me, those things still can't be changed. Instead, they will continue to haunt you, and you will also be accused of being a murderer because of this. Suddenly, Wisteria laughed wildly, and in Lee's hands his rifle twitched slightly, and he almost shot him out. She struggled in her heart, and she was full of anger and hatred for him, but if she killed him, she would really be charged with murder and crime. Kiriko looked at her daughter, walked over suddenly, lightly held the gun barrel in her daughter's hand, and said lightly, "Lee, calm down, this kind of guy is not worth killing." Lee was stunned for a moment, then turned to see her mother's smiling face. She finally slowly put down her rifle and nodded slightly. "Yes, Mom, you're right, this kind of scum, killing him is just dirtying our hands." Seeing the sharp military thorn leaving his head, Wisteria couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, but at the same time he was also full of unwillingness. He didn't expect that he would be so belittled by two women, but at this time there was no way to resist and retaliate. Naruto couldn't help but smile, although he didn't know much about Wisteria, but after listening to Lee's description, such a person is considered a hero, but unfortunately he has no power and can only be eliminated in the end times. "You better get out of the way." At this moment, Soichiro Takagi, who had not spoken, said. Wisteria trembled and looked at everyone with unwillingness and resentment, but could only turn around and leave. Watching their car leave the gate of the courtyard wall, everyone returned to the hall again. At this time, night has come. As for what will happen to Wisteria and the others, everyone no longer cares. Such people will never live long in the apocalypse. To Naruto, this was just a small episode. No matter how noisy Shido Hiro repeated, it was just a clown jumping on the beam. He had no interest at all, but it was a pity for those students who fled with him. It's probably going to be miserable. Back upstairs, Naruto went back to the room, ready to sit down and practice. At this moment, he suddenly frowned. A look of surprise flashed across his face, and the next moment, he reached out and made a slight seal. Inside the huge Christ Church in Paris, France. Just a few minutes ago, a large group of panicked people wanted to rush out of the church to survive, but they did not expect that after rushing out, the result of waiting for them was death, because when they just walked out of the church, they found that the surrounding area of the church was actually surrounded by people. Surrounded by a large group of dead bodies, 3 floors inside and 3 floors, there are thousands of dead bodies, and they all rushed towards the church. The original soldiers who were guarding near the church were constantly blocking bombs, submachine guns, shotguns, all kinds of hot weapons, bullets flying, and explosions, but this time there were too many dead bodies. Rushing in soldiers on the front lines were soon overwhelmed and torn apart by waves of dead bodies. The people who rushed out were stunned when they saw this desperate scene. When they reacted, they found that the dead bodies had already rushed to the door of the church, and they were only a few steps away. At this distance, people have no way to escape, the only way out of the church door is blocked, and everyone is desperate. They began to run back into the church. They started crowding and started desperately trying to get back inside. However, the people who fell behind were soon torn apart by the dead bodies that rushed up, and then, one after another, the living were dragged away and dragged into the pile of dead bodies, and it was unknown whether they were eaten or killed. Shredded. Moreover, among the crowds, many people were trampled to death by others. The crowd fell into panic, screaming in despair, and the soldiers guarding had run out of ammunition and were pounced on by the dead one by one. In the church, I stared blankly at the silhouette of the door that kept squeezing in, and the dead body of Zhang Qiba dancing claws that suddenly appeared behind. At this moment, death was so close. Chapter 511 Horation's Rescue. Quick, run. Finally, the people who were still in the church shouted and ran backwards, and they reacted in an instant, and hurriedly followed everyone towards the back door of the church and ran away. However, there were too many people running away and it was too messy, and the petite body in the crowd was like a small boat in the ocean. It was crowded around by people, and was crowded out of the crowd all of a sudden. Lagged behind. But at this time, just as she was about to catch up, a guy beside her gave her a hard push. What? With a scream, his body was immediately pushed away and fell to the ground. It hurts. She hurriedly stretched out her hand to cover her knees, with tears in her eyes, looking helplessly at the people who were constantly fleeing to the back door in front of her, and she could only sit there and wait for the approach of a dead body not far away. Biting Silver Kiba secretly, he quickly moved to the side of a Jinchuriki column, holding his knees with both hands, keeping silent, longing for those dead bodies not to find themselves. However, such a hope is so slim. In a short period of time, the dead bodies have bitten the bodies of many people, and the survivors are also killed one by one, gradually becoming one dead body after another. In the church, it was completely messed up, and people's mourning came from one after another, and the ears were filled with countless screams of despair. The church is no longer a church, it has become hell. Instantly holding her knees with both hands, the pain prevented her from standing up, so she could only lean back on the cold Jinchuriki column and wait to die. At this time, how much she hopes to wait for the redemption of Jesus. It's a pity that she also knows what a powerless struggle it is to pray at this time. At this moment, she suddenly raised her head and found a dead body in front of her slowly walking towards her. The other party's waist was missing a big hole, the intestines inside were exposed, and there was an eyeball on the head. I don't know where it fell. Such a dead body made his heart almost stop beating in an instant. No, don't come here. She murmured to herself, her mind almost fell into a blank space. Is she really going to die? Is it really going to be eaten by such a terrifying monster? Will I never see my parents again, never see my friends again? In an instant, my heart was filled with despair. She huddled there holding her head, slowly closing her eyes and waiting for death. Suddenly, her hands touched the bow on top of her head, and a familiar scene suddenly appeared in her mind. Correct. Naruto. She suddenly thought of that absurd joke. Naruto, I hope it's really as you said. She murmured and took off the bow tie on her head, and her soft black hair slowly fell down. Looking at the dead body in front of her that kept walking towards her, a flash of determination flashed on her face. At this time, even if there was a trace of hope, she would never give up. Although Naruto said it very mysteriously at the time, it made people feel a little bit. I can't believe it, but now, this is the last ray of hope. Or rather, it's a struggle for survival. Instantly lowering his head, seeing the bloody wound on his knee, he gently pressed the yuhi-colored bow on it. The next moment, something magical happened. A golden light suddenly flashed in front of her eyes, and the next moment, a young man with short golden hair instantly appeared beside her. It's Naruto. On that side, he suddenly sensed that the spatial coordinates that were far away in the moment had been touched, and he knew that there was danger here, so he moved to this side in an instant. Just after he arrived, Wei Wei looked up in surprise and looked around, and found that this was actually a church, and the surroundings were full of wailing and screaming, and in front of him was a dead body with its head hanging. Behind him, Momo looked up at each other blankly. This back, this blonde hair, who is Naruto and who is this? Is everything he said true? He really appeared beside him now. Naruto, suddenly hesitantly called out to him. Naruto turned his head, a bright smile on his face. She was stunned for a moment. At this moment, she was like a dream. He was really Naruto. He really does teleport. He really came to his side. Are you all right? Naruto saw her staring at him in a daze, so he could not help but walk over and squat down, looking at the bright and clean legs exposed under his short skirt, and the blood of Yin Yuhi that kept coming out of her knees. I fell. Does it hurt? The gentle voice made her whole body tremble. She stared at him blankly, and her eyes finally showed a look of incomparable surprise. You, really Naruto? She suddenly grabbed Naruto's hands excitedly and pulled him and shouted, you are alive too, you are really here. At this moment, she didn't know how surprised, shocked, she didn't expect that what she thought was a joke turned out to be true. What he said was the truth. Naruto stretched out his hand and gently covered the wound of the instant. Sana, I am late, sorry. A bright green light suddenly rose from the palm of the hand, and a cool and comfortable feeling came from the knee. This is... She was stunned again. Naruto's hand would still glow. And when I put it on my wound, there is no more blood coming out of the wound, and most of the pain is gone in an instant. Naruto, are you a god? At this time, she had to ask. Appears next to the person instantly, and it will also glow for medical treatment. After listening to her words, Naruto couldn't help laughing and laughing. He withdrew his hand and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. I'm here to save you, but I'm not a god. Get up first. In an instant, he was helped up by him, and he leaned against him. Suddenly, she covered her mouth and whispered, be careful. The dead body was rushing towards the two of them. Naruto glanced at it. He had already noticed the movement, and he didn't see any movement. The neck of the dead body was cut in two as if it had been cut by an invisible blade. Let's go. Naruto took the moment's tender body, and said lightly, leave here and go round with others. Seeing this astonishing scene in an instant, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes and asked, Naruto, is this what you did? Naruto nodded slightly. Get out of here, and join us to find a new way out. Okay, it's amazing. She looked up at Naruto blankly for a moment. At this moment, she felt like she had fallen into heaven. Chapter 512 Crazy Sand Zombies. It's too messy here, I'll take you back. Naruto saw the countless dead bodies rushing around, and said to Moan with his head down. In an instant, she finally came back to her senses, and she responded and suddenly asked, Naruto, you are so powerful, can you deal with the monsters here? Have you solved it all? Instantly nodded with anticipation. You are so powerful, you must be able to do it, right? Seeing the look of anticipation on her face, Naruto looked around again, watching the scene of a group of dead bodies constantly chasing and killing the survivors, and finally nodded. I can try my best. Come on my back, he exclaimed suddenly. Moment was stunned for a moment, then immediately nodded in response, reached out and was picked up by Naruto, and then climbed onto his broad back. Yuhi, Wei responded, okay. Well, you have to hold me tight, Naruto said. Yes. In an instant, a pair of small jade arms wrapped tightly around Naruto's neck, and a pair of slender long legs also hooked Naruto's waist. Under the short skirt, 2 white and tender thighs were exposed on Naruto's waist. Seeing that she was already lying on his back like an octopus, Naruto suddenly rushed towards the door of the church, and at the same time shouted at the people who were still running around, "Go to one, run in the direction." Everyone heard Naruto's voice, but everyone was running away. Who would care about Naruto's words? Cut. It's really troublesome. Naruto curled his lips, stretched out a few self-made detonating talismans on his body, and slammed them on the ground at the door of the church. At this moment, a group of dead bodies heard the movement and rushed towards Naruto. In an instant, hurry up, Naruto urged. With a slight kick under his feet, he suddenly raised his head, moved his body, and jumped towards the top of the church. Naruto. Moment never thought that Naruto would suddenly jump out into the sky. The sudden movement made Momo's hand slip and he couldn't grasp it at all, and his body was about to fall away from Naruto. Naruto just wanted to release the ninjutsu in the mid-air hand seal. When he saw this, he quickly stretched out his hand to hold her delicate buttocks down. His face turned Yuhi, and he didn't fall, but he felt his buttocks rise. The hot hands made her heart skip a beat. Swish. The next moment, Naruto appeared directly on the ceiling with his back on his back, and ran on his feet with chakra, so that his feet were tightly attached to it, head and foot. In an instant, she almost fell off Naruto's body again, but fortunately this time, she hugged Naruto's waist with both hands, and her thighs also tightly wrapped around Naruto, so she didn't fall off him. Hurry up, Naruto urged her. She suddenly calmed down and opened her eyes, only to see a group of survivors who were chased and fled everywhere. Naruto quickly made a few seals with his hands. The next moment, a powerful momentum emanated from him, and at the same time, there were many tiny airflow fluctuations in the air below him. Futon, wind style, wind blade. Call. In an instant, countless tiny wind blades were produced in the fluctuation of the airflow, and each wind blade accurately flew towards the head of the dead body in the church below. Chi. The next moment, almost at the same time, all the dead bodies in the church were pierced by the wind blade, bloodshot, and Naruto's body slowly descended from the ceiling. Yes, saved. Those who were struggling on the brink of death suddenly found that all the dead bodies around them fell to the ground inexplicably. They didn't see who killed these dead bodies, and they didn't hear the sound of gunshots at all. Involuntarily, Chi froze in place. However, at this time, the dead bodies at the door of the church were still pouring in frantically, and they kept making terrifying screams. Naruto saw this slightly. He stretched out his hand to make a seal, and drank softly. Break. Boom boom boom. As if a blockbuster exploded, a large fire burst out from the door of the church in an instant, and the dead bodies that were rushing in towards the door were almost all blown into pieces. Even the door of the church was blasted with a large gap. Naruto fell to the ground, and the dead bodies outside were still pouring in frantically. In an instant, he looked at all the fallen dead bodies in the church, and the deep pit that appeared on the spot after the explosion. She couldn't understand this kind of thing at all. She could only stare blankly at the man she was hugging. The one in the church has been dealt with, and the next thing to do is to go out. Are you ready for the instant? Naruto turned back and looked at the instant. In an instant, he almost lost his ability to think, and he was thinking in his heart, is he a god? Is it God? How could one person have such power? He is absolutely God. Suddenly, an astonishing ecstasy appeared on his face. A pair of jade arms hugged Naruto's neck tightly and nodded vigorously. Yeah. I'm ready. At this moment, her heart is full of hope. My prayers finally worked. Naruto is the angel that Jesus has always arranged by his side. Futon, wind style, vacuum Taiyu. At this time, Naruto saw another wave of dead bodies rushing into the church from behind. He quickly hand-sealed with both hands, and suddenly spit out a huge chakra wind bomb from his mouth. Extremely the compressed wind power suddenly surged out and madly crushed it towards the door of the church. Boom! The door of the church was broken through in an instant, and it became a huge circular hole. The wind bombs rolled back with the dead bodies that came up, and they were crushed into pieces of meat. Hurry up! Naruto rushed forward, following the huge wind bomb, and almost instantly opened up a vacuum road several meters wide among the dead bodies. Boom! The huge wind bomb slammed into a building, and with the loud noise, the building was torn apart, and the gravel, smoke and dust rolled into the sky. In an instant, he was frightened by this incomparably powerful destructive power. Naruto, is this the power of God? During the march, when Naruto heard the question, he couldn't help but smile. I'm not a god, I'm just an ordinary person with special powers. In other words, there are too many dead bodies here, even if I don't care anymore. How to destroy it? There will still be more gatherings around here, and my power is not unlimited. I am afraid I can't fulfill your request. In that case, can you help me find my parents? Shanna looked at him and said. Chapter 513 Must Persevere. In a huge manner, inside a castle-like building. Everyone gathered together and stayed in the hall nervously. Hurry up and evacuate here. The gate was destroyed by dead bodies, and this place will soon be captured. Soichiro Takagi called towards the girls beside him. Lord Suichiro, hurry up and retreat. We will block this place. A subordinate rushed into the door and shouted anxiously. Prepare to fight. He suddenly pulled out his samurai sword and walked out of the gate to the square. I saw that around the manor square, a group of his subordinates were holding weapons to block the dead bodies that were constantly pouring in from the collapsed doorway. Damn, how did these guys get in? Someone shouted around. What bastard brought them here? Before, the manor was still peaceful. Although there were dead bodies wandering on the street one after another, but without disturbing them, the place was still safe for the time being. I didn't expect that these dead bodies would come around so quickly. This makes absolutely no sense. However, they didn't know that the culprit of all this was laughing in the bus not far away. He was the one who was driven away by Koichi Wisteria. He was not willing to be fooled like this, so he took revenge. It was very simple. He drove a car and drove wildly on the road full of dead bodies. When he attracted a large number of dead bodies, he stopped at the gate of Saya's house, and then quickly changed into a bus and fled. In the process, of course, there are also huge dangers. If he didn't drive fast enough and plan the route in advance, he would not have been able to escape safely. And now, his bus was parked not far from Shay's house, and he watched the manor's fiery battle in the car, with a smug smile on his face. Let you shut me out. Let you disdain to kill me. Now I want you to regret it. He drove the bus towards the back of Saya's house. At this time, the people in the manor could no longer care about these things. They were fighting frantically. Fortunately, the Saya family was strong, and every subordinate had weapons and firearms in their hands. Those dead bodies could not rush in for the time being. At this time, Yazi and the others also rushed out of the gate with weapons and came to the square. Seeing the fierce battle, they could not help frowning. Where did Naruto go? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Yako asked. We don't know either. We searched all the rooms and couldn't find him. Shizuka and Yanyi responded anxiously. Cut. Really, I think Naruto must be in a temporary situation. With his teleportation power, even if we go to other places, we can't know. Yazi bit Kiba slightly. Then now, we must go and fight. Yeah. We're going to fight here until he comes back. Miyamoto Rei said firmly, holding the rifle in her hand. Very good. I didn't expect you all to have such an awareness. However, the children should leave first. Just leave it to the adults. Takagi Soichiro nodded and said in approval. Hee, Lord Gaocheng, You are underestimating us. Yazi suddenly smiled and said, although we are only high school students, we cannot underestimate our combat power. She quickly pulled out the long oak knife on her body and charged towards the dead body in front of her. As expected of the daughter of the Pashima family, Soichiro murmured and suddenly stopped her. Wait, here's something for you. Yako stopped, but saw Soichiro took out a Japanese samurai sword in his hand and handed it over. Kendo practitioners, just use it to fight. Yazi was stunned for a moment, then reached out to take it, held it in his hand, and hung his long oak knife back to his waist. With a slam, the long knife in his hand came out of its sheath. A terrifying energy flashed by. Good knife. Yazi only felt the preciousness of this knife just by waving it. This is a Murata sword. It is a Japanese sword made by Major General Murata at the Tokyo Artillery Factory during the Meiji period. It is very sharp. As a kendo celebrity, I believe it will exert its greatest power in your hands. Soichiro said. Yazi nodded gratefully, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. What a nice look. Then let's fight. Soichiro also waved his sword and charged towards the dead bodies in front of him. Yazi smiled excitedly, held the knife in both hands, and rushed into the crowd of dead bodies with a stride. The next moment I saw a circular arc of sword light flashing, and all the dead bodies beside her were broken into two pieces. The Yako on this side got new weapons to fight, and the girls in the back also took out their weapons, and together with Soichiro's subordinates, launched a frantic shooting at the dead bodies. Yuriko was startled when she saw her daughter, who couldn't use a gun at all, was fighting with a pistol, and hurried to her daughter's side. Saya, who taught you how to use a gun? Shay raised his head. Mom, don't you know how to use a gun? Yuriko was taken aback for a moment. When I was a Wall Street trader, I used to carry a gun with me. When it comes to marksmanship, your father is not as good as me. Yuriko said, this is not important, come back to my question. Saya shot a dead body in front of him in the chest, raised his head and smiled. Naruto taught me. And I will use it soon. Really, I didn't expect your daughter to be so powerful, Yuriko said with a gratified smile. Mom, you always underestimate me, this time I will never let you underestimate me. Shay shouted. However, just when she was about to rush up to continue shooting, Yuriko pushed her back. It's really a strong child, how can parents put their children in danger? Saya, retreat quickly. No, I'm not retreating, Saya cried. However, at this moment, there were more and more dead bodies at the entrance of the courtyard. Although everyone's firepower was still fierce, it was impossible to stop the endless stream of dead bodies from entering. Yako slashed a dead body with one knife, and hurriedly retreated to the front of the girls, gasped slightly and said, is Naruto still back? Yeah, there are more and more dead bodies. We can't stop it, Mommy said. Miyamoto Rei and Kiriko also retreated to the side of Yazi, panting and shouting, for the time being, we can only retreat. But, Naruto hasn't arrived yet, we have to persevere. Yazi narrowed his eyes slightly, and a determination rose from his face. We can't be defeated so easily before he comes back. Chapter 514 Get Back in Time. At this time, Naruto, who was in Paris, France, was rushing out of the zombie group with his back behind his back, and his figure kept jumping forward on the top of the high-rise buildings. Lie down behind him in an instant, feeling the feeling of the cool breeze blowing on her body at night, and suddenly she felt at ease. After a long period of shock and disbelief, she finally understood that what was in front of her was indeed Naruto, and I hugged him more realistically, lying on his back. This warm and quiet feeling is not a dream at all. Although the surroundings were dark, but with Naruto around, the fear and anxiety that he had before no longer felt in his heart in an instant. Naruto, all of this seems like a dream. Suddenly, he whispered softly. Naruto nodded. Yeah, such a dream is too cruel for humans. I really hope this nightmare can wake up soon. Naruto was silent for a while, and then he said softly, don't worry, from now on, I will protect you, no matter how the world becomes. you have to believe that as long as we are still alive, there will be hope. Hearing this, his body trembled slightly, looking at Naruto and murmured, Naruto, is what you said true? Is there really hope in this world? I only know that one thing will never happen for no reason. Everything has its root. As long as the root is found, it can be solved. Naruto turned back and smiled. I will use my own ability to find out the root of it all. Looking at the confident smile on his face, she couldn't help but stay for a moment. At this moment, she seemed to see a hopeful tomorrow. Okay, let's find your parents now. Naruto accelerated slightly and sprinted towards the darkness ahead. Yeah, Mo nodded. In an apartment, Naruto took Moment into the corridor. In the corridor, bursts of blood rushed to her face, and the moment she got off Naruto, she took his arm and walked in the dark corridor. The smell of blood made her frown, and New China became more and more uneasy. The community here is already powered off in a large area, so at this time there is no lighting at all. Feeling the cold little hand, Naruto stretched out his other hand, chakra worked, and a faint flame on the fingertips quietly jumped. Looking at the flames on Naruto's fingertips in surprise, Naruto smiled faintly, just use this for lighting. She nodded, with such a miraculous Naruto by her side, what was there to be afraid of? In front, at the end of the corridor, is the room where my parents are. As soon as I arrived at the door, I saw the door opened and the scene inside was extremely messy. In a moment of panic, Naruto sighed secretly and walked in first. With the brightness of the flames on his fingertips, he followed Naruto in an instant and could see the scene inside clearly. I saw a middle-aged couple standing in the hall, standing opposite each other, with their waists slightly on their backs, as if they were discussing something with each other, but they just stood there without any movement, appearing dead. A flash of surprise suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly shouted, Mom and Dad. The voice came out, and the two figures were slightly shocked and turned around. At this moment, just as he was about to rush up, he found that the palm of his hand was tightly held by a big hand. In an instant, Naruto called her and shook his head slowly at her. Instantly, his expression suddenly shook. When she looked at her parents in front of her again, she saw pale skin and eyes on those two familiar faces. This instantly looked at the two of them in disbelief, and stood still. Naruto sighed slightly. They have all turned into dead bodies. How can this happen? How can this happen? How can this happen? Instantly shouted in disbelief, his face full of tears. Naruto stretched out his hand to wrap her waist and pulled her into his arms. Instantly leaned against his arms gently, his shoulders kept shaking, but there was no cry. Her parents have also become cannibalistic dead bodies. Although, she had thought of all this, but when the bloody facts were placed in front of her, it was inevitable that she felt incomparable despair and helplessness in her heart. What are you going to do? Feeling the sadness of the moment, Naruto also felt pity in his heart. Destroying the dead body was just a matter of raising his hands, but the other party was the parents of the moment. Raised her head slowly in an instant, her beautiful eyes were slightly swollen, and her face was covered with tears. She looked back at the two figures rushing towards her, bit Kiba slightly, and said softly, Ming Man, please help me free my parents. Naruto nodded, silently stretched out his hand and pointed his finger out. Chi-chi. Two blood arrows flew out from the heads of Shanna's parents, and Naruto turned back directly with Shanna and left the house. On the roof, she stood beside Naruto and looked into the distance. The night wind blew across her face, drying her tears. The grief of losing her parents kept her from saying a word for a long time. Naruto put his arms around her shoulders and gently pulled into his arms, giving her silent comfort. At this moment, the surroundings were silent, and it seemed that there were only two people who were relying on them. In Naruto's warm arms, there was a hint of comfort in his sad heart. Suddenly, Naruto frowned involuntarily. The next moment, he hurriedly said to the instant, There is a situation in Japan, I will take you back. She was stunned for a moment, and she who was still in grief didn't have time to react, and suddenly felt a sway in front of her. After a moment, the scene changed, there was a wailing scream, and a large wave of dead bodies appeared in front of him. All of this, before she could regain her senses, a few whispers were heard beside Naruto. Naruto. You're finally back. Excellent. Rei, Mami, Kotoba, Otome, Sakai, Kiriko, Guishin, and Alice were all standing in a corner, forced into a desperate situation, and most of the weapons in their hands were out of ammunition. Not far in front, Yuko was fighting with a long sword. Saya and Yuriko were also surrounded by dead bodies. Almost everyone around them was unable to protect themselves. At this time, the appearance of Naruto brings a new hope to everyone. Seeing Naruto from a distance, Yako finally breathed a sigh of relief, and her fighting spirit became high again. Naruto, you can make us wait. Chapter 515 Bitten. Sorry, I'm late. Naruto noticed the situation around him, and it was really urgent. If he hadn't set spatial coordinates on Mami and the others and sensed the danger here, the result might not have been at all. I can't come over. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen here when I went to Paris to save the moment. Seeing that the girls were looking at him, Naruto handed over the moment around him to the world, and then rushed into the group of dead bodies as soon as he moved. It was okay to see the world of friends in an instant, and he was holding a gun in his hand. He couldn't help but be startled. Sana, how did Naruto bring you here? Aren't you in Paris? The world shouted in surprise and joy. I was going to die, but Naruto suddenly appeared and saved me. Momo said with a glance at Naruto who had already rushed out. Teleportation. This must be Naruto's ability to teleport. All the girls exclaimed. Great. In an instant, we are all together now. World laughed. Naruto's sudden intrusion was as if a monstrous wave was created out of thin air. The dead bodies were completely unable to stop Naruto's footsteps. Often, Naruto could directly blast several dead bodies with one punch, with a dagger in his hand. Swipe, and several broken bodies are thrown out. Seeing such a situation, Yazi also had a lot of fighting spirit, and the Murata treasured sword in her hand became more and more handy. Naruto quickly came to Yuko's side. Seeing that there were too many dead bodies around her, he directly helped her to kill a group to relieve the pressure, and then rushed towards Saya and Yuriko, who were surrounded by the center. At this time, Saya's mother and daughter were about to run out of ammunition, and the situation had fallen into a very critical moment. Hundreds of dead bodies had gathered around them, screaming and rushing towards them. Mom, there are too many dead bodies. Saya shot at them, back to back, she cried anxiously. At this time, Naruto had already jumped towards the two of them, and Yuriko smiled faintly. It's alright, Naruto is here. Huh. As soon as Shay turned his head, he saw Naruto's figure descend from the sky and landed beside the two of them. Too slow, Shay yelled at him. Naruto smiled slightly, took the hands of the two women, and said, hurry up and retreat, leave it to me here. After he finished speaking, before they could react, he lightly hugged the slender waists of the two of them, jumped up, and quickly jumped into the sky. The two women let out a soft cry, and the next moment, the three of them had already returned to Mami and the others. Shizuka, hurry up and get in the car and leave here, I'll block it for a while. Naruto called to them. Yes. The girls responded in unison, and Naruto's words were now equivalent to an order. However, we're running out of ammunition now, I'm afraid we can't rush out. Mami said with a frown. Naruto smiled slightly. It's okay, I will protect you in the past. Just when the girls were puzzled, Naruto folded his hands slightly to hand seal. Shadow clone technique. He snorted softly, and used this ninjutsu skill. The technique of shadow clone uses its own chakra to create a clone with the strength of the main body. This clone will disappear after being attacked. However, this clone also inherits all the abilities of Naruto, but the strength is similar to that of Naruto. Naruto's body is divided equally. With avatars escorting them, they will never be in danger again. Boom. An instant after the shadow clone technique was used, another Naruto appeared beside everyone. Why is there another Naruto? This is a clone technique and one of my abilities. Well, don't be surprised, he will protect you, Naruto said to them. At this time, Yako, Soichiro and the others who were fighting not far away seemed to be overwhelmed, and Naruto didn't say any more, and rushed towards Yako. Let's go. Naruto's clone waved his hand and rushed towards the back of the manor with the girls. At this time, the army of dead bodies has grown more and more, and almost everyone has been blocked. Only Naruto and his clone are still safe in this area, and even Yako and Soichiro, who are highly skilled in kendo, are forced to falling back. Naruto appeared next to Yako with a flash, and after helping her blast away several dead bodies, he said, "Sister Yako, there are too many dead bodies, you should retreat first." Yako glanced at Naruto, shook his head lightly and said, "This can't be done, everyone is still fighting." Naruto frowned slightly. "Just leave it to me here, I'm afraid you'll get hurt if you stay any longer." Yazi looked up at him, and when she saw the unwavering gaze in his eyes, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. She suddenly smiled and said, "Okay. I'll listen to you." "Okay." Naruto also had a smile on his face. "I have already opened the way for you. I think you should be fine by yourself, hurry up and fight with Shizuka and the others." The boy nodded and turned to leave. In such a situation, although she really wanted to fight, she finally listened to Naruto. Naruto looked at the arena, and groups of dead bodies were dancing in the square. At this time, Soichiro Takagi, unable to resist, also leaned towards Naruto. "Hurry up and take your subordinates to retreat, I can buy you some time by myself," Naruto said to him when he saw Soichiro also rushing over. Soichiro laughed, but saw the long sword in his hand and shouted, "We have no way out." After being silent for a while, he stretched out his foot and said to Naruto, "Look, I've been infected too." Naruto couldn't help being startled, looked down at his feet, and saw that the shoes on his feet had been bitten through a large hole, and there were faint bloodstains inside. Naruto was stunned, but he didn't expect that Soichiro's feet were actually bitten by a dead body. Although it was only a small bite, it only bit through a layer of flesh, but as long as someone bitten by a dead body, they will definitely become a dead body within 30 minutes. Haha, it's not a waste of life to be able to kill so happily. Soichiro laughed, waved his long sword and charged at the dead bodies again and killed them. Chapter 516 Strong Man, Kill Me. Watching Soichiro's tragic rush to kill, Naruto also secretly admired him. Although he was just an ordinary person, he was so unafraid of death at a critical moment, and he even had to fight until the very end. "I'm already infected. Everyone else retreat." At this time, Soichiro ordered his subordinates to flee backwards while dashing. The subordinates couldn't help but stunned when they heard the words. However, those subordinates did not listen to his orders at all, and began to fight the dead body even more desperately. Seeing this scene, Naruto couldn't help shaking his head and sighing slightly. Soichiro has been infected by the dead body, and these subordinates already know, but they still intend to fight with their superiors to the last moment. Naruto hand seal with both hands, and then slammed on the ground, instantly. There was only a loud bang in front of the collapsed far door, and a 1-meter wide wall rose out of thin air, rising 10 meters before stopping, as if it was a scourge to intercept the dead bodies that were still pouring in from the courtyard outer. Doden, Earth Style, Earth Wall Art. After that, the seal in his hand kept going, and he continued to hand seal again. This time, it was a futon, wind style, seal. Futon, wind style, wind blade. In an instant, a huge wind blade formed by a strong wind appeared in the air, and a violent gust of wind was generated around it. Everyone watched this magical scene and stood there for a while. At this moment, the huge wind blade in midair suddenly moved, as if it was a huge guillotine knife, and the wind blade slammed down towards the dead body on the ground. Chi-chi. The tearing power carried by the wind blade instantly smashed the dead into minced flesh, and the blood was scattered and sprayed with the gust of wind. After that, the wind blade did not disappear, but under the control of Naruto, after turning a circle in midair, it once again cut across the group of dead bodies. The dead bodies were just screaming on the ground, and they had no room to dodge at all. The huge wind blade with a width of 7 or 8 meters rolled up a gust of wind and cut off the dead bodies in an instant. A large piece of corpse was brought up, and with just this one blow, dozens of dead bodies were wiped out. After the wind blade cut through the dead body, it stopped in midair. Naruto held the seal in one hand while controlling it. Since he got this special chakra in his body, his control has become stronger. If it was placed in the past, such a wind blade would not be able to control the energy of him at all, but this time he has been able to control it in a small area. The short-term control is enough to show that his control has been further strengthened. And everyone looked at the wind blade that seemed to be dyed with a layer of blood and whirled in the air, and looked at Naruto's back, and couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. In the eyes of ordinary people, the extremely terrifying dead body was slaughtered like garbage under his hands. This ability has far exceeded the deterrent effect brought by thermal weapons. If Naruto said he was a god now, they would believe it. The next moment, Naruto controlled the wind blade and quickly circled back and forth twice in the field. Wherever he passed, almost no dead body could stand, and almost all became two halves. On the square, blood flowed into rivers, such a massacre. Even Naruto was a little nauseated. Finally, he stopped killing and stood quietly in the square. In the surroundings, except for the living Soichiro's subordinates, and Soichiro who was panting violently, there were no dead bodies. They looked at Naruto's back, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Nearly 1,000 dead bodies in the square fell to the ground as he swayed back and forth and the invisible wind blade rolled over. It only took 10 minutes. Killing more than 1,000 people in 10 minutes in a row, is this still a human? If it weren't for the fact that Naruto killed all infected dead bodies, everyone really wanted to give him the title of Hell Shura. But despite this, everyone's eyes on Naruto have changed, and they have become fearful. This is the deep fear of the strong from the heart. Naruto didn't know what he had done, and the shock to everyone was too great. Even Soichiro was deeply shocked. He looked at Naruto's figure for a long time, and suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Only then did the surviving subordinates rush to Soichiro's side. Lord Soichiro. The subordinates tried to support him, but Soichiro quickly pushed them away. Don't come here. I have been infected and will soon become a dead body. Now I have something to tell you. Master Soichiro. Now the whole world is full of such dead bodies, and people are all in panic and despair, but the country and the army are also trying to maintain order, and now a survivor base has been established in the military district away from Tokyo, and you will be next. Go there. His subordinates could not help but burst into tears after hearing this. Soichiro stopped looking at them, his brows furrowed sharply, and a cold sweat broke out on his face. He endured the pain of crazy mutation after his body was infected, and walked to Naruto and said, "Stronger, please agree at last. I have 2 requests." Naruto looked at him and nodded. Go ahead. Help me take care of Yuriko and Saya. They will be handed over to you for protection in the future. Well, I will protect them. Naruto responded. A rare smile appeared on Soichiro's face. Then, thank you very much. He bowed to Naruto, raised his head and said, then the second request now is to kill me. Naruto sighed slightly. Soichiro looked at him and said, you strong man, you should understand my thoughts. The subordinates looked at the two in silence. Naruto raised his hand to Soichiro. Fingers stretched out slowly. Soichiro closed his eyes, and there was a hint of relief on his resolute face. Puff. With a light sound, Soichiro's body shook violently, and then, his tall body fell to the ground with a bang. Master Soichiro, the surviving subordinates cried out in grief. A small hole that seemed to have been penetrated by a bullet appeared on Soichiro's forehead. This was the effect of Naruto's concentration of the highly compressed wind blade power on his fingertips, and then instantly launching it forward. After killing Soichiro with his own hands, Naruto sighed slightly. Now that's all right. I have to explain it to Saya and Yuriko again. I hope they can understand. Let's all withdraw. Naruto waved his hand and led the crowd away from the square, towards the back of the manor. Chapter 517 Wisteria Caught. At this time, under the protection of Naruto's shadow clone, Shizuka had successfully driven the RV out, and after everyone got in the car, she drove along the road leading to the back door. At this moment, at the back door, Koichi Wisteria's bus stopped there, surrounded by scattered dead bodies, heading towards where he was. From the back door, he saw Shizuka's RV approaching from a distance, and a shadow flashed in his eyes. Damn, did this let them escape? Damn. Glancing at the scattered dead bodies on the surrounding roads, a mad look flashed across his face. Fight. He suddenly pushed the classmate who was driving away, sat in the driving car, and said, now I will stage the craziest revenge in history for everyone. We have to let them know that we are by no means easy to bully. He honked the car's horn, and the honking of the horn suddenly sounded high. The dead bodies that were still moving slowly around them all sensed the existence of the bus and rushed towards the bus. Hey, these guys really only rely on hearing to act. Wisteria smiled coldly, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly turned on the road under the fearful eyes of the classmates beside her. At the same time, his car horn was constantly blaring wildly. As soon as Shizuka's car exited the back door, she saw a group of dead bodies behind Wisteria's two big buses. At this moment, Wisteria's bus suddenly rushed towards the RV where Shizuka was, and also brought the group of dead bodies behind them. In this case, Shizuka and the others in the car couldn't help but turn pale. Isn't that bastard Wisteria? Damn it. What is this guy doing? Lee couldn't help scolding. Yazi held the knife in his hand, and his eyes flashed coldly. Lee, I really shouldn't have let him go at that time. Damn, this guy is absolutely insane. No, we have to get out of the car and destroy these dead bodies, or we won't be able to deal with it after more and more. We don't want to be trapped with this kind of scum. At this time, the Wisteria in the bus stuck his head out of the window and laughed at the RV passing by. You all deserve to die. Wait to die. Ha ha ha. The dead bodies rushed towards his bus frantically, and many dead bodies along the way also noticed the voice of the people in the car next to Shizuka, and suddenly rushed towards the RV. Damn it. Rei cursed, and jumped out of the car with the rifle on her body. Hey, Rei. Kiriko just wanted to stop her daughter's impulse, but it was too late. She called out to her, and quickly got out of the car with a spear. Yazi jumped up and got out of the car holding the Murata sword. As a result, everyone in the car, except for Alice who was too young, and Wei Shin, who was incompetent, jumped out of the car with weapons. At this moment, Naruto also brought the rest of the survivors to the back door. Seeing Naruto's arrival, all the girls couldn't help but rejoice. Naruto, I didn't expect you to be here so soon. The girls exclaimed with joy. What's going on? Naruto saw at a glance the bus with the Wisteria in front of him, and the way the girls got off the bus and prepared to meet the dead body. Without waiting for the girls to answer, he dismissed Shadow Clone, and all the information he saw and heard in his clone came into his mind. He understood in an instant that when Shizuka and the others first came to the back door, Wisteria suddenly went crazy and attracted a group of dead bodies to block their way. Very good. Really good. Naruto suddenly sneered, and the next moment, he flipped his hands again and again, and a string of seals was formed in an instant. Time and space enchantment. With a soft drink, a transparent light curtain suddenly rose from all directions on the surrounding ground, including the girls and all the survivors. Don't walk out of these walls of light. I'll come as soon as I go. Naruto's voice just fell, and in the puzzled look of everyone, his figure quickly jumped out of the barrier, jumped high, and suddenly appeared in the sky above the Wisteria bus. At this time, Zidane was still laughing in the car, and he smiled proudly to the students who came with him in the car. Look, this is their fate, these people who dare to despise us and bully us. Guy, you will be surrounded by the dead. Ha ha ha. The classmates in the car didn't know whether it was because they had seen a lot of things like this along the way, or because they were brought into the madness by the wisteria. In short, the expressions on their faces were also full of pervert-esque distortions. He he he, as long as you follow me, everyone will no longer be bullied by others. Whoever dares to target us, we will punish them. Wisteria opened his arms and laughed. The classmates next to him hurriedly helped him hold the steering wheel. Just when he was intoxicated with the thrill of revenge, there was a sudden muffled sound from the roof of the bus, and the iron sheet on the roof sank directly. Wisteria and all the students couldn't help but be taken aback. At this moment, the ground in front suddenly shook, and then, in the stunned eyes of Wisteria and the classmates in the car, a tall earth wall suddenly rose. Stop in front of their car out of thin air. Purple, Mr. Wisteria, what's going on? Quickly brake. Shito-hiro turned pale in shock, and hurried over to step on the brakes. However, just as he stepped on the brakes, the front of the bus slammed into the dirt wall with a savage thud. What? There were screams and screams in the car. Fortunately, the car was not driving very fast, and the students sitting in the back were not hurt too much, but Wisteria in the driver's seat and another classmate next to him directly collided with each other. On the steering wheel, slammed, and fell there. At this time, everyone in the barrier heard the sound of the crash coming from afar, and the appearance of the bus hitting the suddenly rising earth wall. When the dead bodies rushed to the front and back of the knot, as if they were separated by a layer of solid glass, they couldn't break it at all, and they could only keep hitting outside, and they felt a miracle in their hearts. At this time, Naruto, who was standing on the roof of the bus, used ninjutsu to stop the bus and jumped into the bus. Under the terrified eyes of many students, he reached out and raised the wisteria that was mixed on the steering wheel. Holding him like a chicken, the figure flashed back to the enchantment. Chapter 518 Wisteria. All the girls couldn't help but look at the wisteria who fell to the ground and woke up after being thrown, and they all showed anger. You scumbag! Miyamoto Ray kicked him directly in the chest. What? Wisteria cried out in pain, and was kicked and rolled forward a few times. She raised her head and stared at Miyamoto Ray, Naruto and the others with anger and unwillingness. When he saw the transparent barrier around him, his eyes were full of surprise. Naruto was expressionless, stepped forward and said lightly, I really underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to do these things. Did you plan it before? Wisteria looked at Naruto and said, it's in your hands this time, I'm a loser. But you won't be better off. How long can you live in this world full of zombies? Ha 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 ha. After speaking, he lay on the ground and raised his head, laughing wildly. Naruto sneered disdainfully, you don't need to care if we die or not, I really want to kill you at this time. Do you know what I hate the most? It's a villain like you who takes advantage of others' dangers. Quote. Humph. Then kill me. You won't survive well anyway. The surroundings are surrounded by zombies. You can't get out. Ha ha ha. Wisteria cried. Seeing his crazy look like the fish died and the net was broken, a murderous look flashed in the eyes of Yazi who was standing by the side. She suddenly walked up slowly raised the Murata sword in her hand, looked at the wisteria lying on the ground and sneered softly, do you think we'll let you die happily? It's not that easy. Naruto looked at her, only to see Yazi carrying the long knife to the side of the wisteria. A bloodthirsty smile flashed on the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Naruto slightly, and the long knife in his hand stabbed with a bang. What? Wisteria let out a miserable cry, and saw that the tip of Yazi's knife just pierced into the flesh of one of Wisteria's thighs, piercing deeply, and Yin Yuhi's blood slowly came out. However, this knife stabbed just right. When she pulled it out with a bang, the blood on Wisteria's leg did not spurt out. The knife avoided the aorta and veins. Wisteria already understood Yazi's intention and looked at her with fear. Kill me quickly. Yako smiled slightly, then turned to look at Naruto and the girls. I see that everyone disagrees. It seems that you scum deserves such a punishment. Before she finished speaking, she stabbed Wisteria's other thigh with a knife again. Wisteria screamed again, and cold sweat broke out on his face in an instant. As a teacher, he had never suffered such hardships before. Meaning, she is a devil. Miyamoto Rei stood aside with a look of relief. Kiriko frowned slightly, but didn't say anything, but the others felt that this was a bit too much, although it was cool to abuse people like this, but does it seem too cruel? Can't you just kill it with a single shot? Naruto looked at Yazi, although there was no expression on his face, but he was already frowning secretly in his heart. No, Yazi cannot be allowed to continue like this. He stood up, and just when Yazi was about to stab the wisteria for the third time, he reached out and grabbed her jade hand holding the long knife. Looking at her, Yazi, it's alright. Wisteria looked at Naruto and exhaled slightly. Yazi was stunned for a moment, seeing Naruto looking at her with a serious face. She couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable, nodded silently, and put the knife back. The girls let out a soft sigh. After all, the appearance of Yazi stabbing someone with a knife just now was a bit scary. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone had been together for a few days and had become familiar with each other, they might have feared the child from now on. Yazi does have some problems in this regard, Naruto thought to herself, but when she saw a dead child before, she couldn't bear to do it, which proved that she didn't really want to be so murderous and cruel in her heart, but occasionally I just can't control myself. It seems that she must find a time to help her solve this problem, otherwise in this oppressive world, she will have an accident sooner or later. At this time, all the girls turned their attention to Naruto, expecting him to deal with the scumbag Wisteria. After Naruto pulled the Yakuza away, he looked at Wisteria again, saw that he was staring at him, and said with a faint smile, although I won't torture you like her, I won't easily take advantage of you, so be conscious. Quote. You, what are you going to do? Wisteria exclaimed with a look of fear on her face. Naruto ignored his cry, but slowly extended his palm towards him. In the wide eyes of Wisteria, a tree stem as thick as an arm suddenly grew between Naruto's palms. It rolled directly towards the Wisteria's neck. Ah, what kind of monster is this? Wisteria was startled suddenly, and couldn't help but scream in fear. Naruto ignored him and just smiled faintly. This move is his Mokuden wood-style technique, which is a new escape technique produced by combining chakra with water and soil nature transformation. When used, it can summon or incarnate various wooden objects. Although Naruto doesn't have much chakra now, it's still very easy to use some small Mokuden wood style. Wow, this is Brother Naruto's magic again. Alice exclaimed excitedly, looking at him with curiosity and admiration. It should be. Shay nodded. Yuriko on the side was also full of curiosity. At this time, Naruto had already controlled the stem to wrap the Wisteria's neck, pulled it upwards, controlled the stem to hang him in the air, and looked at the dead body outside the enchantment, his face showing a smile. You, cough, you. Wisteria is now in shock and fear. Naruto's tactics are completely beyond the scope of ordinary people's thinking. It is like making a movie. So it seems that the surrounding area, the magical light curtain, was also made by him. The large earth wall that appeared in front of the bus before is also his masterpiece. What does that mean? Means you are an idiot. Actually, against a Superman, it's useless to die. At this time, the Wisteria, with a face ashen, blood still dripping from his thigh, slowly dripped to the ground, and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I'm really unhappy. Suddenly, he felt his body flying high up into the sky, and the tree stem left his neck, but his body had already volleyed out, and below, there was a group of dead bodies screaming. Chapter 519 Mutant Dead. Underneath, the dead body danced wildly. On the way to free fall, Wisteria was feeling the god of death approaching step by step. Finally, he slammed into the dead bodies, but they soon caught them all over his body. Immediately afterwards, the dead were bitten all over the body. Pain, all hit his mind at this moment. At this moment, the nerves seemed to be numb. The darkness gradually disappeared. Wisteria's unwillingness is still circling in his mind. Suddenly, light reappeared in front of his eyes. This is... What happened? Wisteria suddenly found that his body was able to move, but at this time a crazy killing intent and bloodthirsty thoughts rushed into his mind. In an instant, the world in front of him changed color and became a bloody yuhi. Vaguely, he saw the live meat not far from the many dead bodies around him. After Naruto threw the wisteria into the group of dead bodies, he clapped his hands, and said to the girls beside him, "This should be his best end, right?" All the women nodded when they heard the words. "Then, everyone, get in the car first. I'll clear the way for you after the barrier is lifted." Yeah, everyone was headed by Naruto, who nodded in unison as soon as he finished speaking, and entered the RV. Seeing everyone entering and Shizuka getting ready in the driver's seat, Naruto planned to unlock the spirit formation. Suddenly, he felt the entire barrier shake slightly, and his body couldn't help shaking. Naruto looked at the direction of the vibration in surprise, and his eyes suddenly became a little strange. I saw that outside the barrier in front, one of the dead bodies was punching punch after punch on his barrier. Boom! With every punch, the barrier would tremble slightly, as if it would burst at any time. And this dead body is actually Koichi Wisteria, who was just thrown into the dead body by himself. Unexpectedly, he was not eaten. Although his body was full of mutilations after being bitten, every punch he attacked was able to generate a powerful force. And at the same time, the rotten flesh that was bitten off on his body is also growing little by little, giving birth to new rotten flesh, making his body more complete and stronger. What's going on? At this time, the girls in the car had already seen the vibration of the entire barrier outside, and the huge slamming voice was constantly reaching their ears. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, and he stretched out his hand to make a seal. Chakra released vigorously, and the barrier that was crumbling immediately stabilized. No matter how Wisteria waved his fist, he couldn't smash it. At this time, Naruto was already on Naruto in Wisteria's eyes. He didn't know if he was still conscious at this time, and he didn't know what thoughts he had now. At this time, he seemed to feel that he only had one instinct, the instinct of wanting to eat people and bloodthirsty. Naruto has become the most delicious live meat in his eyes. Although I don't know why this guy mutated into such a powerful dead body, but, you can't escape the fate of perishing. Naruto clenched his fists and shouted, "Everyone listen, get in the car first. Don't move, I'll deal with that guy." After he finished speaking, he condensed a Mokuden wood-style seal, and split out a Mokuden wood-style clone from his body. This is a clone that condenses half of his strength, and it will never disappear unless he is dealt a fatal blow. This clone, he used to protect the girls in the vehicle. Then, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers, and with a snap, one side of the square barrier suddenly disappeared. That is, the barrier where the Wisteria was located was opened. In an instant, all the dead bodies rushed towards the barrier, of course, including the Wisteria. Facing this group of dead bodies, Naruto stood on the spot and slowly hand-sealed with both hands. After a few seconds, the seal was finished, and the dead bodies rushed in front of Naruto. Naruto suddenly opened his mouth and took a deep breath. At the same time, a chakra in his body was running wildly, and then it suddenly sprayed out at the dead bodies in front. Futon, wind style, Datapa, great breakthrough. Quote. Boom boom boom. In an instant, an extremely strong wind spurted out of Naruto's mouth, and the wind was so strong that it directly blew a group of dead bodies backwards. Moreover, this move, Datapa, great breakthrough, has also been improved by Naruto, with countless sharp wind blades mixed in the gust of wind. These wind blades can instantly pierce through golden cracks. With just this blow, the dead bodies that rushed forward were all cut into pieces by the wind blade in the gust of wind, and turned into a blood dance and rolled back toward the back. It was the first time that Yuriko saw such a powerful Naruto, and she killed most of the dead bodies in an instant. Is he still human? And the survivors who rushed out with Naruto before were obviously stunned by this series of sights. Everyone was dumbfounded and unable to think. Turn it into pieces. Naruto was expressionless. At this moment, he seemed to be a god who punished life and death. Too handsome. Naruto brother. Gui Shin's excited face Yuhi's heart beat, almost jumping up in the car. At this moment, Naruto suddenly saw that there was a complete dead body among the fragments of the dead body that had been rolled back. This dead body is Koichi Wisteria. I didn't expect him to be so powerful after turning into a dead body and mutating. Not only can he shake his enchantment, but he can also resist attacking ninjutsu. The next moment, he took out the dagger and quickly threw it towards the Wisteria Hiroichi who was in midair. The dagger turned into a stream of light and instantly appeared in front of Koichi Wisteria. Just when Naruto thought that the other party was going to be shot directly in the forehead by him, he saw that he suddenly raised his arm, and the dagger slammed into his palm. However, the dagger shot out with Naruto's strength was unable to penetrate his palm and shoot through his head, which surprised him greatly. It seems that this guy is stronger than the ordinary dead body after mutation, and the defense is higher. Thinking like this, a stern look flashed in Naruto's eyes, and the next moment his figure turned into a golden light and disappeared instantly, and suddenly appeared in front of Wisteria Koichi. Rasengan. A rapidly spinning blue energy ball condensed in his hand, and the powerful energy directly brought a whirlwind, and his hand slammed down towards Wisteria's chest. It's that trick. Yuriko couldn't help but exclaimed. She saw the energy ball in Naruto's hands from a distance, which was the ability he demonstrated to herself back then. Is it finally time to truly witness the power at this moment? Boom. A loud noise. Naruto's Rasengan slammed into Wisteria's chest. Chapter 524 A Way to Survive. The powerful and unparalleled spiral energy burst out almost instantly. From a palm-sized energy ball, a violent shock wave spread out, and the mutated Wisteria was blasted away. Wisteria's body swirled violently in midair and flew out, rolling back like a gust of wind. A loud bang. Wisteria's body fell heavily to the ground. The ground was slammed into depression, and a wave of air swept around the ground, and the dead bodies on this side were pushed out by the wave. A gleam of light flashed in Naruto's azure blue eyes, and he murmured slightly, "It's so hard. The power of this mutant dead body is so strong." However, the girls in the car were stunned by Naruto's stunt, flashed in an instant, and made such a powerful attack in an instant, a big hole was blasted out of the ground. Is this a bomb? Or missiles? Can man really have such power? Naruto, who is he? All of this made the girls feel that Naruto was shrouded in a mysterious halo that could not be revealed. Looking at his back, they were all deeply shocked. At this moment, in the big pit that was blasted out, a figure suddenly flew out and flashed towards Naruto at a streamer-like speed. The girls almost didn't see each other's body clearly, they only saw a black line rushing towards Naruto. So fast. Yazi was also shocked, and she couldn't see the opponent's movements clearly with her eyesight. Is the power of the mutant dead body really so powerful? Be careful, Naruto. Thinking of this, Yako couldn't help shouting at Naruto. Naruto's eyes flashed again, and the corner of his mouth pulled a slight arc. Although the speed of the dead body is very fast, in his eyes, it is only the sprinting speed of an ordinary ninja. Compared with his own speed, it is simply as slow as a turtle crawling. Wisteria's eyes are now full of faint green light, and the muscles on his body are no longer shrunken and gray, but full of feeling, full of strength. He could still see Naruto, but only killing was on his mind. One punch to Naruto. The generated fist wind made a hunting sound. Naruto kicked his feet, and his body flew towards him, and the dagger in his hand stabbed the opponent's neck fiercely. At the moment when the two crossed, Naruto's body suddenly flickered slightly, and flashed past Wisteria's fist at a speed so fast that an afterimage was formed. At the same time, on the dagger in his hand, suddenly a sharp wind blade appeared. Tightly attached to the dagger. Kai. The next moment, Naruto's body and dagger seemed to turn into a streamer, flashing from the Wisteria's neck. His figure suddenly appeared behind Wisteria. Hiraishin, / Naruto slowly turned around and saw that Wisteria's body was still rushing forward and slammed into the barrier behind him with a bang. Immediately afterwards, His head was suddenly thrown away from the body, flying high for a long distance, and then rolled to the ground. His body also fell down in response. Yin Yuhi's blood spurted wildly from his neck, dying Yuhi's enchantment. Naruto swung the dagger slightly, splattered the dirty blood on it, hooked the corner of his mouth, and put it back on his body. This Hiraishin's slash is a physical technique different from Hiraishin's technique. It instantly explodes the power of chakra in the body to achieve an effect almost equivalent to short-distance teleportation, but wherever it goes, it will all be caught in Naruto's hands. The dagger with the blessing of the wind blade is cut off. This is unparalleled speed. The wisteria, which turned into a mutant dead body, had not lost its vitality at the moment when the head landed, and was still struggling and twitching slightly. Naruto stopped looking at it, and set his eyes on the front group of dead bodies. At this time, Naruto suddenly moved, and the next moment he was already standing on the roof of the RV. She called out to Shizuka, who was slightly dazed in the car, "Hurry up and drive forward." "Ah, yes," Shizuka hurriedly responded, stepping on the accelerator hard, and although a group of dead bodies were rushing up in front of her, she did not hesitate in her heart at the moment. Because of her trust in Naruto, she would absolutely. I won't doubt Naruto's words because of this. Naruto stood on the roof of the car, and the RV under his feet galloped away from the group of dead bodies in front of him. His hands began to slowly hand seal. Take a deep breath, the chakra in the body works like crazy. The next moment, his last handprint is finished. Doden, Earth-style, Earth Shatter. He let out a deep drink, accompanied by a powerful chakra rushing out from his body, and the ground in front suddenly split to both sides at an alarming speed. A deep gully is exposed, and the ground in this gully is as smooth as a mirror surface, which does not affect the passage of the RV at all. And it has a depth of more than 10 meters. At the same time, the two cracked earths also led the dead bodies to the sides, and the car took advantage of the sunken passage in the middle to drive forward at full speed. Above the car, the dead were standing on both sides of the cracked earth, screaming, looking at the car that was galloping down below, but there was nothing to do. There were also some dead bodies that rushed towards the RV below desperately, but when they fell to the ground, they could only turn into a pile of rotten meat and be thrown behind the RV. The girls in the RV looked nervously from the window to the canyon-like passage that had been opened out, as well as the dead bodies on both sides, and their hearts could not help but tighten. Fortunately, Naruto had been standing on the roof of the car, guarding against the danger of some dead bodies falling on the car. It is worth mentioning that when Naruto opened up an avenue, the survivors of Gao Chung's subordinates also drove their own cars towards the RV that followed Naruto. In the end, they all followed through the many dangers without any danger. When the crowd finally drove out of this busy area where dead bodies spread, the car stopped on the road heading for the suburbs. Everyone got out of the car and took a deep breath. It's really dangerous. We escaped from such a dangerous situation. Shizuka wiped the sweat from her forehead because she was nervous.